heroes in the breaker and the spectre that can join any fight. Just outnumber him when he tries to outnumber you. It's an interesting idea. And then have some like independent laners, that global ability. Hard to tell as we switch. But we saw the early obs off the teleport from Celery as it's just going to force a fight on their vision, but they kind of left the hill and they're going to give up first blood instead.
Yeah, it is going to be traded out with Tim.
One of the reasons Blacklist took it in that second phase, like they did not want to give it.
Like you said, they're trying to pull the lane back, but that also leaves an opening here for Raven to potentially get caught. Instead, it's going to...
Yeah, it's like that classic combination.
Celery maybe in a spot of trouble here.
Oh, the bash.
Managed to get one bash. Where's the fear shot? Finally it goes out, but Gabby's already left.
Yo, Gabby.
He was like, I thought you weren't going to use it. I was waiting for so long. And Carlo was making the rotation too. They're actually going to TP the Furion out, which does leave Dyrachyo alone here.
Oh, he saves the bash. He knew.
Easy kill to get. Very nice.
Gabby knew, dude. He didn't want to waste that bash on the support.
Did he get 2 bashes and 2 hits? 3 hits, maybe?
Yeah, we'll give him a little 60s.
He actually got out-rotated by a Train Protector.
Yeah.
So
Blacklist did a decent job defending those early moves, and that has pushed Furion down on the XP board.
Carlo making a run for it. He's trying to pull the creeps off the tower, but he's going to be caught before he gets back to the jungle, back to the forest from whence he came. He'll die, instead head back to the fountain. Abed has made a rotation, though. He wants to hold this tower.
Oh, he got zapped!
Oh, no! That is unfortunate.
Breaking with full Skelly boys. His tower's just going down. So the onus is on Blacklist right now to make the exchange happen. And Gaimin gonna respond.
TP rotation coming in from Quinn will at least
have Pierce the Veil. You don't have the tree and ulti here. Those are some of your big damage healers in the team fight. And I mean, Quinn's just running you down right now because there's no control for this Rolling Thunder until you have Overgrowth.
Yep. Okay, this swashbuckle puts himself in range of Abed. Now he has the Rolling Thunder, but may not be expecting this rotation from everyone else on Tinker.
Oh, over Tinker. Why do people hate Tinker? I don't get this obsession, man. Chilling.
I understand. You're a pro gamer.
Overgrowth's gonna try and bail this out.
That is not gonna be enough, but Abed can get some return kills. They're gonna get a 2 for 1 so far, but Abed can keep chasing down more of these heroes. He's gonna go for Quinn, but Gabby was going for a different target, and now they're missing the disable and the damage to perhaps get both of them. Okay, bumps him into the fear shot. Celery. Yeah, they're trying to push him straight into those, through the little doors for the kobolds.
Get in there, mine me some gems.
Well, he'll be farming him for sure. Abed takes away the Wraith King reincarnation. Does need some help if he wants to get a second life.
Just what your lineup drives at. You have the Midas Breaker, you have the Spectre, you can get the pickoffs.
And that information.
Now this map is not proving to be too fun for Gaimin to play right now, and the burst is so close.
Very nice. React to this turn. Celery might end up dying here as he's a little close to Abed, who is going to collect some of these neutral items, see if he gets away from this. Nice. Abed making a really good read there. Doesn't actually get away from the stun in time, sadly, but waiting.
I think you should play for the pick off. The Manta helps you farm, it helps you push out the map, which also helps you pick off.
Got him.
Yeah, he's going to get there in time, but
stuns aren't going to last too long. Well, looks like his W just ran out. First damage is enough before the charge can...
Yeah.
You can't say that with a straight face.
Cool, though.
Quinn, Blacklist need to take a little bit more of a trek to get here, so this is going to be delayed. I like that. Spectre waiting for somebody else to show before finally jumping. They do manage to get, again, the counter to the Rolling Thunder. He does have the Illusion Rune, though, so he's going to be okay. Or, excuse me. Looks like they want to make the move to bottom lane on Blacklist already.
The Atos.
Ah, the Atos. There it is. He's stuck in the ghost. That was a ton of burst damage. Damn. He's going to die twice.
He's gone. Whirling. Yes, way too strong.
Dyrachyo, he managed to get the break onto the Spectre. No Eclipse bounces onto him, though. A little bit unfortunate. He gets bashed up a second time. That is just unfortunate. He just did not get the damage on the hero that he wanted to go on there. Also outnumbered by a large amount is Blacklist. Had already killed one and had all 5 of their heroes, and now they're going to be rewarded with a fan. You better run, or your team better go through the portal to join you. Oh.
That was... Who's going through who?
Gabby? Okay, Gabby's going to go for it with his BKB. They're going to jump onto the Furion. Immediately, Tim's going to put him down. Meanwhile, the Eclipse on the high ground.
That Overgrowth destroyed them there.
Yeah, it did. It controlled all of those heroes. They couldn't get any sort of rebuttal there. Now the control is wearing out.
The BKB on Dyrachyo It's a big factor here as he wants to force the fight.
Like, or jumping onto the Spectre. It is an easier kill than I think Blacklist anticipated. Wow.
Say the power of luck. This hero's just so annoying for carries when he's charging through off low cooldown. He's also doing a crap ton of damage now. He has Ceremonial Robe plus the Kayayasha.
Oh, but he sees so many heroes immediately. Tofu's dead. That's a dieback. This fight is already over for Gaimin Gladiators. They got to get out of here. Well, Terraccio, maybe he can kill the Train Protector, pop the BKB at half health here. It's not looking good. Yeah, he gets run over by Tims and Gabby, and oh no, another bash coming through. Does manage to get off the cheese this time around. Quinn jumping down to the low ground with a swashbuckle, caught by the Rod of Atos. Samantha gets rid of that one. Another swash coming up in a second, but the control and damage is too much. Blacklist.
You just got to throw somebody into the wolf's mouth at this point. In theory, it should be Ace. Second life. The wolf is scouting you invis. Yeah.
And he's catching Tofu every single time. The person who's supposed to be able to help them when their front line gets gone on. Gabby with the refresher goes for it. Oh, he actually managed to get away with the Manta, and the stun turned up. He actually does side of Blades. Terraccio is getting a man fight that he's actually winning for once. The Blades are cutting down Abed. What a fight for the carry of Gaimin Gladiators, showing there is still some life in this Luna to actually be able to carry. You surely learned the lesson there. Gabby has to disable the Luna.
Yeah, you focus Luna over this Pango for sure next fight, right?
Yeah. The problem is going to be their 2 lanes of barracks down, and maybe even a third. I mean, they're going to be getting in some sort of fight, but this is going to be a pick-off on the Train Protector, who doesn't have a buyback. They're going to be a 4 versus 5, and maybe Megas. They do have the glyph still.
I mean, Gaimin respect this right now. How much they believe in Terraccio being able to just sit here and take the fight. They also got a gem out of that, pretty big.
I mean, I would say, screw it, you're one fight away from winning this game. Force the mistakes out of them.
Yeah, why not?
Pops BKB, immediately goes for the disable onto Luna, down to half health. Can he get off the Satanic and get the hits in? Fight another charge, he just can't get the hits in a little bit. Oh, now he's healing back up, and Blacklist have to run. But Tims, well, even if the heroes all get away, it's going to be the buildings that are going to be the problem here. Is Tims does get cut down, but the bigger problem is Megas.
What the hell happened in this game? Abed comes back, he's like, guys.
Oh, we were winning.
We're still winning, right? I mean, they got to make something happen. You cannot let
counteract a potential egg placed in a team fight, or you could global, so you could cover your team while they're killing the egg too.
Yeah. I mean, I just love when, you know, I'm just gonna say that they're both great teams, which we all know. When good teams play and they draft, and it's like, okay, I show you this, and we will take something that other teams don't, because they just feel more free. Yeah. They know how Phoenix works. They're gonna pick Silencer. 90% of other teams, they wouldn't do it, but they know when this hero gets picked, you need to address it. You need to ruin this goddamn Birds team fight, and they do just that. So I love it.
Yeah, it also shows how much extra freedom the drafters have in terms of just using the full arsenal of all the heroes of Dota 2 rather than just a select few that their players play. So it's just a show indeed of a great team. They can pull everything out. As we got Brewmaster removed from the pool, as we were waiting for a couple bans more, one more ban coming out of Azure. Race Centaur, also one of the tanky boys. This is actually so many tanky boys removed on the side of Gaimin.
Yeah, because another thing that you mentioned, Mira, is I think some people underestimate, like, it's not just like the lane and overall the global. Like, a lot of times you have Phoenix, he's going to get covered by some Mars or Magnus, whatever it may be. But you said you can just global. No one is going to protect that egg until there's like a BKB Basher or a BKB Abyssal Blade or Lotus Orb to free you from it. So yeah, I can't stress enough how good the Silencer pick is.
The thing is, Silencer that comes out this early is easily punishable, right? It's a very squishy hero that gets easily spectered or easily primaled, or any of these heroes that have high damage at first and high mobility, Silencer can suffer later on. So I wonder if Gaimin are going to take that approach.
Yeah. There's another hero that comes to mind, which is something as well, like any zoo hero, like Lycan, for instance. So I think the Mars is like a pretty nice cover-up. When you play against Silencer, you want to go in the backline and get him killed. Mars is pretty good at either going in for his team or also protecting his team in the backline. With some arena, you go BKB yourself against Phoenix. You know, this Mars pick might be a little inspired by Amar, who played it the other day against Phoenix and just made them look like fools. But overall, I like it.
That's a really great point with the Mars covering these potential heroes that Silencer really suffers against. We do know that Gaimin are very capable of playing this Lycan. They played it last pick yesterday, and it looked incredibly good. And you can't forget about this Broodmother. I don't think we've seen it yet this tournament, but this hero does come out in certain situations, and Mars covers for that too.
So I wonder, I mean, if you're Gaimin, it's like the same. We all know Silencer's like a great team fighter, but his early game, it lacks a little bit. There are some heroes that I've seen other teams try to do. It's like Tusk, it can kind of go both ways, because later in the team fight, he also owns you. It means you can't save him. But in the early game, there's some teams that will abuse it a lot. You snowball on the Silencer with tag team, you know, take him out, kind of, you know, make him regret that they picked it. So I want to, because you can tell Gaimin are not fully sure. They're kind of burning a lot of their reserve time at like the second pick.
Yeah, whereas Azure seems to have things figured out. I mean, we didn't actually talk at all about Azure's coach, who's a really new kid on the block in Likas, if I pronounce that properly, which I probably don't. But I mean, this draft of Azure shows foresight, and they feel very comfortable with not using a single second of bonus time.
It does, but I don't necessarily think it means that Gaimin are caught off guard in any way. I think they're just discussing which approach that they want to take. And they do end up going for Wraith King, which is a strong flex hero between both Dyrachyo and Ace. But I would like to see it being played on Ace this game, because not only is it going to be a nuisance summons hero, but Silencer suffers very heavily, especially if he's being played on the Wraith King lane versus these skeletons. He can't do anything against them.
I think the Wraith King's a great pick. He should just be in the offlane. You have the Ghost Push, you have the Skeletons. You don't really care too much about global either way as Wraith King. If you get global when you're not going in, who cares? And if you go in, you just blink stun anyway, so you're kind of chilling. I think, so if I'm Azure Ray, I feel like there's one hero that I would like a lot here. I don't know how much it is in your pool. It would be Alchemist. I think Alch is one of the best carries at abusing a Wraith King in the lane. Because of Skeletons, you get way too much gold. You have attack speed against the egg. And when you play Silencer, who's most likely a 5, you need a hero that either can screw off to the jungle pretty early on, or you're just a strong lane.
You know what hero I'm eyeballing right now? Because we saw it yesterday. Some teams are playing that Timber Saw mid, and I feel like it looked very effective versus Wraith King, but it's also naturally effective versus these Zoo heroes like Chen.
I mean, I don't know if they feel like they don't need to cover it too much. I mean, this is a damn good Timber game. The only thing is, if they feel like, okay, now on the next pick, can they counter us too hard? If they don't feel that way, you could jam it here. It's very good against these heroes. If the Mars with a lockdown, you kind of have Silencer, who, the way I like to look at it is that in the early mid-game, Silencer gives your team kind of a BKB, because he silences your opponent, so allows your Timber to play more aggro. But I guess maybe they're better. I mean, last picking your mid, it doesn't feel great, but you do know that most likely your Wraith King is in the offlane. At least it would make the most sense, so you could look to perhaps pick your carry here.
Yeah, they overall last picked their mid laner previous game as well.
True, worked out.
Worked out pretty decently. Is there a chance the Silencer gets rotated to mid, or is that just not a thing?
No.
That's not a thing.
Okay.
That sounds pretty bad. But they could go for their stable carry, like a Weaver or something like that here, something that can just get on this Chen, get on this Phoenix. It wouldn't be too threatened by counter pick. I mean, there could be a potential Bloodseeker on 18 by Gaimin if they do that, but not that scary.
There's a Lifestealer again.
They run it back.
Okay.
This time not against the lone Druid though, so hopefully
he's gonna have a better lane.
For low, a little bit of a better game.
Near by default, because last lane was
you can't go much worse than that.
Let's just not talk about it, because still great Lifestealer game. Of course, you're good against the egg. If Chen gets some big creeps later, whatever, you just hit them, you get a lot, you lane fine against the Wraith King. So
you
all
can
in all,
infest them and outfest them and then take them.
There you go.
You also have infest bombs with Mars later on, and you're always going to scale well versus the heroes on Gaimin right now. It's also just comfort for Low. He's been making it look so good. I mean, if he can come back from that nightmare of a game 1 that he had on this hero, he's definitely comfortable picking into Phoenix and Wraith King.
And I do think it's nice to have, like, Silencer is good against Phoenix, but you need heroes that will use this global to, like, freely run in and hit the egg. Lifestealer, of course. Rage himself, he has all the attack speed. It all checks out.
Great egg hit as Naga Siren comes out, some more team fight for Gaimin and Dyrachyo's hero sorted.
I do think it's a very good Naga game. Like, Mars is, I mean, I have seen it kind of go both ways, but generally I would say Naga is good against Mars. It's hard to spear the real one, because your spear latches on illusions. You have the map clear as well against Silencer. He wants to take the fight he wants to. As Naga, you kind of make that really hard for your enemy team. And yeah, they have a lot of ghost push. Like, you have Illus, you have Skeletons, you have Chen creeps, and Song as well. Later, you get an early Manta against Silencer. Pretty annoying matchup.
And they have a means to play the map if they're put in an unfavorable position, like they were last game, instead of just, oh, we're going to split push. No, they're going to force Azure to take fights that are potentially bad because that's just how you play versus a Naga, right? She's farming all these side lanes, she's pushing them out, she can TP in, Song, reset. It gives Gaimin a lot of counterplay if they wanted it. And they also have the Phoenix this time around, where last game they were losing in teamfights, they were losing in scaling.
Yep.
This time around, they don't have that issue.
Yeah, it's honestly not too easy now. I'm kind of looking at a little bit of the last pick. So Gaimin, I think traditionally as always, Quinn, he wants to have a hero that they can play through, maybe go to the side lanes. Naga, Wraith King, very static. But the problem is having to pick your mid hero blind and against Silencer is honestly a pretty annoying position for a mid player.
So I have to ask, now that this Viper is respect banned by Gaimin, are they looking at that co-op again, or did they bench that idea?
They could. I don't think there's anything wrong with co-op, especially when you take out a stupid toxic man who's just flying around spitting on you. Because you want a hero that is either tanky or builds a I would say like a mid-game BKB against global. Because there's other heroes, so when you play against Silencer, you don't love the spirits too much, which then makes you think about melee strength heroes. But they're horrible against Lifestealer too. So I don't see them really jamming in some Conker in this draft. I think it's going to be some range hero, mobile, build some BKB.
Well, Queen of Pain is banned out, so it was also Azure that still was a little worried about that.
When you think about these last pick Quinn heroes, there's always the sneaky Huskar that can come out, or the sneaky Necro that can come out. We haven't seen it in a minute from
I like Necro a lot, actually. I think Necro, I mean, their Tricore is maybe a little sus if they go for Necro, but you have like Chen who's gonna build a mech. You have a Sunray, of course it is soft/direct counter by the Silencer, but I think it could work out. Like, it's this tanky hero, but it isn't actually melee, so it doesn't suffer so hard against a Lifestealer.
Would you say that it's so slow though? That feels very, because Azure Raid, they can set the tempo high, and that would, if you have a Necro, that
Not necessarily. Not the way that Quinn plays with these first item travels into Shard. There's also the Puck.
Yeah, and now with the DK ban, I think that would also have bumped it a little bit.
At your service.
Wind Ranger. Okay, so I was watching a little bit of Tundra yesterday, and they've been flexing their Wind Ranger quite heavily, and it looked pretty solid on the mid lane in some circumstances, right? And this is one of those situations I would say it does, because after that BKB, it feels like Wind Ranger can shred any of these targets down. You're always going to have damage for this Lifestealer later on in the game. You're going to have a way to kill Enchantress with your Focus Fire. You don't care about her untouchable. And like that BKB that I mentioned, you're not scared of the Mars.
there's still Necro, but it is on the side of Azure Raid.
I mean, he has a lot of backup with like some Infest and the Global later as well, but I feel like Gaimin should be pretty happy with the last pick they got and the one that Azure Raid tried to go for to counter it all. I mean, Necro is very good against Naga and Wraith King later on, but I honestly think that this is a very good Naga game. Like, yeah, you have like some Radiance or some Heartstopper aura coming out, but once you have Heart with these auras, I don't think they have enough to cut through this Naga.
Yeah, and it's not one of those scary Necro last picks where you think to yourself, how do we play into this? We certainly don't have the damage. They do, because they have the Phoenix, who's going to have the Fire Spirits, the Sunray. They have a mix of magical and physical based off of the Phoenix plus the Wind Ranger. And Wind Ranger should do fine, especially with the, you know, after getting a bottle, all of those runes. Yeah, Necro does out-sustain her on lane, but she can comfortably sit back and farm with Power Shot. So I feel like Gaimin have something very good going for them with their draft. They've corrected a lot of issues in the last game, where they did respect Azure's ability to take these mid-game fights very well. They've guaranteed their scaling in a way that they didn't have last game.
Yeah, I think that this time around they will be ahead and they will stay ahead. It's going to be very hard for Azure Raid to kind of like come back in this mid-game as they did last game.
We also said it was going to be very hard for them to come back previous game as well, but they did it anyway. Let's find out though, can they make another comeback? We're heading over to our commentary duo of Cap and SPG for the game.
It would be foolish to doubt Azure Ray twice, but I'm kind of doubting them a second time. Mars? Lifestealer again? I don't know, what do you think, Avery?
Are they going to lose when the Lifestealer doesn't jungle? And win when the Lifestealer jungles? And the question is, if that happens, where do you go from there?
What does it mean?
Do you have a team meeting where you're like, guys, low? I don't know how to tell you this, bro. Like, I think you gotta break the meta and just stay in the jungle. We're just gonna give the lane to Tian Ming now.
Yeah,
we'll see. I think this looks like a pretty toxic Naga game. I'm not gonna lie. I think the Naga is gonna present some big problems on the lanes. You have two single target supports basically in Silencer and Ench that don't really like having to deal with lanes the whole game. Kind of want to rotate, get involved in skirmishes, get number fights going, and, you know, start stealing the int, pushing towers. Naga's just going to slow this whole game down, and I don't really see a way to stop that. However, in the ultra late game, you take Lifestealer Necro, or would you take the Wind Ranger Naga Wraith? I don't know if it's actually that one-sided. If this Necro gets really big, you don't really have a way to burst him down, right? I guess you could nullify him with like a Wraith King Nullifier and Wind Ranger just kills him, but you do have Bulwark in this game. You have an Infest that, you know, could go in, disarm somebody, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
I can see Necro actually carry this game in World. It goes like 70 minutes, 60 minutes. I think Necro just takes over. That hero's really dumb with like Ag's hard stack.
Yeah, when you can't put... I think the going that late game, I think it's the Wind Ranger that's probably the scariest factor for you as Necro. Otherwise, this hero probably could just live through, and all that Aghanim's heart damage over time combined with a Radiance on Lifestealer. Yeah, you could definitely win fights out. My biggest problem with this is the Naga Siren, as you said, pretty toxic against the supports. You also have the Aghanim Scepter against Lifestealer. That's going to be super annoying. So it's not going to be nearly as free in some ways of a Lifestealer game in some of these mid-game teams, right?
Probably, but I mean, it can't be worse than last.
No, I think the matchup was good for him in the mid-game. It was just the laning phase.
I mean, no matchup
Now I
in the
think it's going to
mid-game.
be the opposite.
No matchup in the mid. 5,000 gold. The jungle level to do that. But yes, you have a fair point. So I do think this Lifestealer Naga match goes both ways. I actually think Lifestealer stats that hero are pretty. It's one of the carries that carry players are not afraid to pick again. I feel like if you get to the late game levels and Mjolnir, BKB, this type of thing, Naga doesn't do anything. Yeah, you just go and kill his team. You can man fight him if you ever get on top of the field. I don't think this matchup's that bad. That's what I'm saying. I feel like Lifestealer Necro can outcarry a Naga in the. But obviously, there's all these other factors, right? Like Wraith King, King Bags, Refresher, Wind Ranger might just killing you. Maybe XXS has a tremendous game like last time. Give me more. I just don't want to make it seem like this Naga is an end-all be-all. So I actually don't think that's necessarily the biggest of the lane. Yeah, but it's going to be a big mid-game because, yeah, these lanes are going to get shoved in, and if you mess up on the map and you eat a big core kill away, then the Chen Wraith King lineup is going to take objectives really fast, and the game might spiral. That's how Gaimin like to play. Put you in a position where if you mess up once, they just take buildings. So once more, they have a lineup that can accomplish that task. The question of how well do the lanes go. And already, Low is still on the lane, so round of applause for him. This lane is already going tremendously better than last time, and yeah, I mean, having a ranged support definitely helps.
Yeah, this matchup is also good, right? Lifestealer versus Wraith King, who has pretty low armor. You have an answer to Fire Spirits, so I imagine Low's going to be able to do just fine in this lane for quite some time. There might be some kill opportunity at some point in time just because skeletons are kind of busted. Expecting much better things for Low in the first 10 minutes of the game, that's for sure. This mid matchup is probably going to be more fun for Quinn than the last one, though still a matchup that Necrophos does win, I believe. He's currently winning it too. 12-3 versus 8-0.
He actually did pretty well in that last. That was a pretty deep lane. The Viper was way more up the fights than the lane. That was kind of like the least of their worries. I also still think Necro is hero beatable on lane. I think the only hero that beats or Sniper, I guess.
Yeah, you gotta have some really long-range harassment in order to
yeah, like
punish this
maybe
hero.
Maybe these like weird like Shadow Fiend or Huskar. I don't know, the Huskar definitely. Maybe Shadow Fiend does. I don't know, but like generally this hero just wins. If you don't have some crazy good matchup like that, he's gonna take it over. And this is a lane XM is going absolutely free. Wind Ranger does not stop Necro, so he's gonna be pretty big, which is a good sign for Azure because I think this is a game where you want your Lifestealer and Necro to be as strong as possible, to mitigate Naga's presence in the mid game, and you can get to the later.
That one is going to go over to Durancio. Managed to outclick Xingqiu there just by half a second. Back to the mid lane. It should be a lane that Quinn is able to get farm in too, right? Like, he may not be shutting down the Necro, but it's not like he's going to be shut down.
Yeah, Wind Ranger can always get something. Power shot range creeps. You can run your way to split the water. Yeah, you'll get something out of this, but I don't think he's going to be too happy over the wall. And you're going to have to think about this Reaper kill at 6. XM should get it first. So if Xingqiu has rotation potential because his top lane goes a bit better or the wave's really far back, I can easily see him make that Enchantress rotation to mid because you have a Dispel for the Wind Run too. It's a great support first core matchup.
Oh, he's being pushed away underneath his tower. That's
Pressure
a little
for sure.
rough.
I mean, to be honest, there's some karmic justice.
Is under attack.
To Quinn losing to a Necro.
Yeah, I mean, you can't play Necro like 8 times at TI last pick and not have it done to you at some point. You know? Quinn's like, God, this sucks. Who the hell would
Dire's
do this?
middle tower is under attack.
What's wrong with this guy? Last picking my Quinn. I didn't want to 100% though, because
And the worst part is he couldn't get the water rune to refill his bottles, so he's just going to have to go all the way back to base.
Yeah.
Boy, this matchup ended up way worse than I expected.
it's just, I mean, what are you supposed to do? Death Pulse
Dire's middle
is
tower
so
is
stupid.
under attack.
The hero has infinite mana regen and infinite HP.
Are you still doing a Quinn impression?
No, that was
Sounds like
just
it.
me. Quinn and Frank. God, this hero's so stupid. He just has infinite mana. Why don't you pick a real hero? Lane me like a manic.
It's true. Two different matchups where he probably feels like this matchup is unfair.
I mean, I feel for
Dive
him, it's
through, Tofu. Nice pickup. Good first blood.
Yeah,
First
that's a nice
blood was
one.
still on the table, so great pickup from Tofu there.
pretty late one at 5 minutes. Very happy to pick that up. And this is probably the lane that, I mean, Gaimin, I feel like they always want Ace's lane to go the best, but it's usually because he's on the tempo objective take. This is another game where I think his breaking gets really fat. He can start to dictate some of the fights in the map movement, like a really fast Radiance. You're going to be happy.
That's a little bit of a positioning error there.
Yeah,
Low
he's
gets
just
some
dead.
really good damage, and they straight up kill him. So yeah, they can pick
Was
up the
surprised.
silencer all they want, but Low is not to be trifled with in this matchup. He's got a fairy fire, so he's not afraid of taking this fight to Tofu. No rage just yet. Actually wins 0-2-2. A little bit surprised against the Phoenix he hasn't picked.
I mean, you'd rather just have,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you can like rage off a Wraith Fire Blast. Maybe there was some merit to it. I could see it either way, depending on how you want to play the lane. But he did this build last game, so he knows what he's doing. Reaper is up here, so you have the level advantage, and there's rotation. Both supports, in fact.
Oh yeah, they're gonna hit him with
with
the
a
purge.
Banisher.
This is perfect. A guaranteed
Yeah.
Reaper side kill.
This is the biggest rotation I think Jin-Q can make in this game. This is the most impactful one. You have the winning lane, you have the winning ult. Just make it count, right? This is what Gaimin like to do to their opponents when they have these last pick Huskars and Necros. This is exactly why. You have the level advantage. You save your catapult with this 5 to 6 minute move. Now you're getting a crap ton of tower damage. Can Quinn even TP back in here? And if you can't, you're just losing mid.
Yeah, I think mid tower is gone.
Beautiful move from Azure on both supports. And of course, that Banisher with an extra purge definitely helps. Yeah, this tower's just gone.
Siege Wagon's going to take it eventually here with the help of XM, who wants the last hit. Let's see if the Siege Wagon kills it. Nope. Judged it perfectly. Jin-Q is going to be caught by a gank here from
He got
Stellar coming in
purged
from the
again.
other side, but XM is going to keep him healed up, and Quinn has to give up on this kill. If anything, it's going to be maybe the supports are going
Necro
to
is
die here.
strong.
Tofu diving away.
Is it enough?
It might just be
Smoke?
the smoke. That doesn't stop it. But
Yeah, gotta
okay.
review the mechanics there, but he does survive. I guess he learned something.
Oh, Azure got double wisdom runes for that. So even if they don't get a kill, they
Yeah,
still got a
that-
big win.
That is a big payoff, and they're getting tap damage bottom on this tier 1 as well. This is a very strong early game for them. What they kind of want in this game. Again, the Naga's always going to find farm. They're not going to be able to really shut Braccio down. He can stall this game out. Like, even if Gaimin are behind off mid laner, for example, whatever. Naga can stall the game, you can refine the farm, but you're in a stalled enough position where you can start forcing objectives, not get punished too hard, you're going to be really happy. Right now, Azure are very happy, especially their supports. Both level 5 versus level 4 barely for Celery here. Been one of the slower games we've seen for his Chen.
I'm not sure if it would have saved him here, but either way, that net is going to do Jin-Q no favors. The focus fires maybe not quite enough damage, but the power shot comes through. Finally, XM unable to deliver the heals, but does have it a threat. The game of Gladiators have to run
He
away.
just didn't death pulse him.
Yeah, he didn't even try. He was like, sorry, bud. Ooh, that is a big rune if he can get it. Nobody's running for it, so that is going to be a Necro picking up a very nice.
If I'm Jin-Q, I'm never ganking. I gank, but you don't even death pulse for me.
Dire's top
Oh,
tower
bro, I don't
is
know.
under attack.
Yule's on that thing. What the hell is this?
I mean, you got to respect it. XM wouldn't have had the mana for Reaper's Sight. Saved his
Yeah, I mean, I kind of respect it, though. That's pretty BX, not even to try. Either way, this Yules is pretty interesting. I mean, it's a pretty fine
Big
Yules.
sandwich coming up here in this top lane. Azure going through the portal to try and catch Dyrachyo. They
No
managed to get him
sleep.
inside of the Rima, but he got the sleep off in time.
Barely.
He's going to be able to walk away from this fight, but it's probably Azure still taking control of the tower. I don't know,
5
Gaimin
heroes.
Gladiators have 5 heroes in this fight.
Is he gonna get anything?
They have to at this point in time because it's a 4 versus 5, surely.
I mean, you don't really have spells, right? You have a level 2 Penitence and a level 5 Wraith King. What, you gonna throw your 80 damage Wraith Fire Blast in there? This is not a fight. Brought
He
5
tried to
heroes
get the
run away.
deny, but it wasn't enough.
Very awkward early game for Gaimin.
Under attack.
This lineup's just lacking a lot of spell and fighting power right now, putting them in an awkward position as low as just taking another tier 1. There's gonna be 3 tier 1s dead by 10 minutes for Gaimin.
Pushing back Ace, Shinju
What?
taking over that bird, body blocking nicely. They can get him with the Reaper's Scythe before he can get reincarnation.
This is getting out of control.
Gaimin Gladiators looks a little lost.
Token
Celery
on
had
the
to make a run to pick
He's
up
dead
the
for it.
neutral creep that he's gonna die for. Okay, he got the item.
Oh.
At least he got the neutral item, but
Yeah, but this game is just absolutely crumbled. Like the support, early movement from Jin Q, getting double Wisdom Rune, Tian Ming, just set up these skirmishes so damn well. You're just missing, I mean, you're like missing 2 heroes on Gaimin, right? What is Chen offering you? What is level 5 Phoenix offering you? Not much.
XM will deliver some heals this time around. It's not gonna be enough though.
All right, do a little haste pick up there, and if you can get more. Yeah, you really would like that Necro here. I mean, Dyrachyo came in to try and make something happen.
Oh, it got him inside the arena. XXS on the other side. Quinn bumping into the wall one more time.
Kill.
Yeah, he's just gonna be able to run him down, no problem. Shinkyu's there on the other side. Oh, got off the win run. And he doesn't have the mana for a spear yet, so Quinn dies here. It's gonna cost him a little bit more. Here comes the spear mana. He just needs to be able to get the vision and dodges the spear, goes back in and gets the neutral creep deny before the curse can deliver the damage required. Well played by Quinn.
Dyer's bottom tower is
Absolutely.
under attack.
Yeah, I mean,
XXS
he's still up a
is-
5K gold lead.
He's just
so.
crumbling right now. Look at this man. That's the face of a man who's been absolutely beaten.
Guys, my ankle got snapped. I don't know if I can keep going.
Little morale boost.
Draws the neutrals and then sees the spear come. I can't believe that didn't clip him. Okay, Avery, this game is looking about as bad as game 1 was looking for Azure. You said
That
last
means they'll
game
lose it.
you gave the full story of how Azure was able to come back into that game. Can the same be realized for Gaimin Gladiators? Would you give them the same kind of chance to turn this game around?
It's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna be as straightforward. There's a route to victory, yeah. And you have Wraith King Naga. You can split push this map forever. Quinn's gonna be quite sad because Wind Ranger does not excel in those types of situations, and he's gonna be the one getting ganked, as we see here, right?
Not too often that you see somebody holding the Reaper's Sight, not taking the extra stacks for the
Yeah,
regen, but XM, he just wants to keep finding more kills, I think. He wants to keep that threat in his back pocket.
I mean, I think you're supposed to.
Dyer's
You know,
bottom
each their own.
tower is under attack. Radiant's courier
It's going
has been
armlet.
killed.
That's tough, man. I mean, I don't blame him because how are you ever gonna get? It's gonna be a very late armlet, and armlet's just not an item that.
Dyer's bottom tower has
So
fallen.
you're gonna have to get a team fight at some point going. Centered around egg, reincarnation. That's your best bet. Like sleep to destroy an arena or something. You know, wear out a rage and then turn around off like a good shackle or powerful Wind Ranger ulti. Maelstrom for Quinn is also going to be like their biggest damage power strike.
Oh, he got Yules!
Yeah, and he still has Reaper, so he can save it for second go around here.
I mean, he's guaranteed dead without it, so we'll see if he values the stack. And he still doesn't.
I think he was trying to cast it without a range. Yeah.
Now he gets it, okay.
I mean, these stacks are just way too good, right? They scale so
Radiant's
hard
courier
later on with
has
like
been
hard ag.
killed.
Yeah.
So I think there's no reason not to take him on the cores now. It's more Gaimin just struggling on the map, and Quinn is he's so far from this meal.
Yeah, his focus fire is not a threat at all in this current trajectory of the game. 14-minute Wisdom Runes are coming up. Azure snuck away both of the Wisdom Runes last time, and they're going to try and do it again here. Tofu, are you not going to try and go for it here? Without a tier 2 to defend him, I guess he can. Nice shackle shot, though. Damage being put on a Jin Q is not terribly impressive, but they're going to get a song onto all these heroes with a supernova over the top. This looks kind of good to kill the 2 supports and maybe more. We'll see. The heals are going to come out from XM. Both supports are low. Duraccio is very low as well. He needs the heal. Chen helps him out. XZ comes in with a big arena to be able to help out. Duraccio still in trouble, TPing away. Papa the Yules stops his TP out, and he will be caught by Azure. Beautiful stuff from XXS, setting that one up. And the advantage, the net worth lead.
Bested Hellbear.
He's gonna pop out.
Look at him go.
Go for Tofu. Yeah, he gets him in the end. Spears back the Wind Ranger too. So it looks like Quinn is gonna be stuck here in the corner. Win run lasts just long enough to get him away from Low.
Still going. God, a little, yo, Low, chill. I know you were in the jungle last game.
Relax,
but
man.
Bro, you don't need to you don't need to let that rage out. Quite literally. Have a little discipline. That's a nice turnaround from XSS. Right point time, because this is, I mean, pretty much your best hope, right? The only awkward part about this is like you're wasting your Wind Ranger ulti on the sleep, but again, you bring in the Phoenix, you set up this Supernova. These are your teamfight spells going to work. You get 2 supports off this. Really nice setup here from Gaimin to make something out of a game that spiraling out of control. Second XXS shows up. I mean, this is not pretty, right? And this Yules has paid off already.
Yep.
For XM. Yules is not an item we see a lot because generally it's just not that good in even or behind game, but when you're ahead, it's a very powerful item.
Gaimin Gladiators get something small here. They can't fight low, but they can pick off certain supports. Dive away from Tofu, but with the bots in, and the Shard already picked up a fast kill onto the Phoenix. They pursue for more now. Ace is going to be the next victim. As he's slowed down by the God's Rebuke, and that's really all they need. The rest of the follow-up is going to be there.
The catch from Azure is come together really nicely in this game, making sure they get the extra kills so this game just can't get ratted out, right? Because if you take these fights, you get like 1 support kill, but Duraccio or Ace are shoving both your side lanes, you're not going to be that happy. So the fact they're getting these extra core kills on top is what's really going to build the lead right now. As Duraccio went for the Midas on the Naga, he's just going to try and play the gate, back and forth, get these side lanes out much as he can. Not really anything else to do.
Getting close to his Maelstrom, huh?
Yeah, that's
not anymore.
That's a tough beat. That's a really tough beat. Because you get this Maelstrom, I mean, Wind Ranger's kill powers with Maelstrom stays the same for a very long time. You know, you'll kill Jin Q a lot easier than without it here. And
coming in from behind, and they will collect that kill, but can they get out without losing anybody?
he's in this here.
Highly doubt it. XXS biding his time, waiting for the Yules to set it up, and delivers the Spear of Justice to Quinn.
Man, XM, I really like how his itemization panned out in this game. I mean, maybe it's a bit easier since he's just far ahead, but like, it's just looked really good versus the Wind Ranger. The Shard to get extra gap close, and the Yules dispel the Wind Ranger, and he comes down, he's just instant. Pretty nasty. But this is some space for Naga. You get a bench kill, you get some rotations out from Ray that are forced, and it's going to let Duraccio catch up here. So that's the biggest thing for Gaimin. You're going to give up some kills, sure, but as long as the net worth stays pretty even, finding farm on Naga, that's your biggest goal right now.
At what point does Naga Siren become a problem, like item-wise? Because there is a world, right, where you said, hey, he's going to be causing so much split pushing that Azure are going to have a problem dealing with it. Is that like second item Naga Siren that really comes online?
I mean, Naga's always relative to enemy power as well, but in this game, it's got to be whatever's after Manta. I mean, their illusion clear is pretty bad, so if he gets Manta Heart, what else he would kill? I feel like the Orchid is just not going to be there to have any impact in this type of game.
Got him inside the arena. Global silence just to make sure that they'll win this fight. There's no save for Quinn, no Song of the Siren from Duraccio to bail anybody.
He will go back through the gate and push in bottom. So they're getting a tower off.
Low's hitting a tier 3.
Lowe's living it.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower
Level 2 jungling lifestealer to high ground by 18 minutes.
No
the
one's
Low
coming
story.
back. No one wants to come back because they're all split pushing.
They're racking up that building damage.
God damn. Sitting here. And got no chill.
Well, that's... Oh, they got the neutral creep deny somehow. inside of that arena, there was a neutral creep somewhere in there that killed Quinn.
Don't underestimate him.
Pull that off twice, though. I'm gonna say this last one was just Celery spotted for a second there, and
There'll be another stack. The Toxic Man.
5 stacks.
Also, Jin Q just rushing at no impetus. It's like a very interesting build. Not that the Axe has anything to do with impetus, but I'm saying like he went 0-4-4.
Yeah.
And then he's just rushing little friends.
Yeah.
Which is, both of these things are very unconventional, right? Normally these 4 enchantresses want to get Hurricane Pike with max impetus, your damage source. Instead, he's forsaken impetus entirely, and he's going an Ags that I don't think I've seen it once in like a year.
I bet it is super sick against Wraith King.
It is very good versus Wraith King. It's very good versus Chen.
Yeah.
There's a reason to get it this game. And this man likes his unconventional item choices. Shackle will not land, and
Song with Rage keeps him going, and he will cut down the Naga Siren before the Rage runs out.
that's a big kill. Every Naga kill in this game is going to cement Azure's position more than anything. Ratio just needs to stay on the map. He's stalling this game out because the other Gaimin heroes are catching up a bit off his speed. Finding some items. You have a Vessel on the Phoenix. You're closing in on the BKB for Quinn. Ace ended up going back for the Midas over the Armlet. I think this was a very wise choice because if he just rushed Armlet, I don't think you can do anything with it. At least this way, he's gonna pick up the farm pace a bit.
They just gotta kind of hope that Azure runs out of steam and isn't able to end the game.
I just want to see this Enchantress Axe like shred somebody.
Oh, Celery. Okay. There's another tool there. The Shard for the Phoenix is some extra damage.
Probably the one they wanted.
Is under attack.
Chen Shard is gonna
Dire's top tower
Invasion from Azure though.
global silence. They're gonna kill the Phoenix.
is under attack.
Not given an opportunity to get off the Supernova. They'll chain the silence into the stun. Actually, still managed to get it off.
They left him.
Yeah, everybody else is like, we just want to collect more heroes. And as a result,
Dire's top tower
Like the
is under
Wraith King.
attack.
yeah, they do get that reincarnation, and Tofu looks like he's still gonna die.
Radiant
Meanwhile, though,
Always
Low actually takes some damage here. Nailed down by the creep with the Infest.
Dire's
Extend
middle tower is
using
under
that boss to
attack.
join the Lifestealer, and they'll hit high ground already.
So both side lanes being cut and killed by the Chen and the Naga right now.
Dire's structures
Did get the wave off in mid. It'll force a glyph.
scared.
You can stay here though. I think this wave is far enough mid.
Radiant's
Arena
top
for
tower
a Chen. Like that trade.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, you know that Gaimin Gladiators are not going to fight you. They are just desperate to be able to push out lanes and stop you from hitting high ground. Azure doing everything they can to ensure fast kills and immediate building damage. I mean, you can see Low's priority when he was chipping away at that tier 3. He
This
wants
is his
more
revenge.
than anything to, yeah, end it fast.
Low's revenge.
He's got a Manta now. Man,
Not in the jungle anymore.
Radiant's top tower is
They're
under
just coming too fast. The Necro and the Lights are way too farmed right now.
Dire's bottom
I'll say, Low's made me a believer of Lifestealer. I was
Made it look
not a big believer of this hero before this.
Under attack.
Made it look good when he got dunked on. He made it look good when he dunked on them.
Yeah, seriously.
Hitting buildings. Well, you gotta fight you with this next Supernova in 25.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Stall it out for that long. You're gonna have to bring Dirachi for this fight. And he is going to Orchid on the Naga. So again, he wants to take the fight, but there's the Yule's Dispel. There's the Manta on low. You have to save this Orchid for a bit farther in.
Got him on the roof, got him on the slow, take away the wind run for a little bit. Quinn will be able to get back to safety here.
Radiant's
Doesn't
top
cost
tower
Azure
is under
anything.
attack.
His Heart
Yeah.
Necro is just gonna sit here until you kill him.
What did they
Dirachi
use?
comes back. All right, here's that song into Supernova setup.
He tried it once before, it didn't work.
That's
XXS already popped the BKB. He's like not sure what he wants out of this one now. Global Silence is going to be
Oh,
the
yeah,
return,
four.
and now he hits the arena on to 4 heroes during that Global Silence. Beautiful stuff from Azure.
It is over. I mean, this
They're
is
closing the door on him immediately. GG is called. Azure
really good.
That is a damn good comeback in game 1, and then they take the lead early in game 2 and take out Gaimin Gladiators in a way that few teams could.
And I don't think these drafts were too off from what Gaimin normally want. Like, maybe they're going to sit back and say, yeah, we could have had a better pick than the Wind Ranger and the Necro cheese. We got a little cheese, whatever, right? But this just felt like Azure were playing at a pretty decent level where they're laning pretty well. They recovered pretty well in game 1. They got ahead pretty well in game 2. They played from a variety of positions and showed pretty good team fight.
Quick refresh to the BKB, but Ahmed stuck inside the Sprout. It's bad. Inside the Sprout, silenced up as well. Yule Scepter to be able to help out Raven. He's not able to get this fast kill anymore. Has to jump back. Heroes 3 dead on the side of Blacklist. It's Gabby and Raven now. No longer have to go for kills. Have to be able to somehow hold their Ancient. Now it's just Raven against the world, and there's no way he has a chance. GG just like that. What a turn of fate. 10 minutes ago, this felt guaranteed for Blacklist.
Southeast Asian Dota, man. I mean, always unpredictable. There's no other way to say it. I think Gaimin are a little surprised they won that decisively off of how that game was going, because it felt like Blacklist were just incrementally making a stronger and stronger position in that game. Like, if they get an Aegis on the Spectre or something, they take one more fight, maybe they win that game, right? But a couple things just went wrong. Like, they did not respect the Luna Shard. They ended up with double melee core on top with the Rachu in that fight. Would say it's not like you last pick Lycan into a bad like.
There have been teams that have done it.
I mean, could. It'll work out.
It's a game-winning Lycan. I think that was a big advantage for Blacklist in game number 1 was the fact that they seemingly always had the vision advantage thanks to their multiple Invis heroes.
And I think if Blacklist don't start the fight, it's very
big kill if they can get it. You said they need to be able to shut down some of these heroes. Right. Yeah, it's crazy how that Devour just single-handedly is going to win them the resource war. Take away the mana from Duraccio, give them unlimited mana for Tims to be thrown around. Gabby is going to be in some trouble, though. Decrepify, once again, going to be put to use here. Yeah, it does have a Devour, but that's going to pop out the little golems, and those do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's working well as Alk is top of the board. Arcane rune for Quinn.
Quinn and Abed baking each other out, but Abed does manage to land the combo. The shield crash gives him a little bit of help, though, but the battery assault's going to be able to stop that Rolling Thunder. Couldn't get far enough away.
A lot of this early game.
Seems initially they want to put more pressure on mid, which is where Gaimin Gladiators are free to dominate this safe lane.
Yeah, Duraccio just making great moves out of the safe lane the whole tournament.
Yeah, I think he's one of the carries to watch when it comes to using these. I think him and Mikke were probably the 2 carries that use the gates the most.
There's a reason it's them too, right? They're doing it to each other.
Carlo in some trouble. Good use things. Well,
freeing up some space for himself. It results in his tower just going down without a fight. This is a tower I think Blacklist really wanted to take fights
Carlo,
around.
I'm not sure if you want to be in that.
Yeah, you're in the wrong neighborhood, son.
It is delayed long enough for Abed to be able to show up. But the problem is they're going to be running out of damage here. They have the X, yeah, to pull him back, but into what?
Just keeping out. Good luck, Tims, later.
So throw a little bit more damage around. He does manage to get the helmet dominate.
These are like healthy discussions. You just think about the game. Whenever you think about the game, you get better. That's what ESJ told me. You're going to look for win. They get another isolation. So the isolation kills is where this trio shot.
Yep. Cox keeping Ace back. Ace may not be able to get a return kill. Good use there of the bird to push him back in. The Hurricane bringing Carlo into striking distance for the Unstable Concoction. Doesn't get the damage because the Decrepify, but Tim's just chased away. Can't heal Carlo.
You can Solar Crest these heroes in as well. somebody's just dead. Like,
Yeah,
what is the
Carlo just can't even get off a spell there.
Look at the
Stops up
goal.
immediately, and everybody's running in. No, no, Raven TP'd into this one. This could get really bad if Gaimin Gladiators are able to run down all these heroes, but they're going to turn and fight onto the high ground here. The Enchanter's going to be a bit of trouble as he's going to be stuck to death. The army is also going to be dying here. There's a lot of AoE damage going out, but Duraccio is finally able to catch back up here. The unstable concoction landing onto the Kunkka, but he's got a blade mail. Abed doing a good job creating space for the Muerta in the back lines.
He even got next on the way out.
Yeah, might be able to get the kill onto Duraccio. They're going to throw the Doom out on him, and Raven pops the ultimate, guaranteeing it.
That went horribly for Game. Maybe just too deep. They couldn't run into the calling.
Yeah.
Like, Raven really messed them up there on that hill. They just didn't want to commit. Celery's just stuck in no man's land.
Whoa, 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 these items. Pick them up. Jesus.
Well, I guess the fight's not over. Golem still had unfinished business.
He got him after the Rolling Thunder on that X. Great timing by Abed. Wow.
To run into, like, the Doom that's still waiting. I thought that was going to be a lot better just because of this Helm of the Overlord, but didn't translate to that much damage, I guess.
Back in real time where?
Okay.
Quinn is caught again. Simpson straight to Mjolnir.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Got him on the
Making
X
another
pull
go.
back there, allowing the boat to be able to land, and the hook shot lands to follow it up. Good combination. Once again, put together by Blacklist. Win.
Instant spawn for Blacklist bottom.
There's a big wave pushing in top as well. So Blacklist
Yeah, they're losing on the map, but it is the important fight.
pushing Carlo over the side here. He wants to control this high ground area if he can, using the cogs to do it as best he can, but Blacklist are really not seeing an opportunity to jump out here. They're just going to forfeit the clockwork. He's going to buy back potentially, and they're going to need it too because Quinn is rolling through and they found the Muerta. Chaining up the stuns and getting a free bowling ball, just striking through all these heroes. But at the same time, the Muerta did manage to get off the ultimate and output a little bit of damage. Not enough to get a serious kill out of this. In fact, Celery somehow is still alive with his nature's tendency. He'll finish off the Muerta by himself. Blacklist put themselves backs against the wall. Okay, pull back into Pango, managed to get the Doom, but immediate response. They got the Soul Bind on it too, and that puts the Doom in a nasty position while the Clockwork is getting ripped apart by Duraccio. Forced down, trying to get Gabby out of here. Not good enough. Blacklist.
Probably going to hook him here.
Got him back in. Okay, Raven gonna pop the ultimate. There's the hook shot to make sure that the Lycan, who got a force staff, okay, caught a random core. It does manage to die.
The RNG.
A little lucky there, but just what Blacklist needed. A tidal wave trying to push in Duraccio even further. They're going to catch him, try and burn away that Aegis. Duraccio's trying to limp away, but he won't get out. He's going to be stuck here, and he's going to be coming back into a Cogs, pushing him into Raven with all that damage. He's going to BKB, TP out, but the Doom doesn't stop him.
Yeah, that was ambitious. Might kill him in the fountain. It's going to be close. I think he'll live, but I mean, not versus smokes and breaking him, right? I think that's the weakness of it.
Oh, he managed to get caught on it too, but can them where to capitalize on this one? A little bit too far away, but they do manage to get the BKB already out. Rolling Thunder, not really doing too much either.
Yeah, they're kiting it out.
Blacklist have kited this out pretty nicely, and Gaimin Gladiators is stuck in kind of an awkward position here. Yeah, they do manage to get him. They're going to control him up a little bit longer. The Torrent Storm's going up, get a force down up to the high ground, and a shot is not enough.
And now Duraccio back in. That Doom has War.
Oh, he got a great stun. Raven, though, still on his ultimate. Now they're stuck inside the cogs. Quinn has the roll-up, though, and Duraccio was able to fight his way out of the cogs on the low ground, not able to chase after
Raven, your clock ticking to midnight, my friend. BKB.
Duraccio running after him. Isn't able to get the stun onto him. Raven, he's going to have to fight for his life up against this Pango, and it looks like the damage is there just from the right clicks by the Pango by itself.
Another corridor fight that does not end well for the Muerta as Blacklist cut their losses and just bail. Once more it's Abed, preserving his 0 deaths in this game, but at what cost?
Also, the general HP regen of their team,
very high.
Like Duraccio
yes.
went out of that fight. Like the reason he did 6,000 damage on Muerta without a single kill was because he would bring him down to like half.
A little quick kickoff for Blacklist and 5-man smoke. Maybe not
so quick. Celery staying alive for a decent amount of time while Quinn rolls around, and once again, BKB is used up by Raven, and now they're going to be caught in a bad situation with Duraccio coming in. They're trying to get the heals out. They have the Decrepify lasting a little bit longer with that ultimate, but Raven can't do the damage, man. These heroes are too tanky.
Too much regen. All these heroes have like baseline 30 HP regen because this Lycan is just buffing everything up. And
level 18, like this window is a big upgrade for Muerta, right? Because you get level 3 ultimate and you get the level 20.
Yep. So he gets 150 bonus damage. He has an extra second duration. He has Mindbreaker now as well.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, he has that level 15 talent. Like, there's a lot of little things going into bumping up this hero's damage, and you need it all right now because your base is just dying. You got no glyph. Anybody home? The wolf's at your door.
Okay, they're gonna get hit by the Rolling Thunder. And they're not gonna be able to stop Duraccio right away to prep fight for a little bit of period of time. Duracio's committed. He's like, okay, you can win that fight if you want, but the Megas have already been taken. Now Blacklist Rivalry have to like wipe this Gaimin Gladiators team, and it's going to be all up to Raven right here in the middle of all these heroes with his ultimate pop, but the damage is just not enough. Not even close. No chance in hell.
Hobbit will not survive.
Gets another swipe in there from the Lycan for 800 damage.
Can only TP out so many times. And yeah, the base is just gone. I mean, Gabby's sitting in the back like, who am I jumping here? Well, you're jumping to another series because this one's over.
Gaimin Gladiators closed it out with the 2-0. They managed to come back in that game 1 against Blacklist Rivalry, and we talked about it. We felt like this game was a harder one.
Yeah, I think this draft is
Blacklist.
Draft's puppy.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better true 5 position in the. This guy's GOAT. This
True.
guy's
There's a reason he's
longest
picking
running
Venom.
player to be able to make it to TI.
Yeah.
Was it like, you know, a team NP, like somebody didn't know with Jackie?
That team had a lot of problems. I don't know if I'd say Shell was the biggest problem.
Was it one of those Quincy crews? I mean, you guys brought in some players that maybe didn't fit in with the structure that you had.
Nobody cares about which one of my terrible. They care about these teams, and that is a first blood.
Okay, I do agree with that, but I think one thing about Jakiro that you should do is just be spamming out Mangos. I think this is a hero that you have to win your lane.
Look, he can. If he had taken Liquid Fire, he would have been playing way far.
Situation where he was, you know, they were playing a team fight.
But in a lane like this, where you have Spectre, are you really aggressively going on Tide Shadow Demon?
Oh my god, the Centaur stun.
Well, he could have Liquid Fired him and saved all the mana. What did the attack speed, move speed soul do?
Well, listen, the mana is not a problem because Carlo might just be dying twice here. He's getting free refills all over the place.
This is not good. Like, this is genuinely not good for the lane. Doesn't feel that great either, just staring at Crystallis up here, and he'll bring Puppy back and he'll heal you up.
And Puppy probably doesn't give a damn if he dies.
Crystallis is going
so much damage back into them. Crystal is hitting all 3 of them, but now the Spectre is level 6, and Crystal has made an error here, perhaps. Nice deny. Does have his ultimate. He's going to turn back around, see if he can kill something with it. Damage a bit lacking, and as soon as that ult wears out, we'll die.
Oh, weird. I mean, where mid one just doesn't have a TP. That's a fight where the Primal comes in with the DD he had earlier. He cleans house.
Oh, and he missed. The Zeus is very scary to fight into now. Even these tanky heroes like Tide and Primal Beast got to be careful with the phylactery damage that comes in. They all in on this shield room, bring in the off lane, the entire off lane over to the table. Wrap up, and the hammer's going to land on 2. Very nice. Mid-one can follow that up, being able to grab the Zeus. Pound him down, not quite enough damage though, and Ahmed turning it around. Kristen's going to join in on this fight though. The carry coming in to complete this fight to the favor of Team Secret in the end. Now look at this big rotation coming in top lane. Puppy is scouting out for Crystallis here. He's like, don't worry, you're all clear, but the truth is they're all behind him. He's just going to turn and fight. Here's going to hit him. He does manage to get off his ultimate, though he's feared at the same time, so it's not that great. The plague does slow down everybody, but ultimately, Crystallis has no chance of high execution. It doesn't have the best cast range to make that happen easily. Good Ravage trying to cover Yamage here. Yamage still going to be in some trouble, but so is that Spectre. The Centaur stun will help out. Raven is going to retreat through the macro pyre, and Secret are low to be able to walk through that one. Abed given a little bit.
Damn it, you don't have good answers to him until the pipe is out on the Tide or you jump him with your bruisers.
Trying to jump onto mid-one a second time here.
Yeah, but you can't because you got Noxious Gale because you gave Puppy his hero.
I don't think anybody's saying you gave them that answer right now, but
Capes, all this stuff, right?
Raven got him on the anchor, and now he's perched up as well, just to make sure he's going.
Raven's life just got that much harder. I mean, if you're Blacklist, you got to go for some some aggressive play. I don't think you can play these fights just letting Secret go into you anymore. You have to jump them. You have to find them, jump them, create
You have to
numbers
catch them in the
advantage.
pit is what you got to do.
Yeah, that would help get some like
Somehow,
three-man crush.
yeah, get the Smart Art to steal the Aegis.
Puppy's gonna try and break here.
And he's going to be maybe doing so successfully. Sort of
like
on the side
deep
here, that ward. I'm not sure if it actually
Good
sees the Slardart here. If you got the
have
timing,
to go pit.
I mean, it would just have to be a
Oh, Gabby.
miracle from Gabby. And he doesn't jump in time. Now
fight.
Team Secret
Weird.
can turn their attention to catching whatever heroes they can find outside of Blacklist. It's going to be 2 supports.
Radiant's top tower is under
And Gabby.
You're right. I agree. Like a lot of these Blacklist lineups have had really good kill threat and pickoff, and they find those, but what does it translate into, right? And maybe this game it was supposed to translate into Slardar giving them Roshan, but a Slardar game is impossible. How do you ever get there? And again, there's Cleanse, there's Lotus Orb. You know, nice jump.
Back into it again. This time Gabby's going to jump with the Bedlam on him. Stalis, half health, and can keep on hitting the buildings. Gabby may have that puddle, but if they just ignore him and hit the buildings instead, that 15 armor won't do crap. So that's going to be Megas and Blacklist. They're going to have to decide now if they want to play for a 70-minute comeback.
I don't know if they're gonna get given that option.
Maybe. This one's pushing real close to that fountain.
No, Hobbit's done.
Okay, Hobbit's gone.
This just feels like an out trap. I don't know. Like, you first pick Slardar, the Slardar got mega countered, and then you have Spectre Zeus. But the Spectre Zeus have nobody to set anything up for them. There's no lane shove coming out from your other 3 heroes. They're just like random skirmish spellcasters. Your only initiation in this game is the Slardar, who has the worst game I've ever seen of any Slardar in the world.
To these teams, because Team Secret has a chance to leapfrog over Blacklist in the rankings, knock them down into the bottom 2, and keep themselves in the tournament and into the playoffs.
You know, I feel like I'm so used to NA Dota that we've seen this hero just carry games hard. You like throw this Doom in there. The Doom's the wild card for me, because I have not seen this hero perform too well. I think it's a great anti-carry hero. Like, it's going to shut the Morphling down if you can ever land that. But we did see Blacklist struggle with it earlier, because it just feels slow, right?
I can safely say I've never seen First Blood happen in this part of the
Yeah,
map.
that's a weird one. Wins lane because he has 92 base. You throw some extra Luna Aura on top of that in the later points. It's playing nasty, but hey, 3v2, it's unfair.
Yeah, exactly. It's the onslaught to be able to get to the rune. That rotation's again coming through. Tim's going to be a bit late to the party, so a 2 versus 3 is going to keep commencing here. As blast after blast is not slowing down Secret. They want to be able to hunt down the rest of these heroes. Tims does have a Lotus, though, and he can turn back around against these heroes with the Nether Ward trying to protect him. Tims, he'll tick out. The burn from the Panda was too much, and Carlo, the smart little wrinkle in that game plan.
dire structures.
Again, here comes that Furion. And this time around, Tims isn't going to be able to even TP in, so it is a guaranteed bad fight. Try and counteract what the Primal Beast is doing.
Hobbit got a haste, so maybe that'll make it happen.
Yeah, maybe.
TP top.
TP coming in. Boom, not quite level 6. The Furion is going to TP in and help finish off Raven. So even though they have this great setup from Abed, they
all
may
3.
not have any damage to really do
Yeah,
much
this
more
is-
than kill Yamich. Being
Up in
yeah.
5.
Up in 5, okay.
This is a pretty good move. Again,
Yeah, skewer him into it, or just RP him. It's a freebie season so far.
I mean, it's definitely getting better, right? Like, that's all you really want. If you're investing in a player and you're willing to play them long term, you just want to see the improvement.
Well, that's a pickoff. He may be punished for it, though. Boom's gonna come on over here. Doesn't have his ultimate, but they are gonna be able to stop the Raven TP away. And frankly, they don't need the ultimate with Boom rocking the kind of damage he has right now.
And this would be a 4th death for the Luna. Minutes.
And it's pretty much guaranteed at this point. Smoke breaks, they know he's somewhere in here. Yeah, and the TP is not even worth completing.
Yeah, that. There's no helping this man.
Stopping a 5-man secret that is all very
And look at this
far.
ward mid. This is a great ward for Secret, but
Oh,
too
got the
fast.
blink first. RP and Doom both being used on the Brewmaster, who is a massive threat now. He does have his twin form, so he's a little bit difficult to bring down, but Raven is here to collect, and they'll be able to get Gaimin there as well. So Secret finally get
Abed top again.
skewers through. Rodbato's gonna catch him. Oh, okay, that shockwave helps delay the initiation from mid one, but they'll catch him eventually.
Well, the skewer, but it isn't very strong. If you get stuck in a bad RP fight,
Are scanning.
Blacklist get to clean up.
Yeah, as long as it's not multiple heroes. If they lose like one core to an RP, I think it's kind of okay. They're gonna run into mid one here. They do manage to get the RP onto two with
That's
the
a
Eclipse
beauty.
brought in. They'll quickly clean up these two heroes. Can they get more? Yeah, with the Doom onto the Brewmaster, that'll be a third hero down. So, interesting opportunity with Furon giving him the vision. Now, they've already picked up the Aegis, but there are some low health heroes, so they can surely clean some of this up. As Raven maybe losing his Aegis right away, trying to get away thanks to Decryptor find the heals. Tims will help him out. And swap back in, still in trouble, trying to use the movement speed with Mask Madness, but the Magic Missile cuts him down, and he's going to come back in and probably just die in that time.
What a great read from Puppy here. He did so much damage in the pit with like Curse of the Old Growth off the Sprout in the pit, Atos. Damage reduction, not insignificant. As,
Missed out on that skewer, a little bit awkward there with the terrain. And as a result, Tims and maybe even Carlo are going to be in trouble. Raven's going to be the one who's going to be chased down by Crystallis. They're going to swap back on Abed as well. Yeah, they finish up the Luna. Now Abed is making a run from it from the base. He's trying to skewer the exact opposite direction, but he's going to be caught no matter where he skewers.
you hope you have enough damage. There's no split still for 80, so if you can get the fight now, he was just walking in.
Tempted, BKB goes off for mid one, and Abed going to be caught. Killed before anything else can go out. Carlos said as well, they managed to grab the Luna, so no physical damage coming out from her. In fact, she's going to make a run for it. Rodbato's Manta managed to dodge some of that. The BKB is only going to last so long. Well, meanwhile, it looks like the Morphling is going to die to the Doom, but Boom is still going for it. Hurricane, again, a missed skewer, just really not working out. He died to the Radiance tick.
Team, stop the Panda, please.
All of these heroes, but could not stop Boom from running down their carry.
Still, I think this is going to be a salvaged.
They're going to have to go through this base and these buildings the hard way.
All right, Shiva's done for Gabby. I mean,
there's the skewer back. No
That's the good
swap
one.
just yet. They got it for free.
Look at the clump.
Immediate RP. Put to use on a mid one. They're clumped up as well. They're going to be able to come back from Crystallis. Gabby trying to chase after him, but I think at all these other heroes that really letting the Morphling get away is not a problem at all.
They are just building the HP on these heroes. Another high ground ward for Blacklist, and another great Doom.
Again, swap back out though, but Ahmed is there on the other side. Grab by mid one before he can get off a good RP. Still has a chance though. Managed to skewer them together. Now hits that RP. Crystallis is here on the side though, and he's challenging this Luna. Raven's going to be in some trouble when mid one is still running rampant through many of these heroes. Raven's on the run. Gabby has to run out from mid one, and with this BKB is going to trample down this Doom. They clean up Tims as well. That fight did not go the way that Blacklist hoped on the start of it. 31-16, 27,000 net worth lead for Team Secret. They are just about to put themselves over Blacklist in the rankings for this group stage, and perhaps secure themselves a spot in the playoffs depending on their series tomorrow.
And these Pandas are just doing the work.
Yeah, Raven's already at half health. The Overgrowth goes out, but they have plenty of things to be able to deal with. The BKB's Mantas all going out. A Doom being put onto the Primal Beast, probably the last hero you wanted to Doom in this situation. Gabby will walk away in shame, and their drone is going to be exposed here. Skewer back, grouping up some heroes, but again, without their carry, there's not a whole lot of damage, even if they did hit a 5-man RP.
Yeah, it's just it's probably an impossible fight, but even so, like Raven bought out for Daedalus, just dies without getting anything off. Rough day for Blacklist, man. After a very strong day one, they can't find a single win on game two. In a variety of drafts, a variety of play styles, just nothing really working for them. And Secret continue to show that, like, okay, they've had some rough games.
There you go. There's still room for improvement right now, but I want to see what kind of opening we have with our very rare casting duo, Owen and Cimberan.
Hey, thank you very much.
Whoa!
Phil. Hello.
How often do you get to cast with someone?
He throws out a tip as well. I think maybe nothing to say. He's also a bit surprised that he got away with that one.
These two kills would have
Meanwhile,
been...
back on the top lane, we will catch the kill here with Monet.
That's what's really interesting about seeing these matchups sometimes. I'm not going to take the result of this and be like, okay, this is the conclusion of how this matchup goes in general. But
It's going to be another kill here for Liquid as the two of them get aggressive under the tower.
yeah, so that's going to help a great deal for Nisha in start of not getting caught off by the mag.
Trying to make a bit of a go here with the skeletons. Monet's going to turn over towards Boxy. They'll actually be the ones to get the kill first here, G2IG.
Saberlight dice here. It's
Zone off the power rune. But nothing to say yet, just walks straight into it and gets away with it.
yeah, I think, okay, RP.
Stun setup there, but the silence does come in time from Baboko, breaking the combo a little bit, and that will give the chance for Nothing to Say to pop the RP and get away from Nisha. Boxy will end up going down to the shockwave. I mean,
Very good stuff there from both sides, really. 1A in trouble.
Rotation from Insania. Slowing down that extra bit. And Saberlight will have the stun at the ready. Comes in over towards Monet. Another stun to follow up from Boxy.
Looking definitely solid for them to get ahead early on like this, but we've seen many a game how a late game Magnus and Spectre can really get stuff done.
They get the setup. They've got the burst from the Laguna. The follow up with the Dragon Slave. It's enough to take Nothing to Say down. This
absurd. And in this game, sure, you're behind by about 1,000 to the morph, but having these extra tools, the Blade Mail to farm jungle as well as Empower, could maybe narrow that gap a little bit.
They're going to go for Saberlight, but he does have backup. The stuns are going to come in onto the two of them as well. Laguna Blade to take out Nothing to Say. Wavefall forward from Mickey.
They recognize that this is probably one of the most dangerous parts of the game.
Try an attempt there with the open RP, but Boxy was waiting, turns with a finger. They do follow up with the Doom, so the kill will come off successfully. The stuns out onto the four of them. They go charging forward to take down X over Nothing to Say, and Saberlight, they've got to run from him. They'll be able to push him back here with a shot.
Keeping it very defensive here. He's kind of anticipating that Treant will want to kill it, getting a bit paranoid.
Boca, very nice reaction there with the silence immediately onto Saberlight, meaning that they have the chance to turn things around to take out Insania. And by the looks of it, they're going to be able to get Saberlight the twice here. He got any way out of this one. He's completely surrounded by the four of them. He'll try and turn and bring someone down with him. Will get X-Nova with that final crit. So
it's that 1,500 away from his. Magnus is about 1,000 away from his. So they would probably get it about the same time.
So they get the catch now.
But they'd rather get the opportunity.
And there's the jump.
Oh, nice reaction from Boxy.
Immediate Hex in return over towards the Magnus, but it will not save Nisha. Nisha taken out. Boxy also to be chased down by Monet and JT as G2IG. Then they both decide, all right, I guess we're going to go on each other. And unfortunately for Nothing to Say, you're not quite catching.
Oh, this is a big moment.
Monet. I mean, this was a quick move from Liquid. Do they have the damage? Laguna, Blade, and the finger. They certainly do. Boxy.
I don't know.
I guess just really feeling that they have an edge if they can survive through the one-mo combo, the initiation from IG.
The Axe is definitely good. I'm not going to say it isn't.
No,
I'm just wondering if the refresher is going a little bit too much overboard here, and there was more value in just getting some real hardcore hitting damage.
They can take Saberlight out. A little separated from the rest of the team. Liquid, they are closing in to back up. Won't even be able to take him down the onces. Saberlight coming in with a crit, the lifesteal will survive. Boxy's in with a jump over towards the Phoenix, catches X-Nova, but it's not enough burst. Monet going straight for the backlines as they look to chase down Nisha. Nothing to Say, popping the BKB in an effort to chase this Lina down even further. Monet finishes him off. They brought down Nisha. If they can get anything more, they take out Insania. They're looking over towards Mickey now. JT and Monet continue to chase Mickey away from the action. Tries for a TP, but JT jumps in, gets the cancel onto the TP. They'll be able to take down Mickey. Triple kill for Monet. That is exactly what G2IG were looking for, and I think exactly what Liquid were rather fearful of happening.
Then what, right? Lina gets doomed there. They do a great counter Lincoln play to just get that doom out with this. With JT, and Liquid already, as their Lina dies. All right, well, we're gonna.
I mean, the fact that that's there, they know that Saberlight's nearby. Then they're gonna have the RP. Yep. One of those situations where the Aghanims actually caused a bit of an issue there for Saberlight potentially, as he gave away his position. He will still be able to blink out to the side. But JT is in on the high ground. I mean, can they die for this? There's still 3 dead on Liquid, so there's not a lot to hold back G2IG. They get in onto the high ground. Saberlight's going to be taken out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As starting to really crumble here, Liquid.
Yeah.
Throw every single thing possible at one of these cores. Now, JT and Monet in particular, of course. These two gearing up to a point now where they feel borderline unkillable unless they get caught in a really compromised position. We'll see Saberlight try for the opening onto Monet, but he immediately turns. That's him going down the once instantly. And do they really want to still try and force something here, Liquid? I don't know. They're holding the high ground. Maybe see if G2IG step up into it. He's going to be able to find it. Taking a 3-man RP, coming in from nothing to say. Liquid really in absolute shambles here, as they will see who they can bring down with them. They get Baboka, but that's going to be it for them as they lose 4 heroes in this team fight. It's got to be frustrating now for Liquid. These last few moments, it has seemed impossible for them to do anything against G2IG and anything against JT.
Cost them here. They're going to lose at least 2 towers. Actually, JT just going. He's just going for it.
Look at him go.
Ogre Seal Totem.
They've got the buyback. They've got to punish this. They pop the overgrowth. They will manage to finally put an end to sort of JT's reign as he just toys with them in this game. With this, just the kill, it's still enough for G2IG to push up to the high ground. See what Liquid's response is going to be. The opening stuns was Monet.
Okay, decent damage.
It's not quite enough though. Stick around, be able to finish that one off. JT will put the BKB. It's like this time round wasn't able to get the catch onto Mickey. Mickey able to respond quickly enough. It's coming in from Xnova, topping Monet back up. Of course, he's still got the safety of the Aegis to rely on. They get the Steward back on Saberlight. They'll get a little bit more time with this. We'll manage to find the Reincarnate coming back online. JT tempts for the jump in from Nisha, but this time the Linkers will keep Nisha safe. Monet, he'll jump over with the Shadow Stab. He's going in pretty deep for this one, Monet, but he's happy to burn through the Aegis. It's just the Aegis gone. He's going to be round for round 2. See if he can get out of this with 5 low blow straight there, but the RP comes in and it catches Mickey incredibly low on the morph. Saberlight dragged back as he'll try and trade with Xnova, but the dive away's there. Xnova will dodge the right click flying through, but of course the damage was done. They lose Mickey, they lose Saberlight. They have got buybacks available.
Not giving
nothing to say. He's just going straight for them. Forces the BKB reaction from Nisha. They do catch him with the stun, the finger of the Laguna. It's not enough. Nothing to say will survive. Monet jumps in on towards Boxy.
That's a dieback.
He's out for 80. Anticipate Liquid going for them out on the map.
I think you either try to set up the really perfect raking bait, or you're not this at least. That's not how you.
They're going to try and make something happen with it. They get the stun over towards the Doom, over towards JT. He's forced to the side. He's able to put the BKB as JT will successfully disengage. Mickey jumps forward over towards nothing to say. They will get the Magnus kill, but the Doom's back up. Drop down onto Mickey. He's got to back away. He's just going to full commit for the fight. He knows there's going to be Baboka's onto the high ground, ready to deal with the supports as he takes out Boxy. Boxy will turn with the Hex. Nisha hiding in the trees, trying to keep his distance. He throws out another light strike array on towards Baboka. Rushing back as well, Saberlight with the Hurricane Pipe to keep his distance, but Baboka will go down. That was the gem dropped as well, so something to be found there from Liquid. They do use the buyback from Mickey.
They need to be careful. They're still RP.
But they might be able to have a chance of getting money. They've got the break hit coming in from Mickey. Waveforms forward, jump forward, nothing to say. He's in with a 2-man RP reaction, and they go straight back in on top of them. Monet and Xnova with the cleanup. Nisha trying his best to continue to keep his distance against these heroes, and it is almost working. It's enough. Nisha will take out nothing to say. It's a dieback coming into play for both teams' big cause. Nothing to stay out for 2 minutes.
Salvage that situation. To me, that was just game over when the RP
He's considering going in on his own. Gonna try with a jump in, but he gets caught by the light strike array. Backup coming in from Monet. They're in on top of Nisha. Is there any way to get Nisha out of this? They try with the overgrowth, but the BKBs are up. They finish Nisha off. He's out for 2 minutes. Into the trees. JT starts to play around with Insania and Boxy. Managed to hold back Monet for now with the stuns. Still so much time about that cause. Insania just trapped here against the slow, painful death from the scorched earth for JT. Boxy trying his best to drain them, will manage to get back into the fountain, but they're ready to die. JT drops the Doom down, puts a stop to that fountain region, and with that, a stop to Boxy's life as Boxy was full. Now G2IG just playing with their food now, up in the fountain. They're set to take at least a second set of racks and maybe even catch Saberlight as Monet will get the vision of him stepping out on the top lane.
Jeez.
Nisha waiting with the buyback. Now open up onto Monet. The opening stun. There's the box that you say coming over. They've got the fortification. Want to keep the creep safe. There's the RP on towards Mickey. They force Mickey to the side, but Mickey will not survive. Taken out. Boxy to fall. This is going to be game over, surely. It's only Insania and Nisha left alive, trying with the defense here. But G2IG, they're onto the Ancient. Very little left that Liquid could throw at G2IG to slow them down now. As this game, Nisha, one more stun to throw out with the Supernovas. They might actually be able to get the Supernova. They do. But It's only him left, Nisha. Nothing has stopped G2IG from claiming this game one. As G2IG, honestly, I think probably one of the best performances we've had from them so far this tournament. Some really, really nice moves.
Grows cold. Look who's first. Zap. Myself. Fuck me.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Shadow wave. Generator.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Shadow wave. My one ride.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bleeding back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Tower is under attack. middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is falling.
I'll be back for you.
Turn to battle. Turn to battle. 5 seconds remaining. LGD Gaming. Turn Liquid's turn to pick.
We got Druid and Wraith being removed. We got
It feels like every patch gets to a point where you can't really ban out everything, and I feel like we've established this pool of 15 heroes in the first phase that have been coming out, and it just changes team to team. There's always going to be something let through, right? For example, the Spirit Breaker that a lot of teams opt to ban in the first phase is here. Brewmaster, which gets banned versus a variety of Chinese teams, is also here. It just depends on who you're playing against.
Yeah, and or like Magnus, whatever, you know, all these heroes are still in. I would say this time around, second phase, Spirit Breaker looks pretty goated for both teams, as both Weaver and Nature's Prophet hate to play against the Cowman. But overall, if we look at the picks, I think both teams very happy with what they got. Falcons, when Crit plays Weaver, their offlane dual lane has owned every single time. I think both Crit and Amar are exceptional laners. When you have a good lane, you have the freedom, Crit goes around. He is no stranger to being everywhere on the map.
And you also can't forget the Weaver flex to carry, because Skeeter in his hands, it's also been very explosive. There was this one game where he just got a double rampage or something towards the very end. So this hero has been very successful in the hands of Falcons.
Yeah, and I think overall, like Weaver, or like when we go back to their carry, Skeeter, I think we've said it once or twice before, but I think Skeeter works really well, and I love him as a carry player because I think he's very adaptable. He will go in first, he'll play the heroes he needs to do so that his mid or his offlaner can take over in the game. So I think the flex is something very important that Tundra need to be aware of in this game.
Now the question is, do they address this Nature's Prophet with the typical counters in Spirit Breaker or Spectre? Because we did see a Nature's Prophet let through earlier, but the Spirit Breaker and the Spectre were both ignored.
And the other thing is also that Tundra get to pick out of phase, and I feel like Falcons need to be, like, they can't just bank on the fact that, okay, we're gonna pick Breaker, because honestly, Tundra could take it on their own too.
They very well could. Do the two bans of the Templar, Assassin, Beastmaster tell us anything in particular, or are those just the bans you want to do against? Well, Beastmaster you already mentioned would be a good one for Kasane, and Templar, Assassin for Brow also removed. It's just targeted bans.
I mean, the TA maybe, but I think it's more like, I think TA is very good on second pick because there's a flex. I think that you have already mentioned it a few times, Mirror, and I think TA is overall just a... I'm surprised we haven't seen it more often. But maybe she gets banned a lot in exactly the slot.
We saw it a lot in certain teams like Blacklist, but unfortunately no longer with us.
RIP.
Sad. Yeah, but another approach to this Nature's Prophet could be the Treant that they're eyeballing. That does look pretty good. Sets up on the Nature's Prophet nicely, doesn't really care too much about this route. Scouts through the trees, that could be something that Tundra are looking at. It also gives them the ranged plus melee support duo.
Tundra Esports turn.
They ban out the Viper.
See, it's
Yeah,
spreading.
yeah. You only have to see it once.
It's
like,
spreading.
wait a second.
I mean, I guess he has played it once.
It was played by Falcons. Amar
Yeah.
did play it on the offlane. So these are just, you know, targeted hero bans. So Tundra could take the Treant for themselves or the Spirit Breaker for themselves, or they could just give it away to Falcons.
I mean, I guess they haven't really
5
played
seconds
Breaker, but I mean, at this point, you better be playing Spirit Breaker.
Surely all the teams here in Kuala Lumpur know how to play Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, also, I don't want to
You kinda
discredit
give it-
anyone, but it's, you know, not the hardest hero to play overall. But they'll go with the Kunkka. I do think it's a great hero. I would say perhaps slightly underpicked for my liking. You can flex it mid, offlane. I've seen some crazy people play it as support. Might be possible, but either way, just an incredible team fighter.
Yeah, and X is a really good tool at catching the Weaver. Because he, you know, he runs away with max move speed, and it's such a nuisance to catch him. But X is one of those spells that's always going to be forcing fights and catching these sneaky, pesky heroes in the back.
Team pick. Tundra Esports.
Pango with the Grimstroke, which is the most picked hero still of the event. In the previous series, we saw it first phase banned, but because there's so many tailored bans in this series so far, yeah, made it all the way through. Most banned, most picked.
Perhaps a little interesting to see the Pango this early on, but apparently from what I've seen, like Pango does better in lanes than I thought. I already saw this lane the other day, and I think Quinn kind of went even. I thought it was a Kunkka favorite lane before, but pairing it with the Grim, I think Falcons are pretty happy.
Yeah, I still think it's a slightly Kunkka favored lane.
Yeah,
If this Kunkka is being played on the mid lane, I mean, there's always a chance to go for a surprise Lina or maybe a surprise Necro and just put the Kunkka on the off lane. But overall, when you have it with Inkswell, Inkswell just makes every rolling hero or initiating hero that much better.
Okay, so I think the Centaur very likely just going to be a support with the Natures, which I personally am a big fan of. I think it's very good, very underutilized. The laning is incredible. The Necro, for now, I'm a little so-so on it, but
5 seconds.
I was the same in the last series, and then XM just went 10-0. Because, yeah, I think Grimstroke can be quite annoying for a hero like Necro. The silence is annoying, Inkswell overall, like having the shards run around, so I want to see it all come together with Tundra's last pick later.
Would you rather have Kunkka or Necro mid if that's a Pango mid?
Most likely Necro. I think Necro also, when you put him in the offlane, he becomes a lot more volatile to having his game ruined within the first 10 minutes.
It does feel a little bit too early, though, because we did underestimate it in the last game, but that was an overall last pick versus a race game.
Yeah, I'm perhaps a little surprised. I don't want to overanalyze it, but I think one of the strengths of having your Kunkka on that slot is the reason that you can still flex it until the very end. I think now that you show the Necro, it means that Falcons have a little bit of an easier time on their 18 pick by now, of course, picking the Lifestealer, which is very good. You see the Kunkka matchup. Of course, you have the Rage. You don't care about a Centaur either. So I would say Falcons are very happy, and Lifestealer loves drafts where people are already going in for him. You can infest in the role. You have Weaver giving you vision, Inkswell. I think they're pretty happy with this 18 pick.
Yeah, and as the game progresses, Lifestealer is pretty happy to pick up that Nullifier, which is going to be a great tool versus Necro. And once he gets those Infest Bombs going on either Pango or Weaver, you're just going to hunt this pesky little Nature's Prophet who's going to be up to no good, right? Trying to split push these lanes.
Yeah, because, as you Lifestealer does not mind building Nullifier at all. There's even a lot of like this Radiance build going on. You can split it around. So yeah, I think Tundra's last pick has a little bit of work cut out for him.
So you are both okay with the fact that, you know, when the Nature's Prophet came out, we talked about a couple of counters and none of them are Team Falcons, but you feel like it's been addressed enough regardless?
Potentially. Actually, I do have to bring up Sorry Sheaves, but I remember, I think Tundra did flex the Kunkka to carry once.
They did.
Tomato did play it carry, and it looked pretty good, which means that they could still be open to putting the Centaur on the offlane potentially.
5 seconds.
That is something that we haven't mentioned, but it's been done before by them.
It was a bit more specific to Enigma in the game, but I completely forgot. So that is a very valid point with them being second pick. They can still decide. So there are more options than I gave them credit for.
Good to keep in mind for sure.
I mean, Falcons will need an Amar hero. Very likely just a potential team fighter. You have Weaver in your lane, so I would say that frees up quite a bit. Weaver, one of the strongest fours when it comes to laning. Well, a traditionally very good lane with Weaver would be something like a Tide. I know there's some counter picks in the game with like Necro, but you can build a pipe, you have people who go in for you. I think it would still, you know, there are some counters, but it helps your team tremendously if you were to go for that hero.
I forgot what bans look like when there's a team playing against Amar. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Tundra is like, okay, we've heard about this guy. Let's ban all his heroes out. Oi.
I actually quite like the sound of the Tide because that's a way to counter the Stampede, right? With his shard. That could be a potential approach.
That's a Brewmaster.
Yeah, that's honest. The fact that Tide Shard works like that, even though the hero's not in the game, I have to talk about. I think it's pretty stupid. It's very strong. But I will move on to the Brew, which is also great hero. Good laning. You have to dispel against Necro. Can lift people up. You build a vessel if you want to, of course, or you just go for the Radiance and scale. So all in all, very similar hero. Good lane, a lot of team fight.
So what's the things that Tundra needs now that there's a Brewmaster there? Because again, they can still swap things about. What would we like to see?
So Falcons cover their bases by banning out the Void, which would have been a good carry, and the Enigma in case they do end up playing this Kunkka Flex. But what they need right now is a hero that can out-damage this Lifestealer as the game goes on, and heroes like that are usually something like Terrorblade, but the issue if you go Terrorblade here is you're just going to get run down by this Pango and this Brewmaster early on.
Yeah, I fully agree with Effie. You need a hero that eventually, like right now, sure, Kunkka and Necro, they're very tanky, but you need to threaten a Lifestealer. He needs to be stopped from just standing his ground and hitting. Which is why I think Kunkka needs, like Kunkka and Necro need to be mid and offlane for now. Maybe it's not the easiest Lunar game, but I think you need a hero that at 20 minutes plus, you pop all your stuff, there's a Stampede, there's a Water Park, kill the split, or just man up. Like that's the type of hero I'm looking for. TA is out.
Juggernaut.
Well, this one I would not have predicted.
No, this is this actually at the moment is not the greatest hero in the meta, as people say.
I don't think it's been picked very often either.
It's not the greatest hero in the meta. It used to be the traditional counter to Lifestealer because you just armor slash him and kill him. He can't really do much versus that. But I don't feel that this Juggernaut is really enabled on this lane. Yeah, you do have this position 5 Centaur who could potentially set up for Blade Fury kills, but I feel like Brewmaster just changes his brew mode, runs away, lives through the Blade Fury, and just resets. Unless you're getting kills over and over with the Juggernaut in the early game, it's usually not worth it playing him.
I like the Jug idea perhaps against this, like against the role. You threaten the Pango a lot, but I fully agree. Like Brewmaster, he can either go wind mode and run away, Earth stance and kind of man up. So I think these early minutes in the laning stage are very important, where Immersion on this Nature's Prophet, I think he has to make stuff happen, or this mid game is very hard for them to straight up team fight.
Yeah, fully agree. If they're not getting a few key kills on this Juggernaut early on to accelerate his net worth, because he's going to need the net worth lead really early on to play this game, and Juggernaut's lane goes badly or goes even in any way, I feel like it's going to be a very difficult game for Tundra.
But they would put the center with the Juggernaut, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't really sound like a kill lane.
I mean,
when the Natures comes, then maybe it does.
But
you can wrap around.
And I guess Kunkka is a type of offlaner that you can leave alone, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's okay. It depends on the first, you know, he's not like some old Enigma where he denies the wave back, but he's okay.
He's gonna live. He might not get a lot out of the lane, but he probably should live.
He better do his job, you know, like you hope it works.
It's all immersion. Like in these games where you really depend on kills on the side lanes to establish your lead, that's when you watch the Nature's Prophet. That's when he has the most impact. He's got to make the kills happen.
All eyes on Immersion. You heard it here first. But before you put your eyes on Immersion, let's put your eyes on our commentary duo, because we got none other than ODPixel and Cinneren joining us.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Yes, looking forward to this one. We've got Tundra up against Team Falcons. Both teams looking pretty hot so far in the group stage. And this series Syndrome, we should be able to find out which of them is going to be able to secure potentially that upper bracket spot. Off the back of these drafts, or sort of standing out at you, and what's looking good, what's looking bad? We're getting some crazy stuff, really. This Juggernaut kind of coming out of nowhere, but as you were saying to me, probably one of the carries that was left in the pool that actually might work here.
Yeah, I was listening to what the panel were saying. I was looking at what heroes traditionally are good against Lifesteal that are even left, and there weren't really that many of them, especially against Brewmaster, right? So I actually kind of like the Juggernaut pick. I think it's out there. It's kind of high risk. The hero is...
Because what are the downsides?
He either does really well or he just kind of falls flat, right?
Well, why is that? Why do so many people not pick Juggernaut?
He falls victim to a couple of things in general. One is being kited in fights, right? Which you could argue some melee carries in general do, but for example, someone like Lifestealer has a strong slow, PA has a jump, PL has a charge. You know, a lot of the melee cores have a way of gap closing. Jugger doesn't really have that.
Sure.
And the other thing is, if you can't reliably Omni Slash the way you want, if it just goes on some random stuff that you don't want to hit, then it's an uncontrollable spell, right? So against a hero like Brewmaster, that can be tricky if you jump on the wrong brew split. Hello, we're still here. That is one of his potential issues, but one of the upsides to Jugger is I think this hero is really strong when he's playing with tanky frontliners, right? And you've got those in spades. You've got Kunkka, Centaur, you've got Necrophos. Healing Ward has incredible value in a game like this, in theory. Then it's about whether you can keep it alive, because you're playing as Support Weaver. This hero has an ability to, you know, get to where the Healing Ward is, kill it, and maybe time-lapse out, which honestly, you don't mind expending your time-lapse for that as a Support Weaver, right? That's okay. Killing Healing Ward is massively impactful for the side of Falcons this game.
What about the next level strat though, Synderen? Healing Ward, and then you sprout it. They can't see it.
Oh, yeah. You could do that.
I mean, you actually could do it. You know, everyone's trying to Quelling Blade to get out of the sprout. No one thinks to get into the sprout to kill the Healing Ward that are hidden in there.
That is true.
You know what I mean? This is some big level stuff. We might see it happen.
Yeah, I've seen some of the builds you do on heroes. I'm not surprised you came up with this idea. It sounds doable, but really weird. That's how you build every hero. Anyway,
actually work. Anyway,
it could work. I want to highlight one more thing about the matchups in this game, because I'm very familiar with this one personally. Kunkka against Lifestealer sucks. It's a really bad lane.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious how Tundra are going to handle that problem. I think the lane matchup of the Kunkka Nature's Prophet against Lifestealer Grimstroke is borderline unwinnable to me. So the question is, what are they going to do about it? Are they going to send the Nature's Prophet to try to help a lot in mid and bottom to try to alleviate pressure there? Or are they actually going to find a way of solving this top lane? I personally think Kasane has the hardest game out of anyone here.
Does it look like a first blood right here? Whitemon able to set up with a hoof stomp onto Snake King. First blood's going to go the way of Tomato.
Rune split is 3 for 1. So 3 of them going the way of Falcons. Generally consider this a roughly even trade, right? You get 200 more gold than the enemy with bounty, but they got the first blood and experience. Actually, fairly even is a bit untrue. This is a win for Tundra, overall. The experience also coming in handy there when you get that first blood experience. It's 100 experience, split it 5 ways here. Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on top for a bit, because I think the first couple of ways for Kunkka are the best ones. When Lifestealer hits level 3, this starts getting really nasty. And his lane partner's Grimstroke. You're going to have to deal with Inkswell as well.
Super strong.
But yeah, right in the beginning, this is fine.
For my glory.
Maybe learn some tips and tricks here from how Kasane handles. But for now, this is going to be fine for them. The mid lane matchup, I would assume, is very Necro favored. Instinctively, you're playing against the melee hero. The way Pango usually fares in lanes is that he can like spam harassed with Swashbuckle, use it to take range creeps, but Necro isn't going to care. He's going to out-heal everything you do. So I would imagine Bryle is just hands down winning this lane. And the bot lane, Jug, Centaur, kind of a weird one. Honestly, this lane, when you look at it, Weaver should be very safe here, of course. But yeah, probably just trading farm bottom is reasonable expectation here.
Oh, for sure. And for Amar, obviously we saw in the draft, you know, many bans being thrown in the way of his position. Do you think he's ended up happy with what he's been allowed to pick this game, the Brew in this situation?
I'll say it this way. It's Amar playing Brew, so he's going to buy Midas, and he's going to go max Fire Form and hit stuff. Because that's how he plays Dota. I was surprised to see him run this. I'm not sure how much he's been running Brew in general. It's not a hero I at all connect with this player. But obviously you're going to have to branch out, right? You can't keep playing the same heroes all the time if they're not strong enough, or the enemy team, like you said, is banning them. So yeah, curious to see his performance here.
And yeah, looking at the Jug build, so it is still the Battle Fury route you go.
I think so, yeah. I think the way Jugger remains relevant, he has to play like a greedy melee core. Even though the hero has this fighting element to it that you can take advantage of with the Healing Ward, you need to cover your bases, because if you don't go Battle Fury, you pigeonhole yourself into like a very narrow timing where if anything goes wrong, you just lose all momentum. I definitely think it's just a gimme here to go Butterfly. It's just sort of
exciting to see, right? Because is there any other carry right now that is going Battle Fury as an item?
Anti-Mage?
That's right, okay, Anti-Mage always buys Battle Fury, but outside of sort of that, it's just not an item that you're really picking a carry to buy, right?
Right.
So it's quite unique.
it might also be one of the reasons that Jugger isn't so popular is exactly that he has to do that, whereas some of the other melee carries can go other items and have a faster impact. I guess another hero that comes to mind that you could compare it with would be Faceless Void, who doesn't go Battle Gear, but rather goes like either Maelstrom build or something like that to keep his farm up. But Jugger just really, he farms a lot faster with Battle Gear than he does with Maelstrom. The hero takes advantage of really good base attack time, so you clear camps really fast. Mana region's very nice on him too.
Going to see the TP over from Snaking towards the mid, trying to help Marine against Brawley. Was beginning to dive in. Brawley's also going to receive backup from Immersion. Swashbuckle from Marine comes across the two of them. With the Mango and then with Shield Crash, they're going to be able to come out on top of this trade. They'll take down Brawl first. Immersion, he'll have to TP out of that one. Good response, Snaking, making sure that Brawl doesn't get away with that. Same time down bottom, an attempt for crit. They'll find it.
Unexpected kill there. But yeah, if you use Shukuchi offensively and then get caught by a stomp, you're definitely going to die. But not a lane I would expect to see a kill in on that particular hero. So well done there with Tundra on the punish, but just as good from Falcons. Getting the mid kill is huge here because, again, this Pango lane against Necro is going to become an absolute travesty for them if they don't help him out. And getting that rotation in from Snaking, in addition to Nature's Prophet rotating unsuccessfully, that's almost makes it a double win, right? Because you freed up the top lane a bit. Asana doing quite well for himself, but I think now is when it's going to start getting difficult. With Lifestealer approaching the phase boots, he's going to constantly run at him and hit him. He's going to get probably 2 points in Ghoul Frenzy and just stick on the Kunkka in the lane.
And sort of to that note, is that necessarily going to mean that Immersion might have to stick around in this lane more so than he really wished to as a Prophet?
See, that's what I was wondering, but I honestly think that the way these first few waves, which is where Kunkka has the best chance in this lane, they have gone so well for Kasana that Immersion might have the luxury of playing up here very little. I still stand by, I think Kasana is going to end up losing the lane eventually, but he's doing so well for himself that this might just be good enough.
In the bottom lane, Crit trying to make the aggressive move again over towards Whitemon. Whitemon desperately trying to get the bugs off him, can't do so in time. Whitemon goes down, Immersion TP's over, both Crit and Amar incredibly low. Crit's going to be fine as he Shikuchi's off into the tree line, and by looks of it, Amar's going to be able to walk out of this one alive as well. So unfortunately there for Tundra, another situation, and for Immersion in particular, trying to make this move with the Prophet, but not quite getting away with getting anything in return.
It's kind of ironic, right, that there's been 4 kills in the game, and we talk about Nature's Prophet being this early lane game dominator, and he seems to be the only one not involved in kills on the side of Tundra so far. So he is showing up to the right plays, and I would argue it's at the right time, but just unfortunately a little bit short both times. Mid lane could be a potential play here. Malrine has hit level 6 and Snaking is thinking about it.
And trying to set up here with the Ink Swell.
Nice reaction from Prowl though.
Backs off just in time, and he himself does have the 2 support backup on the side of Tundra.
Malrine, the haste. Opens up some potential play for the Pango. Actually, immediately going to put it to use here and rush up top. Yeah, Kassan is in big trouble here.
He's going to be able to get the torrent down onto the Weaver, holding back Crypt for now, but indeed with the Rolling Thunder coming in, Marine easily able to find the angle onto the both of them. Comes crashing through twice to take down Kasane and both Immersion. Falcon making quick moves, and Marine, great stuff here with the first power in.
You cannot wish for more impact out of your mid Tango than this 6 in this lane matchup. This is actually a full-on dream beginning for that hero, considering he laned Crow. He will lose half his tower. Of course, nothing comes for free in Dota. It's always a game of trade-offs, but yeah, if I'm Malrine right now, I'm completely stoked with how well this early game has gone. Time for Wisdom Runes. Always keep an eye on that with Nature's Prophet.
And the bottom, you know, Amar knows his limits. He knows he can trade with them, and the two of them aren't going to have any way to sort of stop him going for those TP out plays. See, in terms of Wisdom Runes, Crit was able to take it away from Tundra, and of course Immersion was able to TP over and take Falcons away from them.
Yeah, it was a good attempt there from Kasane to try to hit a Torrent on the Weaver and then get their own Wisdom Rune as well, but the one trade does happen. Would have been huge for Tundra to get both of those, of course, especially as we've already covered Immersion. His levels aren't looking too hot. He just got the Wisdom Rune and gets level 4 at 730. Quite a lot of ground to cover here. Look to the enemy supports. Weaver's almost 5, Grim is 5.5, and your own Centaur only level 4.5, so a decent experience advantage on the supports, and we know those early level 6s can make a pretty big difference.
It's a bit of an awkward move here, really, from Tundra. I think Kasani, they wanted to try and approach mid, see if they could get a setup around the boat, secure Bryle, a scythe kill, but as it is, Falcons, see how set up they are for this. In terms of the 8-minute power rune, it's going to end up being up on the top side, so if for Marine to find Jet, there's 4 heroes surrounding him. It doesn't matter, though. He's able to pop the Rolling Thunder, take out Immersion. And Tundra, can they do anything in return here? Bryle's going to have his eyes on Marine. Marine even thinking about going up to the high ground for Whitemon, but he will hold back. Just once again, that Falcons seeming to be a step ahead of Tundra. Tundra trying to make some sort of move, but it's just not happening for them.
Yeah, this Pango is a really big problem for their lineup if he has a good start, right? They don't have heroes that deal with it. They don't have really good hard lockdown. They don't have any silences. So he's playing with a lot of freedom in the fights. They tried to X-Mark Torrent combo him, but he just got off the Rolling Thunder and didn't care. Yeah, another unsuccessful rotation there from the side of Tundra.
I mean, they're really trying to find something mid. As soon as that sort of comes to an end, they're straight back around this mid tower, looking to see if they can get some sort of catch against Falcons.
And we'll get a ward kill, so some sort of kill. But yeah, not the best here. Really,
they got the 4 heroes here, basically.
Yeah, they're making some big rotations, and of course, the trade-off for this is that your supports end up being under-leveled. So Whitemon just cracked 5, Immersion still just barely level 4. Gonna have to find some sort of an entry into this eventually on both heroes, like Stampede. It's a very important spell in this game. It's gonna come in very late. The Nature's Prophet ult can be the difference maker in these kills for the Necrophos to be able to get the scythe off. You're very far off on that, and as a result, Immersion's just going to start jungling here, right? Farming a big camp, it's going to take a little bit of time, not putting his Erdn to any use right now. And to return to that top lane we covered earlier, Kasane is now losing heavily, and this is what is eventually going to
happen. They try for Amar, they'll get the scythe in, but he's hit the 6.
Oh dear.
He's got the split. And again, unfortunately for Tundra, just not finding the action. Amar even able to sort of throw the Brewlings in, get some damage done, and just scaring off the 4 of them single-handedly. They're even going to have a bit of setup. I mean, they are considering bringing more down here, but no, they'll just hold back from Bryle. Again, it's just more time in which Tundra seemingly unable to make any sort of move against Falcons in this early game.
And the biggest winner in the entirety of this time frame is going to be the Lifestealer, who just is playing completely uncontested. Kunkka can't do anything to him. So Skitter is farming every wave, every big camp, and every small camp constantly. So building a really big net worth advantage over the Jug.
Good sidestep here from Bryle. Should keep him safe enough. Instant TPs. I mean, Tomato's also joining the action now around the mid. They should have the timing here to drag him back. They do. Straight into the torrent, but the swashbuckle's there. Marine, he's going to opt for the TP out, but the Omni Slash will come in clutch to make sure that the damage is done to this time allow them to finally kill that Pangolier. Takes a lot, though.
Yeah, that was a very major rotation, but well worth it. Especially getting the kill on the Jugger is very nice for them. He's starting to... I mean, he's not going to catch up to Lifestealer anytime soon, but at the very least progressing a little bit here. That kill bounty. And the mid tower too. So, you know.
Whitemon.
He went too deep.
He certainly did. Chris just able to turn and take him out. Tomato and Immersion not able to do anything to stop that. Did look like they had some sort of catch and set up onto Crit, but of course once he turns and starts punching into you as a Centaur, you're not a hero that has a lot of armor. You go down pretty quickly, especially when you're on the support Centaur.
Yeah, and Crit as a support Weaver is obviously, he's itemized quite right-click heavy, right?
Yep.
It's 2 Wraithbands and a Blightstone. Now he's going to go for the Solar Crest, so he himself can pose a real threat, especially to enemy supports. Weaver is actually a terrifying matchup for Nature's Prophet to play support versus support.
I mean, for both of the supports, right?
Yeah.
Centaur low armor and Prophet for the reasons you're saying.
Yeah, Centaur at the very least has the Stampede option, right, for himself. And I guess you could argue he could use it for the Prophet as well, but you don't really want to use Stampede to escape a Weaver for either of them, right?
In the river, Marine is going to get put to a stop there. Doesn't initially get the Rolling Thunder off because of the Who Stomp, but it doesn't matter. He'll still find it the second time round. Tomato's in with the Blade Fury. They'll drop the scythe onto Crit. They'll settle for the Weaver kill. If they can get anything more, they're going to continue to try and chase down Snaking.
Did I see that right? Was that a 5-man fight from Tundra minute 12?
I think it was. They have pretty much everyone in the mid. They might get Snaking on top of this. They do. Who Stomp's there, but the Primal splits out from Amar. Get the pull back onto Whitemon. He'll look to try and chase down the Centaur. Bryle turns up with the heels, attempting to keep Whitemon alive, but Amar will still manage to get the kill. See if they can find Amar as the split comes to an end. Tomato trying to get into position. Amar, he's going to be perfectly fine. He's under the tower, holds back Bryle. He'll get the kill, he'll get away. 7-5, 2K lead continues, and Skeeter just having a beautiful PvE time on that top lane. Completely uncontested. It's going to be an extremely quick armlet into Nullify rush this game for this Lifestealer.
Yep. And that poses some serious trouble for the Necrophos, right? Because I think Lifestealer can actually kill you with an Inkswell and nothing else. And you can't really do much about it. I guess a clean Stampede maybe can help Necrophos get out. But a really big part of picking this hero and obviously running it the way Tundra are trying to in this game is being able to play fearless, right? And that is just not going to be the case. Emergent. Get caught out.
And maybe they could get something in return here. Bryle and Tomato heading over to try and chase out the supports of Falcons. The soul point onto the two of them, but Marine's in with the backup. They jump forward with the Omni Slash, but at this point, not an incredible amount of damage coming out from the Jug. Snaking still falling low for the damage of the Blade Fury. Stick charges are there. The stunner holds them back, but the Stampede will be popped to make sure they at least get Snaking. Marine and Crit, on the other hand, though, they'll be perfectly fine.
Oh, this is a really big find here from Skitter. He will get X,
no, but they're going to be able to drag him back with the X. The rage is going to come to an end. Drag back is there. They'll have the boat coming in. Skeeter will toggle the armlet on. I don't think there's any way out of this for him unless he gets some sort of backup, but there's no backup coming. Ooh, wait, what? Is he actually going to live?
He is good for now.
He's going to live. All right.
Oh, boy.
Okay, that's got to hurt.
That's got to hurt.
He turns up, he gets your wisdom, but they've got another X-Mark, but he's got Infest.
Oh, that's clean, though.
Oh, they'll get him.
Wow, really
they needed that kill. If that kill slipped away from them, that would have been pretty brutal for Tundra.
Such a nice X pullback there before he got the Infest off. That was very close, like less than half a second away from escaping through a creep there. Okay. At the very least for Tundra there,
they needed that
massive rotation. They chased him for like half a minute and lost both Wisdom Runes, but they do get the big kill. And they get it on Bryle as well, which is really nice for him. He got it with the Heartstopper Aura. And probably getting the tower too, so not all that bad. Losing the second Wisdom Rune like this obviously hurts a lot, but actually the kill is very big. All right, Amar looking to put some pressure bot. Actually, White Monster's super toast
They've got TP's up, so TP backup will be on its way here for Tundra, but not before White Mon gets taken down. They'll get the drag back onto Marine into the torrent. Tomato's in with the Blade Fury. Marine tries to swashbuckle into the Rolling Thunder, but the damage is done. They take out Marine. You can find more from this. Amar have to use the split to retreat, but another good kill here from Tundra. Heading down to the bottom lane, punishing the Pangolier. Close the gap onto Snaking. Bryle trying his best. TP forward from Emerge. They should be able to get this one, and in fact, they'll get a side stack as well. Bryle puts an end to Snaking's life. Tundra starting to get the moves that they've been hunting for in this early game.
Exactly. It's starting to really make a big difference because these early 4 or 5 man rotations that they made that failed and didn't bear any fruit, these previous couple ones, they're finding big kills every time right now. And sure, you're bringing 4 or 5 heroes, but as long as you kill at least one core and don't really lose any ground in the process around the map, it's probably worth it at this point, right? Because effectively, you've brought Bryle up to top net worth with these moves, with 4 of the kills on him. And I think, as we covered with the Lifestealer doing this well, it's very important that Necrophos keeps a very high net worth here, or he can just become food.
Bottom lane, they know that Amar, he's got the split on cooldown. This is the time to punish him. Immersion turns up with that newly picked up Spirit Vessel, lays down a charge onto Amar. Tomato comes in for the finishing blow. Another big kill here for Tundra, really starting to get some momentum back under their wings and leveling up the scoreboard pretty much 10-9. Very close to starting to get the net worth lead in their favor. Battle Fury, it's done.
Yeah, this is a really good timing in general for their lineup. You know, you're looking at the other side. Lifestealer is not strong yet. He's waiting on that key item. You've got the Brewmaster who went Midas into Sacred Relic, so he's missing his timing for now, right? Like, the Dire team, Falcons just need like a couple more minutes to get there and get all of their things online, and you can try to punish that really hard as Tundra right now by using your Kunkka Axe that you just picked up. You've got, you know, the Nature's Prophet rotation, as you mentioned, with the Vessel, which is very powerful in this moment. These next 5 to 10 minutes, I would love to see Tundra just play like super aggressively around the map, just really take initiative and not let Falcons get comfortable. Because ultimately, when the Radiance is up on Brew and Lifestealer has the Nullifier, their game plan gets a lot easier to execute. Actually gonna make a move themselves here. A little bit surprised to see this smoke at this point from Falcons coming out with Lifestealer this close to... Actually, did he just get the Nullifier?
It should be on the way
on the
out.
courier.
Yeah, it's on the way.
It checks out then. Then it makes a lot more. 100%. Okay, getting delivered. It's the gate to bot. Might just find us a little white mon snack here. Well, who's finding who, really?
Under themselves, they do have fair few around. Whitemon, he's going to be able to react straight away with the Who's Done. Tart to follow up onto Snaking. Mallory will turn his attention over towards Immersion. Skeeter pops out. Mari's actually going to bail out here. Actually cancels the TP, decides to stick around a little bit longer. They'll get the kill on Immersion, but they do lose Snaking themselves. 1-for-1. Brawl trying with the chase down over towards Crit. Mar is here, and Split is back up. A bit of a duke around the trees.
Really
finally,
awkward.
they catch wind of one another as Amar is going to lead him with the Split. Gonna try for Bryle, he's got back up. He's able to jump up to the high ground. Skeeter is in with the rage and the nullify down on a Bryle. Bryle will fall, the sight not enough to kill off Crit. Skeeter, he'll get Whitemon on top of it. The Blade Fury, so the Omni Slash is there, but it's pretty split the damage. Still, Skeeter, he'll be the one to find a second. As that was the fight they were hoping for, turning up with the Lifestealer with his newly found Nullifier, getting 2 kills, maybe more. They dive the tower, in onto Tomato, he's out of mana. Skeeter should be able to take out another one. They'll try and top him up with the Legends, but it's not enough. He's gone, triple kill for Skeeter. It's a team wipe. Falcons, they turn up and do exactly what they hope to with the Nullifier Rush on this Lifestealer.
I mean, this is just textbook using your timing, right? This item makes every difference in that moment. If they don't have this nullifier and they make the smoke play, I don't even know if they win the fight. But with this one item, they're able to just absolutely assassinate Bryle here in the river. He even has an arcane rune and almost his completed heart, right? This hero is usually at this point in time is very tanky and hard to deal with. But immediately Lifestealer connects on him and kills him in like 4 hits here. Just look at this, just absolutely wailing away at him. Did he even have rum buff there? I think he might have even had rum buff. Still just, maybe he did. He just died way too to even notice.
And unfortunately for Tomato at this point, on his side of things, you know, he's got the Battle Fury, but still going to take a fair few items on top of that until his Omni Slashes are really going to threaten the lineup of Falcons. Takes time here with the Juggernaut and time that Falcons are not going to want to give Tundra.
Oh, and yeah, well, we talked about this pre-game about Jug. It's hero being momentum-based. What do you do now, right? You're 6th on net worth as carry Jug. This hero is not a 6th on net worth hero, I'll tell you that.
It's rough.
He wants to be top 3, if not absolutely #1. And of course, every hero wants to be #1, but this hero needs it more so than a lot. And covering this distance to the Lifestealer is going to be really, really difficult. And he's their only true hope of killing the Lifestealer as well, right? We talked about that in the draft. They're kind of grasping at straws for, okay, what carries left in the pool that we can deal with this Lifestealer with. Jug was the choice, but just not, really not getting there right now. This is a very good time, by the way.
Falcons straight in off the Gunka, not a chance. As Falcons, they can absolutely kill whoever they want to go for at this point.
The map is actually just completely falling apart. I think Grimstroke plus Lifestealer infested into any hero can just run around the map as they please and kill anyone they see. Skitter! They got the
They do indeed. The stun's there just in time. Bryle's escape put to a stop. This is all happening very, very fast now. Tundra losing control. And it's going to be so difficult to regain it. It's just, as you say, sort of with Jug in the position that he is. Now, when was the last time we saw a Jug from behind be able to turn around and carry a game?
When was the last time we saw a Jug?
Yeah, it's tough. It's not an easy life here for Tomato.
I do think this build that he has planned now is probably the best one he can get. Going Manta, some sort of way of creating some space in the fight for himself and dispelling. Going straight for Butterfly, probably the best 1v1 item against Lifestealer, which again is his job in this game to try to deal with him. The problem is, Skitter is just going to itemize like this, right? He's going up an Axe, and whenever he feels in trouble, he can just infest the Jugger. So, tough times for Tundra. BKB completed on the Lifestealer as well. Skitter understands that he can, as long as he's magic immune, he's actually invincible in this game right now. So he's just going to pop his rage, go in, and then when he wants his next target, he can just pop the BKB, and then his rage is almost going to be up again. Very, very difficult. It's crazy sometimes how fast a Dota game can change, right? Like 5 minutes ago, this looked quite decent for Tundra. Those 5 minutes almost went from quite close to borderline hopeless. Like, it's quite incredible.
I mean, the game just exploded.
This one sequence just really changed things.
When you have what the Radiance Brew, the Nullify Lifestealer, That's all that Falcons were waiting for. Now they're well and truly online. I think that Tundra are really going to struggle to get to themselves this game.
Amar has 2 Midas charge. Oh, that's not an Amar thing, man.
Get out of that pit.
Ew.
Go and eat a creep right now. He's chilling, no, he's giving a bit of mercy to the opponents. He's like, you know what, this game's in the bag. I don't want to be too farm. He's merciful.
See how fast he burns these. Okay, okay. He's like, oh man, 2. Instantly uses them both. And closes in on what seems to be an Octarine build. Not a game where Brewmaster necessarily needs a defensive item, which is quite the luxury to have, not having to buy like Lotus or a BKB to guarantee that you get your stuff off. Can just straight up maximize the impact of his Midas and a cooldown. The ball rolling. I think if you're Tundra right now, you're in this awkward position where you kind of need to wait for Jugger to maybe get this butterfly, but at the same time, any move around the map is very difficult because nobody in your team is safe. The big boys that you pick, this tanky lineup, really getting just chewed through by the Lifestealer. And if he's missing on the map, you don't feel safe. He could be infested in a Weaver, that's all of a sudden on top of you. He could be infested in a Pango, and of course, Inkswell will be that X factor. Spot tier 2 towers is gone. I don't think you can think of contesting this as Radiant. Just have to let Lifestealer solo it. Whitemon.
They're going to try and make this move top on towards Crit, but it is just a support Weaver. And one of that they won't even be able to find. Crit out of the way. They're even TPing over, trying to block off his escape. It's a lot of effort put into trying to find this pesky Weaver, but they're struggling. Got a Torrent out, but Crit, he knows the perfect spot. He's out of there. And unfortunately for Tundra, it's just further time wasted. Or maybe, I mean, they're still trying. Can they kill him? They've got the dust. They will.
Okay.
They'll finally take him down, but it takes so much. It gives so much space, of course, the Falcons elsewhere on the map, pushing in on towards the tier 2 down the mid.
I wonder how long that kill took. It was well over 30 seconds, right? I think so. And yeah, tier 2 is gone, but that one was falling anyway, right? So with that perspective, like this tower was dead, you at least get a kill, you maybe get to push out a little bit on the waves and buy yourself some time for the jug, so. We'll also reap themselves a Tormentor here. We'll go to Timato the Shard, so remind ourselves, giving you more move speed during Blade Fury and allowing you to get attacks off, which is, you know, it's a pretty decent shard if you have the right items for it, which he doesn't yet. What were the alternatives? Who else could have even got it? I guess the Centaur was the only other player that didn't have it, and that one would have been worse, so I think Thunder probably could have.
So Tundra, they really want Crit. They got him the once. I don't think they're going to get him the twice. TP backup's coming in. In fact, Crit's considering turning. He's going to have the backup of snaking with the Inkswell. It's going to be Falcons ending up getting the kill.
A feast for my beetles.
As even if they do get Crit in these sort of situations, I don't think Falcons care too much. As Amar, he's having all the time, you know, the time of his life really. He's managed to put a stop to Bryle's escape once more. They have to stampede. Throw him up to the air. Maori's coming in with the backup. The two of them can really play around with this Necrophos. There's even further backup coming in. Skeeter's ready to head over. The Nullifier's laid down on towards Bryle. Trying to use the extra bit of movement speed here from the boss to get away, but Skeeter's in on top of him. Bryle will fall. As Kasani, see if he can get out himself. I mean, Maori's able to block him off with the swashbuckle jump forward. Amar sends him back up into the air. Buys time for Crit and Skeeter to close in on him. Jump forward up the high ground with the swashbuckle and the shield crash onto not only Kasani, but Emergent as well. Starbine's out, linking the two of them. It just doesn't stop here for Falcons as Tundra continue to crumble.
That was honestly just an exceptionally beautiful setup play from Amar and Melreen there. I think everything about this is just so clean. Like, the communication to recognize that you can make this play while your nearest teammate is like 4,000 range away, and you get this close to the enemy base, just really knowing the limits of what you can get away with here. And it turns into a really crazy chase, but at no point in this does it feel like Falcons are in any danger, despite their Brew ult almost running out here, the Lifestealer having used in his Rage. There's just, again, where's the damage from Tundra, right? Juggernaut just isn't ready yet. They will use this to punish them to the maximum extent. They get a full mid lane here, as well as the bottom tier 3 before finally backing off.
That's rough. I mean, during that fight as well, Crit was able to treat himself to finishing off the Deso. So they have that extra pushing power coming in from the Weaver as well.
A golden thread.
Smoke up from Tundra. They've got to try some drastic measures to get back in on this one. To join up with Tomato, who's close to his... In fact, the butterfly's on its way out. He's managed to finish his item.
Malrine breaks the smoke, gets full info, doesn't get caught. Okay, they still get the jump, actually.
They should get snaking. They certainly will. At the same time, Falcons, though, will not be afraid to fight 4 versus 5. Amar, he'll just walk straight into this one, pop the split, he's ready to go. The Omni Slash comes out, but it passes very unfortunately over towards, I believe, one of the ancient creeps. So not exactly what Tomato was hoping for there. Well, it's completely gone upon by Skinner with the BKB and the Nullifier. It's 3 dead, soon to be 4. They get the setup with the Rolling Thunder from Malrine over towards Kasane. 4 dead. Tomato, the last one left alive, and probably not for long. Crit, Malrine, they're chasing him down. There's not much left for Tomato to do here, and this is going to be Falcons getting the team wipe against Tundra. This one may be over pretty soon, Sind, if it's not already.
And that honestly, that was going to be the fight that if anything brings Tundra back in the game, it's that one. That was the Juggernaut Butterfly reveal. They make the smoke, they get the first pick onto Grim, but the disadvantage is just too big right now. Just raw numbers, Lifestealer just stands his ground. If they get Brew split off, Tundra can't really deal with this. They don't have enough in the tank to kill these heroes off. The Lifestealer pick just proved to be absolutely perfect. I think there was no better hero in the pool that Falcons could have possibly taken at the time they did. And Tundra, with the adjustments that they tried to find in the draft, just haven't really worked. And at this point, this top tier 2 is definitely falling. I don't think you're contesting that one whatsoever. Your Jugger doesn't have Omni Slash when he respawns, so he's going to be hitting like a wet noodle. Give away this one. And really, if you rewind this a little bit and you think back on the draft, how early the Necrophos got picked, the Lifestealer even served the purpose of countering this guy heavily too. So he was a great pick defensively and offensively at the same time, being able to kill these tanky heroes in the Centaur, Kunkka, as well as the Necrophos, and having an amazing defensive rage game against Kunkka, against the Necro, and against the Centaur. Funnily enough, against the same 3 heroes. So, really want to commend Falcons on the way they built this lineup and the order they picked it in, and the curveball with the Amar Brewmaster has been working really, really well this game. So, great stuff from them. Oh, the bash!
It's there. Puts the stop to Kastane's escape. Tomato will manage to play through and TP out himself. Kastane's going down.
Malrine was hoping to get a secondary bash over there on the Jug. If he would have got that right after proccing bash and then fighting into a butterfly, honestly, they might have called GG with the Jug.
They're going to try and see if they can burst through the Lifestealer with the side. Okay. They can. A big catch here for Tundra. Currently playing 21k down. They get the kill. Skeeter's gone, snaking as well. Mallory's going to try and see what he can do pretty much on his own against the 4 of them. He's buying time for the remaining Falcons to turn up. Yeah, Amar and Crit are hit. Fight as well. The Sprout on back Amar for now. Tomato pulling very low mana, almost completely out. Jump forward from Malrine. And even with 2 dead, Falcons might still be able to make something happen here. The swashbuckle out of the 2 of them, but the Sprout's back up. Malrine, he's going to opt for the TP out. He's got no further place to play in this team fight. He's away. Tomato does stay alive. Despite being out of mana, they couldn't get the damage done. The evasion from the Butterfly definitely helping out to make sure that Amar on his own can't deal with the Juggernaut. Tundra keeping things alive here.
It's quite telling that Falcons feel like they fight there, right? It really shows you how they interpret the game state. They have a dead carry and a dead position 5, and they still wanted to run in and fight them 3-on-5 with the rest of the stuff they had.
And they still want to. See Falcons now starting to come in with the respawns. They get the Watchbuckle Bash onto Immersion. The turn around with the Sprout, but Crit should be able to come in and make sure he picks up a Deso stack. BKB also done now for Crit. Amar, 25 seconds until splits back up. So incredibly beefy to go on, not really a target that Tundra's going to be able to take down anytime soon. Amar's free to walk wherever he wants.
Those were basically, let's keep in mind, those were basically the perfect conditions for Tundra, right? They found Lifestealer alone, so they got an Omni Slash on him. Jugger had DD, and they got Reaper off. So all those conditions combined allowed them to kill the Lifestealer. When those spells are on cooldown, they can't kill Lifestealer or Brew, right? If they don't have Omni and they don't have Reaper, I think Tundra should be happy with what they got there and try to set up similar conditions once again. And maybe there's a world where they could do it on the Brewmaster instead of the Lifestealer, because I think that's easier to execute. You're going to at least catch the Brewmaster with your setup and your stuns, and then maybe try to burst him down and then deal with the Lifestealer down the stretch. Especially now, when he's getting an Aegis. You're not killing him twice. I just don't see it, so... Time for plan C, if you can call it that, maybe plan F for Tundra. Let's write that far down the list of how they would have liked to. Let's see. Is there anything on the docket that could change things? Kunka's working on a Hex, which is very far away. Necrophos has been very quiet. Only has the Heart Travels, just nothing really.
BKB's on
something coming out that will help. It's an item that you kind of have to buy because it's the only way you solve Nullifier, but it never feels good having to buy BKB's second item on Necrophos. Because sure, you might be able to stay alive, but are you going to be able to use it offensively, or are you just buying time to then eventually still get killed off when it runs out? Is the question here. But I do think it was the best possible item Brawl could buy, so I agree with the choice. It's just... it's like the lesser evil.
Gonna try and go again here, Tundra. Smoke up. Eyes on Amar. Do they want to see if they can burst through this Brew? They'll try. Who's got to open things up? Have they got the damage side comes in? As well, they've done it. They've taken out Amar. See what subsequently happens though, because Falcons, they're still tempted to fight back 4 versus 5 here. They take out Whitemon. See what more they can find. Skeeter in over towards Brawl. Brawl pops the BKB, will get away. Immersion will not be as lucky. He'll fall. They'll turn. Tomatoes attempting to fight back. They'll buy back with Immersion. Tundra, they know that this is potentially their chance to take even more here. The Skeeter gets pulled back by the tidal wave. Snaking focus down. Tomato, he's got the triple. He's over towards Skeeter. Skeeter with a rage, attempting the man fight against Tomato, but he'll lose it the once. He's lost the Aegis. Tundra, they're setting up for round 2. Tomato in onto Skeeter. Have they got the control here to deal with this life stealer? Skeeter jumps in towards Marine, but the X-Mark perfectly done so. Over towards Marine, but it won't be able to drag him back, in fact.
I think it was on the Lifestealer, but the...
oh, it was on the Lifestealer, you're right, and he jumped in.
The visual of it follows the Pango, but he doesn't get pulled out.
So maybe if he'd gone for the Pango, might have been able to have a chance there, so that unfortunate.
That would have been a next level play, anticipating that.
And that's what I expected, you know.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen.
I think maybe Malrine, first of all, Malrine there knows the X isn't on him, and if he knows that it is, there was still a potential roll-up dodge.
Oh, that's
so
true.
that wasn't even a guaranteed catch, but honestly, really well played by Tundra there, right? This is what we're talking about.
They're taking down these big targets.
I think what you need to do as Falcons now is you just need to not offer up either Brew or Lifestealer standing on their lonesome. I think if you protect these heroes with a little bit more, even if they're just next to each other, I think they both live, right? They just need to split the Omni Slash and then get a little bit of help from a Grimstroke, and they're probably fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, a couple of good finds for Tundra, at least keeping the game alive here. They didn't really gain much in the way of net worth, but you gotta consider with the conditions that they had and that they were fighting into Aegis, that is pretty much as good as it's gonna get there. Getting the Brew kill, getting the Aegis out of the hands of Skitter opens up for another possibility to maybe pull off the same play again.
Kita, it's going to be a little harder to control now. He's got the, you know, something you don't see all the time, but obviously against what the Prophet, reason to get the Hurricane Pike on yourself, so you have a way to deal with the Sprout in the later stages.
Yeah, it's one of those Reddit threads, you know, with guess the hero, and then you post this item build. It's
you need something, right? You don't want to be sprouted 36 minutes into a game. And whether it's going to be sort of that or the Battle Furies, the Hurricane Pike.
Oh boy.
Now, straight in onto Bryle. This time it's Falcon's turn to try and burst through some Bryle. He's able to get the BKB up there. He'll actually manage to back off for now. Marine dealing with both Whitemon and Tomato, comes crashing across with the Rolling Thunder. Bryle, he's going to head back over to see if he can help out Tomato. Tomato, if he can get a chance to stand here. There's the Tornado coming out over towards the split. Tomato will deal with some of the split from Amar, but the split now comes to an end. Amar and Skeeter, they're trying for Kasani, but Kasani, Ogre Seal over to the side, continues to kite out Skeeter, pushing him back with the tidal wave. Kasani's able to TP out of this one. Tomato, caught by the Phantom's embrace, and now left on his own. Tomato, no hope for him this time round as he goes down. Falcons will take the fight.
Buybacks.
1,700 gold short on it here for Tomato. 1k gold short on it here for Brawl. They did spend up.
Is under attack.
It's
And
over.
they'll call it. GG is called. Falcons will take game one. And for the most part, pretty convincingly. A couple of moments where Tundra were able to punch back, but at the end of the day, they were playing from very, very far behind Sin.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting one to run back when you think about it, because we were talking about Tundra and the Nature's Prophet needing to get stuff done early. Didn't really successfully do it for the first 10 minutes. Then starting to show some signs of life with a couple of successful moves to kind of equalize the game. But the question is, in this draft versus draft scenario, is even minute
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm feeling great. This should be one of the best series we have here in the group stage. And from two teams that, maybe not so much for G2IG, definitely for Falcons, is to be expected. I think G2IG has just shown us that they have really risen above in these roster shots for Malrine with a value point in the chain.
On the Boca, bottom lane, going to be saved right now by JT. A snaking, the one to give away first blood, and now the batch is coming out. JT, how lucky can we get? Give it a crack, JT.
One more? No.
He won't fight. Sometimes the gods are in your favor, sometimes they aren't. Jonathan, and nothing to say. He kind of just walked into Malrine and...
Concerning for the Shaker.
Lane, there is a rotation coming in from Crit, nothing to say, already dropping low. There goes the tanking from Malrine, just taking all the tier 1 tower hits as Crit moves in. With the toss out of Malrine, able to secure another great kill onto nothing to say. This time around though, it seems as though Falcons have read the movement, so they will back off. They had nothing to say mid lane. Has he read this move? Toss back from Crit once again into the Timber. The blood grenade also gonna land, and now with the chain forward, nothing to say. He'll survive a little bit longer. Hoping for a level 6 timing, but not gonna find it yet as the chase is on. They'll even get a silence out from Snaking, or not as it should be.
Yeah, he also chooses here's that cans hold solo as they jump mid.
Absolutely. Crits in again. They won't find the kill though this time around as Baboka barely survives. Nothing to say. He's going to go for a bit of chase. He's got the Echo Slam available now. Snaking gets caught out and there's your Echo committed. Nothing to say. Not wasting any time. But now the turnaround. Malrine, he'll find nothing to say, but it does cost his own life. Crit in the meantime also getting charged by JT, so you're going to find a third target.
JT finds a good angle here.
It would be a massive kill for G2IG to find. JT just needs the vision for the charge out. Seems like he's got the information. Meanwhile, top lane, X-Nova does get caught. Skidder has also been caught out there by the looks of it. A Skidder dropping low, does go down. That's a fantastic trade for G2IG.
A good fight just yet to transition into a tier 2 push.
X-Nova gets jumped by Crit, but he has plenty of help around the corner. This could be a team fight that G2IG wants to take. There's nothing to say. Jumps in. Crit is blown up immediately. Malrine, he's getting very, very low. He does need to retreat, but Monet is not leaving it be. Monet continuing the chase, but the Doom is out. Still Malrine is gone as JT does get the charge off. Now ATF copping the Nether Strike. He needs his own way out, but the bash comes just in case he needed it.
They definitely won't. The Falcon vision is still mainly aggressive, not defensive for farm. They try for the Tormentor, and well, Snaking this time around is our victim. It does happen.
Skidder though. Oh, Skidder's a much bigger deal, and nothing to say. Oh, he can smell him.
Can find an opening. They've got the output with Malrine now.
Bottom lane, who have they got? Oh, they found Monet. That is huge by Falcons. Monet just farming underneath an observer ward of the Radiant as JT now charges in. Should be okay to back his way out. The Crit is still chasing him down, but does think better off. He'll go after X-Nova instead. Avalanche tossed up. Nothing to say. Gonna jump in and help out. Taking down Crit and now the Soulbind. Locking two of them together. X-Nova dropping low, but Baboka trying to heal him up, but it's not gonna be enough. X-Nova is gone. ZyG, they still want to go for the fight. The charge is in from JT, but here comes ATF, and here comes the Eclipse of Skidder. But where's the detection? The Glimmer Cape, it just saves JT. He'll walk out for now as Malrine, he's gone too deep. Cool. Nothing to say will punish.
Top flank, top right flank.
Oh, Echo committed. They have found Snaking, he is down, and Malrine not looking too healthy either, but he will be able to walk away for now as they'll make the jump in onto ATF, he is down. 2 gone for Falcons. They will buy back on Snaking, but not quite on the Doom yet. They are giving farm priority over to ATF as mid lane. JT does get caught out with a great avalanche toss, but JT gets the BKB off in time, and now the hand of God, and now the Echo! Oh, nothing to say! What a setup!
Oh my!
Snaking and Malrine are both gone.
That, again, not the ideal. Like, ATF somehow managed to doom JT while he was charging. That's not the target anymore.
Oh, JT?
JT does die in the fountain, sure.
You see, he does get caught initially. Just so much committed onto the SB and nothing to say. More than happy to jump in as here we go again, mid lane. Who have they got? X-Nova is gone. There goes your Aegis onto Monet as well. So that's 1 life gone. There's now nothing to say. Dropping low, loses his own life. Monet needs to run. It's a 2v5 situation, and it is not in the favor of G2IG.
Just trying to set up the map for when that Roshan is back up. And now they've got the better position as Roshan is
hold on a
close to
minute.
spawning.
X-Nova does get caught, and they've got committed, somehow still making it up for now as JT. He charges right in, the Spirit Break, what a giga chat. He'll cop the Doom, but he's just TPing out. JT, he's fine. Monet, he's the one to jump back in. Crit is gone. Maureen, he's not looking safe either, but he will chain away for now, still making it, and barely does escape. But you've lost the support duo. Falcons, they can buy back on Snaking, they can knock on Crit, and Roshan, it is up in 10 seconds.
Force a fight. That's some really quick reflexes on Falcons to break up that initiation, but
They're not right in. They don't even want to wait for the secondary Echo Slam. They're just jumping right in immediately as Crit is down. That's a great start. The Crit does have buyback this time as Maori. He'll blink it, chaining right back out there. Chipping away at the Morphling. G2IG, no fear in the world. They'll move in again. There's nothing to say. Look at the jump in, the Fisher, the refresh, the 4-man Echo out from NTS, just locking them all down. Falcons, they'll buy back again. All 5 heroes up. G2IG, do they want to keep this going? It seems like the answer is yes. They will get the bottom racks. Monet, he'll move right into the mid racks. Maureen, he's going to try and stop the mid-racks from going down, but he cannot deal with Monet. Instead, they'll throw the Doom out onto the Morphling. But Monet, E2IG, looking for that opening. Nothing to say. He does successfully get onto the high ground. Falcons have no idea. And the Echo Slam, STS! You monster! Oh, I can't believe it. He just sneaks right from the backside. And they just melt. The buybacks are coming, but doesn't even matter.
No.
It doesn't seem like it. Nothing to say. He doesn't need to say anything this game, John. He showed everything. Skitter still trying to fight, just getting annihilated. So nothing to say now, getting tossed back. Maybe they can fight this one out. They've lost the Earthshaker, but Monet's the big problem now. He's the one you've got to deal with as Monet takes down 3, will retreat. A triple kill for the Morphling. And GG is called. They've seen enough. That's it. Game number 1 to go the way of G2IG. And my goodness, this mid Earthshaker, you cannot give NTS this hero, John. I mean, NTS, I'm not sure what happened. He joined G2IG. I'm not sure what they've done to the lad, but he's woken up, Jonathan. He wants some revenge or something.
He looks like a monster. Every single slam was massive. All the movement coming out.
Maybe against an Enchantress, maybe in the hands of Baboka, and maybe when you're guided by MLP and John X Fire.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. Jonathan, game 1. It was a pretty rough thing. The side of Falcons, I mean, G2IG looking absolutely fantastic.
You're seeing that reflect now in CS, nothing to say, almost double what you have on Maureen up top.
Jump in onto X-Nova. X was out, Blood Grenade lands, and with the hoof stop there, ATF is able to secure a very nice kill for himself on the Centaur. Considering how well Skitter is farming on this Lark, he's going to have a pretty strong start as ATF now, speaking of strong starts, has found X-Nova mid Icarus dive. X-Nova trying to run, does go down. The Crit now in danger as well, though a nice Earth Spike. They'll land on 2, but it won't matter. Snaking, maybe able to pincer in here JT Magnus, though JT the one to skewer him back towards Baboka. Snaking though very, very tanky, and Skitter going to be around to help. They do have the RP to play with, but there's just too many heroes coming in from Falcons now. They've got the numbers, and JT is gone. Baboka doesn't look like he's too safe either. The Earth Spike will land, and Baboka eventually going to be fed the way of Skitter as he does pick up a double kill on the Slark. He'll cop it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Snaking being chased down. JT can commit the RP if he wants the kill. Crit in the meantime going after nothing to say. Skitter just getting so many Essence Shift stacks. Snaking in the meantime going to force the RP, and JT will not pop it. Nothing to say in the meantime. The slowest kills in the world. There's nothing to say. Still giving stats away. Going back after Crit. Puts the hand up, but he will go down.
The revenge here. The guy is very singularly focused. Doesn't find that Ench, doesn't have RP. We'll get the nice clip though.
Very nice ATF.
No blink, no TP. He's stuck there.
He'll put his hand up. He's a good sport, Jonathan. He'll wave him goodbye. JT, thank you very much. ATF, he's got TP unavailable for 50 seconds. So this is a rather unfortunate situation for ATF. JT, oh, JT! JT, this guy, I don't know what it is, but he's always doing something special in every game we see.
That's revenge. He couldn't kill the damn Enchantress twice over. There you go. That's a happy lad. You got him.
Turns out the mouse is still working, John. Good news.
What has happened to JT in this tournament? He's just insane.
Oh,
Every game.
This is the one tournament Arteezy can sit at home. He can enjoy himself.
2 for 1.
Look at these idiots getting clipped. Look at that. ATF and ATF. What if you can just keep him on the cliffs here, John?
I mean, Staking doesn't have a TP. Just kill his career.
Just can't. You know what? The supports don't have a stun. This is the losing play though for G2. JT. What do you mean?
What's happening?
JT.
JT.
What do you mean, JT? JT, what are you doing?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The circus is here in KO, John. Crit's in trouble now. Crit's gone.
Oh, Staking got his TP. They couldn't kill the courier. They went for critting. They went for crit. Courier came in.
Oh, here comes ATF. Nothing to say. Gonna be chased down. Stun is out. I doubt they have the damage though, to be absolutely fair. They'll keep going. Here comes Skinner. This is the damage you're looking for. The Laguna comes out. There goes nothing to say. He is down. There's Monet. Uh-oh, wait a minute. JT's here. You've got to be careful, boys. We've seen this one before. He's looking for the angle. ATF runs. Snaking. He's getting body blocked. Monet. Does he set up for JT or does he just take the kill? I think he sets up. JT, no, he'll just go for the easy play. Just get the kill for Monet. Scoreline for him on the DK. Meanwhile, ATF, though, being stalked by JT, he will go for the skewer back into Monet. RP committed to boot. They are not messing around. They will take the Centaur kill very easily. And nothing to say in the meantime in the mid lane. He got away. I say that. Never mind. Past the comes in. NTS does get caught out. Pops the finger. And he is as good as gone. As he can't afford to. Like, it's not much of a game so far here from Falcons, and they do jump in now onto NTS, and they just blow him up. They'll even make the jump in on Baboka now. Baboka, he'll survive through the Invis. In fact, ATF, he's the one to get caught out. He does pop the Stampede, but he is down. Meanwhile, the egg has been dropped, but it won't matter. They will burst right through it. JT, I believe, sadly did not have the blink off cooldown to go for the RP underneath the egg. They did not have that option available, so Falcon finding a great fight. Onto Monet now. JT, he's around the area, but I believe he just escaped.
Just finger Laguna straight up, delete that one hero, and then you can take this prolonged fight with your Slark. He builds up the stats.
Get up, walk it out. They've locked him down, and this will be a big one.
Okay.
Skidder getting caught on his own. A mega kill streak going back the way of NTS, and these are... They know exactly where JT is moving. Apparently, it's JT. He just cannot escape the radar of Falcons. He's the big boy. You can't lose Skidder. ATF, another big target if they could catch it, but they want the slot so damn bad if they go in. The RP is out. Skidder, he's caught and he is blown up. No chance. There's Monet immediately jumping out. Maureen blows up Baboka and barely escapes. His crit will follow in real. Losing the slot like that is not going to feel good. He has no buyback.
No, this is going to be the high ground for sure. Not going to take long. Amar?
Yeah, he's on to the DK. Nothing to say. Still just taking through it as now. The skewer back. They've caught the Lina. No, in fact, it was the yes. Maureen's fine. Snaking will want to go down, but they do trade NTS for that. D2IG, they won't mind. They're still going to go through the bot racks.
Might be able to...
Figure out what's good against it.
There's a few other heroes we see sometimes. Like, I think now if you're Falcons, I want to address the Slaughter. So I don't think Luna is enough. There's probably other heroes you want to go for with potentially, you know, some Phoenix as a 5 down the line, or maybe a Tusk. But
or
then
Weaver.
Sure, but then you also need to cover it in mid. Since they're second pick, they get to choose that later. But yeah, for now at least you get the crit Weaver. At least for now, Tundra already have a semi-answer. You ever get on top of him with Slaughter, Blink Bash, Haze, Stun, take him out. Get him out of here.
Sounds so simple.
Yeah. They should just do it.
Yeah, why didn't they do that previously?
They didn't have Slaughter Achiever.
Fair. Right, we got a Centaur and a Pango removed on the side of Tundra. We, of course, did see that Pango in the previous game, and it was pretty scary, let me tell you that. We also saw the Centaur, actually, previous game was pretty scary as well. Was it a little less scary? Yes, it was a little less. But that's okay. Removed either way. We get a Spectre ban coming out there as well.
Good protection for Luna, right? You don't really just want to have all these heroes on top of you at the same time. There's Slaughter, Spectre comes in. But Tundra need to start thinking, you need at least 1 or 2 supports that come out here. Still, I would like some more catch and some more, you know, stuff just against Weaver to make it nice for you. And just some solid laners. You know, Dark Willow comes to mind. I know they like some flexing of Rubiks and Wind Rangers or whatever.
I like the idea of Dark Willow a lot. Oh, this is interesting. Phoenix plus Tusk. So I feel that Tusk is one of the heroes who is incredibly undervalued when it comes to pairing him with Slardar, because you eat those Roshans so quickly, and you can very, very quickly burst any kind of melee or tanky target, but Falcons doesn't really seem to have that. With that being said, you can't really underestimate the damage output out of these two heroes.
I'm kind of surprised that they actually took both. I think they're both fine. I really like your point about the Roche too, because Luna loves to play with that later, so being able to also take that away and kind of contest it is great. Because I feel like Falcons would have loved to have at least one of these two
Wait,
heroes.
what's the other one?
I love this third pit.
No!
This fourth pit.
I need to know the third pit. We'll come back to it. We'll figure this out.
New hero.
But which one could it be if you know there's a Lich? You want to do some bold predictions?
Wait,
Who's what is this? 7 and 4? Did it say?
10 seconds.
Yeah, I guess I thought it said 2-0, but that was Lich's stat. It was a mid pick.
It's a Dragonite.
It's a Dragon Knight.
I want to talk about this Lich. That's a Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
I go for the Lich.
That's why they Necro. That makes sense. But I like this Lich a lot because something that Liquid, I believe, did yesterday versus Slardar was they played Monkey King plus Lich on the safe lane, and they fought into the Slardar. So I was talking about how this Luna can be exploited by Slardar +1 with a heavy kill lane, like this Tusk, for example. Lich naturally offsets that because the Frost armor is just so good at offsetting Slardar's damage in the early game. Now that you have this Lich to protect this Luna, it seems like they're going to run over the Slardar actually in the offlane. I don't see the Slardar having a good game anymore.
No, I think that's what we saw yesterday. So Liquid ran the Lich. I saw LGD do it too. We saw Secret address it with some Troll Veno. Like, one Luna isn't enough, but you double down. You now have the Lich. It's great in the lane. If Slardar were to go mid against DK, which obviously now he isn't anymore, but that's another reason why they did pick DK. He doesn't really care about it. So I think Falcons have some very good answers. I would say the Necro pick is pretty good. He doesn't have the most, I would say, like pressure or burst yet, and I don't think you really own a DK. Perhaps with the added supports coming in later, it will help a lot more. But if I'm Falcons and I can put my eyes on an offlaner who's gonna build pipe or give me more team fight, I will be very happy. Maybe I make it sound too simple, but you have two heroes with high armor, you have Lich against Slardar. If there's no magic burst coming through anywhere, I don't see any of these heroes dying.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, I actually wanted to say that I like Tundra's draft right now because now they have something to take advantage of the tag team outside of objectives like Roche. They have the ability to shred down this DK with the amplified damage from Slardar, with the tag team coming out of Tusk, and of course the Sunray coming out of Phoenix, and the Reaper Scythe coming out of Necro. They have solutions to burst this DK. Killing this DK is not going to be difficult for Tundra whatsoever.
DK, they can definitely they can kill him plenty of times early on. I do think for Phoenix is not a good matchup for DK, but I would say in the mid game, if they can get through it nicely, honestly, this Lich Shield will be very annoying. I wonder if Tundra can somehow find a way where, I mean, maybe you get a hero who's gonna build Nullifier at, you know, like a decent time, because I think this Lich Shield is too good against Slardar and Tusk, so that's something to value. Unless you want to go for maybe some hybrid type carry on Tundra, you know, you never know, maybe some Muerta. I don't know how easy it is to pick that hero blind. JK, it's a Huskar.
That is a Huskar.
Could they do some...
Is it a safe lane Slardar?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It then.
So it's safe lane Slardar with offline Necro and then mid Huskar to take advantage of the DK mid. Is that what's happening?
But is the DK even gonna be mid?
I mean, I would imagine it is. You
but
could
because
run
they ban out two heroes. Like Tundra is still expecting a different mid hero because they ban out Lina and Viper.
I mean, I suppose that's true. But either way, you have solutions for the DK in the Huskar and the Necro both.
True. I suggested it once before. It's sniper time. If you want to do some swap around, I don't know if you have to, because I agree with you, Mira. I think Tundra right now, they're on the train of this is a Slardar safe lane. Huskar is going mid to destroy the DK and make him want to quit the game. So I think if you're Falcons, they should be toying with the idea to swap it around. Amar has also played DK offlane plenty of times.
Yeah, it's not like he won't be able to do that.
Yeah.
Even if you flex the DK, how well does DK do versus a safe lane Slardar? Because I think that safe lane Slardar, in theory, should be able to beat up the DK. I mean, I guess you have to consider the Weaver versus Phoenix matchup.
I mean, I guess Weaver will probably...
There is a sniper!
It does make sense. We have seen it plenty of times before, where I mean, because now Tundra need to choose. They were probably like, we're so smart, we picked this Husker and we have these options open. But now, any of these 3 heroes you put mid, they don't enjoy
what do they
getting
do?
clicked.
Can you do that again?
What did I do?
What are they thinking right now?
That they were so smart.
And the sound before that?
You know, we're so smart, we can do this. But no, you picked the sniper. Now, none of your stupid heroes enjoy to go middle. Yeah,
So
Malrine is going to be happy.
They put the Necro back middle because of the Sniper, which makes sense because I feel like Huskar does get bodied by Sniper. So now you're playing a safe lane Huskar. And back to the offlane Slardar, which I feel got solved already by the Lich plus Luna lane. So this Sniper pick was brilliant by Falcons.
Okay, I need... Tomato has got to pop off. He's going to lane against DK, right? With all the flexing that's going around. Yeah, so he has to pop off. He has to destroy Amar. Because otherwise, he's going to get pew-pewed by a sniper and they lose.
I would also just look at the Slardar from Kasane. If he can somehow make something happen on his lane, like if they can make any kill happen on either Lich or Luna and he can get a really early timing on his Slardar, the game changes because if you have the Slardar to play with, then your Husker has time to farm up and recover. And you'll be able to potentially, you know, blink on that sniper, get on top of him, get a few kills. That could really change the game around. But it's a hard lane for Slardar.
Early game and then to take the Aegis. Like Effie was saying earlier, they need Tomato Aegis and go.
All right, again, all the onus is on Tundra to play in a certain way to be able to deal with everything that Falcon has. All right, it sounds like Tundra has got their work cut out for them, and that means our commentary team has got their work cut out for them as well. ODPixel and Sinrin.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, exciting stuff happening at the end of that draft, right? And we get the Huskar coming out. They feel that they've sort of prepped it with the bans and with the Viper and the Lina. And Marine says, well, I've got a sniper that I'm ready to play. And with that in mind, this Huskar is having to go to the safe lane.
Yeah, it's. I think it's fair to say this is not ideal for Tundra. I don't think this was what they were planning. This is kind of a. They're gonna deviate from their plan out of necessity, not because they want to do this. And that already is quite troublesome when you're going into the laning stage. This doesn't mean that they can't win their lanes, because they can, but the end result here shouldn't be as good as what they were expecting during the draft. So now it's a matter of exactly what the panel was talking about, I think it's mainly about getting Tomato into the game. Huskar is a very hit or miss hero. I personally don't like it as a safe laner because I think he really needs levels. And sharing that, a big part of this hero's impact on games and why it wins is that it wins its lane and snowballs. And in this case, it might win its lane, but can it still snowball as hard when it's like 2 or 3 levels lower when you come to the mid game? Are you going to be able to get the Aegis at the same timing? And also, if you're winning your lane, you're shutting down an off-lane DK. You're not shutting down, you know, a mid-lane hero that you would have maybe slowed down the progress off that couldn't make rotations to side lanes for that reason. So a lot of the time, I know this is like a long monologue about Huskar, but I think it's really important because it's such a specific hero that its win rate isn't even that ridiculous in general in Dota history, right? In this tournament, I think it's 4-0.
It's 4-0 here. Yeah,
but it's because when you pick it against, say, melee mids that are dependent on levels and rotating to find their game impact, you shut that down.
Because those have all been games, right, where it was played mid, right?
You just really ruin the game flow of the enemy team. But if you're playing it in the safe lane and you're winning that one, it just, the overall impact on the game is so different in nature that I think even if Tomato has a great game,
I mean, look
I wonder
at this
if it's even good for Huskar in general, you know, to be played in the safe lane. So I feel like we'll learn something today in this game. The matchup with Tusk sounds really strong. I think this is a very good dual lane. If you do have to dual lane the Huskar in this tag team is great. Huskar's good at attack speed when he gets Berserker's Blood, and yeah, I think they'll be doing well up here. Mid lane, Sniper against Necro should be an interesting one. Honestly, don't have very much frame of reference for this. I feel like Sniper should do very well with a couple of levels, but right in the beginning, Necro's probably fine. And down bottom, Phoenix Slardar against Lich Luna. Lich Luna should be having a field day here, right? Playing double ranged against Slardar, you have Frost Shield, you have a lot of damage. Yeah, I do think overall Falcons are looking pretty healthy, the way this is set up.
I mean, and when you're playing Huskar in the safe lane, does your build-up change? Or is it just exactly the same? Because I imagine you can't really afford to get any real farming item on this hero. Right?
Surely you have to buy Armlet, right? You have to buy Armlet and an upgraded boot, probably. Maybe you can go with brown boots. I would imagine the build is the exact same, just that you hit the timing later and you have fewer levels. Kurt's really trading with Tomato here.
He's happy to do so. He's got a fair few tangos here ready for the lane on Crit. Very happy taking those trades. See in the mid lane, so far, Brawl definitely doing a good job on the CS against Malrine with the first few waves. We'll see if that does change as the levels start to come in for Malrine, and he's going to have that increased amount of damage that he can trade back at the Necrophos from a safe distance.
Do you like the sniper gun?
Nice, it's the fancy one, right?
Yeah.
On bottom. Might have a first blood here. We do indeed. Skeeter taking him down. The one thing though about that sniper, it is a bit pay to lose.
How come?
Because the animation, the attack animation, right? You imagine sniper's normal attack animation.
Oh,
you barely see it.
It's
this
visible
one, it's like, this is where my bullets are coming from.
Right, I see.
But it looks very cool, so it's always worth to do it. In my sense, it's just pay to lose because to use it, I have to pick sniper.
That is actually a really good point.
Yeah.
I think people are not particularly good at picking this hero in the right conditions in pub games.
No. I mean, do you think this pick actually was something that Tundra had on their minds at all, that Falcons could have done? When they were banning out the Lina and the Viper, if they were thinking more about Sniper and they could have gone back, would you ban Sniper over either of those heroes if you're trying to make this mid-Huskar? Or is it kind of a lose-lose anyway with that sort of point, with those three heroes left available?
I honestly think Sniper is the most manageable of those three for their lineup, so I don't really mind it. But the question is, if all three of them are good enough, should you even have taken this approach to begin with the Huskar, right? But we'll come back to that when we see how this game unfolds.
They should get crit here. They trapped him in with the shards.
Marsh.
He was thinking about trying to take down Tomato in return, but he does the maths and knows that he won't have enough damage quite to trade favorably with Tomato, so he'll hold back.
DK against Huskar is kind of a fun matchup in the sense that Dragon Knight is very tanky against every aspect of Huskar, except when the Burning Spears stack up to like a massive amount. So Tomato isn't actually just shutting down Amar in this lane as much as he would probably like to. It's going to get a lot easier when more points come up in the Burning Spears, but for now Amar has more or less the same CS as that Huskar. Actually, he's a little bit ahead even. So feeling very happy about this result on the DK. This bottom lane, man, I don't want to play Slaughter in this lane, I tell you. This is going to get worse and worse. With Lich and Luna getting more levels, you're going to get spammed.
Look how low they're getting, both of them.
Yeah, it's just, there's no winning here because the way Phoenix will usually play lanes together with a hero like Slaughter is very much in an aggressive way. And when the enemy team can stand their ground against your Slaughter, the hero loses its purpose in lane. That's why we've even seen in this tournament a team first pick respawn Lich into Slaughter, right? It's like literally #1 first response. Tundra let it through, and so far in this bottom lane, I'm maybe saying paying the price is a bit of an exaggeration because like Kasana is doing fine, but maybe it's kind of a repetition of the top lane. It's like, well, if your Slaughter is drawing, is that good enough, right? Like, are you happy to do okay on a hero like Slaughter and Huskar? I don't know. Tomato, as well as Whitemon, taking some big damage here. The Swarm landed on both of them. Trying to put on some pressure here. Crit his Weaver again is a bold choice, to say the least.
I think as well now, looking over towards the mid, it's getting to the point where...
the double headshot!
It's not easy for Brawl to lane against this sniper anymore. No, now the levels are there. You got this sort of the 3 points in the passive here from Malrine. It's not fun to stand in lane now as Necrophos. Malrine's got to bully you out pretty much every single time. 28-12 against the 24-3. That difference is only going to increase by quite a bit. This is not... I mean, what do? You obviously have to come back to the mid. Are you calling for some sort of support backup? Is there anyone that can come mid to try and punish the sniper?
Yeah, honestly, this is a really tricky situation for Tundra because the hero that can rotate and maybe kill mid would probably be the Tusk, right? But if he leaves Huskar alone, Huskar is not a strong laner in a 2v1 situation. He's very vulnerable. Even against DK Weaver, I think you can die or at least get bullied away. So if Tusk rotates toward mid to help the Necrophos, you're opening up that window top. And do you even kill the sniper until Necro is 6? Is the other question, because what if the rotation is in vain?
Bottom. This time round,
surprising
they'll be able to get Skeeter. They've got enough to take him out. Crit's going to be there with the response. So Kasane will fall in return. Same time top, they abused the fact that Amar was left on his own. Tomato able to push forward for the kill.
That's honestly so important that they killed the Luna there, because that whole thing snowballed all of this, right? First of all, they're getting the kill there, which is unexpected to me that they would be able to find that. And then that rotation in turn, or that forced the rotation from Weaver, leaving Amar vulnerable. So all of that was like one snowball effect that kind of salvaged the laning stage for Tundra that was already starting to look very weak. Now they solved 2 side lanes in one fell swoop, kind of. So it's pretty big for them. Necro's still not too happy, but get there.
Crit's going to see if he can get over to the Wisdom Rune in time. Will steal. So he was able to click it quickest. And it's going to be Crit. So both Wisdoms going the way of Falcons.
Yeah, that pretty much offset everything they just did.
And in the mid, they've got the scythe. Marine, can he bring down Braille with him? He can't. Braille and Whitemon, they'll get away with the kill.
Clutch.
Bottom. Kasane is going to try and turn back in with the crush. Crit nearly picking off Emerging behind the tower. In fact, does so with the bugs. They should have the chance of getting both of them. The 3 of them surround Kasane. Falcons making sure that good things happen now on this bottom lane. Crit having a great time once again, as he was on the Weaver in that first game.
He's being an absolute menace. This is a really good timing for the rotation as well, because you have the siege wave. So you're actually starting to do a pretty big dent into this bottom tower, losing about half of it. Tundra trying to make a move of their own.
And they can go again bottom. They've got the pull here onto Immersion.
Oh boy.
And as soon as he's back to the lane, he's going to be going back out of it. Another kill hit for Skeeter to get involved in.
Just making dice to the tower. Okay, well, bit of a trade-off there for Tundra, I suppose. And as a matter of fact, Tundra will be the ones getting a tower here. So Tomato will take down this entire top tower without a siege creep, but just by nature of being Huskar with an armlet, this is bound to happen.
I mean, and as sort of a safe lane Huskar as well, once you've got this armlet done, are you sort of sitting in this area of the map, or do you move yourself over to try and pressure other lanes? How do you try and really abuse this sort of timing on the armlet as you want to?
I don't know,
as a
I'm not a disgusting Huskar player, so I wouldn't know. And if I had to play Huskar, I wouldn't play it safe lane, so even less. I think you probably, in this game, you probably need to keep farming a lot, I think. But kind of playing it a little bit like we saw the lifestealer of Skitter play in the last game. Push out the lane, do the hard camp, even do the small camp as well. I guess you also have the luxury with taking this top tower of accessing the enemy Ancients, which can be a little bit dangerous, of course. Actually, Tomato dies! Oh! Amar just...
That was solo, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was even... While you guys were watching this on your screens, I was watching it and I was in disbelief that he just got away with it.
I mean, talking about people doing all their own, we might see Marine be able to take out the 2 of them. And he's taken out Immersion. Can he bring down Whitemon as well? The bash is there. He needs a few more headshot procs. He's going to get the back of Skeeter. He will fall, but not before he takes out Whitemon as well. Does mean that Skeeter's caught in a bit of a tough spot between Kasane and Brawl. The scythe is up. Tundra will end up getting the cleanup on that one, taking out both the mid and the carry from Falcons.
This game is something. There's like literally tons of plays happening that kind of, it almost feels like shouldn't be, right? There's just so many, yeah, it's just chaos. Huskar gets solo killed by Dragon Knight top. He gets stunned as he is armlet toggling, I think, and then he died.
I think that must have been what happened, yeah.
He died to an attack from the Elder Dragon form poison. And then this whole situation with the sniper play turning out this way, it seems a little bit unpredictable right now which way this is going. And all in all, I guess that's good for Tundra, because the laning stage was starting to look kind of grim for them, and they managed to break things open quite well. And yeah, while Kasane is not having the greatest game on Slaughter, maybe it's a game where Slaughter doesn't have to come up that big, as long as he can get a dagger on.
They're diving in. Skeeter, he's looking very dead. Tomato heads over with the twin gates. Make sure there's no chance for Skeeter.
And straight back top. I kind of like this. Like we talked about, Huskar needs to farm, but you know, if it's a gate move, this is a very minimal investment of time to get a big kill. Straight back up to top again to continue that farming pattern that he's got going.
Crit deep behind the tower. They're getting some good info for Falcons. They know that the 3 of Tundra are trying to set up some sort of defense. And they will respect it. Further backup also to be coming in. Actually, gets cancelled upon top lane.
Not again, surely. Oh boy. Ooh. It was close. It was happening.
All right. I mean, at that point, it's happened twice. I don't know if you want to come back up here, right? If Amar's able to do this with the dragon form, a little bit of what tick damage over time.
I mean, to put it bluntly, that's just not good enough. You know, like you can't have your safe lane Huskar get solo killed twice by an offlane Dragon Knight. Amar's game is insane now. He's almost top net worth. He
pretty much got his Midas stuff.
He's level 9.5. Huskar's level 7. Like, I mean, fair enough, he's almost level 8, but like, these solo kills are just way too impactful. I think the first one, he got the stun into Breathe Fire kill, and this time it was a failed toggle, right? I think this time around it was the Elder Dragon form poison that did him in. We've already covered how the side lane Huskar was not plan A, but if he even starts losing the lane to offlane DK, the Tundra lineup is very vulnerable in terms of timing.
Ryle. Didn't quite catch him with the blood grenade, even so may have been alright. Ryle will live. Top lane, they're going to try and make a play with 2 of them. But the stun's there, he'll try for the TP out, but they have the snowball. Amar, this time will be dealt with. A Tomato, he brings in a friend. Whitemon there to help out.
The tips per minute in this game is pretty high. Coincidentally, every situation that has involved a tip has had Amar in it, whether giving or receiving. That's how it is though, right? If you want to give, you have to be able to take it too.
Here around the mid, crit.
Oh, good shards? Well, no backup.
Oh, nobody else is coming.
I have an awkward spot here.
Now Tomato, he might get caught out by this wraparound. He's farming pretty deep on the top lane once again.
Bot as well.
And indeed, it's going to be both carries going down in harmony. Top and bottom there, Tomato and Skeeter both taken out. But with sort of the nature of the heroes, probably continues to be a bit more painful for the Huskar.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, right? Is that you look at the Tundra lineup and the timing that this strategy is trying to play for with Huskar Necro as a dual core, it feels very mid-game centric. So if Luna and Huskar both die in trades a couple of times, I think the Luna is the hero that's going to do a better job at recovering through Ancients and just an overall slower pace of game. And also, she has so much other right-click physical damage in her team that she doesn't even necessarily need to do that much. Just being in the fight, having an aura and staying alive. You've got Weaver, you've got the mid-sniper, plenty of right-click where that came from. And the Dragon Knight, as we've established, is having a way too good game for what he should have in theory, running that Midas. Amar is going to become big in this game on the Dragon Knight unless Tundra really kick up the speed here and start taking a Roshan in some towers.
Once again, proving to be rather annoying here for Tundra, just getting good information moves he's making for Falcons. Now also, the side of Amar, they want to try something here. Sane, he has got backup. See them ready to turn and fight Tomato, he's there. They jump straight over towards Amar. There's a bit of a bait there, works out perfectly for Tundra.
That's a great punish. The Dragon Knight's not tanky, right? Like, he's Midas. So if he gets jumped on with Corrosive Haze and a Huskar, that's a kill. And the beautiful thing about this rotation as well, it's just such a natural transition into Roche, right? So this is exactly what Tundra needed to do. Find a moment of weakness, exploit it, get the Roche, and now kind of is very telling how they play this Aegis. Because I think you have to use it. You know, you can't just be like, okay, the enemy team isn't getting their Aegis, now we're just gonna chill and farm up. It feels like this is the kind of Aegis where you're looking to at least get a couple of towers and ideally perhaps shut off the enemy triangle if you can.
This twin gate move might give them the chance to find Amar. He'll see Tomato down the wave, so Amar will play it safe enough. 3 of them.
Plenty of smokes available for Tundra if they're feeling it. But 1 on each support, and the rotation coming over from Necro, who also has the Boots of Travel, and Blade Mail, interesting.
Yeah, they've got some of these early timings now. Blade Mail on the Necrophos, Halberd done on a Huskar. Ready to fight. A bit too deep here though under the tier 2, and move that Whitemon should pay for here. Gets caught under the tower, they burn through immersion.
This is bad.
They'll even be able to look to chase out Prowl as well.
That's real bad.
As there's no escape for him either. As soon as they get that Aegis, they really wanted to try and force for a move, but it cost them 3 heroes. They get nothing.
I think that was a full-on bait from Malrine too. I actually think Whitemon might not have clicked the sniper in that situation and identified that there was a pike, because he willingly got snowballed and then just piked into tower. And Tundra got caught in this really awkward limbo where they're better off just completely selling their Tusk instantly and trying to get out. It's kind of what they did. They just couldn't get back. So losing 3 heroes there, losing some valuable time on their Aegis. At the very least, that one's still in the hands of Tomato, but...
Oh, in the mid. Is he going to be able to get out of this one?
Supernova this.
He will. Make sure that he doesn't dodge the assassinate. It's defensively Supernova.
That great. You stay alive, but now there's another part of this Aegis timing that will essentially be wasted, because you're not likely to look for a flat-out just falling down for a tower with Supernova on cooldown. Kind of an integral ability. Dagger now on a Mar will be safe too. Keep ramping up, building toward BKB. I reckon this is just the kind of game where you just go for this, like, flat-out just stand your ground kind of Dragon Knight with BKB AC. You could maybe go the Axe route if you want. But I think looking at the rest of his lineup, him having the AC aura is incredible for his team. It's Weaver, Sniper, Luna, and 3 of his allies, so probably the way to go. But does need the BKB because there's just too much percentage based, right? There's Reaper, there's Sunray, Huskar ult. There's a lot of value to having block some of that and kill range.
Really do want to try and find this Aegis fight. Smoke up. White Mom, Sane, Ryle. They're going to jump for crit. Time-lapse is there though. Initial burst, not enough, but now the turnaround comes in. Whitemon, once again dying for his efforts at trying to initiate something around the mid.
Falcons are so ready. They're just reading the moves really well. I think only losing the Tusk there is actually a pretty decent result. That looked like it could have been a scary Chain Frost, but they did a good split up. Okay, they're going to lose more potentially here. Mar breaks on the smoke, so they know they're here.
Gonna be the jump with the crush in return. They get the jump over towards Crit, as Crit will die. So this is meaning that the Aegis will fall out of the hands of Tomato. Falcons ready to set up for round 2. Is there anything to help him out? They're trying to heal him here with the Sunray, but Tomato cannot withstand the immense amount of damage that Falcons are able to throw out. They'll get him with the Supernova, but Falcons can easily turn, take it out. Have still lost a couple of casualties here with the supports. The buyback will come out from Snaking to try and make sure that Mallory and Skeeter continue to stand on top in this fight. They'll head in, take out Whitemon. Tundra, they get something, but if anything, just ends up as nothing more than an even trade. It's not what they need. They needed more around that Aegis.
That did not play out the way I thought it was going to. I actually thought they were just going to kill the Phoenix and that was going to be the end of it. But Tomato came in and took the fire for his Phoenix and used the Aegis. So you see this moment here. It looks like Immersion could become in trouble, but Tomato really gets in there and gets the crit kill, but ends up completely sacrificing his positioning. And the formation of the Dire Heroes is just super awkward now. And he cannot withstand this amount of physical damage on the Husker, even with a Sunray trying to heal him up. Said the trade-offs do happen. We get the Reaper on the Dragon Knight. They lose the Supernova, but ultimately an even trade for Tundra just isn't really good enough, right? Keep coming back to the way these lineups inherently work, and this is the time of the game that Tundra's lineup is supposed to be winning the game. And as it stands, they're staying afloat in it, so that is not particularly good news.
Falcons very much know they have the strength to look for kills themselves. Whitemon, it's going to be found in the mid. Buys a little bit of time with the snowball, but will not be living through this. Another kill. Now Marine at this stage, he can aggressively get set up into stepping onto Tundra's half of the map.
I think something I noticed in the previous fight, I think we're okay for now in terms of... something I noticed in the previous fight that I think is kind of interesting about the sniper pick as well is this hero obviously thrives off playing with vision, right? It's kind of like when you play Tinker Bounty Hunter, where you want to track heroes so you can constantly hit your spells on them. Sniper is playing with a Luna and a Weaver. So at night time, he has the Luna night vision in the middle of the fight, so you can easily isolate targets and stick on them. And with Weaver, you hit the swarm. Sniper can just keep sticking on them. So it's actually really impactful the way that they have built this lineup around the Sniper. We were mainly focusing on the laning aspect of, you know, the matchup that he had in mid, but this is like a beautiful additional benefit that they took advantage of in the previous fight. But Sniper was just hitting someone that he would not, I feel like, would not normally be able to stick on in terms of vision. And that is going to remain a problem for the rest of the game. This is something you can't itemize your way out of as Tundra. You just need to be able to fight him head on and ideally jump him. Crit.
He was trying for him, but they were set up. They make sure he doesn't get away with that one.
That's such a clean play, Tundra. Very nice.
Very much knew he was going to be going for that.
Falcons will get the other one though. Goes the way of Skitter. Tormentors are available. I wonder if either team is really particularly interested in them. There's obviously the Sunray Shard is incredible for the side of Tundra. That one you would love to have. Huskar Shard is actually pretty good too.
Warmar to a bit of a dangerous area here. He's going to try for the TP out. They have got the snowball to stop it. Zamar slowly but surely fall.
Yeah, Tundra are finding a couple of pretty good moves here. Question is if you can get any collateral out of this, as you would love to with their strategy. They would like to, you know, it's one thing to kill cores, but ideally you really want to constrict the enemy team from finding space on the map. And now they will not be able to steal this shard, so well done by Falcons to grab this before the move was actually coming down from Tundra here to potentially steal it with the Slardar. Shard will be going over to Crit, so really nice both for farming and teamfight damage. The Weaver Shard I think is incredibly powerful.
For Tundra, at this sort of stage, is it just a case of waiting for the next Roche before you try to sort of make any of these moves around your Huskar?
Probably. It feels too high risk to just straight up go for a tower without an Aegis. But it also feels like the next one has to really count, right? You're not going to be satisfied with burning the next Aegis to do okay in a fight. Crit.
He's got the time lapse. He's also got the backup. Mallory's here. A situation where Whitemon, he's rolled in a bit too deep.
A couple of his snowballs in this game just have not been that great.
And they're trying to push for more. Jump up from up. At the same time, Kasani's able to get it on top of Marine. Tomatoes into the BKB. Closing the gap and on the snipe. They've got the Reaper snipe. They take out the sniper. Excellent position here with the egg on the high ground, but it isn't going to be enough to allow Tundra to take this fight as the damage too much from Falcons. Tundra, they have to throw everything into killing off the sniper, but they cannot get anything else, and they lose every one.
And they're also going to lose the tier 1. And now the question is, are you also going to lose Roche? He could respawn in 5 seconds. If you're lucky on Falcons and you scout this area, you might just be able to sneak it right now, but see what the timer looks like. Oh, that was the guaranteed respawn. It wasn't when he could respawn, I'm sorry. But they didn't check it in time, did they?
They're not checking the spot. They will now. Now they'll go over, and indeed, once they see that, they'll certainly want to take that away.
Oh boy. Yeah, if Tundra doesn't get this, my win expectancy for them is plummeting right now. This was arguably the most important objective of the whole game, was getting Roche number 2 for Tomatoes Huskar. That will be denied. Well, for Falcon, hopefully it won't actually be denied, but
it's just sort of a question of what can Tundra do that was different to that last attempt to the fight, right? Because a lot of things seem to be all right with the way they set things up, right? They get the jump onto the sniper, they throw everything on him, they take him out. The Phoenix is supernova on the cliff. It's a good spot, but it didn't matter.
They could have first of all chosen not to take it after Whitemon died, right? That was the first thing. So I understand that it's tempting and that you feel like you have to do something with your hero, so I think it's easy to say in hindsight they just shouldn't have done it. Because they must be feeling the same sense of urgency that I am with their lineup, right? That they're like, okay, this is when we should be strong. If we're not good enough to win these fights, then we're just not winning, right? So I don't mind them taking the fights, but it's just really difficult. The Frost Shield is making things very hard. When they jump that sniper, he survived for a really long time on Malrine. And naturally, when you do go in for these kills, you're going to be clustering up. So the Chain Frost was really big. You got, I think, the Swarm on multiple heroes. Eclipse was obliterating them. It's just hard to initiate into this Radiant lineup without having multiple BKBs, and as it stands, you only have the one on the Huskar. So the other heroes just got wiped off the surface of the earth by spells.
Their eyes on him in the mid, but they won't go for the jump upon him. The scan, they know that there's backup behind him. Settle for the push onto the tier 2. Fortification to come out on a TP over Ral. He's ready to potentially start the defense. Whitemon also ready to join him. So the TP's to be coming in. Ral, he's considering very aggressive here as he looks towards Skeeter. Still there are Mar and Crit watching from the sidelines. Have the Aegis and the cheese on Falcons. They're ready to fight if it goes on. And Kasani will try and get the jump on the Snaking. Think he's able to split away from them. Whitemon will get taken out. He will manage to make sure that they bring Snaking down. But at this point, Tundra, do they still want to fight this? Tomato's going to try. Dunks in over towards Malrine, but Malrine's able to keep the distance. BKB's up from Amar. Falcons, they can kite out the supernova. Brow throws the side down onto Malrine. Malrine will get another shrapnel out, but he will finally fall. Get a couple of kills. Not a bad turn of events here for Tundra, considering the fact that they were fighting into both the Aegis and the Cheese. The crush out onto Crit, they'll find themselves a third kill. Excellent fight.
Really good fight from Tundra. The way they ended up setting this up, and with Bryle having this much freedom afterwards to come through, I actually thought that fight was going to go terribly wrong after Sniper got the pike off on Huskar before he got BKB off, but they kind of stabilized it well, dragged out the fight. Necrofox got to do a ton of damage just walking through them, getting a good Reaper. Yep. Follow me surprised. I did not think that fight was going to go that well, even though they traded straight away support for support. Getting the Lich out of the fight is obviously pretty big. He didn't get Chain Frost off, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
not quite enough staying power there for the side of Falcons, so.
Tally ho!
See if Tundra are able to do this again, because of course, despite the outcome of the fight, still 8k gold behind Falcons. Not the same straight up ease of scaling. We'll find another pickoff on snaking. Ardo here should be able to solo the Tormentor.
Yep. So that's a shard for the Tusk. Not the best one, but you know, everything, it adds up. They kind of cut the lead in half just now by getting those kills and then getting the Tormentor, so very good news for the side of Tundra. On the side of Falcons, Amar will be finishing his AC in about a minute and a half, probably. Talked about how big that item is going to be for the overall flow of team fights, so major upgrade for them.
Raimon tries to jump in, but straight away the turnaround's there from Falcons.
He's just getting punished so hard on this Tuskar. Every single time he has a little bit of a misstep on the Tusk, they just kill him off immediately. Tally's now up to 8. At the very least for Tundra, there are no additional casualties. Simple Tusk kill the end of the world. Amato gets this time to potentially finish up an AC as it looks. Getting that before the Ags, so recognizing the similar thing that we saw from Falcons, that this is just an incredible Cuirass game, and it is for both teams. It's very nice for his Slardar to have the AC in the team. It's nice for him. He needs the armor. Oh, don't mind it. And even opting to go for the Ogre Seal Totem on Huskar as well, right, in his options. You could have imagined that there were other potential pickups here, but really recognizing that mobility here is going to be the name of the game. He needs to be able to stick on targets. When he ultis in on them and they get force staffed away or pike or whatever, having that Seal Totem to cover the distance can't be big. Whitemon again.
They're gonna find him.
Oh god. It's a tough life out there.
He can't catch a break this game, poor old Tusk.
Yeah, being a Walrus is not the best when you're playing against a guy with a gun. It's not really fair, think about it. Being hunted all around.
He's getting them further info. He's able to get the bugs out to both Bryle and Kasani. Amar jumps forward. They'll throw down the Dragon Tail stun on towards Bryle. Skeeter stepping up. Bryle still incredibly tanky, of course, with this heart, and he has the backup of Tomato by his side. So Falcons, they'll hold back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Settle for the tower. Skeeter. The push on down the mid. Aghanim's now done for Bryle, so a good amount of damage he's going to be kicking out with his heart Aghanim's combo online.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Maybe even thinking about fighting back Tundra. Really in position to try and go for something for the back lines of this fight. They'll get him with the jump, but it's not towards the illusion. A bit of an illusion bait there, successful from Skeeter, causes Kasani to make a failed initiation, and now Maori's in with the damage. Kasani's trying to run, but the assassinate hit, it's coming in, takes him down. Crit, time-lapse to jump away from the efforts of Tomato. They can go for more here, Falcons, to get the pullback onto Bryle. Tomato considering if he can do anything to help out, but Bryle surrounded by the 5 of them. Skeeter picks up the double. Falcons, they get the clean kills, and Tundra, they can't do anything this time to stop them.
What a great illusion bait. That really set the tone for the entire fight, because Kasane sees this Luna and he's like, all right, we're going to commit to this kill. And obviously when you go on your Slardar with these items, you're not getting out again. So he went all in to kill an illusion, essentially, and the fight just completely fell apart. The presence of mind from Skitter to make that play in that moment is very impressive to me. So they send in Amar, and it's believable too, right? Because the Dragon Knight is jumping. He's straight up jumping the Necrophos and stunning him, and usually that feels like a wasted stun if you're not going to commit on him, right? Because he has heart, he has a lot of regen, he has Ghost Shroud that you need to get through. So when Dragon Knight does that, your instinctive reaction as a player is they're going hard to kill this Necro.
So that
has to be the right Luna, right? And it's just an illusion, so it's just a complete fake out play from Falcons. That was, for me, the play of the game right there. Just really cool stuff. and they reap a big reward. 3 kills, one of them being Bryle, who was starting to have a monstrous streak there, building that up. I say that, it was a killing spree, but he was 9-2, okay? It's good enough. Big kills, and I think that play in itself paid them 6k gold. Not bad.
A lot of money, especially on the support, you know, Crit once again really picking up the farm, and obviously very different build to last game, but perfectly done so here to really deal and counter this Huskar, this Necrophos. He's pretty much got his nullifier done.
Yeah, that's the fact that his other cores don't have to buy the nullifier means they can get even more efficient items, because he will always be able to connect it. He doesn't even need to get the hits off himself with it. There's the taunt.
If it's enough,
it is.
It is.
Nice kill.
Quite able to get the time lapse off there with the stuns and the crushes.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward when Huskar gets his ult off on you, because you can't time lapse when he's midair. Then he's just going to fly on back over to you and get the taunt anyway. So you kind of have to tank through it and hope for the best, but Kasane was there with the cover. Once the taunt expired, they have to crush and haze and him out, so. But yeah, as I was saying about the nullifier on the Weaver, I think it's a nice luxury for his teammates that you have this support that is able to run around and connect it as, well, this could happen to any team really. When your support can apply the nullifier and has this high level of ability, you can trust that it's going to connect when it matters, and therefore you as a carry or mid, in this case on the sniper as well, don't have to buy this item, and you can get way higher stat efficient items. Sniper's going for an MKB, Luna will be going for the Pike, and also neither of these heroes even want to buy it to begin with, right? That's the other thing. They're not really nullifier carriers. So
Sonic is going to show in the mid. And it's going to have the snowball save coming in from Whitemon.
This is going to get real awkward, Owen.
But I don't know if there's any way out of this one. They're surrounded, and there is indeed no escape. This time, not only Whitemon dying off the back of that, both the two of them, him and Kasane, down in the mid.
Just a straight slip up though, right? The other teammates were not even remotely close. You're in the middle of the map 33 minutes in as Tusk Slardar showing on the wave. That's just such an easy choice for Falcons to make there. Get that big punish on them. Just by nature of how their lineup works now, Tundra, I think, have to play incredibly tight. I think they really need all their heroes in the fights together and not take skirmishes.
Ryle trying to come over here to see if they can get something done. Tomato there as well. They make the jump over towards Skeeter. They do get him, but it will cost them all of their lives. And Roshan's up. They may have killed the carry, but I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to work out that that was not worth sin.
I'm a little bit dumbfounded by this move to begin with. They also flat out 3-on-5. I mean, high risk, high reward, I get it, but...
Did they just not expect the full squad to be there? Or?
Perhaps, but this is the most obvious place on the map to be right now, right? It's Roche time. You're playing against a Huskar lineup. You have a lineup that's more than capable of taking it yourselves. I think Tundra was expecting to run into trouble there, but maybe they just thought they were stronger than they actually were, or maybe it was the case of, okay, guys, Hail Mary, we cannot possibly give them this Aegis anyway, so we just hope for the best when we go for this play. But yeah, it's fair to say that if Falcons have any sort of decent formation there, they will never lose that fight 5v3. And they obviously did. If anything, getting the Luna kill there is honestly pretty decent. This is just straight up getting out of control now. Falcons, 25,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, they just got the free pickup here for Amar. He's now got his Aghanims from that Roche.
Yep.
Giving this him, yeah, this very impressive looking amount of net worth on the graph.
Yeah, okay. Dragon Knight with 30k net worth, huh? Oh, that's fine.
Well, he tried. Tried to get the steal on the Wisdom Rune there, Immersion. Doesn't get it. Now the high ground push.
Tower is under attack.
Imminent here from Falcons. Oh, no, he's stepping outside of the base. In fact, he's thinking about going for this. A very desperate attempt there for Tomato. Will it work out? He's put the BKB. It will not. He is gone.
Nah, this is just...
I mean, that...
Now it's just falling apart, Owen. This is just complete.
They might even be able to dive in for Bryle. Crit's got him with a nullify. They're going to get him as well. That may be that. As this bottom set of racks will almost certainly be taken. It's 4 dead on Tundra.
If they know there's no buybacks, they could throne, actually. Take this tier 3 and straight thrown in time.
Yeah, I think they might. Right, over to the tier 4s. They're ready to close this one up. The fortification will be there. See if Tundra are able to pull together one final fight. Maybe looking like unlikely that they'll get the time to do so. Still with his 40 seconds, the Tomato's dead for 50 seconds without Bryle. Immersion, Kasane going to try for something, but they get jumped first. Straight away over towards Immersion. He's gone. Kasane has the BKB and run back to the fountain, but it is over. GG is called. No doubt about it here today. Falcons, the strongest squad, as they take this series 2-0 against Tundra.
Yeah, in both games, Tundra showed some pretty good signs of life in certain moments, but I think you're right to just say, like, Falcons just a level above, right? I really love the way that they did this from a drafting perspective, last picking the sniper. Kezu called it on panel that it was going to be a cool pick. They run for it. But you kind of wish when you see this game play out, you wish for some individual mistakes to not have happened to really see how it would have gone, quote unquote, in theory.
Baboka not too careful. In fact, Crit does get the ghost set for in time, makes the jump in onto the Twinks. Baboka still alive, and now the stun! He's alright. He does get into the ult. Egg is dropped. X-Nova chasing him down, and Skidder, he is gone.
This sad Slark further in the clutches of our DK. Now to high ground again. With all this damage, it's just not going to take too long, although I'm on.
Yes, being targeted again, though this time they don't blow him up, and now the RP, they've caught the Lina. That's the big one, and Malrina's gone. Buyback available. ATF now being targeted. Monet, no hesitation, does take him out. In fact, X-Nova was the one to claim the kill. G2IG now in a 5v3 situation. 15 seconds just about for the slug, but the skewer back. Catching Snaking for a moment, but he is still on the high ground. Meanwhile, nothing to say.
As the fight goes on, you're losing all your mana. You're not able to fight back. So it does make it a little bit of a challenge on the high ground if you can't find a back.
Yeah, Skid is trying his absolute best to catch JT here, but Skid is the one being caught.
No, not like that. He does. Once they can focus on those buildings, it just doesn't take too much time at all.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, here we jump is there. NTS is the target, but he is just a very, very tanky boy, not taking enough damage. That Laguna committed, I think it was onto Baboka, but Baboka could not care less. Snaking now, in a bit of an awkward scenario, does try and jump away, but can't quite do so yet with Nullifier on him. he will be able to walk. However, Crit, on the other hand, will just go down underneath the tier 4 towers.
No plate bounce.
Unfortunate. G2IG onto the mid-ranks. Monet still jumping into the tier 4s apparently. Does retreat, not finding the target he wanted. Onto the top racks they go. It is completely exposed.
It's just going to be Megas. There's no contesting this. There is a respawn coming shortly, so you could try to hold for a little bit longer. G2IG, I'm not sure if they're keen on coming back.
Oh, nice skewer back, snaking here, being caught. He is down without buyback. They've got the Slark up in 5 seconds. They need him desperately too. ATF with a nice hoof stop, but there's just no backup. In fact, now ATF in trouble, pops the Stampede.
Oh no.
But he's stampeding right into the graveyard. A skid up. Here we go again. Uses double pounds to jump in. Gets the ulti off. Tries for X-Nova. X-Nova just standing his ground. Does go for the egg now. Into the Sunray, and GG is called. GG is called. They have seen enough. And my goodness, G2IG. JT is having a great night.
He is a happy man today. G2IG, two tough opponents.
You'd think with the amount of smiles this guy's had this game, John, you'd think he'd have his teeth whitened recently or something. He's just showing off.
Yeah. Perhaps that's it. You know, he had a great time. G2IG having a great time here overall in the group stage. A great evening of games for them to find all these wins.
Interesting. I think the anti-global strat, which is what Blacklist are going for, right? You give the Furion and then you pick a bunch of global heroes in the Breaker and the Spectre that can join any fight. Just outnumber him when he tries to outnumber you. It's an interesting idea. And then have some like independent laners, that global ability. Hard to tell as we switch. But we saw the early obs off the teleport from Celery as it's just going to force a fight on their vision, but they kind of left the hill and then they're going to give up first blood instead.
Yeah, it is going to be traded out with Tim.
One of the reasons Blacklist took it in that second phase, like they did not want to give it.
Like you said, they're trying to pull the lane back, but that also leaves an opening here for Raven to potentially get caught. Instead, it's going to...
Yeah, it's like that classic combination.
Celery maybe in a spot of trouble here.
Oh, the bash.
Managed to get one bash. Where's the fear shot? Finally it goes out, but Gabby's already left.
Yo, Gabby.
He was like, I thought you weren't going to use it. I was waiting for so long.
You're not playing
and Carlo was making the rotation too. They're actually going to TP the Furion out, which does leave Duraccio alone here.
Oh, he stays the bash. He knew.
Easy kill to get. Very nice.
Gabby knew, dude. He didn't want to waste that bash on the support.
Did he get 2 bashes and 2 hits? 3 hits, maybe?
Yeah, we'll give him a little 60s.
He actually got out-rotated by Dream Protector.
Yeah.
So
Blacklist did a decent job defending those early moves, and that has pushed Furion down on the XP board.
Carlo making a run for it. He's trying to pull the creeps off the tower, but he's going to be caught before he gets back to the jungle, back to the forest from whence he came. He'll die, instead head back to the fountain. Abed has made a rotation, though. He wants to hold this tower.
Oh, he got zapped!
Oh, no! That is unfortunate.
Breaking with full Skelly boys. His tower's just going down. So the onus is on Blacklist right now to make the exchange happen. And Gaimin gonna respond.
TP rotation coming in from Quinn will at least
have Pierce the Veil. You don't have the tree and ulti here. Those are some of your big damage healers in the team fight. And I mean, Quinn just running you down right now because there's no control for this Rolling Thunder until you have Overgrowth.
Yep. Okay, this swashbuckle puts himself in range of Abed. Now he has the Rolling Thunder, but may not be expecting this rotation from everyone else on Tinker.
Oh, over Tinker. Why do people hate Tinker? I don't get this obsession, man. Chilling.
I understand. You're a pro gamer.
Overgrowth's gonna try and bail this out.
That is not gonna be enough, but Abed can get some return kills. They're gonna get a 2 for 1 so far, but Abed can keep chasing down more of these heroes. He's gonna go for Quinn, but Gabby was going for a different target, and now they're missing the disable and the damage to perhaps get both of them. Okay, bumps him into the fear shot. Celery. Yeah, they're trying to push him straight into those, through the little doors for the kobolds.
Get in there, mine me some gems.
Well, he'll be farming him for sure. Abed takes away the Wraith King reincarnation. Does need some help if he wants to get a second life.
Which is what your lineup drives at. You have the Midas Breaker, you have the Spectre, you can get the pickoffs.
And that information.
Now this map is not proving to be too fun for Gaimin to play right now, and the burst is so close.
Very nice. React to this turn. Celery might end up dying here as he's a little close to Abed, who is going to collect some of these neutral items, see if he gets away from this. Nice. Abed making a really good read there. Doesn't actually get away from the stun in time, sadly, but waiting.
I feel like you should play for the pick off the Manta helps you farm, it helps you push out the map, which also helps you pick off.
Got him.
Yeah, he's gonna get there in time, but
Stuns aren't gonna last too long. Well, looks like his W just ran out. First damage is enough before the charge can... Yeah. you can't say that with a straight face.
Cool though.
Quinn, Blacklist need to take a little bit more of a trek to get here, so this is going to be delayed. I like that. Spectre waiting for somebody else to show before finally jumping. They do manage to get, again, the counter to the Rolling Thunder. He does have the illusion rune, though, so he's going to be okay. Or excuse me, looks like they want to make the move to bottom lane on Blacklist already.
The Atos.
Ah, the Atos, there it is. He's stuck in the Ghost. That was a ton of burst damage. Damn. He's gonna die twice.
He's gone. Whirling, yes, way too strong.
Garaccio, he managed to get the break onto the Spectre. No Eclipse bounces onto him, though. A little bit unfortunate. He gets bashed up a second time. That is just unfortunate. He just did not get the damage on the hero that he wanted to go on there. Also outnumbered by a large amount is Blacklist. Had already killed one and had all 5 of their heroes, and now they're gonna be rewarded with a fan. You better run, or your team better go through the portal to join you. Oh.
That was... Who's going through who?
Gabby? Okay, Gabby's gonna go for it with his BKB. They're gonna jump onto the Furion. Immediately, Tim's gonna put him down. Meanwhile, the Eclipse on the high ground.
That overgrowth destroyed them there.
Yeah, it did. It controlled all of those heroes. They couldn't get any sort of rebuttal there. Now the control is wearing out.
The BKB on Garaccio. It's a big factor here as he wants to force the fight.
Or jumping onto the Spectre. It is an easier kill than I think Blacklist anticipated. Wow.
Say the power of luck. This hero's just so annoying for carries when he's charging through off low cooldown. He's also doing a crap ton of damage now. He has Ceremonial Robe plus the Kayayasha.
Oh, but he sees so many heroes immediately. Tofu's dead. That's a dieback. This fight is already over for Gaimin Gladiators. They got to get out of here. Well, Garaccio, maybe he can kill the Train Protector, pop the BKB at half health here. It's not looking good. Yeah, he gets run over by Tims and Gabby, and oh no, another bash coming through. Does manage to get off the cheese this time around. Quinn jumping down to the low ground with a swashbuckle, caught by the Rod of Atos. Samantha gets rid of that one. Another swash coming up in a second, but the control and damage is too much. Blacklist.
You just got to throw somebody into the wolf's mouth at this point. In theory, it should be Ace. Second life. The wolf is scouting you invis.
Yeah, and he's catching Tofu every single time. The person who's supposed to be able to help them when their front line gets gone on. Gabby with the refresher goes for it. Oh, he actually managed to get away with the Manta, and the stuns are enough. He actually does side of Blades. Garaccio is getting a man fight that he's actually winning for once. The Gladiators are cutting down Abed. What a fight for the carry of Gaimin Gladiators, showing there is still some life in this Luna to actually be able to carry. You surely learned the lesson there. Gabby has to disable the Luna.
Yeah, you focus Luna over this Pango for sure next fight, right?
Yeah. The problem is going to be their 2 lanes of barracks down, and maybe even a third. I mean, they're going to be getting in some sort of fight, but this is going to be a pick-off of the Train Protector, who doesn't have a buyback. They're going to be a 4 versus 5, and maybe Megas. They do have the glyph still.
I mean, Gaimin respect this right now. How much they believe in Garaccio being able to just sit here and take the fight. They also got a gem out of that, pretty big.
I mean, I would say, screw it, you're 1 fight away from winning this game. Force the mistakes out of them.
Yeah, why not?
Pops BKB, immediately goes for the disable onto Luna, down to half health. Can he get off the Satanic and get the hits in? On the fight, another charge, he just can't get the hits in. A little bit. Now he's healing back up, and Blacklist has to run. But Tims, even if the heroes all get away, it's going to be the buildings that are going to be the problem here. Tims does get cut down, but the bigger problem is Megas.
What the hell happened in this game? Abed comes back, he's like, guys.
Oh, we were winning.
We're still winning, right? I mean, they got to make something happen. You cannot let them get out of here for free.
Quick refresh to the BKB, but Abed stuck inside the Sprout. It's bad. Inside the Sprout, silence up as well. You'll step there to be able to help out Raven. He's not able to get this fast kill anymore, has to jump back. Heroes 3 dead on the side of Blacklist. It's Gabby and Raven now. No longer have to go for kills, have to be able to somehow hold their Ancient. Now it's just Raven against the world, and there's no way he has a chance. GG just like that. What a turn of fate. 10 minutes ago, this felt guaranteed for Blacklist.
Southeast Asian Dota, man. I mean, always unpredictable. There's no other way to say it. I think Gaimin are a little surprised they won that decisively off how that game was going, because it felt like Blacklist were just incrementally making a stronger and stronger position in that game. Like, if they get an Aegis on the Spectre or something, they take one more fight, maybe they win that game, right? But
Yeah.
a couple things just went wrong. Like, they did not respect the Luna Shard. They ended up with double melee core on top of the Dyrachyo in that fight. Which they... Illusion. It's not like you last pick Lycan to him. Like,
There have been teams that have done it.
I mean, could. It'll work out. It
It's
is
a game-winning Lycan. I think, and that was a big advantage for Blacklist in game number 1, was the fact that they seemingly always had the vision advantage thanks to their multiple Invis heroes.
And I think if Blacklist will start the fight, it's very
Big kill if they can get it. You said they need to be able to shut down some of these heroes.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy how that Devour just single-handedly is going to win them the resource war. Take away the mana from Dyrachyo, give them unlimited mana for Tins to be thrown around. Gabby is going to be in some trouble, though. Decrepify, once again, going to be put to use here. Yeah, it does have a Devour, but that's going to pop out the little golems, and those do a lot of damage.
You know, it's working well as Alec is top of the board. Arcane rune for Quinn.
Quinn and Abed faking each other out, but Abed does manage to land the combo. The shield crash gives him a little bit of help, though, but the battery assault's going to be able to stop that Rolling Thunder. Couldn't get far enough away.
A lot of this early game.
Seems initially they want to put more pressure on mid, which is where Gaimin Gladiators are free to dominate this safe lane.
Yeah, Dyrachyo just making great moves out of the safe lane the whole tournament.
Yeah, I think he's one of the carries to watch when it comes to using these. I think him and Mike were probably the two carries that use the gates the most.
There's a reason that's them two, right? They're doing it to each other.
Carlo in some trouble. Good use thinks. Well,
Freeing up some space for himself. It results in tower going down without a fight. This is a tower I think Blacklist really wanted to take fights
Carlo,
around.
I'm not sure if you want to be in that.
Yeah, you're in the wrong neighborhood, son.
It is delayed long enough for Abed to be able to show up. But the problem is they're going to be running out of damage here. The FBX, yeah, to pull it back, but into what?
Just keeping out. Good luck, Tim's, later.
So throw a little bit more damage around. He does manage to get the helmet dominant.
These are like healthy discussions. You just think about the game. Whenever you think about the game, you get better. So ESJ. You're gonna look for Quinn. They get another isolation. So the isolation kills is where this trio shot.
Yeah. Cogs keeping Ace back. Ace may not be able to get a return kill. Good use there of the bird to push him back in. The Hurricane bringing Carlo into striking distance for the Unstable Concoction. Doesn't get the damage because it's Decrepify, but Tim's just chased away and heal Carlo.
You can Solar Crest heroes in as well. Somebody's just dead.
Like, what is Carlo just can't even get off a spell there.
Look at the
Spells up
call.
immediately, and everybody's running in. No, Raven TP'd into this one. This could get really bad if Gaimin Gladiators are able to run down all these heroes, but they're going to turn and fight onto the high ground here. The Enchanter's going to be a bit of trouble. He's going to be stuck to death. The army is also going to be dying here. There's a lot of AoE damage coming out, but Dyrachyo is finally able to catch back up here. The Unstable Concoction landing onto the Kunkka, but he's got a Blade Mail. Abed doing a good job creating space for the Muerta in the back lines.
Even got Nex on the way out.
Yeah, might be able to get the kill onto Dyrachyo. They're going to throw the Doom out on him, and Raven pops the ultimate, guaranteeing it.
That went horribly for Game. Maybe just too deep. They couldn't run into the calling.
Yeah.
Like, Raven really messed them up there on that hill. They just didn't want to commit. Stellar's just stuck in no man's land.
Whoa, these items. Pick them up. Jesus.
Well, I guess the fight's not over. Golem still had unfinished business.
He got him after the Rolling Thunder on that X. Great timing by Abed. Wow.
To run into like the Doom that's still waiting. I thought that was going to be a lot better just because of this Helm of the Overlord, but didn't translate to that much damage, I guess.
Taking the real time where?
Okay.
Quinn is caught again. Simpson straight to Meal. Got him on the X pull back there, allowing the boat to be able to land, and the hook shot lands to follow it up. Good combination. Once again, put together by Blacklist. Win.
On for Blacklist bottom.
There's a big wave pushing in top as well. So Blacklist,
they're losing on the map, but in this is the important fight.
Pushing Carlo over the side here. He wants to control this high ground area if he can, using Cogs to do it as best he can, but Blacklist are really not seeing an opportunity to jump out here. They're just going to work his clockwork. He's going to buy back potentially, and they're going to need him too because Quinn is rolled through and they found the Muerta. Chaining up the stuns and getting a free bowling ball, just striking through all these heroes. But at the same time, the Muerta did manage to get off the ultimate and output a little bit of damage. Not enough to get a serious kill out of this. In fact, Celery somehow is still alive with his nature's attendance. He'll finish off the Muerta by himself. Blacklist put themselves backs against the wall.
Suck him
Okay,
in.
pull back into Pango, managed to get the Doom, but immediate response. They got the Soul Bind on it too, and that puts the Doom in a nasty position while the Clockwork is getting ripped apart by Dyrachyo. Force down, trying to get Gabby out of here. Not good enough. Blacklist.
Probably gonna hook him here.
Got him back in. Okay, Raven gonna pop the ultimate. There's the hook shot to make sure that Lycan, who got a force staff, okay, caught a random torrent, does manage to die.
The RNG.
A little lucky there, but just what Blacklist needed. A tidal wave trying to push in Dyrachyo even further. They're going to catch him, try and burn away that Aegis. Dyrachyo's trying to limp away, but he won't get out. He's going to be stuck here, and he's going to be coming back into a Cox, pushing him into Raven with all that damage. He's going to BKB, TP out, but the Doom doesn't stop him.
Yeah, that was ambitious. Might kill him in the fountain. It's going to be close. I think he'll live, but... I mean, not versus... smokes and breaking them, right? I think that's the weakness of it.
Oh, I managed to get caught on it too, but can them where to capitalize on this one? A little bit too far away, but they do manage to get the BKB already out. Rolling Thunder, not really doing too much either.
Yeah, they're kiting it out.
Blacklist have kited this out pretty nicely, and Gaimin Gladiators is stuck in kind of an awkward position here. Yeah, they do manage to get him. They're going to control him up a little bit longer. The Torrent Storm's going up, going to force them up to the high ground, and a shot is not enough.
And now Dyrachyo back in. That Doom has a war.
Oh, he got a great stun. Raven, though, still on his ultimate. Now they're stuck inside the cogs. Quinn has the roll-up, though, and Dyrachyo was able to fight his way out of the cogs on the low ground, not able to chase after
Raven, your clock ticking to midnight, my friend. BKB.
Dyrachyo running after him. Isn't able to get the stun onto him. Raven, he's going to have to fight for his life up against this Pango, and it looks like the damage is there just from the right clicks by the Pango by itself.
Another corridor fight that does not end well for the Muertas. Blacklist cut their losses and just bail once more. It's Abed preserving his 0 deaths in this game, but at what cost?
Also, the general HP regen of their team,
very high.
Like Dyrachyo went out of that fight. Like the reason he did 6,000 damage on Muerta without a single kill was because he would bring him down to like half.
A little quick kickoff for Blacklist and 5-man smoke. Maybe not
so quick. Celery staying alive for a decent amount of time while Quinn rolls around, and once again, BKB is used up by Raven, and now they're going to be caught in a bad situation with Dyrachyo coming in. They're trying to get the heals out. They have the Decrepify lasted a little bit longer with that ultimate, but Raven can't do the damage, man. These heroes are too tanky.
Too much regen. All these heroes have like baseline 30 HP regen because this Lycan is just buffing everything up. And
level 18, like this window is a big upgrade for Muerta, right? Because you get level 3 ultimate and you get the level 20.
Yep. So he gets 150 bonus damage. He has an extra second duration. He has Mindbreaker now as well.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, he has that level 15 talent. Like, there's a lot of little things going into bumping up this hero's damage, and you need it all right now because your base is just dying. You got no glyph. Anybody home? The wolf's at your door.
Okay, they're going to get hit by the Rolling Thunder. They're not going to be able to stop Dyrachyo right away. To prep fight for a little bit of period of time. Dyrachyo's committed. He's like, okay, you can win that fight if you want, but the Megas have already been taken. Now Blacklist Rivalry have to like wipe this Gaimin Gladiators team, and it's going to be all up to Raven right here in the middle of all these heroes with his ultimate pop, but the damage is just not enough. Not even close. No chance in hell.
Abed will not survive.
Gets another swipe in there from the Lycan for 800 damage.
Can only TP out so many times. And yeah, the base is just gone. I mean, Gabby's sitting in the back like, who am I jumping here? Well, you're jumping to another series because this one's over.
Gaimin Gladiators close it out with the 2-0. They managed to come back in that game 1 against Blacklist Rivalry, and we talked about it. We felt like this game was a harder one.
Yeah, I think this draft is
Blacklist.
This draft's puppy.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better true 5 position in this guy's GOAT. This guy's
there's a reason he's picking Venom.
Player to be able to make it to DI.
Yeah.
Was it like, you know, a team NP, like somebody didn't know with Jackie?
That team had a lot of problems. I don't know if I'd say Shell was the biggest problem.
Was it one of those Quincy crews? I mean, you guys brought in some players that maybe didn't fit in with the structure that you had.
Nobody cares about which one of my terrible. They care about these teams, and that is a first blood.
Okay, I do agree with that, but I think one thing about Jakiro that you should do is just be spamming out mangoes. I think this is a hero that you have to win your lane.
Look, he's dead. If he had taken Liquid Fire, he would have been playing way far.
Situation where he was, you know, they were playing a team fight.
But in a lane like this, where you have Spectre, are you really aggressively going on Tide Shadow Demon.
Oh my god, the Centaur stun.
Well, he could have liquid fired him and saved all the mana. What did the attack speed, move speed soul do?
Well, listen, the mana is not a problem because Carlo might just be dying twice here. He's getting free refills all over the place.
This is not good. Like, this is genuinely not good for the lane. Doesn't feel that great either, just staring at Crystallis up here, and he'll bring Puppey back and he'll gale you up.
And Puppey probably doesn't give a damn if he dies.
Crystallis is going
so much damage back into them. Crystal is hitting all three of them, but now the Spectre is level 6, and Crystal has made an error here, perhaps. Nice deny. Does have his ultimate. He's going to turn back around, see if he can kill something with it. Damage a bit lacking, and as soon as that ult wears out, we'll die.
Oh, weird. I mean, where mid one just doesn't have a TP. That's a fight where the Primal comes in with the DD he had earlier. He cleans house.
Oh, and he missed. The Zeus is very scary to fight into now. Even these tanky heroes like Tide and Primal Beast got to be careful with the phylactery damage that comes in. They all in on this shield room. Bring in the off lane, the entire off lane over to the table. Wrap up in the hammer. He's going to land on 2. Very nice. Midone can follow that up, being able to grab the Zeus. Pound him down. Not quite enough damage, though. And Abed turning it around. Kristen's going to join in on this fight, though. The carry coming in to complete this fight to the favor of Team Secret in the end. Now look at this big rotation coming in top lane. Puppey is scouting out for Crystallis here. He's like, don't worry, you're all clear, but the truth is they're all behind.
Save me.
He's just going to turn and fight. Here's going to hit him. He does manage to get off his ultimate, though he's speared at the same time, so it's not that great. The plague does slow down everybody, but ultimately, Crystallis has no chance of high execution. It doesn't have the best cast range to make that happen easily. Good Ravage trying to cover Yamich here. Yamich still going to be in some trouble. So is that Spectre. The Centaur stun will help out. Raven is going to retreat through the Macro Pyre, and Secret are low to be able to walk through that one. Abed giving a little bit.
Damn it, you don't have good answers to him until the pipe is out on the Tide or you jump him with your bruisers.
Trying to jump onto mid one a second time here.
Yeah, but you can't because you got Noxious Galed because you gave Puppey his hero.
I don't think anybody's saying you gave them that answer right now, but
Capes, all this stuff, right?
Raven got him on the anchor, and now he's perched up as well, just to make sure he's going.
Raven's life just got that much harder. I mean, if you're Blacklist, you got to go for some aggressive play. I don't think you can play these fights just letting Secret go into you anymore. You have to jump them. You have to find them, jump them.
You have to catch them in the pit is what you got to do.
Yeah, that would help get some like three-man crush.
Yeah, get the Slardar to steal the Aegis.
Puppey's gonna try and break here.
And he's gonna be maybe doing so successfully. He's moving around the side here. That ward, I'm not sure if it actually sees the Slardar here. If you got the timing,
to go pit.
I mean, it would just have to be a miracle from Gabby. And he doesn't jump in time. Now Team Secret can turn their attention to catching whatever heroes they can find outside of Blacklist. It's going to be 2 supports. And Gabby.
You're right. I agree. Like a lot of these Blacklist lineups have had really good kill threat and pickoff, and they find those, but what does it translate into, right? And maybe this game it was supposed to translate into Slardar giving them Roshan, but if Slardar game is impossible, how do you ever get there? And again, there's Cleanse, there's Lotus Orb. You know, nice jump.
Back into it again. This time Gabby's going to jump with the Bedlam on him. Stallis, half health, and can keep on hitting the buildings. Gabby may have that puddle, but if they just ignore him and hit the buildings instead, that 15 armor won't do crap. So that's going to be Megas and Blacklist. They're going to have to decide now if they want to play for a 70-minute comeback.
I don't know if they're going to get given that option.
Yeah, maybe. One's pushing real close to that fountain.
No, Abed's done.
Okay, Abed's gone.
This just feels like an out trap. I don't know. Like, you first pick Slardar, the Slardar got mega countered, and then you have Spectre Zeus. But the Spectre Zeus have nobody to set anything up for them. There's no lane shove coming out from your other 3 heroes. They're just like random skirmish spellcasters. Your only initiation in this game is the Slardar, who has the worst game I've ever seen of any Slardar in the world.
To these teams, because Team Secret has a chance to leapfrog over Blacklist in the rankings, knock them down into the bottom 2, and keep themselves in the tournament and into the playoffs.
You know, I feel like I'm so used to NA Dota that we've seen this hero just carry games hard. You like throw this Doom in there. The Doom's the wild card for me because I've not seen this hero perform too well. I think it's a great anti-carry hero. Like, it's going to shut the Morphling down if you can ever land that. But we did see Blacklist struggle with it earlier because it just feels slow, right?
I can safely say I've never seen First Blood happen in this part of the map.
Yeah, that's a weird one. Wins lane because he has 92 base. Throw some extra Luna Aura on top of that in the later points. It's playing nasty, but hey, 3v2, it's unfair.
Yeah, exactly. It's the onslaught to be able to get to the rune. That rotation's again coming through. Tim's going to be a bit late to the party, so a 2 versus 3 is going to keep commencing here. As blast after blast is not slowing down Secret. They want to be able to hunt down the rest of these heroes. Tims does have a Lotus though, and he can turn back around against these heroes with the Nether Ward trying to protect him. Tims, he'll tick out. The burn from the Panda was too much, and Carlo, the smart little wrinkle in that game plan. Again, here comes that Furion. And this time around, Tims isn't going to be able to even TP in, so it is a guaranteed bad fight. Try and counteract what the Primal Beast is doing.
Hobbit got a haste, so maybe that'll make it happen.
Yeah, maybe. TP coming in. Boom, not quite level 6. The Furion is going to TP in and help finish off Raven. So even though they have this great setup from Abed, they may not have any damage to really do much more than kill Yamich. Being
up in 5.
Up in 5, okay.
This is a pretty good move. Again,
yeah, skewer him into it or just RP him. It's a freebie season so far.
I mean, it's definitely getting better, right? Like, that's all you really want. If you're investing in a player and you're willing to play them long term, you just want to see the improvement.
Well, that's a pickoff. He may be punished for it though. Boom's gonna come on over here. Doesn't have his ultimate, but they are gonna be able to stop the Raven TP away. And frankly, they don't need the ultimate with Boom rocking the kind of damage he has right now.
And this would be a 4th death for the Luna. Minutes.
And it's pretty much guaranteed at this point. Smoke breaks. They know he's somewhere in here. Yeah, and the TP is not even worth completing.
Yeah, there's no helping this man.
Stopping a 5-man Secret that is all very.
And look at this ward mid. This is a great ward for Secret, but
got the blink first. RP and Doom both being used on the Brewmaster, who is a massive threat. Now, he does have his twin form, so he's a little bit difficult to bring down, but Raven is here to collect, and they'll be able to get Yamich there as well. So, Secret finally get.
Abed pop again.
Skewers through. Rodabato's gonna catch him. Oh, okay, that shockwave helps delay the initiation from mid 1, but they'll catch him eventually.
It was a skewer, but it isn't. Very strong. If you get stuck in a bad RP fight, Blacklist get to clean up.
Yeah, as long as it's not multiple heroes. If they lose like 1 core to an RP, I think it's kind of okay. They're gonna run into mid 1 here. They do manage to get the RP onto 2 with the Eclipse brought in. They'll quickly clean up these 2 heroes. Can they get more? Yeah, with the Doom onto the Brewmaster, that'll be a 3rd hero down. So, interesting opportunity with Huron getting in the vision. Now, they've already picked up the Aegis, but there are some low health heroes, so they can surely clean some of this up. As Raven maybe losing his Aegis right away, trying to get away thanks to the find the heals. Tims will help him out. And swap back in. Still in trouble, trying to use the movement speed with Mask Madness, but the Magic Missile cuts him down, and he's going to come back in and probably just die as that time.
What a great read from Puppy here. He needs so much damage in the pit with, like, Curse of the Old Growth off the Sprout in the pit, Atos. Damage reduction. Not insignificant as...
Oh, missed out on that skewer. A little bit awkward there with the terrain. And as a result, Tims and maybe even Carlo are going to be in trouble. Raven's going to be the one who's going to be chased down by Crystallis. They're going to swap back on Abed as well. Yeah, they finish up the Luna. Now Abed is making a run from it from the base. He's trying to skewer the exact opposite direction, but he's going to be caught no matter where he skewers.
I hope you have enough damage. There's no split still for 80, so if you can get the fight now, Doom is just walking in.
Tempted, BKB goes off mid 1, and Abed going to be caught. Killed before anything else can go out. Carlos said as well, they managed to grab the Luna, so no physical damage coming out from her. In fact, she's going to make a run for it. Rodabato's Manta managed to dodge some of that. The BKB is only going to last so long. Well, meanwhile, it looks like the Morphling is going to die to the Doom, but Boom is still going for it. Hurricane, again, a missed skewer, just really not working out. He died to the Radiance tick.
Team, stop the Panda, please.
All of these heroes, but could not stop Boom from running down their carry.
Still, I think this is going to be a salvaged?
They're going to have to go through this base and these buildings the hard way.
All right, Shiva's done for Gabby. I mean,
Okay,
you
there's
farmed
the
all
skewer
game.
back. No
That's the good
swap
one.
just yet. They got it for free.
Look at the clump.
Immediate RP. Put to use on a mid one. They're clumped up as well. They're going to be able to come back from Crystallis. Gabby trying to chase after him, but think at all these other heroes that really letting the Morphling get away is not a problem at all.
They are just building the HP on these heroes. Another high ground ward from Blacklist, and another great Doom.
Again, swap back out though, but Ahmed is there on the other side. Grab by mid one before he can get off a good RP. Still has a chance though. Managed to skewer them together. Now hits that RP. Crystallis is here on the side though, and he's challenging this Luna. Raven's going to be in some trouble when mid one is still running rampant through many of these heroes. Raven's on the run. Gabby has to run out from mid one, and with this BKB is going to trample down this Doom. They clean up Tim's as well. That fight did not go the way that Blacklist hoped on the start of it. 31-16, 27,000 net worth lead for Team Secret. They are just about to put themselves over Blacklist in the rankings for this group stage, and perhaps secure themselves a spot in the playoffs depending on their series tomorrow.
And his Pandas are just doing the work.
Yeah, Raven's already in half health. The Overgrowth goes out, but they have plenty of things to be able to deal with it. BKB's Manta's all going out. A Doom being put onto the Primal Beast, probably the last hero you wanted to Doom in this situation. Gabby will walk away in shame, and their drone is going to be exposed here. Skewer back, grouping up some heroes, but again, without their carry, there's not a whole lot of damage, even if they did hit a 5-man RP.
Yeah, it's just it's probably an impossible fight, but even so, like Raven bought out for Daedalus, just dies without getting anything off. Rough day for Blacklist, man. After a very strong day one, they can't find a single win on game two. In a variety of drafts, a variety of play styles, just nothing really working for them. And Secret continue to show that, like, okay, they've had some rough games.
There you go. There's still room for improvement right now, but I want to see what kind of opening we have with our very rare casting duo, Owen and Cinderin.
Hey, thank you very much.
Whoa!
Hello.
How often do you get to cast with someone?
Now he throws out a tip as well. I think maybe nothing to say. He's also a bit surprised that he got away with that one.
These two kills would have been...
Meanwhile, back on the top lane, we will catch the kill here with Monet.
That's what's really interesting about seeing these matchups sometimes. I'm not going to take the result of this and be like, okay, this is the conclusion of how this matchup goes in general. But
It's going to be another kill here for Liquid as the two of them get aggressive under the tower.
yeah, so that's going to help a great deal for Nisha in part of not getting caught up by the mag.
Trying to make a bit of a go here with the skeletons. Monet's going to turn over towards Boxy. They'll actually be the ones to get the kill first here, G2IG.
Saberlight dice here. It's
zone off the power rune. But nothing to say yet, just walks straight into it and gets away with it.
Yeah, I think, okay, RP.
Stun setup there, but the silence does come in time from Baboko, breaking the combo a little bit, and that will give the chance for Nothing to Say to pop the RP and get away from Nisha. Boxy will end up going down to the shockwave. I mean,
Very good stuff there from both sides, really. Monet in trouble.
Rotation from Insania. Slowing down that extra bit. And Saberlight will have the stun at the ready. Comes in over towards Monet, another stun to follow up from Boxy.
Looking definitely solid for them to get ahead early on like this, but we've seen many a game how a late game Magnus and Spectre can really get stuff done.
Look at the setup. They've got the burst from the Laguna, the follow-up with the Dragon Slave. It's enough to take Nothing to Say down. This
absurd. And in this game, sure, you're behind by about 1,000 to the Morph, but having these extra tools, the Blade Mail to farm jungle as well as Empower, could maybe narrow that gap a little bit.
They're going to go for Saberlight, but he does have backup. The stuns are going to come in onto the two of them as well. Laguna Blade to take out Nothing to Say. Wavefall forward from Mickey.
They recognize that this is probably one of the most dangerous parts of the game.
Try an attempt there with the open RP, but Boxy was waiting, turns with a finger. They do follow up with the Doom, so the kill will come off successfully. The stuns out onto the four of them. They go charging forward to take down Extra over Nothing to Say, and Saberlight, they've got to run from him. They'll be able to push him back here with a shot.
Keeping it very defensive here. He's kind of anticipating that Treant will want to kill it, getting a bit paranoid.
Boca, very nice reaction there with the silence immediately onto Saberlight, meaning that they have the chance to turn things around to take out Insania. And by the looks of it, they're going to be able to get Saberlight the twice here. He's got any way out of this one. He's completely surrounded by the four of them. He'll try and turn and bring someone down with him. Will get X-Nova with that final crit. So
it's that 1,500 away from his. Magnus is about 1,000 away from his. So they'd probably get it about the same time.
So they get the catch. They
but they'd rather get the opportunity.
And there's the jump.
Oh, nice reaction from Boxy, though.
Immediate Hex in return over towards the Magnus, but it will not save Nisha. Nisha taken out. Boxy also to be chased down by Monet and JT as G2IG. Then they both decide, all right, I guess we're going to go on each other. And unfortunately, for nothing to say, you're not quite catching.
This is a big moment.
Monet. I mean, this was a quick move from Liquid. Do they have the damage? Laguna blade and the finger. They certainly do. Boxy.
I don't know.
I guess just really feeling that they have an edge if they can survive through the one-mo combo, the initiation from IG.
The Axe is definitely good. I'm not going to say it isn't.
No,
I'm just wondering if the refresher is going a little bit too much overboard here, and there was more value in just getting some real hardcore hitting damage.
They can take Saberlight out. A little separated from the rest of the team. Liquid, they are closing in to back up. Won't even be able to take him down the one-stitch. Saberlight coming in with a crit, the lifesteal will survive. Boxy's in with a jump over towards the Phoenix, catches X-Nova, but it's not enough burst. Monet going straight for the backlines as they look to chase down Nisha. Nothing to say, popping the BKB in an effort to chase this Lina down even further. Monet finishes him off. They brought down Nisha. They can get anything more. They take out Insania. They're looking over towards Mickey now. JT and Monet continue to chase Mickey away from the action. Tries for a TP, but JT jumps in, gets the cancel onto the TP. They'll be able to take down Mickey. Triple kill for Monet. That is exactly what G2IG were looking for, and I think exactly what Liquid were rather fearful of happening.
Then what, right? Lina gets doomed there. They do a great counter Lincoln play to just get that doom out with this. With JT and Liquid already, as their Lina dies. All right, well, we're gonna.
I mean, the fact that that's there, they know that Saberlight's nearby. Then they're gonna have the RP. Yep. One of those situations where the Aghanims actually caused a bit of an issue there for Saberlight potentially, as he gave away his position. He will still be able to blink out to the side. But JT is in on the high ground. I mean, can they die for this? There's still 3 dead on Liquid, so there's not a lot to hold back G2IG. They get in onto the high ground. Saberlight's going to be taken out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As starting to really crumble here, Liquid.
Yeah.
Throw every single thing possible at one of these cores. Now, JT and Monet in particular, of course. These two gearing up to a point now where they feel borderline unkillable unless they get caught in a really compromised position. We'll see Saberlight try for the opening onto Monet, but he immediately turns. That's him going down the once instantly. And do they really want to still try and force something here, Liquid? I don't know. They're holding the high ground. Maybe see if G2IG step up into it. He's going to be able to find it. Checking a 3-man RP coming in from nothing to say. Liquid really in absolute shambles here, as they will see who they can bring down with them. They get Baboka, but that's going to be it for them as they lose 4 heroes in this team fight. It's got to be frustrating now for Liquid. These last few moments, it has seemed impossible for them to do anything against G2IG and anything against JT.
Cost them here. They're going to lose at least 2 towers. Actually, JT just going. He's just going.
I mean, look at him go.
Ogre Seal Totem.
They've got the buyback. They've got to punish this. They popped the overgrowth. They will manage to finally put an end to sort of JT's reign as he just toys with them in this game. With this, just the kill, it's still enough for G2IG to push up to the high ground. See what Liquid's response is going to be. The opening stuns was Monet.
Okay, decent damage.
It's not quite enough though. Stick around, be able to finish that one off. JT will put the BKB. It's like the this time round wasn't able to get the catch onto Mickey. Mickey able to respond quickly enough. Coming in from X-Nova, topping Monet back up. Of course, he's still got the safety of the Aegis to rely on. They get the Stewart back on Saberlight. So get a little bit more time with this. We'll manage to find the reincarnate coming back online. JT tempts for the jump in from Nisha, but this time the Linkers will keep Nisha safe. Monet, he'll jump over with the Shadow Stab. He's going in pretty deep for this one, Monet, but he's happy to burn through the Aegis. It's just the Aegis gone. He's going to be round for round 2. See if he can get out of this. There's 5 low blow straight there, but the RP comes in and it catches Mickey incredibly low on the morph. Saberlight dragged back as he'll try and trade with X-Nova, but the dive away's there. X-Nova will die to the right click flying through. But of course the damage was done. They lose Mickey, they lose Saberlight. They have got buybacks available. Not giving nothing to say. He's just going straight for them. Forces the BKB reaction from Nisha. They do catch him with the stun, the finger of the Laguna. It's not enough. Nothing to say will survive. Monet jumps in on towards Boxy.
That's a dieback.
He's out for 80. anticipate Liquid going for them out on the map?
I think you either try to set up the really perfect racing bait, or you're not this at least. That's not how you want
They're
to
going to try and make something happen with it. They get the opening still over towards the Doom, over towards JT. He's forced to the side. He's able to put the BKB as JT will successfully disengage. Mickey jumps forward over towards Nothing to Say. They will get the Magnus kill, but the Doom's back up. Drop down onto Mickey. Mickey, he's got to back away. He's just going to full commit for the fight. He knows there's going to be Maboka's onto the high ground, ready to deal with the supports as he takes out Boxy. Boxy will turn with the Hex. Nisha hiding in the trees, trying to keep his distance. He throws out another light strike array on towards Maboka. Rushing back as well, Sableye with the Hurricane Pipe to keep his distance, but Maboka will go down. That was the gem dropped as well, so something to be found there from Liquid. They do use the buyback from Mickey.
They need to be careful. They're still RP.
But they might be able to have a chance of getting money. They've got the break hit coming in from Mickey. Wave falls forward, jump forward, Nothing to Say. He's in with a 2-man RP reaction, and they go straight back in on top of them. Monet and X-Over with the cleanup. Nisha trying his best to continue to keep his distance against these heroes, and it is almost working. It's enough. Nisha will take out Nothing to Say. It's a dieback coming into play for both teams' big cores. Nothing to Say out for 2 minutes.
Salvage that situation. To me, that was just game over when the RP
He's considering going in on his own. Gonna try with a jump in, but he gets caught by the light strike array. Backup coming in from Monet. They're in on top of Nisha. Is there any way to get Nisha out of this? They try with the overgrowth, but the BKBs are up. They finish Nisha off. He's out for 2 minutes. Into the trees, JT starts to play around with Insania Boxy. Managed to hold back Monet for now with the stuns. Still so much time about that cause. Insania just trapped here against the slow, painful death from the scorch over for JT. Boxy trying his best to drain them, will manage to get back into the fountain, but they're ready to die. JT drops the Doom down, puts a stop to that fountain region, and with that, a stop to Boxy's life as Boxy was full. G2IG just playing with their food now, up in the fountain. They're set to take at least a second set of racks and maybe even catch Sableye. As Monet will get the vision of him stepping out on the top lane. Nisha waiting with the buyback. Now open up onto Monet. The opening stun. There's the box that you say coming over. They've got the fortifications. Want to keep the creep safe. There's the RP on towards Mickey. They force Mickey to the side, but Mickey will not survive. Taken out. Boxy to fall. This is going to be game over, surely. It's only Insania and Nisha left alive, trying with the defense here. But G2IG, they're onto the Ancient. Very little left that Liquid could throw at G2IG to slow them down now. As this game, Nisha, one more stun to throw out with the Supernova. They might actually be able to get the Supernova. They do. But it's only him left, Nisha. Nothing to stop G2IG from claiming this game one. As G2IG, honestly, I think probably one of the best performances we've had from them so far at this tournament. Some really, really nice moves.
Cold. Look who's first. No. Zap.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Shadow Wave.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Shadow Wave.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Tower is under attack.
Now that was a failed
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is falling. I'll be back for you.
Could be worse, Dix.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Tundra Esports victory!
I'm feeling great. This should be one of the best series we have here in the group stage. And from two teams that, maybe not so much for G2IG, definitely for Falcons, is to be expected. I think G2IG has just shown us that they have really risen above in these roster shots for Malrine with a value point in the chain.
Oh, the Boca, bottom lane, going to be saved right now by JT. A snaking, the one to give away first blood, and now the batch is coming out. JT, how lucky can we get? Give it a crack, JT.
One more? No.
He won't fight. Sometimes the gods are in your favor, sometimes they aren't. Jonathan, and oh, nothing to say. He kind of just walked into Malrine and...
Concerning for the Shaker.
Lane, there is a rotation coming in from Crit, nothing to say, already dropping low. There goes the tanking from Malrine, just taking all the tier 1 tower hits as Crit moves in with the toss out of Malrine. Able to secure another great kill onto nothing to say. This time around though, it seems as though Falcons have read the movement, so they will back off. They had nothing to say mid lane. Has he read this move? Pass back from Crit once again into the Timber. The blood grenade also gonna land, and now with the chain forward, nothing to say. He'll survive a little bit longer. Hoping for a level 6 timing, but not gonna find it yet as the chase is on. They'll even get a silence out from Snaking, or not as it should be.
Yeah, he also chooses here that cans hold solo as they jump mid.
Absolutely. Crits in again. They won't find the kill though this time around as Baboka barely survives. Nothing to say. He's going to go for a bit of chase. He's got the Echo Slam available now. Snaking gets caught out, and there's your Echo committed. Nothing to say, not wasting any time. But now the turnaround, Maureen, he'll find nothing to say, but it does cost his own life. Crit in the meantime, also getting charged by JT, so you're gonna find a third target.
JT finds a good angle here.
It would be a massive kill for G2IG to find. JT just needs the vision for the charge out. Seems like he's got the information. Meanwhile, top lane, X-Nova does get caught. Skidder has also been caught out though by the looks of it. Skidder dropping low, does go down. That's a fantastic trade for G2IG.
A good fight just yet to transition into a tier 2 push.
X-Nova gets jumped by Crypt, but he has plenty of help around the corner. This could be a team fight that G2IG wants to take. There's nothing to say. Jumps in, Crypt is blown up immediately. Maureen, he's getting very, very low. He does need to retreat, but Monet is not leaving him be. Monet continuing the chase, but the Doom is out. Still Maureen is gone as JT does get the charge off. Now ATF copping the Nether Strike. He needs his own way out, but the bash comes just in case he needed it.
They definitely won't. The Falcon vision is still mainly aggressive, not defensive for farm. They try for the Tormentor, and well, Snaking this time around is our victim. It does happen.
Skidder though. Oh, Skidder's a much bigger deal. Nothing to say. Oh, we can smell him.
Can find an opening. They've got the output with Mallory now.
Bottom lane, who have they got? Oh, they found Monet. That is huge by Falcons. Monet just farming underneath an observer ward of the Radiant as JT now charges in. Should be okay to back his way out. The Crit is still chasing him down, but does think better off. He'll go after X-Nova instead. Avalanche tossed up. Nothing to say. Gonna jump in and help out. Taking down Crit and now the Soulbind. Locking two of them together. X-Nova dropping low, but Baboka trying to heal him up, but it's not going to be enough. X-Nova is gone. ZyG, they still want to go for the fight. The charge is in from JT, but here comes ATF, and here comes the Eclipse of Skidder. But where's the detection? The Glimmer Cape, it just saves JT. He'll walk up for now as Maureen, he's gone too deep. Cool. Nothing to say will punish.
Top flank, top right flank.
Oh, Echo committed. They have found Snaking. Snaking, he is down, and Maureen not looking too healthy either, but he will be able to walk away for now as they'll make the jump in onto ATF. ATF, he is down. Two gone for Falcons. They will buy back on Snaking, but not quite on the Doom yet. They are giving farm priority over to ATF as mid lane. JT does get caught out with a great avalanche toss, but JT gets the BKB off in time, and now the hand of God, and now the Echo! Oh, nothing to say! What a setup!
Oh my.
Snaking and Maureen are both gone.
That, again, not the ideal. Like, ATF somehow managed to doom JT while he was charging. That's not the target anymore.
Oh, JT?
JT does die in the fountain, sure.
You see, he does get caught initially. Just so much committed onto the SB and nothing to say. More than happy to jump in as here we go again, mid lane. Who have they got? X-Nova is gone. There goes your Aegis onto Monet as well. So that's one life gone. There's now nothing to say. Dropping low, loses his own life. Monet needs to run. It's a 2v5 situation, and it is not in the favor of G2IG.
Just trying to set up the map for when that Roshan is back up. And now they've got the better position as Roshan is supposed to spawn.
X-Nova does get caught, and they've got committed, somehow still making it up for now as JT. He charges right in, the Spirit Break, what a giga chat. He'll cop the Doom, but he's just TPing out. JT, he's fine. Monet, he's the one to jump back in. Crit is gone. Maureen, he's not looking safe either, but he will chain away for now, still making it, and barely does escape, but you've lost the support duo. Falcons, they can buy back on Snaking, they cannot on Crit. And Roshan, it is up in 10 seconds.
Force a fight. That's some really quick reflexes on Falcons to break up that initiation, but
G2 right in. They don't even want to wait for the secondary Echo Slam. They're just jumping right in immediately as Crit is down. That's a great start. The Crit does have buyback this time as Maureen. He'll blink it, chaining right back out though. Chipping away at the Morphling. G2IG, no fear in the world. They'll move in again. There's nothing to say. Look at the jump in, the Fisher, the refresh, the 4-man Echo out from NTS, just locking them all down. Falcons, they'll buy back again. All 5 heroes up. G2IG, do they want to keep this going? It seems like the answer is yes. They will get the bottom racks. Monet, he'll move right into the mid racks. Maureen, he's going to try and stop the mid-racks from going down, but he cannot deal with Monet. Instead, they'll throw the Doom out onto the Morphling. But Monet, G2IG looking for that opening, nothing to say. He does successfully get onto the high ground. Falcons have no idea, and the Echo Slam STS! You monster! Oh, I can't believe it. He just sneaks right from the backside, and they just melt. The buybacks are coming, but doesn't even matter.
No.
It doesn't seem like it. Nothing to say. He doesn't need to say anything this game, John. He showed everything. Skitter still trying to fight, just getting annihilated. So nothing to say now, getting tossed back. Maybe they can fight this one out. They've lost the Earthshaker, but Manet's the big problem now. He's the one you've got to deal with, as Manet takes down 3, will retreat. A triple kill for the Morphling. And GG is called. They've seen enough. That's it. Game number 1 to go the way of G2IG. And my goodness, this mid Earthshaker, you cannot give NTS his hero, John. I mean, NTS, I'm not sure what happened. He joined G2IG. I'm not sure what they've done to the lad, but he's woken up, Jonathan. He wants some revenge or something.
He looks like a monster. Every single slam was massive. All the movement coming out.
Maybe against an Enchantress, maybe in the hands of Baboka, and maybe when you're guided by MLP and Jonix Fire.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. Jonathan, game 1. It was a pretty rough thing. The side of Falcons, I mean, G2IG looking absolutely fantastic.
You're seeing that reflect now in CS, nothing to say, almost double what you have on Mullen up top.
Jump in onto X-Nova. X was out, but grenade lands, and with the hoof stop there, ATF is able to secure a very nice kill for himself on the Centaur. Considering how well Skitter is farming on this Lark, he's going to have a pretty strong start as ATF now, speaking of strong starts, has found X-Nova mid Icarus dive. X-Nova trying to run, does go down. The crit now in danger as well, though a nice Earth Spike. I'll land on 2, but it won't matter. Snaking, maybe able to pincer in here JT Magnus, though JT the one to skewer him back towards Baboka. Snaking though very, very tanky, and Skitter going to be around to help. They do have the RP to play with, but there's just too many heroes coming in from Falcons now. They've got the numbers, and JT is gone. Baboka doesn't look like he's too safe either. The Earth Spike will land, and Baboka eventually going to be fed the way of Skitter as he does pick up a double kill on the Slark. He'll cop it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Snaking being chased down. JT can commit the RP if he wants the kill. Crit in the meantime going after nothing to say. Skitter just getting so many essence shift stacks. Snaking in the meantime going to force the RP, and JT will not pop it. Nothing to say in the meantime. The slowest kills in the world is nothing to say. Still giving stats away. Going back after Crit. Puts the hand up, but he will go down.
Revenge here. The guy's very singularly focused. Doesn't find that Ench, doesn't have RP. We'll get the nice clip though.
Very nice ATF.
No blink, no TP. He's stuck there.
He'll put his hand up. He's a good sport, Jonathan. He'll wave him goodbye. JT, thank you very much. ATF, he's got TP unavailable for 50 seconds. So this is a rather unfortunate situation for ATF. JT, oh, JT! JT, this guy, I don't know what it is, but he's always doing something special in every game we see.
That's revenge. He couldn't kill the damn Enchantress twice over. There you go. That's a happy lad. You got him.
Turns out the mouse is still working, John. Good news.
What has happened to JT in this tournament? He's just insane.
Oh,
Every game.
This is the one tournament Arteezy can sit at home. He can enjoy himself.
2 for 1.
Look at these idiots getting clipped. Look at that. ATF and ATF. What if you could just keep him on the cliffs here, John?
I mean, Snaking doesn't have a TP. Just kill his career.
Just can't. You know what? The supports don't have a stun. This is the losing play though for G2IG. JT. What do you mean?
What's happening?
JT. What do you mean, JT? JT, what are you doing? The circus is here in KO, John. Crit's in trouble now. Crit's gone.
Oh, Snaking got his TP. They couldn't kill the courier. They went for critting. They went for crit. Courier came in.
Oh, here comes ATF. Nothing to say. Gonna be chased down. Stun is out. I doubt they have the damage though to be absolutely fair. They'll keep going. Here comes Skitter. This is the damage you're looking for as the Laguna comes out. There goes nothing to say. He is down. There's Manet. Uh-oh, wait a minute. JT's here. You've got to be careful, boys. We've seen this one before. He's looking for the angle. ATF runs. Snaking. He's getting body blocked. Manet. Does he set up for JT or does he just take the kill? I think he sets up. JT, no, he'll just go for the easy play. Just get the kill for Manet. Scoreline for him on the DK. Meanwhile, ATF, though, being stalked by JT, he will go for the skewer back into Manet. RP committed to boot. They are not messing around. They will take the Centaur kill very easily. And nothing to say in the meantime in the mid lane. He got away. I say that, never mind. Past the comes in. NTS does get caught out. Pops the finger, and he is as good as gone. As he can't afford to. Like, it's not much of a game so far here from Falcons, but they do jump in now onto NTS, but they just blow him up. They'll even make the jump in on Baboka now. Baboka, he'll survive through the Invis. In fact, ATF, he's the one to get caught out. He does pop the Stampede, but he is down. Meanwhile, the egg has been dropped, but it won't matter. They will burst right through it. JT, I believe, sadly did not have the blink off cooldown to go for the RP underneath the egg. They did not have that option available, so Falcons finding a great fight. Onto Monet now. JT, he's around the area, but I believe he just escaped.
Just finger Laguna straight up, delete that one hero, and then you can take this prolonged fight with your Slark. He builds up the stats.
Get up, walk it out. They've locked him down, and this will be a big one.
Okay.
Skidder getting caught on his own. A mega kill streak going back the way of NTS, and these are... They know exactly where JT is moving, apparently. Is JT, he just cannot escape the radar of Falcons. He's the big boy. You can't lose Skidder. ATF, another big target if they could catch it, but they want the slot so damn bad if they go in. The RP is out. Skidder, he's caught and he is blown up. No chance. As Monet immediately jumping out. Maureen blows up Baboka and barely escapes. His crit will follow in real. Losing the slot like that is not going to feel good. He has no buyback.
No, this is going to be the high ground for sure. Not going to take long. Amar?
Yeah, he's on to the DK. Nothing to say. Still just taking through it as now. The skewer back. They've caught the Lena. No, in fact, it was the end. Maureen's fine. Snaking don't want to go down, but they do trade NTS for that. D2IG, they won't mind. They're still going to go through the bot racks.
Might be able to intercept nicely here.
Crit may get blown up here by Baboka if he's not too careful. In fact, Crit does get the ghost set for in time, makes the jump in onto the Clinks. Baboka still alive, and now the stun! Skidder! He's alright. He does get into the ult. Egg is dropped. X-Nova chasing him down, and Skidder, he is gone!
This sad Slark further in to the clutches of our DK. Now to high ground again. With all this damage, it's just not going to take too long, although Amar.
Yes, being targeted again, though this time they don't blow him up, and now the RP, they've caught the Lena, that's the big one, and Maureen is gone. Buyback available. ATF now being targeted. Monet, no hesitation, does take him out. In fact, X-Nova was the one to claim the kill. G2IG now in a 5v3 situation. 15 seconds just about for the slug, but the skewer back. Catching Snaking for a moment, but he is still on the high ground. Meanwhile, nothing to say.
As the fight goes on, you're losing all your mana. You're not able to fight back. So it does make it a little bit of a challenge on the high ground if you can't find a back.
Yeah, Skidder's trying his absolute best to catch JT here. No. It is the one.
Really good at long Druid, but Falcons.
No, not like that. He doesn't. So he can focus on those buildings. It just doesn't take too much time at all.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, here we...
All the things need to line up. It's getting quite hypothetical now. We're really going down the rabbit hole of how this entire draft would pan out in that case, but...
Yeah, Chen's in the pool. I mean, Chen has been a really, really strong support hero so far in the current pace of game. Very strong in the lane. It's very, very aggressive. You can just twin gate, push down towers, gives your side lane cause a lot of support. I like this hero personally a lot right now.
Chen has not gotten through very often, so he's one of the most contested during this entire... He's gotten through, or he's been picked 8 times.
Yeah. You're gonna have to draft heroes that can deal with creeps, you know. A lot of the supports right now don't really deal with creeps really well. You have to prioritize having something to defend those tower pushes.
You banned Ench yourself, which is what we saw earlier. I think it was running the
Azure
Chen. So you don't have that luxury right now. Classic Chen counters that
Phoenix
used to be a thing where Bounty Hunter, which I feel like doesn't really solve him anymore with the way Chen plays. You used to have heroes that would control his creeps like Crystal Maiden and Witch Doctor. Kind of also don't really...
You like the Clinks
yesterday? Like, honestly, Clinks might be the best like anti-Chen creep pick you have left.
Clinks
now.
Doom Lane. Eat all his creeps. I mean, that could work.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing Clinks. Clinks is actually deceptively good against Pango as well, because during team fights when you use your skeletons and Pango is rolling,
you hit the roll.
The roll is just taking a lot of passive damage. So if you do pick a 4 Clinks and you go a slightly minus armor related build, it can actually be I would actually like hero here.
do they play?
I don't know
though?
if they've
Yeah,
played it
yeah.
though, because that seemed a little bit like a Boboka special in the game that we saw it, right?
No, and I think it's only been picked twice this entire tournament.
Well,
It was,
Boboka and Crit, right?
yeah,
Crit played it once too.
Yeah.
Crit played it once.
Yeah.
He played it. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was both Boboka. Boboka played it against Pandas and he played it against Falcons.
And he won both games.
He won
right?
both games.
Yeah. But they do still go for like some sort of hero that can deal with the creeps with the Shaker, you know. The mid Shaker, I assume, would have a very, very good matchup against Pango in the lane. It's a lane that Shaker's just going to easily win, and you're going to be able to move around the map, defend the towers, and make sure that the Chen doesn't take down any part of the map easily.
Any world where you pivot here and get Shaker a bad matchup with Amar and the Pango? I think he has played it historically. I remember at one point, it was a game or two, I saw him play, or do you think offlane Pango is just not?
I mean, it's not that good, but if you have a reason for it, like if you want to pick a Necroforce or a Queen of Pain to win the lane, then maybe I think he an option for you.
8-1.
Heroes popping off.
Yeah.
And we covered why. And
he's against some counters here, you know, in Primal.
Primal ult pierces Rage now, but you don't really have anybody that kills the Lifestealer during Rage. You have one enchant totem
I mean,
swing.
they're gonna have to show it in the next pick, the 18th.
Probably coming out.
So Faceless Void. I mean, there's still like Terrorblade. Terrorblade matches up.
It's also a Lu hero, right?
10 seconds.
Naga Siren was exactly that was coming to mind. The Falcons have the Pango, so maybe they feel like they cover that decently well. But they're gonna go for blank with a 1 and 3 score.
I don't know, 1 and 3 for blank is not very encouraging.
I kind of like this actually. I feel like they shouldn't reveal. How about this? If they don't reveal the hero, we need to guess what it is based on the rest of the draft and what bands come out. Now.
What if we
Okay,
had
they
full
ban
blind draft?
Timbersaw. I think it might be a Terrorblade.
It could also still be the Naga though.
Yeah.
You know?
Remaining.
Let's wait for the last ban.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, now you want to, what are you going to do with your offlane? Do you like the idea of putting a Pango in ATF's hands? Or you want to give it to mid to Malrine to go up against an Earthshaker?
I think the mid matchup against Shaker is a bit tough, but you can Pango can do okay against most heroes.
The thing with this team is like they prioritize the lane matchup. So I think what they would do is they're gonna pick another mid laner and they'll just move the Pango.
And they will play Pango 3? Yeah. I mean, especially if this last pick from the side of the Dire, or the previous pick rather, was either Terrorblade or Naga, I think Pango offlane actually fares okay in both of those.
Oh, it's a Doom.
There it is, it's Doom.
So
well then, that changes things.
So Shaker's a support?
It's probably Doom 4.
Doom 4?
Doom 4 against Chen?
Oh,
maybe?
he wanted to eat his creeps. Okay, fine.
I guess.
It's a Clinks, in a way.
Yeah, it's not really as good, I think.
I mean, it's an anti-heal too. Maybe they feel like they need that against the Chen.
Yeah, the anti-heal is also nice against Lifestealer, to be fair.
I guess
So dooming Lifestealer feels really good. That hero does not enjoy being doomed, but a little bit concerned for Azure that maybe this is getting a bit too cute. Like, playing these triple melee strength, which isn't necessarily a problem, but I don't know if your lane bottom is going to do anything to Lifestealer.
It's
like
double melee with the Chen support for Lifestealer.
If it's Doom Primal against Lifestealer, like you can't do anything in that lane the way I see it. So then you need to do some like gate play then with Phoenix, but
no, even if the Phoenix, even if the Phoenix comes over, how are you?
I still don't know if that's even do enough. So I'm really looking for a gotcha last pick here.
Probably what the position 4 is going to look to do is maybe try to focus on stacking. I don't see what he can do in the...
Is there a world it's a carry Doom? For Lu? If it's a carry against Lifestealer, how bad is that then?
Yeah, actually that might actually be a better idea than a 4 Doom. Because you pick it at 18, right? Normally when your first pick, your 18 pick is your win condition hero, your crucial core hero. You know?
Right.
So that actually might be the case here.
In which case, you still want a support for Azure? Can you put Primal 4 and get a better lane match against Lifestealer?
Turn to pick.
Ban out the Viper here, so they are anticipating a mid Pango still.
Falcons are anticipating it to be a port Doom because they know carry Luna, carry Naga.
I think with all the options we've gone through, I kind of like the carry Doom the most.
I like that too. I mean, I would pick a Skywrath because the silence is good against their cores.
5 seconds
it's a Lifestealer, and then it gives you a gang combination with either the Earthshaker or the Primal Beast.
See that?
Radiant team pick.
Oh, okay. No.
Okay.
Bloodseeker.
This is a carry that theoretically can do quite well against Lifestealer, especially when you get, I guess when you get Shard and you get BKB and you can stand your ground and just fight him with...
But don't you feel like the Lifestealer doesn't care about the Rupture? He's just going to stand and fight or infest somebody.
Yeah, I don't think Rupture plays much of a part in that matchup. It's just like which melee carry is left that we feel like can actually just fight Lifestealer one-on-one and just stand there and hit him until he dies. I think Bloodseeker can fit that bill.
I think Rupture's more Pango's problem now.
Yes,
yeah, I guess
exactly.
so.
I mean,
yeah.
the Pango counter is definitely a part of the pick here, but I don't think if they picked Bloodseeker here because, oh, we just need to solve Pango, I think that is a bit too
Pango
too simple to think of that way.
Pango is not going to be the only problem you're going to have here.
But when I look at Azure Race Draft, I kind of like it still, right? There's a lot of random AoE damage to give you Thirst, get it up and running. Phoenix does a lot of AoE damage, Primal Beast, Shaker with an Echo or well-placed Fissure, Scorched Earth, like all of these things. The reason you often see Bloodseeker played with Zeus isn't only because of the Blood Rage synergy, because Zeus does a lot of damage, and then you ramp up in the fight. Gonna be a really interesting dynamic, you know? The other team has heals. You have Chen, who might go mech, right? Then you've got mech plus Hand of God to offset the initial damage and not let Bloodseeker get there. You have a durable hero in Dragon Knight as well as Lifestealer that are going to be hard to drop low enough for the Thirst to come in.
I actually feel like it's going to be like hard for the Bloodseeker. I'm not really sure what they see in this Bloodseeker that can allow the whole team to rally around him and maybe close out the game.
I'm a stats guy, Neil.
Okay.
Lifestealer's 8-1.
Yes.
Bloodseeker's 1-4.
I saw that.
Stats don't lie.
But have they played against each other?
I would be surprised.
Because if they haven't, maybe Bloodseeker is the magical solution that has only been picked against the wrong heroes, but not against the best carry of the tournament. And this will be the one.
Let's see, Bloodseeker... No, never mind. I don't think Bloodseeker has won any games.
I thought it said 1-4.
Yeah, it did. I'm not sure. Let's just assume that it has won one
Maybe
game.
he won the 1v1 mid.
I missed that one.
I missed that too.
All right. Based off of the, I guess the Bloodseeker pick, because that was, you were looking for a gotcha, and that was not really a gotcha.
I don't know. I find it a bit hard to say right now in this patch how well that's going to work. My biggest question mark for the Bloodseeker is actually the Chen, is how much he's going to ruin the Bloodseeker's performance in this game, because I think the lane is going to be fine.
The lane matchup is also... I don't think he's going to be fine though. He's playing against a DK. I think the DK will be okay in that lane.
I think they both farm.
But DK is going to farm more, I feel.
Perhaps. It's like, the way I see it, Bloodseeker either loses lane by getting overwhelmed, so he can't hit creeps and heal back up, or he just draws, right? Like, I don't think Dragon Knight's the kind of hero that overwhelms you. So I think he'll be able to sustain. They both will.
Yeah,
it's
but then the Chen is going to gate over and kill your tower and kill you.
Yeah, that's again, it's the Chen, right?
Yeah.
That's going to unlock this game.
Well, thankfully for both these teams, it's a best of 3, so you're allowed to let one game go by because we are getting into bracket play, and we're getting into it with our caster, this MLP, John Expire.
Well, thank you so much, Tsunami. We will get into it. Round 1 of the upper bracket here, Jonathan. Falcons versus Azure. You've seen the draft. What do you think?
I think it's very different. I do like what Azure is trying out here. I mean, we've got Primal Beast and Bloodseeker. It's a good old trick with Pulverize and Rupture. I mean, to hinge your entire draft in that, I don't think that's the point of it, but it is some decent damage coming out. I do worry about the lanes for Azure. I think the Falcons definitely came out with much stronger lanes coming into this one. Just this DK pickup up against Bloodseeker, it does not feel great for Bloodseeker. We've seen this one multiple times before.
Does Bloodseeker ever feel great? I mean, how many times do I have to say Bloodseeker's trash before these pro players get it?
I mean, there's a timing to it that it certainly does feel like in the games we've casted in the past few months, it hasn't felt great.
Yeah.
And this game, it doesn't look like the smoothest ride for the Bloodseeker. I think what Azure is looking for is probably a little bit of tempo. You hit this Maelstrom BKB timing on Bloodseeker, that tends to be when you join these fights. And you've got at least this Primal Beast that can try to buy out space. Maybe you can get the connection out with a Shaker when he can set up. You just kind of stall for that Maelstrom BKB timing. Even if the lane is slow for Bloodseeker, we've seen that timing be pretty decent as long as you've got control in your jungle still to farm.
Gonna be a 2-for-2 trade on the banner runes. Nice even start here between these two teams. As you are looking at the odds, John, it seems as though Falcons are favored. It's interesting because I would have assumed Azure would be the favorites going into this game. One, perhaps based on the draft, I suppose we could all make the argument that Falcons arguably came out with the better draft, but Azure obviously looking to try and prove us wrong. If you did ignore the drafts, John, would you assume Falcons are still the favorites if the drafts weren't in front of us? Just based on the teams themselves, the rosters?
Based on how they've performed in group stage, I would say I'd figure out closer odds. I think it's fairly close for both sides. I think it's harder to say because this is our first cross-group fight right in the upper bracket.
Yeah.
So I think it's a lot more open. I think Azure had a little bit of a rougher ride. Falcons look a lot more dominant when they have been dominant, but they've also taken some losses that it feels like they shouldn't have. And we'll see if that plays a factor in as we are taking a look at those lanes. You've got that Phoenix Bloodseeker lane here for Azure up top with Lo and Tianming. And you do have Amar in that DK and crit on the Muerta. This is a very straightforward lane coming out here for the side of Falcons. You've got a good front line for this Muerta to start playing from behind, line up some dead shots. Melee matchup for Bloodseeker does not feel great into DK, especially as you approach level 2, level 3, once you have a lot more durability and the spam ability of Breed Fire down the line, or even just the Dragon Tail into denying movement here for Amar. It can be impressive for the Bloodseeker. For now, Lo is holding out, and that is some good news as a Bloodseeker. Again, that timing for Maelstrom, at least some initial farm to go into the jungle is very important for that timing.
Yeah, of course, you're having a look at the bot lane as well, snaking and Skitty here against XXS and Xingqiu, and it does seem like a bit of a rough game, rough laning stage here for Azure, at least in the off lane. Like, you're not really going to be able to slow down the lifestealer Chen at all, I'd imagine, here with the Doom ES, but you might just be kind of happy securing your farm and getting the XP up. That is just all about just kind of being stable in the off lane here for Azure.
That it is. They've at least blocked off the small camp really early on, so they're preventing pulse, preventing any impactful level 1, level 2 creeps coming out here for the Chen. And that does take away some of that bite. And it was also mentioned by our panel by Winter that the Doom can just devour the creep. You already have a pretty nice creep here for XXS. He does have the mana burn creep, so that will stave off some of the aggression. But overall, Skitter's not going to be feeling too pressured here. He is finding good farm. Snaking's getting some good spacing. This is the issue with Shaker in lane. Like, you start with Fissure, you can try to block, you can try to set up your lane's equilibrium at the start, but looking for aggression, looking for trades, it takes quite a while for the Shaker, and Snaking has free reign to just chase down and wreck-click.
Yeah, absolutely. Crit getting chased down here by Tianming, but he's going to be just fine. ATF having a great old time here up at top lane against Lo. And just the one lane we haven't really talked about so much was Maureen, of course, in the mid lane against XM, and seems like it's going pretty evenly for both sides. XM slightly ahead on the Primal Beast, which is something you would expect, but overall still very, very even.
Yeah, really stable mid. It does provide opportunities to rotate. I would say if Azure had the time to contest at 4 or 6 minutes in, that the Shaker at level 3 is going to be a really big aspect, just blocking off the area, having the Primal Beast charge in, opening up an opportunity to get some chip damage on. You're not going to go for a full push on Azure. It's not like they have the DK on their side, but to drag the attention away from the side lanes, open up that farm for the Bloodseeker and the Doom by forcing rotations in. And these side lanes of Azure do need that space, so you will want to drag that attention onto the mid once it feels appropriate.
Q trying desperately to get this large camp pulled off, but Snaking's just being such a nuisance here. Still get it though, Snaking unable to really interrupt, so Xingqiu can be pretty happy with that. XSS I'm sure is going to be just as happy. Top lane Low will get stunned up. ATF happy to tank the Blood Ride. Crit in the meantime right behind him on quite low HP, but staying out of range. Has the dead shot and the calling available now if necessary, but doesn't seem like they're going to really find an angle to go for a kill attempt here at the top lane. Eventually, Azure just going to leave the area. Though Low does have to be a little bit cautious now, because if you do connect with a Dragon Tail into a dead shot and the calling, that's a problem.
That is a massive problem, of course. The one thing as well that I'm looking forward from
Here we go. Calling's out. Deadshot does land. Low, dropping low. ATF doesn't have the follow. So you're keeping the Bloodseeker very unhealthy and kind of on his toes here.
Yeah, and mind you, this is without any rotation out from Snaking. The panel mentioned this. It's the Chen on, on the bot lane. You've got gate access. You've got the army. They don't even need the army to apply that pressure. But if they keep dropping low, slow.
That's a nice Fissure. Oh. That is a very nice Fissure from Xingqiu. Snaking trying to run, but it's not going to be enough. Xingqiu able to secure first blood. And considering the laning stage, it's kind of incredible he found that opportunity.
That it is. He hits level 3. He has the value point to go for the double stuns available now. Again, a little bit not what you'd expect. A Shaker that does take time to get aggressive there, but they managed to just stall out. That's down to Snaking's movement. Again, and dragging this attention away from XXS, allowing XXS to still find farm in lane that isn't the easiest for the Doom to kind of handle with the Chen, and just soaking his own XP by not going too far away from the lane anyway. So he managed to get that first blood, lining up for a good tone here on the side of Azure, just a little bit more. Again, for Snaking, he has access to other camps in his jungle. He can start to stack up. He can try to help secure the rune mid. And that doesn't look like we're getting too much commitment there, but you get the TP out from SinQ as well.
Certainly do. Mid lane, maybe a bit of a fight to break out. Shield rune was picked up by SinQ, so just going to ensure that Maureen is unable to pick it up for himself. So 0-1. ATF top lane in a bit of danger, but he's a pretty tanky boy. Kind of the thing, like you've got Bloodseeker Phoenix, chances are ATF is not too threatened by all this harassment being dealt his way. Double brace to build up, level 2 Dragon's Blood. Pretty hard to kill the guy off. Bottom lane though, Skidder. Oh, he'll cop a Fisher here from SinQ. XXS going to be on the chase as well. Skidder, no help around him. The blood grenade's going to land, the onslaught flying through, and Skidder is going to go down to XM. That is really not what you want to see as a Falcons fan, John. Skidder was the highest CS on his team, and the one guy that was having a decent lane, really, and now he just dies.
Yeah, they get a good read, right? Snaking's not showing up. He's not harassing anyone out with creep, so they know the Chen is camping in the jungle. They have that opening to charge in. Again, it's been a little bit... the Chen has been like the question mark that the panel was talking about. Can he rotate through the gates? Can he get some aggression? Doesn't quite come out.
Low, I mean, he's still on the here, Crit. Could he find him? Low, gonna run right past. Oh, Low! Unfortunate. ATF still gonna get caught on the Dragon Knight, so you won't mind too much, but certainly a very good trade for Falcons, and well, props to Crit. The man did not give up on the chase, and it does pay off.
And that blood grenade comes in handy. You still get a trade coming out for Azure, and that is a much more important kill for Azure to find. You've got this Primal Beast leaving mid alone. He needs to make this time worthwhile. He finds 2 kills across different lanes. You sacrifice your own core, but it's really this Primal Beast that's going to get that tempo up for you anyway. This Bloodseeker's just going to farm either way. So despite that trade, XM's going to be very happy. He's building up. He's at least getting some more durability. The raindrop should help him to stay true with a little bit more aggression as well. And they can start to give a little bit more space out elsewhere for EXP as Chen Ming does fall.
And corner by Snaking by the Twin Gates. Sort of pick up there for Snaking. Creep's getting involved here down at this bottom lane. XXS having to juke out a stun. Skidder in the meantime, a little bit threatened there by the Doom potentially being thrown out. Does end up animation cancelling. It's like Snaking is going to move his way up towards the top lane through the Twin Gates, but he was scanned. Thing is, Low has not moved yet. Still farming the small camp if they can find an angle. Problem is now Azure is bringing the cavalry in. You've got a 3v3 engagement here. XM has not been spotted quite yet though, Crit. In fact, he was spotted. There was a ward that saw it. They're fully aware though. They are still going to make the jump in on Low. Low maybe baiting for his team as now they are incoming from AR. XM will show himself once again. Snaking going to show himself to boot. Rolling Thunder towards the south. Meanwhile, Skidder being chased on the opposite side of the map by XXS. Nobody's died at the top lane yet. It's Skidder that's the one in danger. He's barely going to survive for now. Rages up and will be able to get away. So everyone survives across the map somehow.
And that's a lot of commitment from both ends. It felt like this movement up top was maybe a bit optimistic for Azure. They were smoked up, maybe mid.
Onslaught gonna connect perfectly from XM, but now he's feeling a little bit pressured seeing Crit TPing in. Just wave the Pangolier goodbye. Just ensure he does not risk his own life.
There's a lot of tension in the air. Falcons finally getting this movement out from Snaking, which was what we've been looking for from laning phase. XM still not done.
Why would it be? Pulverize was up. Crit does get a nice dead shot with the calling. XM not going to be able to continue to go for the chase here onto Crit. But this Primal Beast is looking rather scary. John, top of the net worth board right now is XM, and he's a big boy. This Primal Beast, we've seen what they can do when they get ahead after the laning stage. Crit at the very least going to be able to deny the regen rune away from the Primal, but you kind of get my point. This might be a pretty big issue for Falcons.
And it can be. I think the one thing that Falcons have set up for is, again, this really good vision forward, and this ward behind the top tier 1 and that top jungle, the 2 wards down mid. And they've got a good grasp as to where the movement from Azure might come in from. And now they've got the protection to make this movement onto mid with a Chen army ready to go. They've got that pressure going for themselves now.
Q trying his absolute best to kind of lag this push out. Obviously does not have a level 6 yet on the Earthshaker, so you can't really rely on the Echo. And that'll be the tier 1 mid tower gone. This is something we continue to see from Falcon. Mid tier 1 tower, top tier 1 tower, take over the map. Thing is, yesterday we saw G2IG, they dealt with it very, very well. And so far as Azure, they don't seem too pressured by these towers going. Yeah.
I mean, the big thing for the side of Azure is that they showed pretty much both of their supports down mid, and that means the side lanes are very open. There's no gank attempt, so Low is happily farming. XXS is building up on the Doom into his Midas now. Coming up next, you are still getting good farm as well from Falcons, but we talked about this with Azure. This Bloodseeker's not gonna be active until Maelstrom BKB. Your Doom is also not gonna be comfy until he can get at least maybe like a Blink or a BKB in this game. And that's just a lot of time that Azure has to mitigate losses. You give away mid, but they still have control on their side lane tier 1s. They're not looking to push. They will have to defend these next tier 1s though if they want to keep that farm pace up.
And they could. I mean, they've got plenty of farm and XP here on the side of AR. Like, it's kind of the key to beating these kind of high aggression push strategies from Falcons is just winning out the laning stage. And here we go. AR prepped to try and fight this time around. They will not reveal themselves within the smoke. They see that the defense has worked out. Instead, Crit is going to cop a Fisher from SingQ, but he wants to get out of it. Not really feeling.
Yeah, not the block that we're looking for. Angle not good for XM. It's still keeping all of these heroes mid. Like, you see them move forward there. The side of Falcons are also kind of grouped around. And again, leaving these side lanes open for the rest of Azure to just play the farm game. I'm a little bit surprised Falcons haven't been able to try to jump forward. They've got the levels on Mallory, he's got that defusal. Maybe the smoke leads to his first piece of big activity here.
Skidder though. Skidder's the one being hunted, it seems. The Falcons are maybe using him as bait to try and set up a Skidder. Going to cop an onslaught. They'll go for snaking first. Snaking. He'll pop the hand of God. XM taking way too much damage. Rupture's going to come out on Maureen, but XM still dropping low. Does go down. Meanwhile, the Doom committed. They are still trying for the Pango, but Maureen just stand his ground. He finally goes down, and now SingQ! Oh, SingQ! What an initiation!
Right on top.
Where did he come from?
Just walks right in, doesn't have a blink, has the setup with the egg. All their attention's dragged into that area. They'll find one more. And Azure.
Replay, please.
Ah, man. He just walked up. They were so focused on trying to clump around that egg. The Doom running under Pangolier. They didn't have that forward vision. They had the ward here on Azure's end.
3k damage. I believe just from the Echo alone. Here we go. I didn't even see him. Here we go. SingQ. He's a cheeky boy, just hanging around the tree line. Where does he come in? Like, you see XM go down. It looks like a bad fight, and SingQ right behind ATF with the tongueless toy, and my God, that is beautiful timing from our Earthshaker.
Now that's some great coordination with Chanming and SingQ. Like the egg going in right in that spot while all of the attention's being brought down on trying to chase down XXS on the Doom after he commits his spells. These aren't prime targets.
What's with these Chinese Earthshakers in this tournament, Jonathan? Every player from a Chinese team playing Earthshaker, they just land every Echo Slam.
Just comes out, they're feeling it, you know? They're in their right time zone. There's no jet lag. There's no culture shock with food. They're happy here in Malaysia.
Yeah?
To their liking. Their spirits are high.
Good for them. Good for them. You know, questions were being raised as well. Is China back? I'll tell you what, John. So far, they are looking very back.
They certainly do. I mean, you've got G2IG, you've got Azure right now.
They're looking
going
good
for the upper bracket.
Don't forget the Uncrowned King, Jonathan. Announcements were made. Onto the Chen they go. XM's going to find another, it seems. A Snakey will go down. Maureen around the area, but will end up retreating. Obviously, no opportunity for him to really capitalize on.
Yeah, and this is, in terms of activity out from Mallory in this game, it's definitely a little bit different in comparison to his DK, where, you know, Falcons have this really dead set plan of camping mid, taking the tier 1 and applying pressure on the side lane towers. They've taken the mid tier 1 here. They haven't been able to transition into the, you know, Amar in comparison on this DK is more than happy to just play the farm game. We're not seeing him take activity. He went for the Midas, nothing like that early blink and the Manta coming out that Malgren would do. So basically, that means the map pressure that Falcons normally applies with the DK isn't there. Amar's just playing his usual farm, and that's providing Azure, no pressure. Tier 1 still standing. No one's rushing in. You've got the Chen. You're not pushing. It's fine. We're happy.
It's
a problem. Low. It is hanging around. The Low might go for it. He has Rupture up. Problem is they do actually have vision on the Twin Gates high ground. Maybe assuming the team is smoked behind Crit. Speaking of smokes, Crit will buy one out now, so perhaps he wants to go for one. In the meantime, Green Core now built up on XXS, which is going to be a little bit problematic if you are Falcons.
It's going to accelerate this farm pace. Not necessarily looking for the kills, but just more Devours, more Midas.
Speaking of problematic, what did I just see Xingqiu pick up, Jonathan?
It's up. Blink's ready to go. And that's, again, really good tone for Azure. They haven't really needed their cores to come in outside of just the Primal Beast. It's almost always just XM. When Doom's available, XXS shows up, but the ones moving across the map are just these 3 heroes, the 2 supports and XM on the mid, the Primal Beast. We'll see if they'll force it out. I mean, you've got the fresh BKB as well in XM, so he has no fear. When he sees that Pango rolling around, if you don't have Rupture, you can also use the Pulverize. You see the Life Steal, you don't care.
Oh, bottom lane, bit of a fight breaking out. 3 on the side of Falcons, though. It seems like AR do want to leave the area because they only have 2. They do drop the egg. XXS, he does have the Doom. He'll commit it as well. Malrine, he's going pretty deep for this. And here he comes. Xingqiu, he'll pop the Echo. That'll be Crit down. It seems like Malrine is not making it out either. Oh, AR, they take our Phoenix. Take whatever you want. Doesn't matter. We're still going to win the team fight. Snaking gone. Skitter, don't look back. Just get the hell out of there, Skitter. It's not safe. It's not safe.
They have Pulverize?
They do, but they can't close the gap.
Oh man, this is getting a little bit scary for Falcons. They're losing way too much map space. They're losing way too much of these engagements. It's Azure, again, just running forward, and with how mobile, how durable they are right now, you're not ready to show up here with Skitter and his damage. He doesn't have that much protection or HP to withstand this burst.
He's not safe either here, John. Xingqiu is all over the map. XXS gonna purge him up as well. ATF, I mean, he's a tanky boy, but not quite when the sun is against you. As the sun ray comes in, Xingqiu takes another. Oh boy, Xingqiu. He's shown up today, let me tell you, John.
And he has. He's all over the place with his quick blink timing. Now, with these kills, it's actually really great for the Shaker to have. He's going to have his shard up, even more control to come in, following through from that fissure with the aftershock stuns. Again, for Falcons, I think where all of this kind of is missing out is... Ooh.
Yeah, Snaking caught. Skitter, I don't think you can help right now, sir. Pulverize comes in. Snaking still burning, barely makes it out. But they would love Skitter if they had a chance at him, though Skitter gonna retreat. They are missing the egg, they're missing the Echo. Doom just came off cooldown, so you don't really want to force the fight too hard here. TF, he's going to TP in, but can't do too much, and it seems like this is a scary smoke. Because you've got Doom now available, you've got Egg now available, and what's the cooldown on Echo? 13 seconds. This is a risky timing for Falcons to try and go for this fight. Luckily for them, AR, they are split up. XXS is going to get spotted out here. XXS. Still a hard target though. He's sitting at 2.3k HP instead. They're going to try after Xingqiu, though Xingqiu being rather sneaky himself, though they should eventually see him. Rod of Atos out here from Crit. Mission committed by Xingqiu, but they are going to find a nice kill. Xingqiu gone, Skitter to take that one.
It's a massive streak to find. Not a core pickup, but you have Skitter infested. You need to get an investment back in that time. They can invade the top jungle off the back of this, but the side of Azure, I mean, again, it's just time to build up. BKB just comes up now for low. So now it's the safe point as they do commit the Doom out here.
Possible for a possible trade, it seems like, as now Crit is going to go down. So they do find a bit of a trade at that top lane here for Azure. And Azure, they are grouped up mid here with Low and XM, so it seems as though they want to try and maybe pressure the mid tier 1 tower just a little bit. But you do have a BKB now up on the Bloodseeker, so naturally Low's going to be rather confident to force a fight. Xingqiu, there's the Echo. Oh, Snaking, he's alive for now. Xingqiu maybe getting a little bit too excited, but XXS is going to move in, and Snaking just trapped. He is just trapped by the cliff. In comes Low, thank you very much. Skitter, save a buddy syndrome is well and truly intact here is Skidder. I mean, trying to survive, trying to hit somebody, but there's the big fella. XM comes in and takes care of it. Low with a double kill. And Falcons, they've got to fly away.
Yeah, they've got to get out.
Xingqiu right on the edge. ATF not looking safe either. Pops the dragon fall, but it doesn't matter.
Too much. You got full Spirit Vessel out, cutting off his regen. And this is the issue for Falcons, right? Like we talk about this tempo, we talk about what they like to do with the DK. It's the fact that right now Amar is not able to do anything. It feels like a 4v5. He has no impact. This movement onto snaking, not only is it a really nice kill, they force out a long cooldown in that Hand of God, so they don't have to wait too long to re-engage here in Azure. Now you're gonna lack a little bit more of that sustain, and it's gonna make it a lot easier for Azure to play this burst. They've got the heroes that can take moderately long fights with their kind of lineup. They've got very low cooldown spells, especially with that the Octarine up on XXS. So their downtime for this kind of aggressive move, it's not there. And again, you don't have to worry about regen at all. Just considering that you forced Snaking to heal for himself, not for anyone else in that gank.
Yeah, now 10k behind is Falcons, and Zure sitting in a very, very confident position. Success top of the net worth board, was closely followed by his own carry being low. If you are Falcons, you are just playing the catch-up game now. That is not going to be a very easy game to play, that's for sure. As they're going to go for the 3-man smoke. They'll use Skidder as bait down to the bottom lane, but there is a big group up from Azure, and they've basically got all their spells. The only one lacking is the Echo, but it's up in 3 seconds. Here we go again. They get scanned out by the Roshan pit. This could be a big problem for Falcons. They've got to be careful. Azure, they know exactly where they are. Falcons, can they read this movement? It seems like they will for now. They'll get onto the Twin Gates high ground. AR, they'll get the wards down. Both sides have plenty of vision around the area, but neither one sees each other yet. In comes XXS. He might reveal himself first. That'd be a great target to jump on if they could burst him down, but AR, they're going to go after the Phoenix. The step at XM is in with the pulverize out. They catch the life. Skidder and the Doom is also committed. Skidder, he's got no gameplay. Skidder, though, he will go down. Skidder is gone. Malrine ruptured up, trying to TP away mid-rolling Thunder, does barely make it, but now the rest of the team are just going to get destroyed. ATF is gone. Crit is going nowhere. Xingqiu says, no, sir. You will stay here and you will take it.
I mean, that's all off the back of trying to jump and burst down this Phoenix. They get this blink on ATF, they get the infest play, but even the Phoenix isn't that easy of a target to go for. They just don't have burst with DK Lifestealer. They jump out, the control comes in, and the positioning of the side of Falcons, they weren't ready to back them up. It's only the 2 heroes. There's so much blocking their way, the ramp, the gate, the trees. They couldn't back these 2 up jumping in.
The coordination, it's too much. It really is. Like, who do you jump? There's no burst potential, there's nothing. It's so rough. You show yourself for 1 second and suddenly AR, they're just a well-oiled machine. Everyone knows exactly where they need to be. And it's proving to be rather impossible this game 1. Now 14k behind is Falcons. They are not out of the game yet, but it is getting to that stage where you start to question what they need to get done to give themselves a chance back into the game. They'll take their Tormentor back. Snaking will get a shards for himself. AR will do the exact same thing. Low will take the shards and the Bloodseeker.
Radiant's middle tower.
How does that happen? With all his farm, he gets a freebie as well. That's the exact item he needs to have that pure damage trades with the Lifestealer, so he's not going to lose out in the direct 1v1 in a vacuum. When you're winning, you just win more, I guess, with that kind of pickup. For Falcons now, we have seen that they're willing to jump around. I mean, Amar, again, he wants to get activity. He's had just Midas double Bracer for so long. He gets the blink, but damage isn't quite there. Their next best bet with this kind of lineup, just apply pressure in the lanes, right? Like, just use the Chen army. We've seen Snaking willing to do this before, but buy space for the team. Just go forward, clear out some part of the map, force attention onto yourself, and just try to play the stalled game until more comes from, honestly, onto Amar. It does feel like the DK, it's not at the point where it's frontlining all too comfortably, and it's not really applying pressure with this kind of initiation yet. A BKB might sort that out.
Okay. Xingqiu, Spidey senses were tingling here for Syncue. They'll take the courier XXS, but they could not care less because ATF, he's a much bigger courier. Syncue will take that one. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they'll try to set up on low, but he's got a BKB. He'll just walk out of it. It is not safe on this map. You show on the map for 1 second Syncue is going to be there. You'd think he's playing Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, you'd think so. And the beautiful thing, it's Azure Ray that's also not biting the bait that is snaking. Right? He's showing top, he's shoving it in. They don't care about that, Chen. They know what snaking's doing this game. So that strategy that I just suggested is already not panning out. They've got Spidey senses going on Azure Ray. Syncue is just going to get poked just a little bit. You've got some good scaling on Falcons if you can drag this game out. And Crit's already working onto a Shadow Blade, more than likely into that Silver Edge, but at this position for a Muerta, bottom net worth, a pipe dream to kind of hit that point where you are like a big damage dealer. But you do kind of need that. And this Ag's timing as well for Malrine, it can help the cause with the swashbuckles flying through. But for the Pango this game, it just doesn't feel like a safe game. You're not going for something like the Lincolns as well. So Rupture, Pulverize, both of those will still be issues for you when you're trying to just roll and do some damage in the middle as well.
Absolutely. Look at the lines being drawn out right now on the minimap. They know exactly where the side of Falcons are. Checking through the south. Crit's going to reveal himself here. Immediate TP away though. TF still around. Pings were coming out. Seems like they know he's there somewhere. Maybe a bit of a pincer maneuver. Who's coming from the north? Never mind. Seems like they'll go for the farm instead. So ATF might just be okay. In the meantime, AR just going to take the bottom T2 tower. ATF going to try and creep cut while he can, but here comes XXS. They know where ATF's gone, and Syncue. This guy can't miss. This guy can't miss. ATF, run, sir, run.
No running from that one.
Get your steps in at least. You're getting something out of it.
Yeah, it's a 4-man rotation out. So again, there's a little bit of space for Falcons. That's all they can really hope for right now. Malrine?
Malrine, he's ruptured TP. Doom, no, never comes in.
This whole mess is all your fault?
They're just forcing Falcons back every single time. They're not able to reach into the jungles as much as they'd want to. They're trying to maximize this lane farm, but the response is all there from the side of Azure Ray. You have to contend with the Ags being up in XM. With that break, doesn't feel comfy as Crit. Ran down.
He's not comfortable either, John. So I'm going to take him out once again. 18k net worth advantage now. The Falcons, I mean, they are doing the right thing. They're just desperately buying themselves time. Like, you're at the stage where Skidder, he's getting to a stage where he's going to start hitting quite hard, but you need ATF to get some more farm up. You kind of need some secondary carry to come in. Malrine's got plenty of farm, but just they need a lot more. I'd say at least another 10-15 minutes of hitting creeps here for Falcons to feel like they can actually fight back.
For sure. I mean, this DK will hit critical mass at some point. Maybe once you get, say, the Ags, this Octarine, Amar is queuing up as well. He can start to consider split pushing if he does kind of itemize for a Manta, although it does feel a bit late for that as Azure.
ATF shows, Fisher is out, XXS jumps in for the Doom, and ATF, he's got help on the way, but they need to get there faster. XXS, well, they do have the infect. Seems as though ATF is going to be able to survive the initiation.
XM.
But here comes the rest. XM still chasing ATF, still not looking too healthy. They'll pop the BKB on XM. Skidder's forced to jump out, but the Fisher will stop him in his tracks. Meanwhile, Marine trying to stun somebody with the Rolling Thunder, but nobody's taking it. Though XM maybe going a little bit too far. ATF tanking through it. XM's the one to go down. All right. Sometimes a little bit of feeding can go a long way for the enemy team.
And it does. The rest of his team backed off.
They just left?
Yeah, they just TP'd out. And a little bit too keen on our Primal Beast to chase down. I mean, with the Infest, with the regen, I mean, the pop Hand of God as well. You're not doing enough damage on the Primal Beast solo up against a DK. It's just even something like the Lifestealer at this point, so rather difficult. The Pangolier has the Satanic up. They needed to commit fully as a team on Azure Ray. They cut their losses. It's a big pickup for Falcons, and this will allow them to get some forward vision out again, or at least some good wards to give some control back to them on that bot jungle, which they have been missing for a while. Still?
Fisher this time not gonna land. ATF and Crit will both be able to run. Still a bit of a chase, I believe, going on. Give up on it. towards the south. Oh, get up. Arming, low. Maybe saw him there for a second. Bloodrider is going to give the vision. Skitter still has ATF around if he needs an infest target, and seems like he will be able to just outrun the side of Azure, right? Meanwhile, mid XM is hanging around alone. They're going to try and go for the gank attempt, but they missed Swash. Unfortunate.
We're starting to reach that point now for that next Roche coming back in. You do have good control down bot for Azure Ray on the daytime Roche if the respawn is fast enough, which it should be within that timer. Falcons trying to smoke out. Could try to give themselves some space build up into Roche if they find this successfully.
XM, be very careful. There's 4 heroes right on that high ground. In fact, I say 4, it's actually 5. They'll jump in. XM, he's a huge target. He's gone. Azure Ray, though, they're still coming up from the backside here with a big smoke. Do they want to fight without... Oh, there's the echo! Sin Q! He does it again. Crit is gone. ATF in trouble. ATF just burning alive in the back. Maureen runs to low, going, Doom out, catching Skitter, a refresh from XXS. Maureen at least going to eventually get the Rolling Thunder away as they're still trying for Skitter. And Maureen, with the Rolling Thunder TP, is going to be able to walk away. So a 2-for-1 trade. You lost XM to start, but AR, the confidence. It's like, we don't need XM. We'll go in this 4. Don't about this Primal Beast.
I mean, it's the confidence. It's SinQ finding these angles for these big slams as well. It could have gone a lot worse for Falcons. Like, it lined up just enough that they could pull out, cut their losses. The Hand of God stalling it out.
No. Oh, they're going to try. XXS, maybe the one to get caught out here, though. He does pop his BKB and run. Low's going to move in. Maureen, he's melting real fast. Maureen's gone. Low though. Oh. Low is dropping low himself. He is down to boot. All right, Falcons, this is the fight they're looking for. That's a good trade.
That's a massive trade in the favor of Falcons. The side of Azure Ray just feeling so confident. The damage output coming in from Crit, just in his Pierce the Veil, doing pretty much half the damage total done to...
That's a lot of damage.
It's a ton of damage when that BKB isn't up. So you have to respect this Muerta, even without too many items, just a little bit more attack speed. You get that Gunslinger proc onto one hero with no one else around. The DPS does build up. And now, somehow, Falcons, from finding that, do have Roche control, right? Like, that was the entire point of that smoke out. It looked a bit shaky. They cut their losses. They find this forced movement out from Azure Ray. Now they have Roche. This is their ticket back into the game.
There is a scan. I don't think they're going to be able to contest. I mean, you don't seem to want to... Oh, I see that TPs are coming in. TPs are coming in, but they've got to be very fast. SinQ, he's going to show himself, but I think they let this one go. Roshan, it's too low now, surely. And there it is. Skitter will take it. AR, they could still try to force a fight in this area. Just go for the surprise fight. Maureen's going to show himself very confidently down to the bot lane. Swashes away, though, but they know exactly where they've gone. Towards the south, Falcons are grouping up as 5. They're predicting this movement from AR.
XM?
Oh, they're on the vision. They're right on the vision. They'll jump in, though. XM trying to bait for his team, but he's been caught again. XM is down. Perhaps not the start they wanted. Double Doom has been committed. Skitter is one of the big targets now. SinQ right in onto the line. Skitter locking him down with the Sunray out. Skitter is going to get denied. He did have the Aegis at the very least. So XM, at the very least, is still down to boot, which means that AR at least get the Aegis, and that'll be enough. They get everyone else out of it.
It could have been way worse for the side of Azure Ray if they forced their hand. One thing about Azure Ray is, in these prolonged fights or in these re-engages that they have been forcing out, especially in the last fight prior to this, they are a little bit reliant on some fairly long cooldowns for the most part here.
He's got the Echo Slayer, I think he's doing something. Hanging around, looks like he'll go for maybe a creep skip. Get away, in fact, he'll just TP back towards him, not risking his own life. Meanwhile, Falcons, they've got a dire tormented. Snaking will be able to survive through. I believe Snaking was the guy that died yesterday with the Tormentor, so I got a little bit worried about the guy for a second.
He's learned his lesson, staying a little bit further back, not coughing as much. Again, off the back of that fight, they've got some room now for Falcons to equalize map control, take some tier 2s. They've got the push ready with Amar. He's got the Manta as well. So very low committal pushes coming out from the DK to apply some laning pressure, shove out the lanes, chip damage onto the objectives. They've changed location. I mean, Amar is still carrying Skitter around on the hunt. No vision up top. Just a little bit of a check. Is some time being committed? A sign of Azure. They are going to be ready to go shortly. 20 seconds away from the end. Chan Ming should be looking to group his team up and force the issue, knowing that Aegis was taken. If this falls apart for Falcons, it's going to be the side of Azure that can start knocking on some tier 2s.
Advantage is the only net worth lead standing for AR. Like, it's not such a one-sided street anymore, right? Like, it's not a one-way street anymore. It feels like AR, they've got to be a little bit more careful as Falcons are finding a way back into this game slowly but surely.
Yeah, and this is something, again, that this lineup can do from Falcons. If it drags on, you're going to get crit. That's going to be basically an additional carry. He's got that Shadow Blade. He's going for the full Silver Edge. So his damage output is going to be amazing. The break factor onto the Bloodseeker or even a Primal Beast is going to be pretty nice to have on hand as well. You've got the eventual Ags upgrades that are lined up as well for Amar. So the Black Dragon form with the Manta, allowing you to safely split push on the side lanes and do some decent chip damage, allowing the main hero to just go for these kinds of in-test plays that they are gunning for. It just makes it easier for Falcons as the game drags on. For Azure, all of that factors are still in. They've got the full Ags on Malrine, which we mentioned earlier as well. So you have more output, a little bit more durability when you use your Satanic as well, just a little bit sustain in the middle. And
not to mention, 350 gold away as well for ATF on his ad.
Yep.
That's...
It's going to be big, that Elder Black Dragon, right? Like split pushing with the Manta, clearing out the waves, getting some chip damage out, allowing your main hero to just constantly hug Skitter. Skitter and Amar have not left each other's presence for at least a good 2 minutes now. Just been hanging around together. So, again, it allows Falcons to just dictate this game, to stall it out, to reach this farm, to reach that point where you're going to be doing damage on 4 heroes. As crit starts to scale up, as your damage on Amar and the durability starts to stack on here. Azure, it doesn't quite get too difficult for them. I would say it gets less straightforward for sure, as we do finally hit that Ags timing on Amar. And Elder Black Dragon, ready to split push, ready to just apply some laning pressure side of Azure. They're going to try to poke while they can. Take care of that top tier too.
I think Q, he's got his own BKB. ATF going to show off his Ags. I think Q going to show off the BKB, but they are both going to run. Still, the chase is actually continuing because ATF, he wants to keep the vision up. He's confident. Disher out onto ATF, he'll be fine. In comes Low. Who are we aiming? Jump in. XM, he's on a crit. Meanwhile, Low's been caught out for a moment, but he's still safe. It's now the Pulverize out onto the Muerta. In goes XXS looking for the Doom out. He found Skitter with that. Meanwhile, ATF dropping really damn low and is going to go down as it seems like Falcons, they need a run. XXS moving in for more. A beautiful onslaught out for XM. Fighting 2 targets. Malorine's not saved. They're still trying. Skitter with the Infest will heal him up a little bit as they're going to try and turn. There's your buyback. Snake King, he'll come back into the fight. XM, he's been left behind. There goes your Primal Beast as XXS with the BKB going to try and TP away, and he will make it. He's got enough time. I believe it was actually a 2-for-1 trade if you count the buyback committed by Snake King. And this game, it's feeling a lot closer than it should be.
And it is 13k lead for Azure, but Falcons, they can bite back. They've got durability, they've got damage of their own starting to pour in. They've got this push that can translate. It would be a lot better if Amar was still around, but don't quite have the Dragon to help set up these lanes. The one tool Azure has gotten since that last fight is the refresh up on some Q. Didn't have to pop it last time.
I mean, there's 4 heroes there. Skitter very confident though. Okay, gets away with the tier 2 mid tower. In the meantime, I believe Sinku did pick up a refresher orb on the Shaker now. Yeah, so you're going to have double in what, 15 seconds?
Yeah, he didn't pop it in the last fight. So he's got the double ready to go. That is something that they can leverage now on Azure to try to get more going for themselves here. Falcons, the one thing when you're playing against Falcons here again is if this game keeps stalling out, someone's got to be able to try to handle crit in the back. Like, we've seen them be able to isolate this Muerta. There's still no defensive items out in crit. does feel like the priority has to be in that backline, because when Crit has a free time, when it's Amar, when it's Skitter soaking in all the damage, this Huerta is insanely strong, just thwacking away when that Pierce of the Veil is up, even with like literally not many items up here.
Go again. Falcons grouping up for a smoke. They'll pop. No vision around that area to scout this out for AR, but they're also grouped up by their triangle. XXS, he'd be a great target. They'll jump in. They want the Doom down. And with the bashes out, XXS is gone. AR, they need to leave the area. Without those double Dooms up, it is not a fight they want to try and take. Falcons, they might have an opportunity to think about high ground, or they could even think about Roshan if it's an early respawn.
They've got a lot of options. With this debt on XXS, I mean, he bought out the plate mail, no buyback, so if they did want to pressure onto the high ground, you wouldn't have to worry about the Doom for a fair bit of time. And the lanes aren't quite fully shoved in for them to fully capitalize on that, so they'll just go back, take control of this triangle, make use of that ward really nicely, soak up even more farm, get that build up. We are going for the full Hurricane Pike here on Amar, so just a little bit more catch, a little bit more reach as well for the Dragon. And you're hitting a point where you're just going to have the disables ready. Skitter will have this stable disable with the Bissell coming up. You have some ways to mitigate that on the side of Azure. A couple of Lincolns have been up. More options will always feel good here for the Falcons in trying to simplify this game. Basher as well for Malrine, which is really the big one with the Ags already up and running on this Pangolier. Just a random swashbuckle bash, a random bash while you're jumping around in ball can ruin these team fights for Azure. Not that they're going well at the moment anyway.
Scanning.
Now Roshan available. Everyone's going to be up. Doom up in 1. All spells are available apart from, I believe, the Order Dragon form.
Radiant are scanning.
TF will have that in 1 second. So now we officially have every spell available. AR trying to rush towards the pit. It's not that fast for Falcons anyway, so they're going to go for the fight instead. Sing Q, barely missing out. Low may have the initiation onto Snake King. They're going to find the Chen. They'll try to blow him up. Snake King, he is looking to go down, but no, he'll heal up for now. Still not down. Snake King finally will die. Malrine, in the meantime, also caught by Low. So you've got 2 down now for the side of Falcons, as it seems like Crit, he copped the Doom, so he's got no way out of this one. He'll just try to focus down a courier in the meantime. Meanwhile, ATF, where are you going, sir? He'll run north, but the chase is on. 3 down for Falcons, and AR, they'll have pretty much a guaranteed Roshan.
There's the take. The side of Falcons, not much you can really do right now for Amar, outside of just split pushing with his Ags Dragon form. And the dynamic duo of Amar and Skitter still not separating themselves, but a really good angle for Azure to find. It looks like a lot of commitment onto the Chen, but it was a little bit cut off from Falcons in positioning there. Just not close enough for Amar to find an angle with Skitter in. And with this Roche coming out for Azure, an opening to knock onto that last tier 2 into the high ground. And the high ground hold of the side of Falcons, it is there. You are a lot more reliant, it does feel like, on the Pangolier roll. Maybe isolating with a good jump in from Amar. So it's on Malrine and Amar to kind of find some openings once the siege begins. If that is something that they'd want to contest, probably the tier 2 mid going down first. And just the farm to rack up. Falcons, they need some buybacks to be ready on hand here. This feels like without that many buybacks on hand, it's going to start to get risky into the high ground. Only got really 1 on Skitter.
Problem. I suppose if there was one hero you want the buyback on, it probably is the Lifestealer right now, but preferably a little bit more. Of course, we do have the Ags up as well on low now, off the back of the Roshan, so one of your favorites coming in. I know how much you love to talk about this.
The barrier's nice. It can be a bit griefing, you know. You've seen Arteezy in the NADPC. Ask them, how do you feel about the Ags? I leave it on. I don't know what's happening. I die.
What did Arteezy do to deserve that, John?
Well,
it's not even
exactly why I didn't say that. You know, he's not gonna stare me down the elevator. Love your tour. No, see, Low, he's fine. He's not toggling it on randomly. He's good.
Found somebody. It's actually gonna be XXS jumping in with the Snake King. Snake King gonna try and go for a bit of a cheeky run, but XXS just gonna follow him down. Well, the Invis is gonna save for now. snaking, actually juking out very, very nicely. Still ticking away as XM is going to have a look around, cannot find him, clips himself, but XXS eventually will catch him.
Yeah, does a full circle around, you know, looks around, realizes, oh, I left my car keys here.
Whoopsie daisies.
And takes snaking out. He is giving information, right? Like he's scouting forward, he's copying the ganks, he's allowing some breathing room to come in here for Falcons. Like Skitter is very safe up top with all that commitment. Although mid is going to receive a little bit of a shove in.
Oh, Rupture committed. Who have they got? It is going to be Crit by the seams of it. Crit dropping extremely low. And XXS just getting the job done. But in goes Skitter. XXS, he's a tanky boy. Now with the Doom committed, Skitter does need to be a little bit careful. They do get the Pulverize into the Sunray. Skitter is gone, and now the Echo comes out. Crit will get caught. That'll be another
instant buyback.
Maureen is trying to salvage this scenario, but it is not looking too great. XM will get caught by the Rolling Thunder, but there's zero backup. And ATF does not even have the Dragonfly.
I love the way that Azure are finding these angles. You see that Lincoln's? They never leave this Purge skill on XXS. Just allows the Lincoln break into the Doom, into the Pulverize, no problems for the chain control. And that's all off the back of the fact that they killed Crit first. He is the backline damage. This Huerta has been doing a ton with a full Silver Edge up. And if she just gets bursted up front, you have all these tanky heroes. You don't have that hard burst on hand on these isolated ones.
No fear in the world, just jumps in again with the onslaught, but will not really catch anyone. Keep in mind, you still have an Echo Slam available here from SingQ, so you can't be too optimistic if you are Falcons to try and go for a fight. They even bought the Green Core out, so lower cooldowns now available. Into the mid-racks they go. ATF still trying to delay this as much as possible, but the Fisher will land. He'll still be able to get forced after away. Low, though, will be able to finish off the mid-racks. At least the melee barracks for now. It's Low getting quite low on HP. Does still have the secondary life with the Aegis. And it seems that the Sunray coming in from Tianming going to keep him alive. They will go for a bit of a reset. Still 1 minute and 15 seconds available on the Aegis as XM just onslaughting in case Low was going to get jumped.
Yeah, just a lot of caution. Really heads up to cover their bases on the retreat here for Azure. Falcons, they get to hang on onto one range rack mid and no further excursions onto the high ground. So again, a little bit more time, but a minute left on Aegis. If the side of Azure were feeling cheeky, if they find an opportunity for a pickoff, they can kind of line up for it. They've got a decent ward by the ramp area. They didn't manage to drop wards on the high ground, so that they're not going to be able to scout out the positioning for Falcons going forward. And Falcons, for their part, they're still trying to go out. I mean, Amar and Skitter, again, are just constantly together. They've got the Dragon form ready with a little bit of the shove from the Manta if they so wish. They will try to hunt. SingQ would be a juicy target if they could find him, but again, no forward vision. So it is a little bit optimistic, and they're just going to have to sit back and relax. Their vision is very defensive right now on the side of Falcons, just watching some entrances by the triangle, watching that entrance across the river up top. Azure, they're just hugging bot. They're just keeping it shoved. Aegis does expire, so perhaps it's the waiting game unless a pickoff presents itself. But they have that forward vision. They've got vision in the triangle as well. And again, that ramp vision down, it's just oppressive right now for Falcons. You're playing fairly dark in the map. Can't get as much push out as you want with this kind of lineup. And Azure is just choking you out. Every single time they've shown, they've gotten jumped like this.
They found somebody. XM, he's going to onslaught in. Skinner, looks like he wanted to fight. Echo Slam out onto ATF only, but SingQ, he will refresh now and dumps the other one. Double kill for Low. Right in the Radiant Triangle. Falcons getting caught with their pants down, but thankfully, they do at least have buybacks on these two heroes. So they do seem to need to commit them, I think.
They've got to commit them. They still have tools available in Azure for the follow-up fight.
They're going to fight XM. That'll be a great start here for Falcons. XM still alive. Onslaught away. Ooh. There is no way XM gets out of this. Maureen trying to chase. XM will finally go down. But how deep are you willing to go, Falcons? They've bought back on 2. They have gotten 2 kills for themselves, and it seems like that's going to be about it.
I mean, with the buybacks forced out, the side of Falcons need to get as much as they can. If they can, try to stabilize the map, get some control outside, get some vision, and build into the Roshan. They need that safety net now on Falcons to secure the next few fights. Azure, not going to be sitting around either. Buyback immediately forced out on Sean Ming, so he doesn't want to allow too much movement out. He does have the egg ready. He wants to be around for the defense. And Falcons going to try to force that issue, shoving in or cutting waves where they can. Mid is shoving in, but not too keen on fully committing. There is still a buyback ready. They know that the refreshes were popped, but single uses of Slam and Doom are still available. Just invade while they can. They get some vision out onto the enemy triangle on Dire's side. A little bit more room for them to try to play in. They'll smoke off the back of that vision, maybe hold a high ground position and see if anyone takes the bait.
Look at the net worth rate. Like Lowe's got 42. And it as hard as he hits, it feels like Skitter with 26k is able to contest him now. And I think this is what Syndra was saying on the panel. Just, do you really want to pick up the Secrets of Lifestealer? This is the part where you start to question it, right? Like, I realize we're 50 minutes into the game, John, but this is where things are getting a little bit spicy now. And by the way, if they need anything, it might be just another 9 minutes.
Yeah, just wait for those neutrals to come in. Maybe you get something juicy, maybe some Giants rings.
I see a DK.
You know?
The big boy.
Just cover the screen. We don't need to see anything else with the DK pushing. DK decides to use Manta. All right, all we'll see is a push.
I think if DK gets Ags plus Giants ring, he should turn into a Blue Eyes White Dragon. That's what I think.
It's copyright infringement, Mike.
So you think Yugi boy? Low. Jump in, is there, ATF, they found a great target, but Low, he's got the BKB up, in fact he's going to go for the man fight, there's your Doom out, they caught Skinner with the Lifestealer, it's not looking too good, and Sin-Q just creating absolute havoc in the middle of the fight.
No buybacks.
There's 3 down, no buyback,
all of them
4 down, no buybacks. How long does it take to call? There it is, GG is called. AR. I mean, maybe getting a little bit rocky on the tail end of things, but eventually they put a little in this game. As XM and Malrine having a bit of fun together.
Yeah, I mean, that was explosive coming out from Azure. Almost reminiscent a little bit of G2IG and just how explosive they are in their games. The side of Falcons, we're finding some openings. The big issue, in my mind at the very least, is that, you know, again, the panel was talking a lot about what Snaking had to do on his chin.
Very tanky boy, not taking enough damage. That Laguna committed, I think it was onto Baboka, but Baboka could not care less. Snaking now, in a bit of an awkward scenario, does try and jump away, but can't quite do so yet with Nullifier on him. He will be able to walk. However, Crit, on the other hand, will just go down underneath the tier 4 towers.
No plate bounce.
Unfortunate. G2IG onto the mid-ranks. Monet still jumping into the tier 4s apparently. Does retreat, not finding the target he wanted. On the top racks they go. It is completely exposed.
It's just going to be Megas. There's no contesting this. There is a respawn coming shortly, so you could try to hold for a little bit longer. G2IG, I'm not sure if they're keen on coming back.
Oh, nice skewer back, Snaking here, being caught. He is down without buyback. They've got the Slark up in 5 seconds. They need him desperately too. ATF with a nice hoof stop, but there's just no backup. In fact, now ATF in trouble, pops the Stampede.
Oh no.
But he's stampeding right into the graveyard. Skitter. Here we go again. Uses double pounce to jump in. Gets the ulti off. Tries for X-Nova. X-Nova just standing his ground. Does go for the egg now. Into the Sunray, and GG is called. GG is called. They have seen enough. And my goodness, G2IG. JT.
JT's having a great night.
He is a happy man today. G2IG, two tough opponents.
You'd think with the amount of smiles this guy's had this game, John, you'd think he'd have his teeth whitened recently or something. He's just showing off.
Yeah, perhaps that's it. You know, he had a great time. G2IG having a great time here overall in the group stage. A great evening of games for them to find all these wins.
Interesting. I think the anti-global strat, which is what Blacklist are going for, right? You give the Furion and then you pick a bunch of global heroes in the Breaker and the Spectre that can join any fight. Just outnumber him when he tries to outnumber you. It's an interesting idea. And then have some like independent laners, that global ability. Hard to tell as we switch. But we saw the early obs off the teleport from Celery as it's just going to force a fight on their vision, but they kind of left the hill and they're going to give up first blood instead.
Yeah, it is going to be traded out with Tim.
One of the reasons Blacklist took it in that second phase, like they did not want to give it.
Like you said, they're trying to pull the lane back, but that also leaves an opening here for Raven to potentially get caught. Instead, it's going to...
Yeah, it's like that classic combination.
Celery maybe in a spot of trouble here. And to get one bash. Where's the fear shot? Finally it goes out, but Gabby's already left.
Yo, Gabby.
He was like, I thought you weren't going to use it. I was waiting for so long.
You're not playing
and Carlo was making the rotation too. They're actually going to TP the Furion out, which does leave Duraccio alone here.
Oh, he stays the bash. He knew.
Easy kill to get. Very nice.
Gabby knew, dude. He didn't want to waste that bash on the support.
Did he get 2 bashes and 2 hits? 3 hits, maybe?
Yeah, we'll give him a little 60s.
He actually got out-rotated by Dream Protector.
Yeah.
So
Blacklist did a decent job defending those early moves, and that has pushed Furion down on the XP board.
Carlo making a run for it. He's trying to pull the creeps off the tower, but he's going to be caught before he gets back to the jungle, back to the forest from whence he came. He'll die, instead head back to the fountain. Abed has made a rotation, though. He wants to hold this tower.
Oh, he got zapped!
Oh, no! That is unfortunate.
Raid King with full Skelly boys. His tower's just going down. So the onus is on Blacklist right now to make the exchange happen. And Gaimin gonna respond.
TP rotation coming in from Quinn will at least
have pierced the veil. You don't have the tree and ulti here. Those are some of your big damage healers in the team fight. And I mean, Quinn just running you down right now because there's no control for this Rolling Thunder until you have Overgrowth.
Yep. Okay, this swashbuckle puts himself in range of Abed. Now he has the Rolling Thunder, but may not be expecting this rotation from everyone else on Tinker.
Oh, over Tinker. Why do people hate Tinker? I don't get this obsession, man. Chilling.
I understand. You're a pro gamer.
Overgrowth's gonna try and bail this out.
That is not gonna be enough, but Abed can get some return kills. They're gonna get a 2 for 1 so far, but Abed can keep chasing down more of these heroes. He's gonna go for Quinn, but Gabby was going for a different target, and now they're missing the disable and the damage to perhaps get both of them. Okay, bumps him into the fear shot. Celery. Yeah, they're trying to push him straight into those, through the little doors for the kobolds.
Get in there, mine me some gems.
Well, he'll be farming them for sure. Abed takes away the Wraith King reincarnation. Does need some help if he wants to get a second life.
Which is what your lineup drives at. You have the Midas Breaker, you have the Spectre, you can get the pickoffs.
And that information.
Now this map is not proving to be too fun for Gaimin to play right now, and the burst is so close.
Very nice. React to this turn. Celery might end up dying here as he's a little close to Abed, who is going to collect some of these neutral items, see if he gets away from this. Nice. Abed making a really good read there. Doesn't actually get away from the stun in time, sadly, but waiting.
I feel like you should play for the pick off the Manta helps you farm, it helps you push out the map, which also helps you pick off.
Got him.
Yeah, he's going to get there in time, but
stuns aren't going to last too long. Well, looks like his W just ran out. First damage is enough before the charge can...
Yeah.
you can't say that with a straight face.
Cool, though.
Quinn, Blacklist need to take a little bit more of a trek to get here, so this is going to be delayed. I like that. Spectre waiting for somebody else to show before finally jumping. They do manage to get, again, the counter to the Rolling Thunder. He does have the illusion rune, though, so he's going to be okay. Or, excuse me. Looks like they want to make the move to bottom lane on Blacklist already.
The Atos.
Ah, the Atos. There it is. He's stuck in the ghost. That was a ton of burst damage. Damn. He's going to die twice.
Yeah, he's gone. Whirling, yes, way too strong.
Doraccio, he managed to get the break onto the Spectre. No Eclipse bounces onto him, though. A little bit unfortunate. He gets bashed up a second time. That is just unfortunate. He just did not get the damage on the hero that he wanted to go on there. Also outnumbered by a large amount is Blacklist. Had already killed one and had all 5 of their heroes, and now they're going to be rewarded with a fan. You better run, or your team better go through the portal to join you. Oh, 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 oh.
That was... Who's going through who?
Gabby? Okay, Gabby's gonna go for it with his BKB. They're gonna jump onto the Furion. Immediately, Tim's gonna put him down. Meanwhile, the Eclipse on the high ground.
That overgrowth destroyed them there.
Yeah, it did. It controlled all of those heroes. They couldn't get any sort of rebuttal there. Now the control is wearing out.
The BKB on Doraccio. It's a big factor here as he wants to force the fight.
Or jumping onto the Spectre. It is an easier kill than I think Blacklist anticipated. Wow.
Say the power of luck. This hero's just so annoying for carries when he's charging through off low cooldown. He's also doing a crap ton of damage now. He has Ceremonial Robe plus the Kaya Yasha.
Oh, and he sees so many heroes immediately. Tofu's dead. That's a dieback. This fight is already over for Gaimin Gladiators. They got to get out of here. Well, Doraccio, maybe he can kill the Train Protector, pop the BKB at half health here. It's not looking good. Yeah, he gets run over by Tims and Gabby, and oh no, another bash coming through. Does manage to get off the cheese this time around. Quinn jumping down to the low ground with a swashbuckle, caught by the Rod of Atos. Samantha gets rid of that one. Another swash coming up in a second, but the control and damage is too much. Blacklist.
You just got to throw somebody into the wolf's mouth at this point. In theory, it should be Ace. Second life. But the wolf is scouting you invis.
Yeah, and he's catching Tofu every single time. The person who's supposed to be able to help them when their front line gets gone on. Gabby with the refresher goes for it. Oh, he actually managed to get away with the Manta, and the stun's turned up. He actually does side of Blades. Doraccio is getting a man fight that he's actually winning for once. The Gladiators are cutting down Abed. What a fight for the carry of Gaimin Gladiators, showing there is still some life in this Luna to actually be able to carry. You surely learned the lesson there. Gabby has to disable the Luna.
Yeah, you focus Luna over this Pango for sure next fight, right?
Yeah. The problem is going to be either 2 lanes of barracks down and maybe even a third. I mean, they're going to be getting in some sort of fight, but this is going to be a pick-off on the Train Protector who doesn't have a buyback. They're going to be a 4 versus 5 and maybe Megas. They do have the glyph still.
I mean, Gaimin respect this right now. How much they believe in Doraccio being able to just sit here and take the fight. They also got a gem out of that, pretty big.
I mean, I would say, screw it, you're 1 fight away from winning this game. Force the mistakes out of them.
Yeah, why not?
Pops BKB, immediately goes for the disable onto Luna, down to half health. Can he get off the Satanic and get the hits in? On mid to fight, another charge, he just can't get the hits in. A little bit, now he's healing back up, and Blacklist has to run. But Tims, well, even if the heroes all get away, it's going to be the buildings that are going to be the problem here. Is, yeah, Tims does get cut down, but the bigger problem is Megas.
What the hell happened in this game? Abed comes back, he's like, guys.
Oh, we were winning.
We're still winning, right? I mean, they got to make something happen. You cannot let them get out of here for free.
Quick refresh to the BKB, but Abed stuck inside the Sprout. It's bad. Inside the Sprout, silence up as well. Yule Scepter to be able to help out Raven. He's not able to get this fast kill anymore, has to jump back. Heroes 3 dead on the side of Blacklist. It's Gabby and Raven now. No longer have to go for kills, have to be able to somehow hold their Ancient. Now it's just Raven against the world, and there's no way he has a chance. GG just like that. What a turn of fate. 10 minutes ago, this felt guaranteed for Blacklist.
Southeast Asian Dota, man. I mean, always unpredictable. There's no other way to say it. I think Gaimin are a little surprised they won that decisively off of how that game was going, because it felt like Blacklist were just incrementally making a stronger and stronger position in that game. Like, if they get an Aegis on the Spectre or something, they take 1 more fight, maybe they win that game, right? But a couple things just went wrong. Like, they did not respect the Luna Shard. They ended up with double melee core on top of Doraccio in that fight. Which they... It's not like you last pick Lycan to a bad like.
There have been teams that have done it.
I mean, could. It'll work out.
It's a game-winning Lycan. I think that was a big advantage for Blacklist in game number 1 was the fact that they seemingly always had the vision advantage thanks to their multiple invis heroes.
And I think if Blacklist don't start the fight, it's very
big kill if they can get it. You said they need to be able to shut down some of these heroes. Yeah, it's crazy how that Devour just single-handedly is going to win them the resource war. take away the mana from Dyrachyo, give them unlimited mana for Tims to be thrown around. Gabby is going to be in some trouble, though. Decrepify, once again, going to be put to use here. Yeah, it does have a Devour, but that's going to pop out the little golems, and those do a lot of damage.
And it's working well as Alk is top of the board. Arcane rune for Quinn.
Quinn and Abed faking each other out, but Abed does manage to land the combo. The shield crash gives him a little bit of help, though, but the battery salt's going to be able to stop that Rolling Thunder. Couldn't get far enough away.
A lot of this early game.
Seems initially they want to put more pressure on mid, which is where Gaimin Gladiators are free to dominate this safe lane.
Yeah, Dyrachyo just making great moves out of the safe lane the whole tournament.
Yeah, I think he's one of the carries to watch when it comes to using these. I think him and Mikke were probably the two carries that use the gates the most.
There's a reason that's them two, right? They're doing it to each other.
Carlo in some trouble. Good use of the Inkswell.
Freeing up some space for himself. And it results in his tower just going down without a fight. This is a tower I think Blacklist really wanted to take fights
Carlo,
around.
I'm not sure if you want to be in that.
Yeah, you're in the wrong neighborhood, son.
It is delayed long enough for Abed to be able to show up. But the problem is they're going to be running out of damage here. They have the X, yeah, to pull him back, but into what?
Just keeping out. Good luck, Tims, later.
So we'll throw a little bit more damage around. He does manage to get the helmet dominate.
These are like healthy discussions. You just think about the game. Whenever you think about the game, you get better. Look, ESJ told me. You're gonna look for win. They get another isolation. So the isolation kills is where this trio shot.
Yeah. Cogs keeping Ace back. Ace may not be able to get a return kill. Good use there of the bird to push him back in. The Hurricane bringing Carlo into striking distance for the Unstable Concoction. Doesn't get the damage because the Decrepify, but Tim's just chased away. He can't heal Carlo.
You can Solar Crest heroes in as well. Somebody's just dead. Like,
yeah,
what is
Carlo just can't even get off a spell there.
Look at the
Stops up
goal.
immediately, and everybody's running in. No, no, Raven TP'd into this one. This could get really bad if Gaimin Gladiators are able to run down all these heroes, but they're going to turn and fight onto the high ground here. The Enchanter's going to be a bit of trouble as he's going to be stuck to death. The army is also going to be dying here. There's a lot of AoE damage going out, but Dyrachyo is finally able to catch back up here. The Unstable Concoction landing onto the Kunkka, but he's got a Blade Mail. Abed doing a good job creating space for the Muerta in the back lines.
Even got Nex on the way out.
Yeah, might be able to get the kill onto Dyrachyo. They're going to throw the Doom out on him, and Raven pops the ultimate, guaranteeing it.
That went horribly for Game. Maybe just too deep. They couldn't run into the calling.
Yeah.
Like, Raven really messed them up there on that hill. They just didn't want to commit. Stellar's just stuck in no man's land.
Whoa, 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 these items. Pick them up. Jesus.
Well, I guess the fight's not over. Golem still had unfinished business.
He got him after the Rolling Thunder on that X. Great timing by Abed. Wow.
To run into like the Doom that's still waiting. I thought that was going to be a lot better just because of this Helm of the Overlord, but didn't translate to that much damage, I guess.
Taking a real time where?
Okay.
Quinn is caught again. Simpson straight to Neil. Got him on the X-Pull back there, allowing the boat to be able to land, and the hook shot lands to follow it up. Good combination. Once again, put together by Blacklist.
Instant spawn for Blacklist bottom.
There's a big wave pushing in top as well. So Blacklist...
Yeah, they're losing on the map, but this is the important fight.
Pushing Carlo over the side here. He wants to control this high ground area if he can, using the cogs to do it as best he can, but Blacklist are really not seeing an opportunity to...
Guy actually doesn't play the hero of the tournament.
PPD
I'm not saying
masterminded
Meepo is the hero of the tournament. It's just fun if it's like at some point it's just smoke and mirrors. Like teams are just constantly just copying bans of other teams. And it's because one game in a scrim, these guys were really good with Meepo for some reason. It's like they don't even plan on running the strat, you know. But it was not. They were not pretending.
Yeah,
they actually had it ready.
I would like to bring. Well, in the first game, Falcons they had Radiant and overall last pick.
Yeah.
And Azure had Dire and overall first pick. Wouldn't you say that either you get 24 or you would prefer to be Radiant most of the time? And they were able to get
think
both.
so, yeah. Well, they lost anyway.
Yeah, so it says something, you know. And this game, Falcons having first pick and Dire.
So, yeah, I wonder what the pick priority was in the first game. I would imagine that Falcons chose Radiant because Azure are Radiant this game, right? I don't think Falcons would ever... I think in this tournament, nobody has chosen Dire with pick priority,
I think so,
right?
Yeah.
So that means Falcons... that means that Azure rated first pick higher.
Yep.
In the game one, which is quite interesting.
I mean, because it might have something to do with you have the 7 ban, and then you move into the overall first pick, which I felt like it was pretty strong on the first pick side. And what I was kind of leaning towards more was to pick a core right after that.
Right.
But if you have a hero inbar hero that you would like to get right away, like something like a Chen, then maybe that could also work for you.
Oh, it has happened 1% a game. Maybe it was that one. Who knows?
So what is happening, guys? So we are back to the overall first picks.
I was just gonna say, what year is this?
Hero.
What year is this? Chen versus Ench, first 2 picks.
Get me out.
Get you out?
Man.
Why?
I never liked this.
The fun meta, you know, all the creeps coming to your tower goes down in 5 minutes.
No one has ever enjoyed
fun
in the history. In fact, I don't think that there's ever been such a this strategy is annoying patch as whenever iStrog added Glyph's refresh, because Zoo was just so irritating. I was like, all right, you take a tower, I'm giving the Glyph back, so you cannot go down.
Fine. How about I put it this way? These 2 heroes have very high influence in the laning phase, so it shows that both teams prioritize the laning phase very, very highly.
Okay, fine.
And we were talking about how
all right,
traditionally Chinese teams, they don't really prioritize the lanes as much.
True.
Compared to the Western teams.
That definitely feels like the biggest upgrade in this tournament, and I would also say, no, actually specifically in this tournament compared to what we've seen out of the Chinese previous year, it does feel like there is some sort of reflection going on about why is our region not able to compete with Western Europe across the last year, right? And then we saw here at TI where we had 2 Chinese teams in the top 4, but what did they lose on? They got absolutely run over by Gaimin Gladiators in the laning phase. It's like, we really have to dig deeper in this stage of the game and find solutions. And I mean, so far so good, right? Both Azure and G2IG are definitely, I would say, massive upgrades in terms of laning prowess than we've generally seen out of the region, and it's paying off. So
being able to do this against Falcons is very, very impressive. You know how well they held in the laning phase in the first game.
Ban Bloodseeker, and that opens up Azure to the Pangolier this time. They counterpicked with BF.
So then the other counter is like what, Quap? Quap is a decent counter to Pango. You beat him in the lane, and then in team fights you just have to show up, throw your Sonic Wave, and disrupt the role.
Is that a Malrine though?
I'm not sure.
It's not an anyone hero. Quap's only been played twice this entire tournament. It was picked up both times actually.
It's a Queen hero, right?
Yeah, he's kind of the only one that plays it. I don't even want to stay against him. So that's not even. Plays it sometimes.
Wasn't there like this one Dream League that he just in the first phase?
Yes,
I think
was
so.
it 20?
Yeah, it was 20, I think.
I'm thinking mid lane heroes for Falcons that they would traditionally play against Pango. Shaker is one of them. Huskar is obviously also still in the pool if you want to go in that direction.
Shaker's a nice one though.
But Shaker should do. I think the last time we saw this matchup played, Shaker wins, but he doesn't like obliterate you to the extent Huskar does. But picking Shaker this way keeps things more open. And of course, worth keeping in mind that they could flex it too. Crit plays a good Shaker, and we just saw in the last game how well it worked for Azure, so maybe take a page out of their book.
Skywrath Mage.
But why suddenly Shaker is back?
That's a good question.
This hero has been ignored for quite some time because of how weak or how little he contributes in the beginning of the game. And in the first game, we saw how Xinkyu, he was able to actually prove that wrong. You know, he was able to do a lot in the lane, clear the Doom, his farm, kill the Chen.
Do you reckon it makes a big difference that you're Shaker against Ench instead of Chen? I feel like that matchup should be a lot harder if you play support Shaker, right? So Falcons are actually going to...
Alright, it's a very interesting hero.
Double-edged sword against Ench. You're one of the heroes that can really kill her fast during a stun, but in the laning stage, this is not a particularly good matchup for Skywrath generally. You have nothing against creep.
0 armor. GG.
Yeah.
But I would say that when you pick this hero, it does open your off-lane hero pool a lot, because when your position 4 is a hero that does a huge amount of burst damage, and he's decent in the lane, I would say, with the slow. So it might be because of Amar's hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you think there is a hero in Dota that can win either Clock or Ench Luna? Like, what 3 would you pick? If you could pick any hero you wanted with Skywrath, and your only objective is to win this lane, what's the best hero? Because I can't, nothing comes to mind for me right now where I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna
Dawnbreaker.
Dawn Sky against Luna Clock or Luna Ench, is that winnable? Or rather, is it
at least it
favored?
gives you a chance though, I feel, because Dawn gives you that burst that Skywrath needs to kill heroes.
Right.
I feel like
Centaur?
whenever Centaur's fine too, but
Yeah, maybe Centaur could be a thing.
It might be better.
It's a bit dangerous again. It's just a lot of these offlane.
10 seconds.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is a lot of these offlane burst heroes that like playing with Skywrath don't like Eng.
5 seconds.
So
remaining.
Nobody likes Eng.
you have the luxury as Azure of if you identify that is going to be a problem, you can really you can commit the Eng to being the safe lane support instead of the clock. And right now you obviously have the option of playing Clock Luna. It's not a bad lane, but if Falcons really want to focus on that lane, you could pick an offlaner that can float with Clock, right? It already in the last game worked quite well for them to have Shaker Doom, so there's no saying you can't run like Clock plus.
I mean, if I'm
whatever, right?
AR right now, I'll definitely prioritize shutting Armor down. I feel like I'm not going to give that guy like a free start, you know. If I have a strong support, then I get a choice between choosing to protect my offlaner or safe laner. I'll want to protect my carry against Armor.
Not really an Amar hero, but if you just bypass the lane. Axe.
Axe, I guess. Axe with Skywrath.
Yeah, it's a classic combination, but I don't think X's matchups are that good in this game. I don't think X is that good against Pango or Clock. The Luna can be decent with the right timing.
10 seconds
Have we even seen X this tournament? I don't really think he's getting much love, so.
So far. Team ban.
Yeah, they're banning Centaur and Dragon Knight, right? Standard setup stuns for the Skywrath, so they are thinking in that vein.
Sand King. How about Sand King?
That is an Amar hero. That's actually true.
And I think it could deal with Clockwork quite well.
That's...
10 seconds.
I've got a couple of Sand Kings in my games. Felt like the hero had some potential.
5 seconds remaining.
So, but then again, what is...
I mean, you think of what Spectre needs. Spectre needs an offlaner that can set up kills and defend towers. That's Sand King. You know?
Yeah, that's true. I don't really. I'm not mad at the idea, but I don't think it's going to shut down the Luna. Like Sand King doesn't win lanes.
Yeah, so that's his problem forever.
He can win against very specific melee carries, but against Luna Eng, there's just absolutely no way he wins.
I feel like nothing wins that lane except for maybe trying to draw like a Centaur. Like if there's no Centaur, like I said, like the next one is like Dawn already. You have to try to kill. You need to try to kill them instead of trying to play the lane for CS. If you try to play the lane for CS with a Sky, I think the lane is just gonna go really bad for you.
Is there a world where you go super aggressive with a Timber without reactive? Play Timber Sky with like 2-2-0 build on Timber. You just run them down because Eng has low health pool and so does Luna. You could just obliterate them. Is that possible?
You have to destroy the lane so hard to make it possible.
I'm kind of, you know,
but
I'm thinking
good.
Amar. I'm thinking, what is Amar thinking? You know,
yeah.
If that's,
yeah, but it's definitely a good way of playing this lane. Like even though I'm not sure whether the Timber will work, but I feel like the mindset should always be on trying to kill the Luna and actually instead of trying to trade farm.
5 seconds remaining.
Azure also needed their offlaner. Cool god, pretty small. Falcons banned out Viper and Monster. Protect their Spectre.
You know, they could just go back for the Doom, I guess. Doom and eat the Enchantress.
Oh yeah, I'm actually surprised Doom slipped through all the way.
But Doom is like a bit expensive on the budget, you know. And Doom doesn't have like a short cooldown to play around with.
well, there's two ways of thinking about Spectre. We've seen teams, a couple, I want to say just a month ago, were picking Night Stalker into Spectre because it was like, hell yeah, free lane. Night Stalker's not good in lane, but Spectre's weak too.
Yeah.
So you can pull that off. With that mindset, Doom is kind of great, right? Because this is a lane where Doom will get farm. So definitely shouldn't be any concern whether he will be able to get his, but then it's also a matter of, okay, what's the bigger objective? Is it getting XXS farmed or is it shutting down Skitter in this? Honestly, I don't know what's more important.
The whole draft, if I'm looking at this, I want the draft to be able to protect the Luna if I'm AR, so something like a Tide comes to mind. Like Tide against Spec, against the Chan Creeps, it's great. And in team fights, you have a Ravage to protect the Luna. Gosh, is also nice for your Go and your Luna.
You know, for first picking a Chen, I'm a little bit underwhelmed with the level of push Falcons really take structures very.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's the idea for them in running
Chen
it as much.
So what do you expect? You know? Spectre's not gonna allow you to do
There
that.
you go, nice call. XXS on Tide, probably XXS.
Yeah, and it's also gonna give them a pipe carrier, you know, pipe carrier against Skywrath, Radiance potentially on the Spectre, Shaker, Conquer.
So do you think the reason that they didn't run the Doom here is that they were concerned that their team fight was going to be too weak?
Yeah, the Doom. If you have Doom and Luna, I feel like the cores don't really interact very well with each other. But when you have Tide and Luna, very similar with Tide, TA gives you everything. Tide Luna also kind of gives you everything. And Tide really likes to have a core that wants to stay behind and dish out all the damage. Doom doesn't like that. Doom likes to hide and wait for something to happen and then jump out.
Yeah. Okay. Which I guess enough jump is going to be coming out of the Clockwork and the Pango. The offlaner doesn't need to triple down on it.
You don't want to have too many heroes that have the same job in the game.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
You're sold.
I'm sold. I'd like to purchase your game number 2, and my merchants for it are going to be John X Fire and NLP Dota.
Oh, thank you so much, Sunav. It is indeed MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, game 1 didn't quite go the way of Falcons. Game 2, though, a brand new draft. Do you think perhaps we can get to a game 3?
I mean, I like the Falcons draft for the aggression. I think there's a lot of early tempo that this lineup will have to play. You have to kind of play around with level 6 spikes. Maybe we can see some activity from snaking through the gate that was lacking in the last game. But you have heroes that play faster, right? Like, you've got the Shadow Step into joining in with, like, just Fissure into Mystic Flare. Fairly easy to get pickoffs once you've got some levels up in your support. Following Mallory when he does decide to jump in, it is going to feel pretty good. So I like the aggression for Falcons. I think as the game scales on as well into mid-game, they have some interesting durability built in. Like, you've got the Boat Run buff, plus the global healing from Chen with Hand of God. So bursting down these heroes is a taller order for Azure. I think it's going to be a lot tougher for them to just look for the insta-give in this game.
Right.
At the same time, they have some decent ways of dealing with a push, right? You've got the Enchantress into Chen, so you can take one piece away from the creep army. You've got the Luna with the Glaives down the line. I think trying to jump the Luna as well later on, like having the Spectre be something to try to chase. Luna, once she has her shard and like a Satanic, it's a little bit rough to try to solo pick off Luna nowadays when you're up close to her. So I think you've got the tools in Azure. It's down to Falcons to kind of try to play this one as the aggressors. You know, their lineup is the one that has this nice early tempo. Their lineup has the potential to go for the kill, so...
Where is my walnut? Well, what's happening here? SynQ and ATF have some kind of deal going on with nuts, apparently.
I wish I knew. With Omar, you never know.
You know, I appreciate the fact that he does enjoy some walnuts. I enjoy a good walnut myself, Jonathan. I'm not sure what SynQ has to do with all of it. SynQ maybe just doing a bit of a side hustle on the side here at this ESL 1 tournament. We are going to have a pause. Maureen really wants to know the answer. Where are these walnuts, SynQ?
He's hidden them away. You know, storing for winter time. Storing it for winter. Not even the season, it's for winter. Winter wants some walnuts.
All right. I don't know what to do with that. Thank you, John. We'll have a quick gander around the map. Nice, very nice grass here, Jonathan, on the Radiant side of things.
Does this count as touching grass?
No.
Unfortunate.
Closest we're going to get, to be frank. Here we go. Game is back underway. See if we get into an early team. Talking about the drafts, I mean, I know you kind of... We're hoping for a game 3, aren't we, Jonathan? Without any bias being involved here between Falcons and of course, Azure. You and I want to see a game 3. This is the upper bracket round of 1.
Yeah. You want to see it go the distance. We've been filled with nothing but best of 2s. In the group stage, this is supposed to be a best of 3.
Okay.
We'll see if the Falcons can reel it back in and force us into that game 3. As they're posturing around.
You're going to see a few heroes, of course. Chen force the Inch to just get the hell out of there, and it seems like it is going to be 2 for 2 train of the Bounty Runes. So a nice even start once again. We will have a look. He is down at the bottom. Crit's going to be there with ATF once again against Xianming. Of course, our POS 1 Luna. What do you think about that bot lane, Jonathan?
I like the lane for the side of Falcons in that they can stay fairly far back, just get some free harassment off, keep playing around with Tidebringer. It's a little bit trickier for Xianming to try to play this one. He doesn't have something like a Windlaze or the boots, so he's not going to be able to try to chase down Crit with his high move speed. Crit's just always going to be able to get the concussive off and get some free right clicks, although does manage to gap close onto Amar, but they're splitting their damage up. Lowe's also focusing on Crit. And as long as they spread that damage out, prevent themselves from being trapped up here, Falcons will have somewhere to play. And I guess the big threat here is like Xianming hitting level 3 with level 2 battery assault. Even then, Luna doesn't necessarily want to chase down fully. She kind of just wants to hit creeps.
Oh, trust me when I tell you, Chun, you don't need the Luna against the against the Skywrath Mage or an Earthshaker. It does not matter. Just, or rather, a Skywrath Mage or a Chen, you just kind of run at them. Level 3 Clockwork has the greatest time of his life. I can't wait to see. We'll see if Chunmin can find some openings. Of course, mid lane, XM and Malrine going at it as well as the Earthshaker versus Pango matchup generally does favor the Earthshaker. You know, any kind of melee matchup here for the Shaker in the mid lane is usually just going to favor. So XM probably got a bit of work on his hand.
He's going to have to try to just soak as much EXP as possible. Don't provide all these deny opportunities to Malrine. I think that's what has to come out for the control here on XM. Malrine's just going to deny him down bot.
ATF going to get caught out already. Low and Chunming able to secure the kill. That was only the level 2 power spike of the Clockwork as well. So not really too much happening there. Just ATF not expecting the rotation to come in, and obviously it does pay off quite effectively here for Azure.
And you still have to respect that. It's the classic range plus Clockwork lane. There is some good damage coming out with the Luna around. Just a little bit more damage with the Lunar Blessing as well. And the right click harass does speed up that process and sets a good tone. You are getting some fairly uncontested farm here for low. It's a slower time for Amar, and we've seen this from the side of Falcons. If Amar is not ready to play, I mean, it's typical of Amar, but he'll sit back and farm. The Kunkka kind of needs to connect with everyone else as we approach like 8 to 10 minutes. You know, there needs to be at least one piece of activity coming out from Amar, so hopefully this doesn't throw him off too much from that pacing, if that lane goes rough.
Of course, that final lane was top lane where SingQ and XXS are going to be up against Skidder and, of course, Snaking. I do love seeing me a Chen versus Ench matchup. You know, it's been a while. Bottom lane, Tianming maybe getting a little bit too excited here on the Clockwork. Does cop a fair bit of damage on his way out. But he is going to be able to get out. And in fact, he gets the Lotus as well. So a very nice cogs there. Just block the pathing, not allow them the chance to steal.
Allows him to just stay in that lane as well. Just kind of look for an angle, hold on to the Lotus, and just provide this cover for low. You're not able to really rotate on crit. The wave is shoving in. It's hard for the Sky to try to walk into the gate in this scenario. You're just stuck here trying to play. Mar, they can try to start to apply even more harass once Tidebringer's at level 2, but it's going to take a while for that. The top lane's interesting here in comparison, where I think this is much more clear-cut for XXS as win. It's a Tide versus Spectre lane. XXS is just getting all the farm. He's not getting harassed out by Snaking. Snaking's forced to cap in this lane. Again, Snaking is going to try to take the gate now, though. This has to line up for success. This was missing in game 1.
Was. Down towards the bottom lane, the Chen does go. Low's going to be very cautious. He's got the double creeps going on here. Snaking going to show himself underneath the T1 tower for a second. Jianming's already running, trying to go after crit. Salt is out onto Low, and now Low going to find himself in danger. Still trying to fight against ATF, but it is not going to really pan out. The ATF able to clean up, and Snaking, even though he did run underneath that T1 for a moment, they never retreat. Azure, they just kept moving forward.
Yeah, it looked like they had their blinders on, really wanting to get that pick off onto crit, then escaping through the river. Took them a little bit too long. The silence comes in right before the Lucent Beam as well, providing that space out. And Snaking is getting that activity he wants. I mean, this is still a tough lane for Skidder, but a 1v1 up against a Tide, you're not going to die. So you can afford to just leave that lane alone, get that activity elsewhere. And side of Azure, well, they've dragged down SingQ as well, but they're not going to be able to really turn and do much. Probably best to just cover this gate with a ward. If that's the ideal. Or just keep track of Chen. When it disappears from lane, you know something's going to be up. For now, Snaking playing around in the triangle, getting that build up. We've seen him prioritize his own farm for the fast mech or that fast Solar Crest in this game. He is on point to kind of scale into that.
Skidder, that is a lot of damage being dealt his way, and Skidder is just down. SingQ able to secure that one. Meanwhile, bottom lane, X is out. They've got Low locked down for a moment, as Snaking and Crit are going to move their way in, just making the nick of time as Low trying to back his way out, but it is not looking good. ATF does secure another. Jianming, he will at least be able to run for now, though. ATF really wanting to go for the chase. Doesn't seem to have the X quite yet. Still waiting as Jianming gets another good cogs off. Snaking! Ah, Snaking! You're very fire up. He's all right.
Barely stays alive there. Really nice hold from Jianming. Holds on to the lane, forces that dance around, drains some mana with the cogs, and buys enough time to just sit there, allow the creep wave to clump up for Low to farm. The one thing I'd say that Azure hasn't been able to do as much of, and this is down to SinQ having to be active, is stacks for the Luna. You don't have that much built up here in the triangle, so considering the lane for Low has slowed down a bit, he doesn't have access to that flash farm, but you will get activity from XXS. This top lane has just disappeared for Skitter, is down mid.
Now Rain's getting completely pincered in here from the side. SinQ is out with the tomato creep, and now XM landing the Rolling Thunder. The Maureen still somehow alive. Does juke out the Rolling Thunder for now, but does eventually get caught out. The Snaking trying to trade by taking down SinQ, but SinQ is able to survive himself and walk out of this. So a great kill is now Qianming. Seeing Snaking is still sticking around, does jump in for the cogs out, and they'll hands are up. They'll wave Snaking goodbye, as it'll be a 2-for-1 special apparently here on the side of Falcon.
A 2-for-1 special.
Maybe a 3-for-1 if Skitter's not too careful.
I mean, this top lane's really an issue for the side of Falcons. They get shoved in with the early Meteor Hammer coming out from XXS. There's no way you can just flash farm safely here for Skitter. You're forced to respond elsewhere on the map with the aggression coming out from Azure. And the fact that Spectre Chen isn't really lined up to play together. Like, that lane is very passive, so Snaking wants to get activity elsewhere. They're not finding enough in exchange.
It's a bit of an aggressive play here from Qianming. Not really sure what the objective was, but we'll get caught out. Skitter even moving in to claim a very easy kill for himself on the Spectre. Maybe just getting a little bit overly excited there, and the Clockwork does pay for it with his life. Maureen, mid lane, XM, going to be a little bit cautious, but Maureen not really seeing the angle to get within range here and pop the Echo.
Is under attack.
Just a little bit tougher to try to play aggressive. He does manage to secure himself the haste rune. They are still grouped around mid. One good team fight in an area where the army Snaking has, they can transition into an objective quite fast, but see if that presents itself. SinQ.
Nice little ensnare. Then he'll be able to back off. I think the real big concern right now, as you're seeing, is XXS just clearly and easily pushing out this tier 2 top tower with the Meteor Hammer out, and he's top of the net worth board right now. There's just no answer to this. He's just able to stay at the top lane, keep pushing it in. Skitter is trying to respond the best he can, but unless you bring in more bodies, there's just nothing you can do about it.
I'm a little bit surprised Falcons just haven't gone for a clump up down bot and just kind of drag the Spectre and stay there. They'll try into XXS now.
Echo Slam is out. XXS though, he has the Kraken and the Ravage into the Meteor Hammer.
Oh.
Skitter, he'll take a fair bit of damage on the way out, but will still survive now as XXS does go down. It cost them 4 heroes. In fact, it's not over yet. Skitter still being chased by the Wild Wing Ripper, but he's all right.
Dire's middle tower is under
Meanwhile, they do also find SinQ, so they do find the punish. Rather than pushing out the bot lane, they decide, screw it, we are going to get the numbers, and we will take care of XXS.
That's a big kill. #1 net worth right now on that tide, left alone for such a long time, and provides a little bit of room for Skitter to catch up. You're still getting a lot off the back of that for Azure. Like, this Luna is completely uncontested, so you sacrifice some of that on your tide, but your Luna's still way ahead of your Spectre here in this game. The Manta timing's not going to be too far off. Their own push on the side of Azure just skyrockets once that's up. And the Chen army, in a prolonged situation, are going to have to manage that.
Nice, easy kill onto crit. And this is kind of the thing as a Skyrath mage, you hate to play against bot. Qianming's going to have a great time every time he sees crit. Problem is, it may cost his own life, but he actually jukes him out very nicely. Ooh. ATF can't find him in the tree line, and now ATF, in a very awkward scenario, just trapped between a rock and a hard place, just pushing him around. ATF just cannot get away. He'll go for the man fight. In fact, it may work out. It may work out. Low is down. ATF gets an invis run. He's still running. What? Oh, ATF. He's made it. ATF has made it out of the situation. SinQ the one to go down. I can't believe it.
He got ping-ponged around on that area by the ramp.
How?
He just gets access to the invis rune. He's perfectly fine.
Oh, yeah, they were making him walk the plank, John. He just abandoned ship. He just jumped out.
Yeah,
just swam away.
Gets to bail out. Not enough output, and they risk a lot by bringing Low in for that one. They're perhaps hoping that after that fight, they could try to transition into the mid-tier 1 shove as well for their Luna. Although,
oh, here we go again. Qianming.
Oh, no.
Mystic Flare is out, but it won't matter. Tianming secures another. I laugh, Jonathan, because this is what I really enjoy doing to these Skywrath Mage players. Is here we go. Let's see what happened to ATF. I'd love to see how low on HP he got, because he was ticking down to an urn. The Invis rune did just spawn up. Low sees it, but he's too busy trying to get the kill onto ATF. ATF, how low do we get? Dropping. There's an urn charge. Low goes ATF. There's your urn out. The battery assault doesn't land another time, and ATF, he almost turned around for the hit. He almost went for it. Rocket Flare connects as well. 2 HP, 1 HP. Oh my goodness. That was I saw the number 2.
It's just not enough. He got the boat off, and again, this is going to be compounded once you can kind of reach into these team fights, get the rum buff along with Hand of God. The burst damage play isn't that straightforward here for the side of Azure. You're going to be forced into a longer fight with all of the sustain available on Falcons. A big clump up on mid. Ravage ready.
Echo Slam committed. Or XM rather is going to go down, but a hook shot. Tianming finding 2 on the cogs. Here comes the boat to help out, though. Tianming is down to boot. 2 gone for the side of AR. XXS still trying to force this one, but it doesn't look too great for them as ATF will chase down Xingqiu once again on the Enchantress, and Xingqiu, he will go down. As AR, they have no way to respond to the aggression of Falcons. Falcons once again finding another successful team fight.
It almost feels like right now Azure can't go into ATF. As long as ATF is in the fight, as long as the threat of the boat and the rum buff is around, you're not doing damage on the side of Azure. Not until Low is ready to go. And the last time Low felt like he was ready to go, he wasn't. He sacrificed a lot. This is the power spike we were looking for from Falcons. They've got a lot they can do with Shadow Step. They've got their level 6 spikes up with Crit. They've got the slam with Blink already on Malrine. Anytime they see someone on Azure trying to get cheeky, they can just jump right in. No worries here.
They certainly can. Says. Still trying to be very cheeky with the Meteor Hammer, but does eventually just leave the area. 1K advantage for Falcons. Low, top of the net worth board on the Luna, but not by a long stretch. ATF right behind him on the Kunkka at the moment as XM is being chased now by Malrine. Skidder going to jump in, keep the vision up, and it seems as though Malrine's, rather XM, is between a rock and a hard place, will go down. Skidder to pick up another kill for himself.
He's been so effective with the Orchid up and running on the spec. He had a rough time up top, but the timing for this Orchid still comes out pretty alright. Again, he lost his tier 1 really early. His 1v1 versus Tide didn't lead to too much farm, but all of this activity now paying dividends. With that Orchid, every time you have a Shadow Step, you can basically hunt down these supports. There's just nothing to stop you. You've got the damage, you've got the mobility with these cores, or at least with your cores and your supports here on the side of Falcons. It's almost a flip from the last game. It's a Azure that has to sit back and farm, wait for Low, wait for at least this defusal to come in from XM. Falcons, they're not going to be waiting around though.
They need to. Keep going, keep the aggression up. To be fair, it is only Snaking and Malrine right now smoked up, but perhaps that's all you need with the Echo available. I'll head down towards the bottom side. Tianming is the target they could go for, and it seems like they will. Not a huge target, but it's going to be another kill to go the way of Skidder. You'll take that every single time. It's now XXS. Going to be targeted. Mid lane. Malrine jumping in. They'll drop the Mystic Flare. They'll drop the Echo. And while XXS, he got the mid tier 1 tower, but it seems as though Falcons, they'll not only find his life, but they'll be able to trade tower.
Yeah. We'll be able to just push in with the army available on Snaking. They've also got Amar clearing down bot by himself after that little haunt play. And this is that tempo we were looking from Falcons. They're playing up to speed with their draft. They're just not stopping, looking for more still.
Cute. Looking rather cute here in the jungle. That is to Malrine at least. Malrine gives him a nice slap. Xingqiu suddenly got. Low. I mean, lines have been drawn exactly where Low is. They seem to be able to guess the Luna is farming in this position. Nobody's quite made their way up to that area yet, but they are slowly going. More lines being drawn out as well, but Low still able to TP away. Nobody really checks, sadly.
Yeah, it's fine. You're still kind of forcing this Luna to dance around the map a little bit. And you're forcing Azure to take a much more conservative position, not crossing the river. You've got no real vision forward here from the side of Azure. Just one defensive ward on the bot jungle just to secure some farm. Falcons have some good aggressive wards watching that bot area and just watching his entrance where the Luna has been dipping into. Again, they just set up to play around his style. Manta up on low is nice, allows the farming pace to go up more, allows you to not be too scared of the silences on hand from the side of Falcons. But Falcons with the army, well, they're going to run into Roche, but AR have an idea here.
Yeah. TPs, he comes AR though. We'll see ATF on the conquer, but he gets the boat out, which is going to mean he's quite tanky. XXS trying to jump in for a gush, but they can't really lock him down. Meanwhile, Tian Ming, he does see a Skywrath, so makes the jump in with the hook shot. Crit does get caught. The biggest steal in the world. You allow the conquer to get away from this scenario. Problem is, Azure Raid is still going to try and capitalize by going after Roshan. You know the boat's down. It's still a 4v5. But Falcons, they do not want to allow this to happen. And with the smoke, they're going to try and force an awkward fight.
They've got the angle. They've got the slam just back up on Malrine. They could just jump in, but they're playing it conservatively. Roshan is falling fairly fast, though.
It certainly is, and it seems like they decided better of it. Roshan's still happening. Scan is out, we'll find nothing. And eventually Falcons, to be fair to them, John, they would be fighting into a Ravage, Rolling Thunder, and an Eclipse. It would have been a pretty awkward fight in the Roshan pit.
Yeah, it would be awkward at best, and that can go sideways rather quickly for Falcons.
Thank you. See you later, mate. Oh, Skinner. No problem.
It's gone, just like that. You've got some pretty big ag timings coming out here for Falcons. Amar has his flying out now. Water Park opens up. None of the cores on Azure have spell immunity just yet. So the crowd control suddenly kicks in for the side of Falcons. Like, it's basically like you have Ravage just constantly going off.
Oh, off the mark that time was attempted onto King. A little bit short.
But it's going to be scary for Azure to go into these team fights. Just having Slam, having to worry about the boat, having to worry about the Torrent Storm on top of everything else. The lack of burst right now on the side of Azure with all of this crowd control coming in from Falcons.
He got hit by the rocket player. They know he's around here somewhere in XXS. Gonna chase him down. Crit will go down once again.
Carry me on.
They are. I mean, they might just transition through the twin gates, and they will. Down towards the bottom side of the map. They want someone bigger, a bigger target. ATF is around that area, though he did just pick up his Aghanim himself.
So it's him by himself. Torrent Storm not as scary when it's solo, but he does get a good read. They still have that vision down bot from Falcons, not been dewarded by the side of Azure. That allows him to get back into safety. This prolonged game, ooh.
Yeah, every single time you see this hero, you go for the kill. Every time. Get up with another. In fact, Maureen took it, but now Maureen's in trouble. XM with the Rolling Thunder in a very good angle, can lock him down for quite a while. In fact, the hook shot gonna fly out to Bird. Maureen just cannot do anything. He will be left behind. That'll be a very effective trade here for Azure.
Yeah, that's a massive trade in favor of Azure. Picking up that kill on Malrine, the streak going out to low as well, allowing this Luna to reach itemization much faster. BKB being queued up here for low. Much safer. Needs that spell immunity up against the potential threat of the Ags of Amar. Heck, even just dodging out the X, dodging out the boat, and, you know, just dodging out the combination from the Skywrath Mage is massive here in terms of finding some durability. So some tools are being built up by Azure. Side of the Falcons, and once they get the shard onto Amar as well after this Ags, you have so many ways of pulling people back. Heck, the effectiveness of the Chen army, with all the uses of the Wild Wing Ripper, you can easily just drag someone from across the map, it feels like. You position yourself right here.
Absolutely. Snaking, you'll get a free chance for himself with the Tormentor. They'll do the same. Sinq will take the shots for himself. And Crit, of course, going to be spotted here on the Skywrath, though he is doing a lot of damage to XM, but it won't matter. Crit will go down again.
It's just, he's getting info out. You know, he's trying to just ensure that they get this forward vision down as well. So he does manage to get this ward right on the left side jungle. Should allow them to try to play with that information, try to see if it's safe to get that shoved top, if they were gunning for that at some point. this stalled out timing is starting to play fairly nicely for Azure. Like, you have escalated quite a fair bit on low. You've sacrificed some of XXS's farm, some of XM's farm, but this is kind of the Luna show anyway. Like, she's gonna hit into the Crystallis, perhaps the Silver Edge this game, get the Shard, disassembly on Mask of Madness, the Satanic, and then all of a sudden the Luna is the one that's ultra durable. You know, that damage reflection or damage reduction on the Shard, 25%, 75% of her attack damage coming out. You've got a Spectre, a Kunkka, a Shaker to try to jump the Luna. It's a long ways off, but it can become an issue.
Yeah, and Low just casually walks in, takes the T2 tower right in front of Skidder. Sadly for Skidder, he did not have his teammates around to try and punish Low for that. Lines being drawn down as well here from Low. He wants to head down towards the south of the map and try to find himself a team fight. Falcons, though, they are prepped. Maureen's got an Axe up now to boot. Low, he'll come through on a Vatos, but crit! I mean, look, we've all done it, to be fair, John, but a little bit awkward with that initiation.
Yeah, it's a little bit tight of a window, especially with that Manta style up. I don't think even if it connected, it would have been completely
It wouldn't have been
clean.
a kill.
You also miss out on a little bit of a hook shot on Chanming, so no one wants to push the envelope further. Falcons, though, still looking to run down. I mean, XXS is all by his lonesome here.
And they've got Maureen moving in along with Skidder to boot. And, well, XX, he's a tanky guy, and he's got the Ravage out onto 3 targets, and here comes the cavalry. Low, he'll come in from the back. The Eclipse pop, now the Rolling Thunder. XM locking them all down. He'll at least lose blood. Maureen is now ATF, still just trapped in the cocks here with Tian Ming. They're surviving, trying to man fight. XM, he'll be the first to go down. ATF will slowly follow, and now Low. Low's the big boy. Low's the one they really want, but can they finish the job? Low is still going, but there you go, Skidder. He'll finish the job eventually, because it seems as though AR, Tian Ming threads the needle. Not the way you'd like, though. Skidder is going to be able to walk away, and Falcons, they'll be happy with that. A 2-for-3 exchange. You got the carry Luna, you get Skidder out of there. It's probably the best kind of scenario you could have asked for right now for Falcons.
That's a huge win for the Falcons coming out there. They force all of these responses out onto XXS. We see the effect of how much durability they're getting out with Hand of God and with the Boat Rum buff. The Torrent Storm as well. You only had the BKB up and running on low, so everyone else is kind of held back just a little bit more. And they can just pick apart this fight, you know, and just dance around. It looked decent for AR in terms of coming in with a counter fight, but it's just too fragment. And the Spectre is a bit of an issue. You're not that durability we were talking about on low. He's not at that point yet. This is the moment for Falcons to force these movements out. And now they've got room for themselves.
I've done that a few times myself, John. You know me.
Yeah.
I love me a clockwork, but these things do happen. He was like a pixel.
It happens. I think just doubly hurts for Chanming. That's, I believe, twice in a row. It just hasn't connected, so it'll come together. You know, you miss twice in a row, surely the third one will hit.
Now look on the bright side. At least he's not in a pub where your teammates are going to start pinging every time you meet.
That's true. His teammates could still ping him.
That is,
even though it's not a pub.
I wouldn't recommend. Thank you. Doing okay, just farming himself. Mid lane, Falcon's going to address the creep wave. We go for a bit of a smoke here, Falcons. And for now, just going to remain grouped. So not really rushing in for a big fight. There is safety in numbers, of course, and well, even this game too, kind of reminiscent of game 1, right? Like it's feeling like a very, very close game between these two teams.
It very much is. And for Falcons, they've been using this aggression really nicely, but at the same time, the aggression hasn't lined up for objectives. Roshan's still down. They haven't been able to line up for even the tier 1 up top. These fights have been taking place down bot. Falcons don't have the forward vision. Azure, they're not ready to fully commit onto these fights by themselves. They've been finding some decent pickups and some decent trades, but the win conditions to outright win these fights aren't quite there. They're having to sit back and farm. You've got the full basher up on Skidder, so it's just easier to go for the chase now. The Spectre, they've been playing around the Shadow Step really nicely, playing pretty much an assassin Spectre style that you tend to see nowadays to nearly its full effect. The next flashpoint to this Roshan, it's a quick respawn coming out here, Mike. It's a nighttime spawn. And they have the vision coming in here from Azure with a nice Harpy Scout camping it.
Objective. It's in. Roshan now officially up. Immediate pings towards the Roshan pit. AR, they're going to have the first kind of dibs here on the Roshan. And well, Falcons, they're going to need to be the ones to try and scout this out, get this information, and maybe try to force a fight. And both teams have all spells available right now. Again, I think Azure definitely still feels like perhaps the stronger team in the Roshan pit, but that is very arguable.
You just get it for free. Just again, Falcons with a lack of vision, not even camping the creep. Like even Snaking could just send one in to camp the Roche. Scan is there, just a little bit too late. Now you've got the secondary life and the cheese ready to go here on Azure. You've got some big tools coming up here. I love this pickup from SinQ going into the Ags for the little friends on Ench. That root duration is a stupid amount. It's 0.5 per unit, but that counts every unit that gets affected by little friends, which is literally all creeps. So you have the Chen army around, you have 10 units, it's a 5-second root on a 20-second cooldown with added attack speed. Chances are you can get more. Like I've seen this root last for 6-7 seconds in some games. It's a dumb amount of control onto one.
Well, who do you target with that? Like, who do you want to root with that ability, do you reckon? Like, is it just straight up like Skidder jumps in, we're going to root him up, or? I mean,
it's probably Skidder. You also have Malrine as a decent target with his Blink plus his Ags.
Sure.
So any of these two mobile heroes are fairly nice. It just prevents them from trying to play the long haul.
Radiant's top tower
I believe. Pop the ulti there for a moment.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, gonna react too much to that. Xianming almost did go down, but SinQ just gonna give him a reset. Tier 2 bottom tower, gonna be targeted here by AR. Same thing could be said though for the side of Falcons. They are looking towards the top tier 2.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I believe they might just back off and not risk having to have a fight here against the Aegis and Cheese of Azure.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Low, gonna TP towards the mid lane now to connect with his team. And Falcons, they are indeed just retreating. At the very least, you want to maybe just wait for this Aegis to expire if you can. At least let Azure come to you, and Low, he's about to get right to them. Snaking has been spotted. Rocket players are going to connect. Nice fish to block the way. The Maori knows something is wrong, but they will lose the Ancient Creeps at the least. Snaking still being hunted. So much vision being provided by Xianming. They just see everyone. Malrine on the high ground, waiting patiently. Jumps in onto Xianming. That wasn't the target, I don't think. But Skidder, he's going to come in and finish the job. Clockwork is down. They'll reset the fight with this Torrent Storm. XXS being dragged back towards the side of Falcons is in a bit of a hard place. Malrine, he kind of slams the ground, but it won't matter. XXS is gone. Meanwhile, Pango has jumped in, eats the cheese, but is still in huge trouble. Now the Eclipse comes out from low, but it does nothing. What a mess. Azure getting a little bit too excited. They are going to pay for it. 3 down, and all 3 are core heroes. In fact, I say 3, 4 down if you count the buyback of Xianming.
That's a wild fight for Azure to even force out. They don't manage to get the Ravage off on their tide. They're jumping in very deep in to the side of Falcons without any real vision outside of these flares. They commit a long chase forward. It looks really awkward for Malrine in that fight. You know, his positioning, jumping into the Clockwork, not the ideal target. But they split up that fight again. Like, it's the same conditions where we find Falcons win out. They drag all of these heroes of Azure all across, chasing individual targets. And they're just not able to focus on one. While they're jumping in, you saw Low wasn't willing to jump in. He was sitting on the back line because he popped his Moonglaives a little bit early. When he does jump in, his Tide is dead. XM can't help. It's just disconnected in that movement from Azure, and because Azure getting that chase out.
Skidder trying to go after Xianming. XXS around the corner, and he just jumps right back out anyway. But Xianming still just kind of almost going down, but looks like he will make. Falcons though, they have infiltrated that Radiant Triangle. Jeff seeing if he can be a little bit cheeky here with an X, but not find himself a target. The rest of Falcons are around to back him up in the mid lane. Azure, I'm not really sure if they want this fight, but they do at least to have the Ravage to play with. In fact, they even have the Rolling Thunder. perhaps you do want to fight. The Echo is down, Shadow Step is down, Hand of God is down. The Falcons, they do have a few less spells to play with at the moment. So Falcons not really going to give the opening anyway for Azure to try and jump in.
Just play it patient, play across on this bot jungle area, get that build up. It is a little bit hard to be sneaky with Tianming having that Ags, like these rocket flares as we've seen before. Does provide a lot of vision. Falcons, last time around they baited him into that vision. Azure looks like they've learned their lesson. They're gonna hold back.
Think you didn't. Oh. Yeah, think you.
Alright.
You'll learn the hard way.
You know, you gotta do it at least once, I guess. Just sit forward. That is more than likely the tier 2 just set to fall. Although Fortify will stall it for a little bit longer. But you're at the point now where Falcons can just keep camping around this bot jungle and prevent the build-up. The side of Azure, though, Low has managed to sneak across. He's shoving in top. There is a siege creep with this massive creep wave, so response is being forced out. Skitter has the Shadow Step to kind of join in a few seconds anyway. But this is the exact move Azure needs. Just find farm where you can. Satanic, not going to take too long to finish up on Low. That's when the durability really kicks in with those glaives, with all of the lifesteal coming out. But this time around, we've got to see Azure connect. We need to see a lined up Ravage with a really well-timed Rolling Thunder from X7 in an ideal position. This could also be, down the line, a really good game for Low to consider the Axe build-up on Luna. It's probably not an early priority, but an Axe Blessing would be massive as they find SinQ again.
I mean, he does have his team around him. SinQ, he could actually set up for his team. In fact, Rolling Thunder does come out. XXS also jumping in on snaking. They'll pop the Hand of God for now. Torrent Storm also committed. Crits the target. Tianming, those the one that goes down. And Maureen unable to finish the job quite yet. But Tianming, still being chased, does go down. Azure moves to it now. Maureen, right onto 2. Has found Low, but needs to back off as the backup is not there. XM has kind of been left behind though, and that'll be the 3rd to go down for Azure.
That's their opening. They've got the army ready. There is still a Ravage ready to go on XXS, so there is that tool left to hold on to. But oh no!
Oh! Skitter. Skitter took game 1 personally, John, because game 2 he has been fantastic.
That he has. Even snaking, giving the tip out to Low, trying to reach for it to farm, but that board, that vision, that's just not being taken care of from the side of Azure. And now it's their turn to mount these objectives. Snaking with a creep army doesn't take too long. Fortify already forced out. You've got Ravage, you've got Respawn in 10 and 20. Without that Luna, damage just, it's not there.
SinQ just could not get away from the side of Falcon back to ATF, even dragging back XXS there for a moment, but XXS will be alright. They don't even want to waste their time with the tide. Bottom racks is what they really wanted and they'll take it. Falcons onto the mid racks. Onto the mid tier 3 tower that is Low, not looking to buy back. Looks like he's going to hold out. They do still hold on to the tier 2 top tower, so you've got kind of that to rely on as they can't get the megas up yet. You could think about tier 4 towers, but I highly doubt Falcons want to risk.
No. Not in a game like this, not when so much is on the line. Mars still hanging around here though, just being annoying. X back TP to reset. And we'll just play tag a bit as they will go for that tier 2. Roshan only a minute away, so they won't need to try to kind of force this with Respawn coming out in Low, and could opt instead for the safer play of just camping Roche. They've got control. They will smoke out. Maybe try to catch someone off guard, but the Azure, it's at this point in the game you're just kind of stuck in your high ground. Your high ground defense is theoretically there. You've got Ravage, you've got the Rolling Thunder, you've got this Luna. The damage just, it has felt extremely underwhelming. You know, I heard our panel say that Luna and Tide is just like Tide TA. I'm not getting everything here, though, Mike.
You dare throw the panel under the bus. That was
oh,
you throw.
Thank you for clarifying. Of course.
Well, we'll have a chat with Winter after this game. Maybe a bit of a performance review. Top lane, the push is slowly coming. AR, I mean, they're prepped for this one. Low still holds on to the buyback hold, I believe. So for this team fight. Falcons taking their time. Heatwave is again slowly making its way through the top lane. You do also have the option to just go for Rogue. And that may just be it. The Falcons obviously just wanting to take the much safer option. First dibs on Roshan, but Azure immediate 5-man smoke. They cannot afford to let this go the way of Falcon.
Scouted out with a flare. And they are in position. Again, if they get a good Ravage,
oh,
could be big.
They see ATF, but you've got to decide, do you want Roshan, do you want ATF? Is it that they want the Conquer? ATF, that's a quick BKB from ATF! Ravage is completely whiffed. Aegis will go the way of Skinner, and it is complete chaos now for Azure. Oh, yeah, that looked like a complete bait from ATF. He knew they were coming. And they could not resist the Conquer. GG is called. What can you do?
I mean, they can't really hold at that point. With no Ravage, no teamfight ready for the defense. A nice comeback coming out for Falcons in the series, getting this game win done. And I think the big difference in comparison to game one is that early activity, right? We see snaking go across the gate. We see this kind of tempo being built up, just playing around, just assassinating with your Spectre in the Shadow Step and getting that active. This time it's Azure.
Back potentially, and they're going to need two because Quinn is rolled through and they found the Muerta. Chaining up the stuns and getting a free bowling ball, just striking through all these heroes. But at the same time, the Muerta did manage to get off the ultimate and output a little bit of damage. Not enough to get a serious kill out of this. In fact, Celery somehow is still alive with his nature's tendency. He'll finish off the Muerta by himself. Blacklist put themselves backs against the wall. Okay, pull back into Pango, managed to get the Doom, but immediate response. They got the Soul Bind on it too, and that puts the Doom in a nasty position while the Clockwork is getting ripped apart by Dyrachyo. Force down, trying to get Gabby out of here. Not good enough. Blacklist.
Probably gonna hook him here.
Got him back in. Okay, Raven gonna pop the ultimate. There's the hook shot to make sure that the Lycan, who got a force down. Okay, caught a random torrent, does manage to die.
The RNG.
A little lucky there, but just what Blacklist needed. Tidal Wave trying to push in Dyrachyo even further. They're going to catch him, try and burn away that Aegis. Dyrachyo's trying to limp away, but he won't get out. He's going to be stuck here, and he's going to be coming back into a Cox, pushing him into Raven with all that damage. He's going to BKB, TP out, but the Doom doesn't stop him.
Yeah, that was ambitious. Might kill him in the fountain. It's going to be close. I think he'll live, but... I mean, not versus... smokes and breaking him, right? I think that's the weakness of it.
Oh, he managed to get caught on it too, but can them where to capitalize on this one? A little bit too far away, but they do manage to get the BKB already out. Rolling Thunder, not really doing too much either.
Yeah, they're kiting it out.
Blacklist have kited this out pretty nicely, and Gaimin Gladiators is stuck in kind of an awkward position here. Yeah, they do manage to get him. They're going to control him up a little bit longer. The Torrent Storm's going up, get a force up to the high ground, and a shot is not enough.
And now Dyrachyo back in. That Doom has Warren.
Oh, he got a great stun. Raven, though, still on his ultimate. Now they're stuck inside the cogs. Quinn has the roll-up, though, and Dyrachyo was able to fight his way out of the cogs on the low ground, not able to chase after
Raven, your clock clock ticking to midnight, my friend. BKB
Dyrachyo running after him, isn't able to get the stun onto him. Raven, he's gonna have to fight for his life up against this Pango. It looks like the damage is there just from the right clicks by the Pango by itself.
Another corridor fight that does not end well for the Muertas. Blacklist cut their losses and just bail. Once more, it's Abed preserving his 0 deaths in this game, but at what cost?
Also, the general HP regen of their team,
very high.
Like Dyrachyo
yes.
went out of that fight. Like the reason he did 6,000 damage on Muerta without a single kill was because he would bring him down to like half.
A little quick kickoff for Blacklist and 5-man smoke. Maybe
well,
not.
Maybe not so quick. Celery staying alive for a decent amount of time while Quinn rolls around and once again KB is used up by Raven, and now they're going to be caught in a bad situation with Dyrachyo coming in. They're trying to get the heals out. They have the Decrepify last a little bit longer with that ultimate, but Raven can't do the damage, man. These heroes are too tanky.
Too much regen. All these heroes have like baseline 30 HP regen because this Lycan's just buffing everything up. And
level 18, like this window is a big upgrade for Muerta, right? Because you get level 3 ultimate and you get the level 20.
Yep. So he gets 150 bonus damage. He has an extra second duration. He has Mindbreaker now as well.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, he has that level 15 talent. Like, there's a lot of little things going into bumping up this hero's damage, and you need it all right now because your base is just dying. You got no glyph. Anybody home? The wolf's at your door.
Okay, they're gonna get hit by the Rolling Thunder. They're not gonna be able to stop Dyrachyo right away. To prep fight for a little bit of period of time. Dyrachyo's committed. He's like, okay, you can win that fight if you want, but the Megas have already been taken. Now Blacklist Rivalry have to like wipe this Gaimin Gladiators team, and it's gonna be all up to Raven right here in the middle of all these heroes with his ultimate pop, but the damage is just not enough. Not even close. No chance in hell.
Abed will not survive.
Gets another swipe in there from the Lycan for 800 damage.
Can only TP out so many times. And yeah, the base is just gone. I mean, Gabby's sitting in the back like, who am I jumping here? Well, you're jumping to another series because this one's over.
Gaimin Gladiators close it out with the 2-0. They managed to come back in that game 1 against Blacklist Rivalry, and we talked about it. We felt like this game was a harder one.
Yeah, I think this draft is
Blacklist.
Draft's puppy.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better true 5 position in this guy's GOAT. This guy's
there's a reason he's picking
running GOAT player to be able to make it to DI.
Yeah.
Was it like, you know, a team NP, like somebody didn't gel with Jackie?
That team had a lot of problems. I don't know if I'd say gel was the biggest problem.
Was it one of those Quincy crews? I mean, you guys brought in some players that maybe didn't fit in with the structure that you had.
Nobody cares about which one of my terrible. They care about these teams, and that is a first blood.
Okay, I do agree with that, but I think one thing about Jakiro that you should do is just be spamming out mangoes. I think this is a hero that you have to win your lane.
Look, he's dead. If he had taken Liquid Fire, he would have been playing way far.
Situation where he was, you know, they were playing a team fight.
But in a lane like this, where you have Spectre, are you really aggressively going on Tide Shadow Demon?
Oh my god, the Centaur stun.
Well, he could have Liquid Fired him and saved all the mana. What did the attack speed move speed soul do?
Well, listen, the mana is not a problem because Carlo might just be dying twice here. He's getting free refills all over the place.
This is not good. Like, this is genuinely not good for the lane. Doesn't feel that great either, just staring at Crystallis up here, and he'll bring Puppy back and he'll gale you up.
And Puppy probably doesn't give a damn if he dies.
Crystallis is going
so much damage back into them. Crystallis hitting all 3 of them, but now the Spectre is level 6, and Crystallis has made an error here, perhaps. Nice deny. Does have his ultimate. He's gonna turn back around, see if he can kill something with it. Damage a bit lacking, and as soon as that ult wears out,
weird. I mean, where mid one just doesn't have a TP. That's a fight where the Primal comes in with the DD he had earlier. He cleans house.
And he missed. The Zeus is very scary to fight into now. Even these tanky heroes like Tide and Primal Beast got to be careful with the phylactery damage that comes in. They all in on this shield room, bring in the off lane, the entire off lane over to the table. Wrap up, and the hammer's gonna land on 2. Very nice. Mid-one can follow that up, being able to grab the Zeus, pound him down, not quite enough damage though, and Ahmed turning it around. Kristen's gonna join in on this fight though. The carry coming in to complete this fight to the favor of Team Secret in the end. Now look at this big rotation coming in top lane. Puppy is scouting out for Crystallis here. He's like, don't worry, you're all clear, but the truth is they're all behind.
Save me.
He's just going to turn and fight. Here's going to hit him. He does manage to get off his ultimate, though he's feared at the same time, so it's not that great. The plague does slow down everybody, but ultimately, Crystallis has no chance of high execution. It doesn't have the best cast range to make that happen easily. Good Ravage trying to cover Yamich here. Yamich still going to be in some trouble, but so is the Spectre. The Centaur stun will help out. Raven is going to retreat through the Macro Pyre, and Secret are low to be able to walk through that one. Abed given a little bit.
Damn it, you don't have good answers to him until the pipe is out on the tide or you jump him with your bruisers.
Trying to jump onto mid one a second time here.
Yeah, but you can't because you got Noxious Galed because you gave Puppey his hero.
I don't think anybody's saying you gave them Venomancer right now, but...
Capes, all this stuff, right?
Raven got him on the anchor, and now he's perched up as well, just to make sure he's going.
Raven's life just got that much harder. I mean, if you're Blacklist, you got to go for some aggressive play. I don't think you can play these fights just letting Secret go into you anymore. You have to jump them. You have to find them, jump them, create a numbers advantage.
You have to catch them in the pit is what you got to do.
Yeah, that would help get some like
somehow,
3-man crush.
Yeah, get the Slardar to steal the Aegis.
Puppey's gonna try and break here.
And he's gonna be maybe doing so successfully. Looping around the side here, that ward. I'm not sure if it actually sees the Slardar here. If you got the timing,
have to go pit.
I mean, it would just have to be a miracle from Gabby. And he doesn't jump in time. Now Team Secret can turn their attention to catching whatever heroes they can find outside of Blacklist. It's gonna be 2 supports. And Gabby.
You're right. I agree. Like a lot of these Blacklist lineups have had really good kill threat and pickoff, and they find those, but what does it translate into, right? And maybe this game it was supposed to translate into Slardar giving them Roshan, but if Slardar game is impossible, how do you ever get there? And again, there's Cleanse, there's Lotus Orb. You know, nice jump.
Back into it again. This time Gabby's gonna jump with the Bedlam on him. Stalis, half health, and can keep on hitting the buildings. Gabby may have that puddle, but if they just ignore him and hit the buildings instead, that 15 armor won't do crap. So that's gonna be Megas, and Blacklist, they're gonna have to decide now if they wanna play for a 70-minute comeback.
I don't know if they're gonna get given that option.
Maybe. This one's pushing real close to that fountain.
No, Hobbit's done.
Okay, Hobbit's gone.
This just feels like an outdraft. I don't know. Like, you first pick Slardar, the Slardar got mega countered, and then you have Spectre Zeus. But the Spectre Zeus have nobody to set anything up for them. There's no lane shove coming out from your other 3 heroes. They're just like random skirmish spellcasters. Your only initiation in this game is the Slardar, who has the worst game I've ever seen of any Slardar in the world.
For these teams, because Team Secret has a chance to leapfrog over Blacklist in the rankings, knock them down into the bottom 2, and keep themselves in the tournament and into the playoffs.
You know, I feel like I'm so used to NA Dota that we've seen this hero just carry games hard. You like throw this Doom in there. The Doom's the wild card for me, because I've not seen this hero perform too well. I think it's a great anti-carry hero. Like, it's going to shut the Morphling down if you can ever land that. But we did see Blacklist struggle with it earlier, because it just feels slow, right?
I can safely say I've never seen First Blood happen in this part of the map.
Yeah, that's a weird one. Wins lane because he has 92 base damage. Throw some extra Lunar on top of that in the later points. It's playing nasty, but hey, 3v2, it's unfair.
Yeah, exactly. It's the onslaught to be able to get to the rune. That rotation's again coming through. Tim's going to be a bit late to the party, so a 2 versus 3 is going to keep commencing here. As blast after blast is not slowing down Secret. They want to be able to hunt down the rest of these heroes. Tims does have a Lotus, though, and he can turn back around against these heroes with the Nether Ward trying to protect him. Tims, he'll tick out. The burn from the Panda was too much, and Carlo, the smart little wrinkle in that game plan. Again, here comes that Furion. And this time around, Tims isn't going to be able to even TP in, so it is a guaranteed bad fight. Try and counteract what the Primal Beast is doing.
Hobbit got a haste, so maybe that'll make it happen.
Yeah, maybe.
Top.
TP coming in. Boom, not quite level 6. The Furion is going to TP in and help finish off Raven. So even though they have this great setup from Abed, they may not have any damage to really do much more than kill Yamich. Being
up in 5.
Up in 5, okay.
This is a pretty good move. Again,
Yeah, skewer him into it or just RP him. It's a freebie season so far.
I mean, it's definitely getting better, right? Like, that's all you really want. If you're investing in a player and you're willing to play them long term, you just want to see the improvement.
Well, that's a pickoff. He may be punished for it, though. Boom's going to come on over here. Doesn't have his ultimate, but they are going to be able to stop the Raven TP away. And frankly, they don't need the ultimate with Boom rocking the kind of damage he has right now.
And this would be a 4th death for the Luna. Minutes.
And it's pretty much guaranteed at this point. Smoke breaks. They know he's somewhere in here. And the TP is not even worth completing.
Yeah, there's no helping this man.
Stopping a 5-man secret that is all very
and look at this ward mid. This is a great ward for secret, but
got the blink first. RP and Doom both being used on the Brewmaster, who is a massive threat. Now, he does have his twin form, so he's a little bit difficult to bring down, but Raven is here to collect, and they'll be able to get Yamich there as well. So, Secret finally get
Abed pop again.
Skewers through. Rodabeto's gonna catch him. Oh, okay, that shockwave helps delay the initiation for mid one, but they'll catch him eventually.
It was a skewer, but it isn't very strong. If you get stuck in a bad RP fight, Blacklist get to clean up.
Yeah, as long as it's not multiple heroes. If they lose like one core to an RP, I think it's kind of okay. They're gonna run into mid one here. They do manage to get the RP onto two with the Eclipse brought in. They'll quickly clean up these 2 heroes. Can they get more? Yeah, with the Doom onto the Brewmaster, that'll be a 3rd hero down. So, interesting opportunity with Furon giving him the vision. Now, they've already picked up the Aegis, but there are some low health heroes, so they can surely clean some of this up. It's Raven maybe losing his Aegis right away, trying to get away thanks to the Decryptor find the heals. Tims will help him out. And swap back in. Still in trouble, trying to use the movement speed with Mask Madness, but the Magic Missile cuts him down, and he's going to come back in and probably just die in that time.
What a great read from Puppy here. He did so much damage in the pit with, like, Curse of the Old Growth off the Sprout in the pit. Atos damage reduction. Not insignificant as...
missed out on that skewer. A little bit awkward there with the terrain. And as a result, Tims and maybe even Carlo are going to be in trouble. Raven's going to be the one who's going to be chased down by Crystallis. They're going to swap back on Abed as well. Yeah, they finish up the Luna. Now Abed is making a run from it from the base. He's trying to skewer the exact opposite direction, but he's going to be caught no matter where he skewers.
You hope you have enough damage. There's no split still for 80, so if you can get the fight now, Boom is just walking in.
Tempted, BKB goes off mid one, and Abed going to be caught. Killed before anything else can go out. Carlos said as well, they managed to grab the Luna, so no physical damage coming out from her. In fact, she's going to make a run for it. Rodabeto's Manta managed to dodge some of that. The BKB is only going to last so long. Well, meanwhile, it looks like the Morphling is going to die to the Doom, but Boom is still going for it. Hurricane, again, a missed skewer, just really not working out. He died to the Radiance tick.
Team, stop the Panda, please.
All of these heroes, but could not stop Boom from running down their carry.
Still, I think this is going to be a salvaged.
They're going to have to go through this base and these buildings the hard way.
All right, Shiva's done for Gabby.
Okay, there's the skewer back. No
That's a good
swap
one.
just yet, and they got it for free.
Look at the clump.
Immediate RP, put to use on a mid one. They're clumped up as well. They're going to be able to come back from Crystallis. Gabby trying to chase after him, but I think at all these other heroes that really letting the Morphling get away is not a problem at all.
They are just building the HP on these heroes. Another high ground ward for Blacklist, and another great Doom.
Again, swap back out though, but Ahmed is there on the other side, grabbed by mid one before he can get off a good RP. Still has a chance though. Managed to skewer them together, now hits that RP.
Azure Rays turn to ban.
Because of X mark, you can always catch him.
Also good against support Weaver, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's pretty good.
It's good on both. And usually when you're playing against Kanka, you don't really want to be like the Core Weaver. Like there are 2 heroes I would say where when you're playing Core Weaver, you don't want to face a Kanka and you don't want to face Face's Void.
Yeah. And for Falcons, this is proving to be a flex. Because we know Amar can play it.
Yep.
This is a hero Malrine plays very well.
Yep.
And I don't know if this is something we're going to see in this tournament, but I have a little bit of a hunch that 4 Kunkka is playable now again.
4 Kunkka?
Wait, what do you mean again? When was the first time?
It's I'm old, okay?
10 years ago.
I remember good old Lanham position 4 Kunkka back in the
Buying
days.
armlet, right?
Yeah, I think he even bought armlet face boots. It's been a long time.
I've never heard of this.
But it wasn't a viable thing to do at one point. And I think 4 Kunkka is playable if the conditions are right. If you have a good ranged position 3 or even a melee.
You're definitely coping right now.
Maybe it's coping. I would just personally love to see it at least once. I don't think this is something Falcons are going to put on crit. This is not what I would expect them to do, but I'm just saying there is a possibility maybe at some point in the tournament we could see. I would love to.
Crit is not going to be the first person disagreeing to that. Ama is going to be saying, are you going to ruin my lane position for Are you sure?
It's actually, I will say it's better in lane than you expect, but it's still not great. So again, it's a bit of a handicap in a way. The payoff, if you can get away with it, is massive though, because this hero can do so much from a supporting position, very few items. Even just getting a shard as a 4 Kunkka at minute 15, massive. Your teamfight impact is incredible, you have instant catch, but it's a matter of how much does it cost in the lane. That's essentially what it boils down.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, playing support heroes right now just comes down to which hero has the better shot, right? when you're looking at the supports, Phoenix has a really, really good shot, probably one of the best. And you look at the AA shot, or you look at Treant Protector with the shot, then there's the Grim Stroke shot.
Oh, yeah? How about the Skywrath shard, Winter?
Okay, you got me. That is probably the most useless one.
It gotta be. Here comes Ench again. There's no Chen this time around though, so it's not 1-for-1 trade-off. It literally just
10 seconds remaining.
into where I feel like Azure, the games that I've seen, they've either had Chen, Ench, or Phoenix in most positions here. So what's left? Shaker, I guess, is still there for them if they want to run that back, or Q.
Apparently they used Rubik a fair amount. Well, actually just 2.
Feels like a counter pick though, right?
That's true.
There's no reason to pick Rubik here. You don't.
Weaver? Probably only against Weaver.
Maybe against Weaver, maybe they were against Shaker, or...
10 seconds remaining.
I would definitely not recommend picking Rubik here for Azure. I don't think sides.
5 seconds
The lane matchup against Ench bad. You don't steal anything good.
In terms of generic ones, Pugna, we haven't seen really too much.
Okay, interesting. So you might see like a Tusk and Weaver support duo, or Weaver could still be a core.
Weaver can definitely be carry low, plays a...
Weaver and Tusk, I guess. That's the lane.
Weaver Tusk lane is pretty strong.
The crazy lane.
Yeah.
I prefer Weaver and Treant Protector.
Remaining.
I think Treant Protector gives you what you don't have as Weaver, because if you look at Weaver's itemized positions, you don't really build regen items. So Treant Protector, Treant Protector gives you the heal and the armor. Tusk is more of like you want to just run over your lane and keep killing. And it's also a really good save against the...
Yeah, do you think the specific reason they picked Tusk here, considering this isn't something Azure runs, that is the reason, is a combo break?
Yeah, more or less.
It just doesn't stereotypically match what we've mainly been...
It's a laning thing, you know. I think, like we mentioned about how all these Chinese teams are putting a lot more priority in the lane. This Tusk and Weaver telling me that they just want to be able to snowball from the lane, literally, and try to get Weaver off to a good start, even though core Weaver doesn't really like playing against Kunkka, but you have to just get an early BKB to deal with that and try to make use of the early game advantage from the top.
I guess it's also flex fully still. Weaver could be 4 and Tusk 5. I think Weaver Brewmaster is a pretty good lane.
But I still do feel like when you pick the Tusk like this, it suggests that the Weaver, at least to me, it really suggests that the Weaver is going to be... But like you said, you know,
it makes it a very viable strategy, which makes it more difficult for Falcons to find the right picks.
Oh my god, I don't want to play Weaver carry now. Damn it.
Weaver is not carried. I just refuse to believe it. 2 of the hardest counter picks in the entire game to the hero are now in the enemy team. Don't put it on position 1. Don't give it that much priority.
So play some what? Wraith King? Tank the Chronosphere?
Yes. Well, I'm trying to think of what carries are generally good against Void. If you wanted to do it, we talked about the carry Doom being an option for this could be a game you could do it, or but maybe Doom
Phantom Assassin and
Doom and
Templar
Brew is
Assassin. I think P and TA good.
Hoodwink.
Good choice. Hoodwink is also a support that's very, very strong in the lane. They're both very good laners. Hoodwink plus Enchantress. So both teams are really putting a lot of priority onto the lanes.
I feel like hero list. There is a pick here, and it's definitely not putting Weaver carry.
That can deal with Faceless Void carry?
Wraith King.
it's also you want to find a hero here that can match up into Void, but can also handle
Azure
plus
Rays
Woodwink lane.
Yeah.
This is a good solution. I like this.
Lone Druid plus tag team.
I think this might because now you have a carry that is extremely tankable during Chrono. As long as you get True Form off, you just need to activate it. The cast will finish if you get Chronoed mid-animation. You are an absolute lane bully against a Kunkka Hoodwink lane. Hoodwink does not deal particularly well with the bear, and you enable this, which I'm assuming will be a position 5 Tusk, to have a very strong impact in the lane with tag team. So I just think this was a great pick.
And the strategy with the whole lineup, you're gonna have a Solar Crest on one of your supports with the Lone Druid, and you have the Brewmaster to play around the bear. So you're gonna be very, very strong together. And if you look at Falcons, if you're trying to just play around the Chrono and try to kill people, it's definitely not gonna be easy. And if you use your Chrono and you don't win a significant team fight, guess what? The Lone Druid is just gonna kill all your towers in the game.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
This is very, very dangerous. You know, I feel like Falcons are gonna need to find a solution
5 seconds remaining.
wave clear or something, delay the game, so that whenever your Chrono is down, you're gonna have to try to rely on that and make sure you delay until the Chrono is up again. Whereas for AR, they're gonna play a very, very fast
Team ban.
Is XM is an Invoker player, right?
Alacrity bear.
Alacrity is insane this game. It's good on the bear, and it's good on it's good on the melee brew split to take towers. I think the control will be really nice here too, setting up
If
for...
you do that, I will put my Kunkka mid. So I'll get a free lane. I'll win that lane, so...
But then I'm putting my Lone Druid.
Okay.
And my Invoker.
And then what, your Invoker save lane? Sure, bro.
Layers.
Hey, we've seen Huskar safe lane today.
That's
Invoker
true.
is... Okay, Invoker
Did it win?
is even worse.
Sorry, did it win? Did the Huskar save lane win?
It got solo killed twice by Dragon Knight, but we don't talk about that. That doesn't happen.
Minor details.
Fuck
Falcons run Invoker?
Dazzle. This is a nice hero.
Yeah, the reason I was thinking about Invoker is first of all the alacrity, but also the tempo that you're presenting when you're running Lone Druid Brewmaster is extremely mid-game heavy. So I just wanted a mid-hero that offers that and matches that pace.
But it's greedy. Invoker is greedy. Dazzle is not. Dazzle goes with the team you heal.
Invoker doesn't have to be greedy. We've seen games where teams play it very aggressively.
But I feel like
I think Dazzle is amazing
the
for the same reason.
Ties the whole lineup with the Weaver minus
really
armor, the tag team, and gives you another save against the Chrono. So now who are you going to Chrono? You're going to have the Chrono, the Tusk, the Dazzle mainly, and maybe the Weaver at some point is going to get an Aghanim, then there's going to be another problem against... They're going to have to find like heroes that can kill out the Chrono, more damage right now.
And they also need a mid hero that doesn't lose the lane to Dazzle, which is still a concern, because that means a lot of the melee heroes that Malrina's been playing are out of the picture. They all lose.
Should they just pick an off laner? Oh no, you can't put Kunkka to...
Kunkka can't lane either, so it's actually a bit of a...
Oh, okay, that's a good pick. Okay, that is a good pick. If ever I see a good sniper pick, this is it. Sniper beats Lone Druid, he can do well against Dazzle in the lane. His only concern is the Snowball and the Brewmaster closing the gap against.
Are you concerned about speed here? That the Falcons lineup playing Sniper plus Void against a lineup that can literally push every tower minute 15 is...
You know what? You have Enchantress and Hood. Great for you to win the lane so you can delay the game.
I think if Falcons win the lanes, they're going to win this. I'm pretty confident in that. But if it's like even or if they fall behind, this has the potential to be stomped by the Azure lane. As usual, there's a lot riding on the lane, but this seems like an extreme case of the game can get very one-sided.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and for AR, I feel like they just need to make sure they survive the lane, and once they get their levels and their items, their Solar Crest, they grow up together, they have minus armor with the Weaver, tag team, Solar Crest. Lone Druid is gonna absolutely kill everything.
All that minus armor with Dazzle Ag
and Dazzle
is nasty, so gotta be on the lookout if you're Falcons to not slip up and keep together. They do get to later in the game, I feel like this is a game where Void Sniper just flat out win. Like, if it goes late enough.
Yeah,
so.
agree.
It's funny how the series started out, right? It's like, oh, this is the team that wins their games in 30 minutes.
Falcons was supposed to be mid-game.
Falcons are gearing up for late game.
Faceless Void Sniper on Falcons.
Yep.
It's a change of pace, and let's see if they are able to, I guess, delay the pace, because they're hoping that this goes late. Let's see if our casters are inclined to agree. It's John Expire and MLP Dodo.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. We are going to get into game number 3 here between Falcons and, of course, Azure Ray. Jonathan, I know you're disgusted. Now, there's a Dazzle, there's a Sniper. Who are you more disgusted by, though, is my...
Sniper, 100%.
Really?
No, that hero is atrocious. If you know, it's your typical pub hero, and if it has a good lane, is my thing. Like Dazzle up against Sniper is not the comfiest for Dazzle. Sniper can just play at range, play with shrapnel, get some free right click harass. It's going to be a bit of a concern trying to jump the back line. There's a lot of pressure now on Azure to try to snowball in, and that can be easier said than done, depending on how well the vision is set up by Falcons. Like, there's some pressure on the side of Azure to not drop the ball in these lanes. Like, these lanes have to go pretty even, if not a win somehow. Like, if they can find this pacing to kick in, it can go in their favor. I just have question marks about Dazzle versus Sniper. That just doesn't feel like a lane Sniper is scared of at all.
I'm kind of shocked as well with your response, by the way. You spent the last few months just complaining to me about how annoying Dazzle was to play against.
Yeah.
You hate Sniper that much?
Sniper's even worse.
Okay.
It's just annoying.
It's all right.
You know? Oh, here we go.
This might be a dream. Malreen's already caught out. Beautiful shot from Tianming. Malreen, he is gone. Are you happy, John?
I am satisfied. I'm a happy little camper. No ops in this game, please. Ops are terrible weapons.
Okay.
We don't have Hawks here. It's not G2. Hooksy? Hoxy? How do you even say it?
It's Hooksy, John.
No.
30 seconds.
We're not even casting that team at the moment. Well done, John. I didn't pick up. Falcon, there's a 0-1 for now. Fantastic start for Azure. You heard Sinrin talk. It is all about lanes, but if Azure get a great start with a draft like this, like you've got an LD, you've got a... It gets rather... You can't give Azure a great start, and well, sadly, they're already off to...
Yeah. They're still hanging around in this area.
Tianming!
Oh my god!
He's got another one! I mean, this guy's just fishing at the moment. Crit, please get a nice bushwhack, but it won't matter. Crit is down, XM to take the kill this time around. And you and I know from casting back in the day when Tianming was still new, this guy knows how to play Tusk.
That he does. He's already setting up well. Just these shards, all these blocks have been amazing, and that's what we need to keep seeing in this game, along with some pretty good positions to find a snowball in, and that sets a good tone. I'll take a look at that mid lane. XM, just with a little kill, is feeling a little bit better, is very close to just picking up the bottle onto the mid, does have that Iron Branch and Fairy Fire to try to harass in. Level 1 to 2 for Sniper is not the worst. Dazzle is still going to be able to play that first level or two pretty nicely, maybe even into level 3. It's really by 4 to 5 that lane feels untenable, depending on the exact skill build Malreen would go for. With headshot level 1, he can trade pretty nice, but that does leave you vulnerable to being a little bit too close for a couple of right clicks from XM. Down bot, of course, we have been taking a look at Skitter and Snaking up against XXS and SinQ on that Weaver and Brewmaster up against Faces Void and Ench, of course. XXS on the Brewmaster is a scary prospect. Like, we've seen this man stomp once he has his levels, once he has his items up on this Brewmaster before, and I don't know, when I see him on this hero, I just feel a little bit worried for the enemy team. Yeah.
Shards off the market. Tianming and TF able to barely avoid that one. But yeah, I believe Winter mentioned it's quite a devastating combination, this Tusk and Lone Druid, of course, with the tag team. You can't really get caught by those shards of Tianming because they can melt you very, very quickly with the right amount of XP and levels up. Now Falcons sitting comfortably up at the top lane. Bottom lane, SinQ going to be slowed up a little bit by Snaking, but it won't really mean too much. Not really much kill threat with a Void Ench here. They're more than happy to just allow Skitter to hit some creeps right here in the Void, and it is really, really so important they win out these lanes on the side of Falcons. And that for now, it seems to be quite an even affair.
Yeah, you're having a pretty good time for Skitter. Like, the aggression from XXS, it's not going to line up. They already have the sentry to cut off SinQ when he does decide to jump in. They've got multiple slow sources here as well. It's not going to be as easy to weave your way in and out. And in a more passive lane, the Faceless Void is going to enjoy himself. Get that build up into Mask of Madness, Maelstrom, Farm Acceleration, heck, a Midas, if he felt like his lane went well enough, is not too shabby here either. And if this lane just holds steady, again, with the low kill threat in this duo, there is potential for Snaking to go for a gate adventure once more, if he does see the opportunity to do so here.
Skitter going to pull a nice little creep wave away here on the Void. Hang around by the tier 1 tower. It does actually drag it underneath. Snaking's already got the small camp pull going, so don't want to waste any time with just holding onto this creep wave. Get rid of it. Yeah, the Void already top CS on the board, 15 and 5. It's a 9 here for Skitter. Top lane, Tianming trying to be as annoying as possible towards ATF. Crit is going to intervene, because it is still a task. He's quite a tanky boy. Crit just going to force him away with some right clicks, but not going to mean too much.
Buying some space out. That is providing a ton of space out for Low in the 1v1. So he is keeping up quite good pace here on the lone Druid. No pressure. Really hard to just shove away that bear. And we heard it from Winter. The Hoodwink doesn't handle the bear all too well. Even with the Blightstone up, bear is fairly tanky, so you're not going to be able to stop that farm from Low. He should have a stable enough time. I am curious as to whether or not we will see mid-rotation this time around, though. Like, it does feel like, with how stable these side lanes are for AR for the most part, at the very least, Tianming getting a rotation onto mid would be one way to get things done.
So much damage being dealt onto SyncQ here from Snaking. In fact, SyncQ actually going to turn back around with the Sakuchi going back towards Snaking. You're right. Get rid of the Wild Ring Ripper as well, which is probably the most important aspect of that. Says really feeling too threatened here down at the bottom lane, even by Snaking's presence.
These lanes are going out pretty good for Falcons. As long as, even at bare minimum, they draw even here in a really good spot. I am concerned about how much free space Malrine is getting. This lead the sniper starting to build up is starting to be concerning. You've got the double Wraith Band up, you've got the Glove of Haste up, you've got level 3 headshot. It makes the prospect of even running into the sniper a little bit scary. So XM is trying, but every single time, he's going to lose a quarter of his HP.
Jump is there onto the Void. He will be able to time walk away. The pressure is starting to be applied here onto Skitter. King did leave the lane for a moment, which is why they take the advantage and just kind of move in like that. Mid laner, just having a look at the sniper for a moment, seems like he's having a fantastic time as expected. In fact, hold that thought for a moment, because there was a Twin Gates usage here by Snaking. Thinks better of it. Shards are out. That will lock him in a little bit, but it will not stop the channel of the Twin Gate.
Just gets a little bit of a run in and out. It's in Q now. He does plant that ward, so they're ready for that kind of movement from Snaking. They can just kind of preempt it, get a read on it. And they're still applying decent enough pressure on Skitter, although again, it's not stopping that farm. Good news for Azure is he's not going to build up top and Skipper.
Skitter's been left behind again. Time walk is going to be up, but that was the only time walk he had. XXS happy to dive in past the T1 tower for now. SyncQ still chasing as well. XXS, he's taking a fair bit of damage here. Skitter still not down. We'll look to turn back around onto SyncQ now as Crit does rotate and SyncQ is dead. Very nice rotation from Crit, realizing they have gone way too far, and hell, even Snaking now moving in. XXS not out of the woods, so they do not have the enchant to purge him up. Skitter going to try with the time dilation, and now the bushwhack. Even the T1 tower is being tanked here by the Alpha Wolf, and XXS really regretting his decision to dive that deep. He will be punished heavily by this. Zulray unable to get anything done.
Just don't get their TP responses out. Their lanes are, their supports are kind of static. And again, Tianming can get stuff done, but he did opt for a 1-0-2. So no snowball, just heavily reliant on the shards. No way to actually just get some actual stun off outside of blocking people. So the counterplay with that deep tier 1 dive just isn't quite there.
Nice bushwhack, SyncQ not expecting the rotation, and Crit will be able to snipe the Wisdom Rune. Well worth his life. You take that every single time, no doubt about that.
Nice freebie to take. That just leads into quicker timing for the level 6, which is when things start to feel really good for the side of Falcons. 2-3 start. Despite all these trades, the lanes aren't exactly even for Azure, but you do have, again, a very solid start for Low. So this diffusal timing's going to line up. The Bear is going to be a force to reckon with, and the side of Azure is starting to emphasize that bot. They just keep Tianming here. He has 4. He has the value point in Snowball.
Skitter picks around. In comes Tianming. Skitter, he has time walk, but he's going to be very careful how he uses it. Snowball will lock him down anyway, and Skitter, he just never gets a chance. Great kill now for Azure, and that's what they really wanted. Problem is XM. Gonna get ganked up mid lane now. The pincer maneuver out from Falcons, and XM is just gonna absolutely melt to the damage. They can just kill that killer. Q actually gonna try for a trade onto Malrine. Gets the Beatles off. Here comes Ming. Malrine, though, still surviving, being healed up by Snake. And can they get the damage out? It doesn't seem like it. Oh, hands up from Malrine. Waves him goodbye, and Snaking, he takes a double.
They take the double kill. They've got the room to clear out that mid-tier 1. The movement from the sports paying off here on the side of Falcons, and now they can start that invasion game onto that top jungle area, onto the triangle, cut off this farm that Low would want to build up on. They've got a good ward on the triangle area already, just by the ramp side to watch any movements across. And for the side of Azure, you know, in the concept of budgeting for winter, a Dazzle isn't a cheap core. When you're rushing Ags, it takes a long time. Like, we're not seeing that intermittent build for the Spirit Vessel travels and just being active on the map, because, well, the Spirit Vessel is going to be built up by Q. So your Dazzle's stuck farming. Your Lone Druid's going to be stuck farming. You're starting to lose objectives. And Falcons doesn't mind a farming game either. It feels like we've got to see when this bear is ready to go in, when this minus armor strat kicks in, and they can take a fight and melt objectives. We're nowhere near close to that.
Yeah, Ming get onto Malrine. They actually have the damage for this. Malrine, he might just stand his ground. Shards around, he'll get locked down. Q from the backside going onto the sniper. Hands up, Ming, maybe a little bit early, is still gonna find the sniper, but he will drop. A 2-for-1 trade, but it'll make it a 2-for-2. It's a pretty damn even at the end. You could make the argument, Malrine, he got quite a bit of XP before he went down, but I think Azure is still okay with it.
They have to be okay with it. Like, trading away Dazzle doesn't feel great. Again, this hero is a hero that really relies on almost like a quick Ags plus more stats. They really feel nice here. But you are getting activity out from XXS, and he doesn't have to pop the split. So you're still ready to go with that primal split. You're still ready to have some counterplay to, say, a Chrono if Skitter sees the opportunity and doesn't catch the ideal one. XXS has some options. He's also opting for the Midas, so he understands that they're going to have to try to get a moderate pace out on Azure. They're going to need to get some items fast after the fact and get some EXP. And try to group around by the time Low is ready to go, which looks to be soon. He's taking the gate across. He's got that defusal on the bear here.
Does get up at the right time as the rain are going to reveal that Low is indeed down to that bottom lane. They are going to try and trade T1 towers. Zamar's doing the exact same thing up at top. In fact, he's going to go after Ming. Crit's going to move in. Ming going to try and snowball towards the neutrals. Crit be okay with that setup. Does land the bushwhack, of course, into the sharpshooter, and Ming, no chance of survival. In fact, he even loses his courier. ATF happy to secure the kill. At the very least, Azure does get the bottom tier 1 tower, but again, hold on a minute, top lane. Someone went through the twin gates.
Tess?
XXS is here with the split, so that they have not dealt with the top tier 1 tower yet. XXS, he does have split, but does get caught with a bushwhack. Into the stun now, into the torrent, but it's still not going to be enough. XXS just too tanky. Will be able to survive all the spells being thrown his way. And ultimately, AR, they are able to secure, keep safe that T1 top.
And they defend the tier 1, they find a bot tier 1, and because they force off that attention up top, that leaves our vulnerable Dazzle some space to farm. XM needs that catch-up farm. So this sort of math movement out from Azure does pay off, despite trading a little bit for that in terms of kills. They're more than happy, and they're still in position down bot going through the gate again.
Go up the Skitter. Instead, ATF top lane being caught by Ming. They do inhibit as well with the Spirit Bear, though ATF forced to throw the boat out. We'll try and go after the Spirit Bear, but it does get just respawned here from Low. No messing around. Doesn't want to throwing away 300 gold. Meanwhile, mid, XM would be targeted. Skitter, thrown up, it's up. He'll throw it out immediately. Just absolutely zero hesitation. Well worth it to take down XM. Without the Dazzle being outside of the Chrono John, nobody's saving him.
Nah, and not even a movement out to try to save with a split, just would take too much time. Your damage in the Chrono is massive here from the side of Falcons, and that is the one kill that throws this timing off from Azure. Yeah, with the Ags, you're looking at a lot of bad juju being spammed out, a lot of minus armor, and that's not coming out anytime soon. And that just gives you more time to play this game. Hold on to your objectives. No threat of being invaded across the river. You've got excellent vision across the map here from the side of Falcons to just watch a little bit more forward. Side of Azure, it feels like they just are trying to play, again, a game of waiting for these items, waiting for the eggs under Dazzle into the Hurricane Pike. Might be able to catch Snaking, but not a high priority. It's not an easy target to kill down as well with the Untouchable up and running. Snaking, he gets info and backs off. He has the ward down. They've just got really excellent map control to avoid anything Azure might be cooking up here on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. And every time you fail to get the +5 edge, it just feels really bad, right? Because it's enough that you're using the time to just secure a position 5, and Snaking doesn't really care if he dies anyway. You know, but just being able to get away on top, it's never going to feel very good for Azure, who are still hunting for a fight. Into the mid lane they go. Tianming and Xin Q having a look to see if they can find Maureen in the triangle, but the triangle is currently unoccupied. Instead, up towards the top lane they go. Perhaps they can find some heroes there, and in fact, ATF and Crit are both around that area, but I don't think you can really deal with these two right now. Xin Q at least, though, is going to steal away the Wisdom Rune, but oh, nice snowball. That is a very nice snowball from Tianming. And Xin Q, he gets away with the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, just a nice little snag. This time they get both the Wisdom Runes on their end for Azure, so they compensate a little bit for earlier on. They're still walking up. I mean, you've got Maureen finally farming here.
Here we go again. Maureen, the big target. But with the tag team, you might actually just be able to deal with him with these two heroes. In fact, they do jump in. Spirit Vessel out. Maureen's got help on the way, but he's dropping really low. Skidder moving in. Maureen, he is still alive, and it seems as though AR, they do not have the damage to get the job done. Xin Q now being targeted, and Xin Q is going to go down to boot. Wishful thinking from the side of AR.
Yeah, and they're trying to make these plays without any course following them. Like, it's literally tree farming course right now for the side of Azure. XXS, XM, and Low all just sitting in the jungle or shoving out waves, getting that build up. This is good space in the sense that it's enabling that. At the same time, Falcons are still building up a steady lead. It's not like they're wasting time finding these kills. They've got the 3K lead up. Maureen is becoming a massive issue, has the Dragon Lance for further distance, has the Maelstrom coming in now as well for stronger push and just damage procs coming out here. You've got Skitter, who is just already has the Maelstrom and Mask of Madness going into PKB. They spot Snake.
Yeah, snaking. It's a classic snaking play, just set up for the team. Here comes ATF. ATF there to back him up. Tianming not happy with what he's seeing because he's been caught out. Shallow Grave is going to keep him alive for now as ATF is being targeted by the side of Azure. Still Tianming alive again as the smoke will avoid the assassinate. ATF in the meantime dropping low, but is still able to walk away just barely as Low. Does get caught by the Chrono. He is gone. That's a massive one for the side of Falcons as they continue to try and chase down Maureen. So he has been healed up now. He's perfectly fine. Azure still getting both supports, but they want some cores. They'll try for ATF again. Onto Maureen they go, but Maureen's fine. ATF still alive. Xin Q still trying. Xin Q does go for the time lapse and secures the ATF kill. Xin Q eventually will die for that, but it's well worth his time and life.
That's a massive back and forth. The timeliness of the Ags flying in for XM ensures that they still get a little bit coming out there, but the cooldown spam for Dazzle without the level 18, the maxed out Bad Juju, doesn't feel as impressive just yet. I do like the idea coming out here from Azure. You see the Ags, even Low shows up, trying to play with that minus armor strat that the Bear would enjoy, but the burst damage still isn't there. They're chasing down this Enchantress. We've seen this time and time again from Snaking. There's more than enough time to respond. Amar comes in, and the durability kicks in. The control kicks in with the team fight, and there's just no clear backline jump. Look how spread out the fight is. Like, how are you supposed to target down the sniper and take care of everyone else? There's no clear angle.
Yeah, I mean, that Chrono as well from Skidder, like, maybe just trying to ensure they absolutely got the lone fraud kill. Yeah, a little bit unnecessary. Yeah, he was quite low. It seems like Maureen already kind of had the damage to finish him off, but nevertheless, you probably could have used it in this instance where Xin Q was just diving past the teal tower. May have saved the life of ATF, but I suppose that is hindsight after all.
That it is. I'm wondering how they rectify this damage issue, it feels like. It's not quite there from the Lone Druid just yet, and it's really not there on XM. XXS is providing a decent amount of control. The Radiance could help a little bit in the middle of these engagements. The missed chance will make it a little bit painful for Skitter, but not by a large margin. It's a little nuisance to deal with. I think you kind of want maybe some more control or output on Sin Q. Turn this Weaver into a little bit of semi-core, like Atos into Gleipnir wouldn't be bad in this game. I think relieves some pressure on Sean Ming. The issue now is whether or not Sin Q has the space to kind of build into that itemization. It just feels like they're being smothered just a little bit here on Azure.
9, 2K advantage Falcons. Azure still happy to play the slower game. Like Low and XM are still farming extremely well on these two cores, so it's maybe just a matter of buying themselves even more time. Low, speaking of the devil, you see ATF down at the bottom lane. ATF already popping the Blade Mail, which might be the opening they're looking for. Snake King gonna move on to Tianming. Tianming copied the Shallow Grave, will survive a little bit longer. Goes for the Snowball, buying a little bit more time, but he is definitely just gonna die. Snake King will take that one on the edge, and Falcons now, they can just control that dire triangle. Rest of AR, I suppose you're not too concerned. Like, you lost your +5 task, but you're still split up across the map just fine. Probably what they wanted anyway.
Yeah, it keeps the lanes in check. It ensures that you can't really go for multiple towers off the back of a pick-off. Heck, even the pick-off coming out here for the side of Falcons, they can't really transition that into an objective. So Tier 2 still stand with no real threat. Roshan could be an access point, but this is not really a quick Roche taking lineup. They'd want to find more to take out for going into that area as well. On the side of Azure, and this is not the ideal circumstance for them, but all things considered with this lineup, they are only 3K behind. You've still got Low and XM up in net worth. It's XXS that's kind of behind, and really most of the differentials on Chan Ming being fairly poor on the Tusk. This game is in rather even area, although...
Oh, they found Low. Low, that is a lot of damage from Crit. Not quite enough to get the job done, but perhaps they could chase, as ATF has been inhibited by Low's Spirit Bear. They will try at least forcing out the respawn. Low, oh, he's going to try and not have to commit anyone. Spirit Bear will be okay to run his way up. But Low's going to be careful. I mean, the Ancients, the Tormentor, everything attacking this poor guy.
Sam's going for the classic Dazzle play with a Couriers all out. And they do go into the Roche here for Falcons, but the scan is immediate from the side of Azure. So gonna try to force it out. Their team fight potential doesn't feel as amazing. Chrono is ready to go. You've got the full Ags on Amar in such a tight spot. The Torrent Storm's gonna ruin them if they're not careful.
I mean, this is a scary fight for Azure to try and force. I mean, Falcons are the ones retreating for now, so it seems as though they do not want to fight in the pit, surprisingly enough. Falcon's going to wrap around through the bottom lane instead. Tianming in position to break the smoke, does do so. Bushwhack off the mark. X is going to be there. They've got the Tusk, but the Snowball is going to allow him to get away from that. Back towards the creep wave. Tianming has ruined the surprise initiation. Maureen, he is very far forward. Is this really a bait from Maureen? It may just be, because he's still alive. The Spirit Bear, the thing that's dropping really low, and it is gone. However, Maureen still dropping lower, but somehow still alive. Low, still sending in more. There goes Maureen to the sniper. He's finally down. Meanwhile, Tianming being focused here by the Void, but Skitter trying to go back after Low. Decides better of it. Goes after XXS. There's your Chrono. He wants Sin Q, but the XM Dazzle, it's right outside the Chrono. He is not going to be able to kill anyone. And ATF, he's going for a TB, but he's in vision. He is within vision.
That is a surprising move from the side of Falcons. You mentioned it. They were in the Roche pit. Sure, they got scanned out, but they're the guys with the AoE control. They've got Torrent Storm, they've got Chrono, and they want to force the fight outside. So far outside of Maureen is completely out of position, offering himself almost to XXS right up front. And I don't know, they couldn't leverage as well as they want to. You know, you hit this point where XM is standing far back and up. He has his 15 talent. The healing is starting to feel a little bit overwhelming. You have to respect a little bit of that right click bouncing with the Shadow Wave, the healing bouncing back with the Ags. They've got some sustain to play with now in Azure, and that felt very forced from the side of Falcons.
Yeah, very, very interesting attempt here. Even ATF just trying to TP away. He does get caught by a low Spirit Bear at the end. And Azure, they're going to be very happy with that. just to go their way. Low's going to be sitting there pretty, and suddenly Falcons, the ones that need to kind of sit back and maybe get back to the farm game.
That it does feel like. And they've got the full Mjolnir on Malgreen, and even if they lose a couple of tier 2s perhaps, the high ground is insanely strong from Falcons. So even with his Aegis, it doesn't feel like you should be able to get as much done. Maybe some pressure onto tier 2s. There are still tier 1 standing here for Falcons. Like mid still stands, top still stands. That could be the safer play for the side of Azure. Or if they get some room out, this bot tier 2 could expand their area of control. They've already got some wards down bot. I do admire that Falcons has some forward wards that they set up. Maybe that's why they were going for that sort of movement out. Like they've got this ward by the, I don't know, this bathtub on the right side of the map by the tier 1. Yeah, one of the bathtubs. There are multiple of them on the map now.
I thought we called it a hot.
I don't see any.
Okay. All right, you want to be technical? Fair enough. ATF is going to X his way back towards the T2 tower. Like Azure slowly want to start moving through that bottom lane, thinking about perhaps the T2 tower.
A golden thread.
You do have that secondary life available on the lone Druid, so more than happy to try and... In fact, hold on a minute. Tianming, he finds ATF. The Harpoon going to drag him back as well. With the shards out, ATF doesn't have many places to go, but a great tidal wave. If the Torrent Storm still going, Tianming is down and Low is going to drop as well. At least the Bear Wheel. His first life still intact, but not looking too good as the Bushwhack going to drag him right back into the loving arms of Falcons. And now the Chrono, it's only got the Bear. Skinner, what's the plan with this, sir? He gets the Spirit Bear, I suppose.
It was just resummoned, so that's a lot of time where Low is actually not going to be able to do anything. Yeah, he has nothing. So it's basically going to be 4v5. Falcons, they fight into a really good position. Jumping Amar first with his lack of burst, with his lack of chain control without committing everything it's wishful thinking on the side of Azure. Like, this is a Kunkka with the Ghost Ship available, with the Torrent Storm, without many BKBs, without many protective items from Azure. And again, that AoE control is where Falcons shine. And it comes into play then. It didn't come into play in the last fight, but you can see why a fight in the Roche might have worked out in extreme favor of Falcons.
Yeah. Okay, advantage still to Array, but the game does feel rather close here between two. And they're going to the late stages of the game. Of course, you're going to have a Void against you, you have a Sniper against you, you have a Kunkka against you. It just doesn't feel like it gets much easier with the draft of Azure Array. Is Synq, top lane, forward, bash, bash, bash. Synq barely able to time lapse. The Skinner was just one bash away.
All skill.
Yeah, absolutely. Synq knows it.
Well-deserved tips. I swear that's probably one of the most tilting things to happen in Dota 2. Among the most tilting.
I think you may have to check the R button. It might be broken after how much he would have pressed it in that instance.
This is, again, considering the position, it's not that uneven of a game. Like, you still have a marginal net worth lead coming out in Azure. The map control, they've still got some good vision watching some key spots. One watching that Lotus pool out top, one watching this ramp area on the top jungle as well, and one watching across the river. So they've got some decent reach to just play this farm game out. The side of Falcons only really have two pieces of vision, two pieces of control in the triangle and up top as well near the outpost. But it feels like it's Azure that's really choked out, right? And we talked about the timings of this lineup. We talked about what they have to achieve with the minus armor that Dazzle provides them with, the push that the Lone Druid will provide them with. They haven't even found tier 1s. Again, this mid-tier 1 still stands. This top tier 1 still stands. They're not able to pierce into the triangle because of that. They're not able to try to keep hunting closer towards the base and force Falcons to sit back, so they're not winning the farm war. They've got to be able to group up and try to siege these relatively squishy objectives. Like, these tier 1s are still up at 27 minutes in. With a lone Druid.
Cute. Sure what the there we lag. Is it all here is it's low, seems to be having the issue of crit. Oh good.
Loading bash.
Loading bash. There you go, Skinner. Good on you.
Bashed his PC.
It is nice.
being good sportsmen, Jonathan, being friendly with you, even with the language barrier that is there, you know, having a good laugh with each other.
Oh yeah.
It's good to see. It's classic SCA fashion too, is
Yeah, in the actual spirit of Southeast Asia, in the spirit of the server, someone's going to be mashing it when you're in game. This is not your pub experience. These are polite professionals.
I don't know about polite. They are professional. Frick. Stop playing. Has been caught out. That's not very polite for him. He is dead. And we have another pause. Lowe's going to have him think about it for a little bit.
Bug.
Yes, Q, you are playing a bug.
That is true. I wonder if they've spotted a bug or is there's a bug in game. That's always the question I have in mind.
Here we go. Channeling is in an emo here. Bit of a question mark out. ATF wants to know what the hell's going on. And nobody will give him the answer. ATF, he's been given no walnuts today, no answers, no respect, nothing.
Nothing. Man's pretty hungry.
Look at him. He's just like, what are these guys doing? They're pausing the game every 2 seconds. How am I meant to hit these creeps?
And they just go.
Just unpause. Try is what XM says. Try what, XM? What's the problem?
The courier bug? It doesn't interact. See that being... He's stuck together. Can you look low?
What? What? Can we look at the bear, please? Lone Druid. Look at Lone Druid.
He just not moving.
What is this?
What?
What is this?
Is he stuck within his own bear?
Oh, well, this is a little bit awkward. I mean, you know, what? There's some jokes to be made here, John, that we probably shouldn't.
What's happening?
I don't know.
Can he not move because he's stuck inside his bear?
Lone Druid is in the bear at the moment, Jonathan.
I thought if it detects a hitbox collision like that, it pushes you out.
I don't know how this has happened. I mean, Somnus had this experience with Earth Spirit. We saw that a couple months ago, and now Azure Ray. Apparently Azure Ray just gets all the bugs.
Yeah.
If someone's gonna get stuck, it's Azure Ray.
Yeah, it certainly is them. I guess the easy fix is it's a waste of a TP, but you could try TPing home.
Observer thinks he'd press the return button. Oh, come on now. Knowing these carry plays, they'll complain they have to put their spells on cooldown for 5 seconds.
Yeah, of course. He could just TP into a lane if he wants to be efficient about it.
Yeah, but then and have that.
Could you imagine if the MRT here was called TP? I don't know why you'd call it that.
No.
It would be thematically cool.
Nice. Well, I'm not sure what you do about that. I mean, you've got to try something. You've got to try something here to get out of this situation. Lowe's going to reconnect it, it's like.
I don't think that does anything if that's the issue. We don't know the issue.
Okay.
We're just talking.
Yes, we are talking absolute garbage as we always do. Yeah.
What's your favorite food here in Malaysia, Mike? Yeah, I always do.
Can I complain about something? Is that all right?
All right.
I ordered some fast food the other. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. the most popular fast food. I'm not going to say. Screw that.
Okay.
I ordered a cheeseburger here, Jonathan, expecting a normal cheeseburger. There was a spicy sauce in this cheeseburger. The spiciest sauce I've ever had in my life. I did eat the full cheeseburger, but I got to tell you, Jonathan, it was a rough morning for me after. Why does everything in this country have to be chili? I mean, don't get me wrong. Everything's delicious. But is there a limit to the spice level?
I'm pretty sure you accidentally hit that cheeseburger. Okay, it looks like the bug should be fixed. Thank God. I don't want to hear about your burger experience. No.
No, it's not fixed.
What's wrong?
Lowe's legs are broken. Still bug. Okay. The Lowe doesn't want to press the TP button. I respect that.
Like, we don't know what the exact issue is. There you go. Crit asking for the people. Can't take item.
Adios.
Create item.
Okay, so the bear can't take the item. Malrain's trying to create some. Very nice. Here's some replays, Jonathan, while we're waiting. Of course, you saw Skitter earlier. I don't believe he died.
No. He's just a hard guy to squish down, and they eventually get enough bodies to kind of find that. They chain stun perfectly to prevent the time walk, so there is that at least going. But this game has it has felt like it's been in Falcons' favor, even though net worth, again, doesn't necessarily reflect that. Map control certainly in their favor. As the game scales on, it just gets better and better for Sniper faces Void. Potentially, the dazzle in the backline can be an issue. Like say you manage to hit something like sorry, I'm reading chat.
Okay.
Skitter, okay. Did you try to take the item from the bear, Snaking saying? While it was dead. It's bugged and forever lost. Can't get the item. Happened to him before. Malrine said,
Oh, we're back in. We are back in apparently. Tianming in trouble in the mid lane. Oh, is this still a replay? I can't. It's a replay.
That's the replay.
Okay, never
You can
mind.
recast it if you don't feel satisfied.
I mean, I suppose we could cast it, Jonathan. Who the hell knows? Do you want to cast the replay? Give me the chat. What's going on?
Malrine says, ask God, maybe he will give it back. Amar says, just buy it again, lol. Q says, XD sell you ATF. Feed give LD money. Why your lone druid sell his item? He's stupid. Skinner! You shouldn't try to take item from bear while it is dead. Break items equals low priority. Royalty
I don't
is
know
what Amar has typed out.
I don't know if ATF should be talking about low priority.
Good luck in low priority after game. I love you, Amar.
Oh, ATF. But how is it ATF talking about low priority of all? Oh, come on now, ATF.
Someone told it's a skill.
Well, what's
a
that?
skill?
What's a skill? Like the not being bugged?
Not being able to get the item off the bear. Oh, it's in the bear stash. I'm clicking the lone druid. It's not in his stash. It's in the bear's stash. How did it go there? How did it go to the bear stash? Why is it not one stash for lone druid and the bear? Okay, that's the. I see it now. All right.
Okay.
I think it's just gone. I think Snaking's right. That item's just gone. The disperser's gone. No, no.
Oh. What to do in this situation?
Oh no. He's just like, what the hell do we do here? Oh. This is not nice. Oh god.
No, it certainly is. It certainly is. This is game 3, by the way, of the upper bracket round of 1. If you aren't tuning in, loser of this will get knocked down to the lower bracket, so it is quite important. As ATF has just decided he's going to take a nap. ATF, the old man in the team, just screw this crap. I'm taking a nap.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's called being efficient with your time. You're not doing anything, might as well relax. Sit back, take in the atmosphere.
Can you talk to my wife, Jonathan? Tell her that.
No.
Okay.
That's your problem. That's your war, Mike. I'm not going to help you with that.
All right.
I don't want to be in the crossfire. I still want to see the baby at some point. I don't want to be barred.
So do I, John. So do I. We'll see when this issue is going to get resolved. It bugs are bugging. Sometimes these things happen. Sort it out eventually, I'm sure. I mean, obviously the faces of Azure Ray don't look too happy at the moment. I can't quite blame them. I'm sure they're not too impressed by the situation. Especially if it does cost them the Fusel Blade.
Yeah.
Snaking looks very impressed, though, to be fair. Snaking's having a great time.
And he is. I mean, he said he encountered this bug before.
I'm sure he has.
You ever think if you run into a cockroach and you don't kill it, you see it again, it's the same cockroach?
Yes.
You reckon?
Yes.
But there's tons of them. Once you see one, you know there's a lot. How do you know it's the same one? Coming back to say hello.
You can feel it, Jonathan. But where does this
Why
come
do you
from?
feel them? Why do you feel cockroaches?
I mean, instinctually, Jonathan. I didn't mean physically.
Why do you have cockroach instincts?
Why are you bringing up cockroaches, Jonathan?
I didn't say anything about feeling cockroaches. You said about feeling insects. It's not me.
Thank you for that, John. Hopefully we'll get into this game rather soon again, Jonathan.
No, hopefully not.
Have you had Merienda today, Jonathan? We're in this land. Have you had Merienda?
Yeah, you know, I've been really enjoying the food in our studio. It's been amazing. Vegan meat has somehow makes it amazing to me as a meat lover. I don't know what they put in it. Vegan meat. Yes. We always have like a vegan meat option in our catering here. Just pull back behind the scenes for all of you. It's delicious.
Okay.
And it's surprising because when I was in, well, way back when I was in Singapore University, there were like vegan meat stalls. I did not enjoy it. But this tastes great.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's good for you. Probably is, to an extent. Maybe.
Don't tell Uncle Roger. Very upset.
Yeah, nothing beats Nazi lemak though in the morning, you know.
No.
I mean, you say that. I haven't seen you wake up for it.
Because I don't come to these events to eat buffet breakfast, Jonathan. I come to these events to do some work.
I mean, breakfast. Breakfast is an important meal. It's delicious. We still can't pick up the item. Snaking says he knows. Amar says, you can't get your item. It's out of game.
Amar has got the caps lock on. Amar, turn that crap off. You don't need to shout at everyone, Amar. Calm down.
I mean, he's just lying down. It's either he wants to rest now or he wants this done. Now, Amar is a man of business. Snaking is
Snaking's like, how did I end up with this guy? How did I end up with this team?
Low is not having good.
Oh, he's being shouted at by ATF, Jonathan.
Yeah,
I imagine that's not a very good
lost
time.
an item, you know, for now.
Yeah.
So, in a game tree decider for you to see how far you can go, this is unfortunate to say the least.
The best thing about ATF is he talks so much crap in game, but when you see him in person, he's the quietest guy.
Yeah.
I've never heard him say a word.
Yeah.
He basically whispers.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's how he is. And he doesn't say too much either. I mean, he says enough once you get him going.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's resting. Relaxing.
Certainly is, Jonathan. Glad to see, by the way. I mean, obviously, the MENA qualifiers is where Falcons came from. I have been advocating for a Middle East qualifiers for a long time. Very, very happy to see we finally have them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great opportunity for a lot of teams. Maybe down the line we start to get more slots out as well. Would be a fantastic thing. When are we getting the Australian slots?
Oh, John, don't tease me like that. When are we get? You know what? When are we getting an Australian slot? When's that happening here, so?
Maybe when LY comes back. Does he still exist? Does he still queue up in NA?
No.
He's gone?
No.
Did you know?
And I don't. We don't have any. We don't have any.
Yes, there's your answer.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I'd play. I could make a team.
You and the baby make two.
Kuroki could move to Australia.
That makes three.
Yeah.
What position would your child be, Mike? What would she like to play? You mentioned she likes making U-turns. Would she want to play Pangolier on mid?
It could be. That could be. Could be. Little smiles here on the side of Azure. At least they're in high school. One of those questions. I was like, "What do you do? You've lost a diffuse, mate. Do you play?" I mean, is it? ATF. What are you doing, ATF?
He just knows the camera's gonna go to him, you know. He's there.
That is not a face you want to see. I mean, if you're playing against this guy, that is not something you want to see. I'll tell you.
That's the exact posture he
Someone's
takes.
gonna wake up in the same bed with him one day, and that's what they're gonna see, Jonathan.
That's the exact posture that he takes when he's starting to drop mantles. Way back in the day, he'd start leaning back, and he'd put his hand forward like that.
That's a meme.
Start dropping them.
That is 100% meme template material right there. I'm sure.
That's another one for the books from this tournament.
I'll see you on Twitter soon, John. Eventually. If we ever get played back in the
It's gone.
That's unfortunate.
Potentially gone. And could come back. The front fell off.
Now you're making Australia. Don't do that, Jonathan. No one will get it. No one will understand.
And no one understands Australia anyway. That concept, unfortunately.
What do you mean as a concept, Jonathan? It's a
conceptually, I don't know what it is. I don't know what you are. I don't know what it means.
But with that, Jonathan, it seems like we are going to have to throw to a break because we're going to have to sort this issue out. Let's go to a break and we'll be right back with the action very, very soon.
Raven's going to be in some trouble when mid one is still running rampant through many of these heroes. Raven's on the run. Gabby has to run out from mid one, with this BKB is going to trample down this Doom. They clean up Timps as well. That fight did not go the way that Blacklist hoped on the start of it. 31-16, 27,000 net worth lead for Team Secret. They are just about to put themselves over Blacklist in the rankings for this group stage, and perhaps secure themselves a spot in the playoffs depending on their series tomorrow.
And these Pandas are just doing the work.
Yeah, Raven's already in half health. The Overgrowth goes out, but they have plenty of things to be able to deal with it. DKB's Manta's all going out. A Doom being put onto the Primal Beast, probably the last hero you wanted to Doom in this situation. Gabby will walk away in shame, and their drone is going to be exposed here. Skewer back, grouping up some heroes, but again, without their carry, there's not a whole lot of damage, even if they did hit a 5-man RP.
Yeah, it's just it's probably an impossible fight, but even so, like Raven bought out for Daedalus, just dies without getting anything off. Rough day for Blacklist, man. After a very strong day one, they can't find a single win on game two. In a variety of drafts, a variety of play styles, just nothing really working for them. And Secret continue to show that, like, okay, they've had some rough games.
There you go. There's still room for improvement right now, but I want to see what kind of opening we have with our very rare casting duo, Owen and Cimberan.
Hey, thank you very much.
Whoa!
Hello.
How often do you get to cast with someone?
He throws out a tip as well. I think maybe nothing to say. He's also a bit surprised that he got away with that one.
These two kills would have
meanwhile,
been...
back on the top lane, we will catch the kill here with Monet.
That's what's really interesting about seeing these matchups sometimes. I'm not going to take the result of this and be like, okay, this is the conclusion of how this matchup goes in general. But
it's going to be another kill here for Liquid as the two of them get aggressive under the tower.
Yeah, so that's going to help a great deal for Nisha. Start of not getting caught up by the mag.
Trying to make a bit of a go here with the skeletons. Monet's going to turn over towards Boxy. They'll actually be the ones to get the kill first here, G2IG.
Saberlight dice here.
Zone off power room, but nothing to say yet. Just walks straight into it and gets away with it.
I think.
He's done setups there, but the silence does come in time from Baboka, breaking the combo a little bit, and that will give the chance for them to stay to pop the RP and get away from Nisha.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are back in game. It looks like we're going right into a team fight. XM being caught up, but no, it's actually ATF getting caught out on the Conquer. The ATF maybe a little bit too relaxed, does go down.
I mean, that was a significant
down that extra bit. And the Saberlight will have the stun, and the Rui comes in over towards Monet. Another stun.
They find a nice pickup for Azure, and guess
looking
what?
definitely solid for them to get ahead early on like this, but we've seen many a game how late game Magnus and Spectre can really get stuff done.
They get set up, they've got the burst from the Laguna, the follow-up from the Dragon Slave. It's enough to take nothing to say.
Fairly favorable for the side of Falcons.
And in this game, sure, you're behind by about 1,000 to the more, but having these extra tools, the Blade Melt farm jungle as well as in power could maybe narrow that gap a little bit.
Coming over Saberlight, but he does have backup. The stuns are going to come in onto the two of them as well. Laguna Blade to take out nothing to say. Wayfall for from Midgay.
They recognize that this is probably one of the most dangerous parts of the game.
Hard here to fight.
Try an attempt there with the open RP, but Foxy was waiting time for the finger. They do fall with the Doom, so the kill will come off successfully. The stuns out onto the four of them. They go charging forward to take an extra for nothing to say, and Saberlight, they've got to run from it.
It's a challenging time. Even if they start digging through some of these objectives
here, he's kind of anticipating that Treant will want to kill, getting a bit paranoid.
Both a very nice reaction there with the silence immediately on Saberlight. We know that they have the chance to turn things around, to take out Insania. And by the looks of it, they're going to be able to get Saberlight the twice here. So he got any way out of this one. He's completely surrounded by the four of them. He'll try and turn and bring someone down with it. Will get it with that final crit.
Whether he does get to the low ground, but low is just going to cut him off.
They'll probably get it about.
He doesn't really have any way under the high ground.
There's the jump.
Nice reaction from Boxy.
Immediate Hex in return over towards the Magnus, but it will not save Nisha. Nisha taken out. Foxy also going to be chased down by Monet and JT as G2IG. Then they poach us out. I guess we're going to go on each other.
For this lineup that can't scale up. Roshan's will 2 minutes 20 away in the moment, and then you've got.
I mean, this was a nice ball. They have the damage, the Laguna Blade, and the finger. They certainly do.
Foxy snaking down the line. That's going to be the next focal point for both sides.
He's really feeling that
an important Roche.
They have an edge if they can survive through the wombo combo, the initiation from IG.
The acting is definitely good. I'm not going to say it isn't. I'm just wondering if the refresher is going a little bit too much overboard here, and there was more value in just getting some real hardcore hitting damage.
Azure can take Saberlight out. A little separated from the rest of the team. Liquid, they are closing in to back up. Won't even be able to take him down the one-stitch. Like coming with the crit, the lifesteal will survive. Foxy is in with the jump over towards the Phoenix, catches X Nova, but it's not enough burst. Monet going straight for the back lines as they look to chase down Nisha. Nothing as they pop the BKB in an effort to chase this Lina down even further. Monet finishes him off.
He's taking a fair bit of damage. XXS,
They can get anything more. Take out Instania then, looking over towards Mickey now. JT and Monet continue to chase Mickey. Away from the action, tries for a TP, but JT drops it, gets the cancel onto the TP. They'll be able to take down Mickey,
already, so you're not going to have that available if you want to keep the fight
that
going.
is exactly what G2IG were looking for, and I think exactly what
trying to get the
Liquid
D-wards off, but it's a bit of a slow process
rather fearful of happening.
Then
Success, not going to be able to quite get it
Lina
in time.
gets doomed there. They do a great counter link.
Snaking going to get the D-ward on the high ground.
With this
with
JT.
Well, they are still
Liquid
standing their ground around this
as their
bottom
Lina
lane.
dies. All right.
I don't know if they can be
the fact that that's there, they know the Saberlight's nearby, then they're going to have the RP.
It's going to be a big challenge.
One of those situations where the Aghanims actually caused a bit of an issue there for Saberlight potentially as he gave away his position. He will still be able to blink out to the side, but JT is in on the high ground. I mean, can they die for this? There's still 3 dead on Liquid, so there's not a lot to hold back G2IG. They get in onto the high ground. Saberlight's going to be taken out.
Not quite able to lock down the Weaver. Falcons ultimately still not going to be able to really capitalize.
Really crumble here, Liquid.
Still 20 seconds
Throw
away.
every single thing possible at one of these cores.
You're still going to compete trying to
JT and Monet in particular, of course. These two
miss out on
gearing up
jumping
to
as
a
well.
point
Instead,
now.
XXS now is the
They do
target.
bloodline and
Still a
killable
great
unless they
target
get
to go
caught. A
up.
really compromised
He's a
position.
bit of a tanky
Saberlight
boy,
tries
but
to get the onto
XXS
Monet. He immediately turns. That's him
eventually
going down the
will go
walls
down.
instantly.
He's down for 70 with
Do
that
they really
fight.
want to still try and force something here, Liquid? I don't know. They're holding the high ground. Maybe it's the G2IG step up. He's going to be able to find it.
still trying to run.
Coming in from
Get
nothing
on the
to
chase down
say.
of food.
Liquid
away from
really an absolute shambles
here.
here.
Back, still not able to find
They
a
will
nice tidal
see
wave.
who they can bring down with them. They get Baboka, but that's going to be it for them as they lose 4 heroes in this team fight. It's got to be frustrating now for Liquid. These last few moments, it has seemed impossible for them to do anything against G2IG and anything against
Playing
JT.
off the back of this that he's planted out a while
We're
ago.
gonna lose at least 2 towers. Actually, JT just going. He's just going
I mean, look at him go.
Ogre Seal Totem.
Now
They've got the buyback. They've got to punish this. They pop the overgrowth. They will manage to finally put an end to sort of JT's reign as he just toys with them in this game.
I mean, they're trying to go after HGF.
The kill is still enough for G2IG to push up to the high ground.
going to donate his life away.
See what Liquid's response is going to be.
Getting prepped for the
opening stance was Monet. Not quite enough though. Stick around, be able to finish that one off. JT will pop the BKB.
I believe AR will have enough time to try and respond.
This time round wasn't able to get the catch up to Mickey. Mickey able to respond quickly enough.
They are rushing forward. They have
coming in from X Nova, topping Monet back up. We've still got the safety of the ages to rely on. They get the skewer back on Saberlight.
Roshan about a quarter
little bit more
HP
time
left.
with this. Managed to find the reincarnate coming back online. JT tends to jumping from Nisha, but this time the Lincoln will keep Nisha safe. Monet, he'll jump over with the Shadow Step. He's going pretty deep for this one, Monet, but he's happy to burn through the Aegis. Just the Aegis gone, he's going to be round for round 2. See if he can get out of this with 5 love light straight there, but the RP comes in and it catches Mickey incredibly low on the ball. Saberlight dragged back. As he'll try and trade with X Nova, but the dive away there. X Nova will dodge the right click flying through.
Also being chased
because the damage was done, they lose Mickey, they lose Saberlight, they have got buybacks available.
He's just going straight with the save.
Forces the BKB reaction from Nisha. They do catch him with the stun, the finger with the Laguna. It's not enough, nothing to stay will survive. Monet jumps in up towards Foxy.
They're losing
He's out for
ATF. ATF to boot is down.
Going for them out on the map.
That's 4 for really the price for
try to set
1.
up the really perfect racing
Not
bait,
great
or,
news if you're Falcons.
Not this, at least. That's not how you
They're going to try and make something happen with it. Get the Ember still over towards the tomb, over towards JT. He's forced to the side. He's able to put the BKB as JT will successfully disengage. Mickey jumps forward over what nothing to say. They will get the Magnus kill. The team's back up. Drop down onto Mickey. He's got to back away. He's just going to full commit for the fight. You know there's going to be Baboka's onto the high ground ready to deal with the support. He takes out Foxy. Foxy will turn with the hex. Nisha hiding in the trees, trying to keep his distance. He's throwing another light strike away on towards Baboka. Rushing back towards Saberlight with the Hurricane Pipe to keep his distance, but Baboka will go down. That was the gem dropped as well, so something to be found there from Liquid. They do use the buyback from Mickey.
They need to be careful. They still are key.
But they might be able to have a chance of getting money. They've got the brain kick coming in from Mickey. Wait for jump forward, nothing to say. He's in with a 2-man RP reaction. action,
Chrono
and they go straight back in on top of them.
you can even
Money
find a
and X
solo
over with the
Chrono just
cleanup.
on XM,
Nisha
it'll probably
trying
be
his best to
worth in the
continue to
middle of
keep
these
his distance
fights.
against these
Get
heroes,
rid of
and
the
it is
dazzle, get rid of that
almost
big
working
nuisance,
it
and
out.
everyone else just kind of falls
Nisha
apart.
will take out Nothing to Say.
XM has
It's a dieback coming into play for both teams' big cores. Nothing to Say out for 2 minutes.
Salvage that situation. To me, that was just game over when the RP. Like,
This hero is something else.
Certainly is. A little bit
Versatile too.
Got it.
So you have damage with Arcane Blink.
That's so silly.
Oh, this
How does
hero's
this make
dumb.
sense?
Once he pops off, it's a dumb hero. It is funny though when you get to the point, and this is not the game for it, and this is anecdotal, but when you see a dazzle laser, it is pretty fun.
Yeah.
With the axe, it's actually it's not fully a meme.
Bang. ATF brought here by XXS and ThinkQ. Right. Create all sorts of havoc here with the Torrent Storm as ThinkQ now actually caught out. Does go down. ATF is still alive, still backing off. XXS desperately trying to finish the job. But ATF will make it. In fact, XXS losing all the Brewlings but one. The Storm Brewling will be able to get away. Bottom lane low, pushing in the tier 3 tower, trying to force pressure backwards. Low is kind of alone at the moment. Tianming was there, but that's about it. Still low, able to get away.
It's good space being built up there with that chase onto ATF, providing the room for that siege down bot, forcing out the Fortify. That's going to be an opportunity to try again or go for the tier 2s without too much contest now from the side of Falcons. On the side of Azure, pretty optimistic in trying to go for the Conquer, but again, it's just so much space to provide for Low to actually get things done onto the objectives that matter. 21-20, 13k lead has built up for Azure, and they're gold. They are so much more efficient on the map now, especially with XM. Like, watching this Dazzle is something else. He can go across the map in no time. It's like he's in a... It's like he's got cheats enabled with no cooldowns.
It does feel that way. Well, at least he's not abusing. So I would love to see.
And he can't get too crazy. The HP loss can be annoying. So yeah, gotta relax a little bit.
It's alright. It's clearly balanced, Jonathan.
Very balanced.
No problems here.
Yeah, exactly why it is here. I'm sure they're all... Skitter's having fun, I'm sure. It's a great time.
You know what he needs, John? An arcane. That's what he really needs.
The Arcane Rune, you pick up a Quick Charm or Spell Prism, and then you're really set.
Yeah.
You can
Top
find
lane,
that.
ThinkQ. Yep, about it. We'll see ThinkQ, but you see a very slippery Weaver, very hard to catch. Kikuchi away, XM still still just blinking across the map.
Greatest creation.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
No kidding.
Outstanding.
How great is this?
You know what I'm curious about? I didn't notice this, but I'm going to be watching if Shadow Wave actually... If Shadow Wave did not trigger the cooldown of Enchanted Quiver, 250 bonus attack per Shadow Wave on the auto attacks. Should work that way. You get Spell, I wonder, on the tier 4. What do you have, XM? He has Spell Prism.
Yeah. He goes for the telescope.
That's still good.
I love that. Why not? Now he can blink further. You know, the cooldown was a little bit too long. Gotta get a bit of extra range out of it. Spirit Bear, low. Use the BKB. You're out as well. Shallow Grave just in K. Falcons, they're still thinking about it. Jumping in again, but a quick blink away from Xianming. Still Raid will hold on to the high ground. And Radiant jungle just hoping that Falcons move up to that area. Both sides have vision up there, though. XXS does get rid of the vision of the Radiant side. Skid in the meantime, trying to do the exact same. Gucci Pop trying to sneak up and see if he can find anything for his team. Low, in the meantime, just going to abuse the fact that he has a Bear and Shallow Grave available.
Yeah, there's nothing to be scared about. This is a concern for these fights that drag on. The bad juju plus armor also makes it feel like the sniper doesn't have too much output. There's no crit on hand here for Malrine. There's no big buff for the sniper to kind of play off of. So his damage can start to lack once XM is just pumping out all of these heals and providing just more durability for the team. And once he hits 25, gets that increase in reduction and add, you're mainly a physical lineup here. On the side of Falcons, like, yes, you've got some decent crowd control, but you're focusing heavily on right clicks for killing off these heroes. And it won't feel great if this Dazzle's able to just spam his spells. She should be. With a positive feedback loop of Arcane Blink, giving you HP to compensate for bad Juju losing HP, you can stack up these bad Jujus really fast.
Going, of course, for the Silver Edge, just see that the physical damage is Sam. Make sure there's absolutely no chance of getting caught in this this game. The Refresher Orb is being built up on Skidder. He wants the double chrono, but there's just so many escape routes there. It's like, is it even going to matter if you have the chrono? You know, that's the question I have. Thank you. Bushwhack is going to land. The Weaver has been caught. Thank you. Not able to get the time lapse off in time, so Falcons, they will find themselves a nice.
It's a nice pickup on a very pesky support that's just been keeping these lanes fairly shoved out. It's an opportunity now to get some siege going here for the side of Falcons. They will make their way onto the mid. Azure, for their part, just pushing where they can low, just focused on top. Tier 2 at this point isn't the biggest loss in the world. The side of Azure, particularly with mid, I think the side lane Tier 2s are way more important, so you wouldn't mind losing that access point for a while, although ways into the lull.
You know, those lows around, gets the time dilation off, cannot see alone. So going to be just fine to back his way out of this one. Obviously has a Silver Edge of his own now.
Gotcha.
Roshan still about a minute away till we find out when it will spawn up, so both teams are going to be trying to play for at this stage. Plenty of Refresher Orbs being built up now, even ATF going for one himself. And you've got to be somewhat careful though. Obviously you want the buyback gold available. He's snaking. He's probably just set to fall and they will take him down. Tian Ming to take that kill. But this is snaking. Like, he dies for the team.
Giving information out, ensuring that they can farm elsewhere safely. That provides the space necessary for that refresh on Skitter to be finished up. So double chrono is available, as you mentioned. It's just the effectivity of that is going to be put into question. I think when it comes down to it, right? Chrono is probably the be-all and all spell at endgame amongst a lot of other spells. Right next to chrono, right next to RP. This just does not feel like a straightforward Faceless Void game. It has to be a massive chrono. There's nothing to really set up outside of Thorn Storm and X, the hard setup, unless you maybe get a really good pushback going on crit. That's not reliable. So trying to catch multiple heroes from Azure, trying to take out these saves, it's a tougher order. Whereas for Azure, their way of coming into these fights with the options they have now, it's Q running around, playing with that Gleipnir. So it's very low committal to get that initial control, or you go all in with Chanming, blinking in, snowball kickback. And that just puts you in a terrible position if you're on Falcons. If you manage to find Malrine again in the back line, this sniper will just melt. This BKB will do nothing for his survivability there.
Illusion. Radiant's top tower.
Very slow game between these two teams. It's low now, starting to push through the top tier 2 tower. Scan is out. They will scan Falcons in the Roshan pit. Roshan is still about a minute away from respawn. Azure, they do not blink. They will continue going through the top lane. Okay, with the Spirit Bear in the shallow grave, it's pretty hard to defend against this. Maureen will get started. Ma is there to boot. Low can get the bear out of it. And XXS, I mean, you pop the split for this, but you get plenty of damage off. Sadly for Falcons, they drag everyone back to defend, but they get 0 out of it.
They get nothing for their trouble. They're not going to be able to hold on to that Roche position as it respawns. They will try for a smoke play out. This is a very well-timed smoke if it works out for them. If it doesn't, Roshan will definitely just go the way of Azure. This almost feels like an all-in play. Falcons, they have to make this one work.
Roshan's still 15 seconds away. Falcons rushing up. They've got the option for Tian Ming. Jump is there. Crit, they know. Tian Ming, blink away, but surely he is caught. And he will be. No way out of this one. The tusk is down, but buyback is available. Roshan now officially up. They'll scout it out. Falcons, they'll go for it. The problem is Azure is pressuring the base. You've got to really get back real quick to not lose T3 towers and Arax. There's your buyback from Charming. They are going all in, and Azure, they are getting a lot of value. Roshan is still happening here with Skidder, but it is so damn slow. They are forced to glyph up. Eventually, though, Roshan will go down, but they've got to get back towards the base. This is not looking good right now for Falcons. It is just such an expensive Roshan attempt. The kickback is there. Snaking, he's the man to jump in. He's a tanky boy. He'll survive for now. They're trying to find a target, but look at Low and XXS. They're just taking all the Raxes. Sing Q, he's being targeted, but who the hell cares? He's a waiver. He's a support waiver. Who cares?
No one cares. They lose 2 set of racks. Their only last one's the range bot, and that falls as well.
Bye-bye.
They've cleaned up.
Yeah.
You take Roshan, you lose your high ground.
Hope it was worth it.
They at least still have another chrono ready to go. They've got to make this Aegis pay off somehow. Instant refresh on Skitter.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to do something. At this point, you're up against Megas. He's just going to run through mid and go for the old kamikaze push, but no, thinks better of it. 23k advantage now for Azure Ray, but more importantly, the Mega Creeps are incoming. And if it hasn't already been hard enough against this draft of Azure Ray, just the constant rat, the constant split push coming in, it just became infinitely harder. And who is that down at bot lane just pushing in through the wave? Are they still going? Yeah. I believe they are. XXS and Low. They're just moving in. They're going right after the Ancient right now. Meanwhile, mid lane, Skidder, he's trying to get something done, but XXS is just pushing tier 4 towers. Low's there as well with the Spirit Bear. I mean, you could try for something. Jian Ming, he does go down mid lane, but how are you going to push the entire base when your own base is under siege? The Skidder's going to keep trying. They're all in for this one. XSS will rotate. They've got no primal split at the moment. Skidder going to jump in onto Sing Q, but the time-lapse away is there. Maybe you just go for tier 4 towers at this stage.
It's a difficult prospect to offer that. Like, you don't have ATF, you don't have that boat or Torrent Storm. You can siege, but it doesn't feel safe to take this team fight, especially since you popped your refresh chrono onto a support here.
And I really don't know if you can afford to lose Skidder. Like, he sacrificed so much for that Aegis, and the Aegis is just gone. Oh boy, here we go. This is the last ditch attempt for Falcons, I think. Skidder, it's going to be a great chrono. They're trying to go after Sing Q. It looks like they might have him. Problem is ATF dropping just as low as Sing Q. He'll take him with him. The Kunkka goes down for the Weaver. And meanwhile, the Radiant base is completely under siege. The creeps, they'll get through one tier 4 tower. Snaking will be there to defend. Low is incoming as well with the bear. He is right around. He's got a double damage on that Spirit Bear to boot. That is a scary thought.
Not to be so cheeky though. Plays it safe, pulls back. And for Falcons, they were so split up. Someone had to respond to that movement down bot, but if it's Amar, then your siege onto the high ground, it's not secure. You need that Torrent Storm. You need that boat to kind of handle the barrage that Azure Ray will unleash onto you.
Is that a Divine I saw on Skidder? Oh, at least a Divine queued up.
No.
Was it the sniper though? Yes, it was. Yes. Now ring. All right. I suppose you are at that stage. You just need to go for all the damage you can get.
Buying the Divine without protection, without something like the Linken's up against a Tusk, does sound risky though.
I mean, they're up against
you have to do it.
Yeah.
They've got to be able to cover Malrine. Chanming has been pretty on point in trying to isolate that backline here. Zure, they're not going to wait for that next rush. They know they've got a big spike here. There will be a single chrono ready in a few seconds, so there is at least that with Falcons.
Skidder caught with the Walrus. No, he's okay. Success. He's going right after the tier 4 tower. So will Low, and the tier 4's gone. This is dirty. This is a very dirty way to win the game, but Low, he's going for it. The Ancient under siege. Primal split out. Skidder, he's going to have to chrono these units to try and get rid of them, I think. He's still trying to fight this one out. XXS is still just focusing on the Ancient. Somebody deal with this guy. Low, he brings the bear back in. It's all over. Done. It is all over. Azure Ray. They'll take game number 3. All smiles, very, very happy side is Azure Ray, and